Chapter 1. I just got dumped by my school beauty girlfriend, and the godly rich system came. In June, the rain in Jiangcheng starts suddenly, cold and fast. Raindrops pattered against the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Western restaurant, blurring the gray world outside. In the restaurant, melodious piano music flowed, and the warm yellow light reflected the comfortable expressions on every diner's face, except Lin Fan. The steak in front of him had gone cold and he didn't eat a single bite. Zhou Qianqian, sitting across from him, had put on exquisite makeup today. The beautiful face that had once captivated him was now filled with a coldness and impatience that was incompatible with such refinement, as if she were reviewing a worn-out commodity. "Lin Fan, let's break up." Her voice was not loud, but it was like an ice-hardened knife, stabbing accurately into Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan's fingers gripping the knife and fork suddenly tightened, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He raised his head and spoke with difficulty, his voice a little hoarse. "Why? Why?" Zhou Qianqian's lips curled up in a mocking smile, as if she had just heard some ridiculous joke. She tapped the table lightly with her bright red nail polish-coated fingers, her eyes sweeping over Lin Fan's washed-out t-shirt. "Lin Fan, we're all adults now. Can you stop being so naive? Can love be eaten? Look at this place. A meal costs thousands of yuan. Can you afford it? I brought you here because my new friend treated us." Her voice was not loud, but people at the surrounding tables cast vague glances at her, watching the fun. Those gazes were like needles, piercing Lin Fan's back. His cheeks burned, not because of shame, but because of anger. He could endure poverty, but he could not endure the person he loved, trampling on his dignity. "I admit, I'm broke right now." Lin Fan took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steady. "But didn't you say you like me, not my money?" "Ha!" Zhou Qianqian scoffed, leaning back against the soft backrest of the chair, arms folded across her chest, and adopting a condescending attitude. "The past was the past, and the present is the present. I used to think that love was all that mattered, but now I understand that poverty brings many sorrows. My roommate's birthday was given a Chanel bag by her boyfriend. My best friend is in a relationship, and her boyfriend drives her to and from school in a BMW. And what about me? I squeeze into the bus with you, use the money you earn from your part-time job to eat at street stalls, and I still have to pretend to be happy?" She paused, the contempt in her eyes almost overflowing. "Lin Fan, you're a good person, but being good is useless. You can't give me the life I want, understand? I don't want to live this miserable life with you anymore, which I can see the end of." Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lin Fan's heart. He wanted to retort, to say that he would work hard and that the future would be better. But when the words came to his lips, they seemed so pale and powerless. "Yes, what guarantee can he give? My father had a recent construction accident and injured his leg, which not only depleted our already meager family savings, but also required a significant amount of money for subsequent rehabilitation. My younger sister, Lin Shi, was about to take the college entrance exam. With excellent grades, she aimed for the nation's top university, Beijing University, but the tuition and living expenses would be astronomical. He is a college student who has not yet graduated. He can't even support himself with a part-time job that earns 100 yuan a day. How can he have a future? Reality is such a cold and hard wall that hit him and caused him to bleed." Just then, there was a slight commotion at the restaurant door. A young man wearing a Versace t-shirt and a gold Rolex watch on his wrist walked in. He walked straight towards Zhou Qianqian and put his hand on her shoulder familiarly without even looking at Lin Fan. "Qianqian, are you done talking to him? Let's go, I'll take you to Hang Lung. I think that new Dior bag that arrived yesterday suits you very well." The young man was the vice president of the student union, Wang Yu, a typical rich second generation. The coldness on Zhou Qianqian's face melted instantly, turning into a sickly sweet smile. She stood up, took Wang Yu's arm affectionately, and said softly, "Brother Yu, you're here. Well, that's all." She didn't even look at Lin Fan again, as if he was just a piece of air. "Oh? Is this your poor boyfriend?" Wang Yu glanced at Lin Fan, his eyes full of teasing and showing off. He took out a stack of red banknotes from his pocket and threw them on the table. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. "Here, this meal is my treat." "Oh, no, it should be called a breakup fee. Stay away from our Qianqian from now on. You and she are not from the same world." After saying that, he hugged Zhou Qianqian and walked away amid the mixed envy and contempt of the people around him. Lin Fan said nothing during the entire process. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, but he didn't feel any pain at all. Because the pain in my heart has already overshadowed everything. The stack of money seemed to be silently mocking his poverty and incompetence. It was unknown how long it was before he slowly unclenched his fist and stood up. Without touching the money on the table, he took out the only $200 bills from his worn-out wallet and put them under the plate. Then he turned and walked outside into the pouring rain. The rain is getting heavier. The wind whipped the raindrops, whipping them against his face, causing pain. The cold rain slid down his hair and flowed into his neck, taking away the last bit of warmth from his body. He walked aimlessly on the street like a soulless puppet. In my mind, the contemptuous looks and words of Zhou Qianshan and Wang Yu replayed over and over again. You can't give me the life I want. You and she are not from the same world. Money. 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 At this moment, Lin Fan's desire for money reached an unprecedented peak. He did it not for Zhou Qianshan, that materialistic woman, but for his father's medical expenses, for his sister's college dream, and for his own dignity that had been trampled upon to become worthless. He didn't want to see his parents staying up all night for a few $100s, he didn't want his sister to give up her dream because of tuition, and he didn't want to be humiliated by others just because he had no money. Why? Why can those who are born rich trample on the dignity of others at will? Why should he be forced into a dead end by reality despite working hard to live? An extremely strong feeling of unwillingness and anger erupted in his chest like a volcano, burning his limbs and bones. He raised his head, letting the cold rain wash over his red eyes. Facing the gray sky, he used all his strength to let out a silent roar in his heart. If I could have the money, I'd pay anything. It was at this moment. Bite. A cold, mechanical voice without any emotion exploded in his mind without any warning. Lin Fan's footsteps suddenly stopped and his whole body froze. Auditory hallucination? Detected the host's strong desire for wealth, meeting the system activation conditions. The godly Tycoon's 10000X critical hit system is being bound. 1%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Ding. System binding successful. This system is dedicated to helping the host become the richest man in the universe. As long as the host makes a purchase, there is a chance to trigger a random cash crit rebate of 10,000 times. The larger the amount of consumption, the higher the probability of triggering a high crit. The newbie welfare gift package has been distributed. Do you want to open it immediately? A series of sounds, like thunder, rang out in Lin Fan's mind. He stood in the rain, soaked and in a dishevel, but his eyes were filled with extreme shock and confusion. System? A 10000X critical hit system for the super rich? Was I driven insane by the breakup? Or was it because I read too many online novels and was hallucinating? Newbie welfare gift pack, do you want to open it now? Countdown 10, 9, 8. The mechanical voice sounded again, with unquestionable urging. Open. Lin Fan almost subconsciously said this in his heart. Ding. The newbie welfare gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 yuan in startup capital. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100x critical hit card after use. Your next purchase will trigger a 100x cash rebate. As soon as the words fell. Buzz. The 3-year-old domestic mobile phone in Lin Fan's pocket suddenly vibrated. With trembling hands, he took out his cell phone. On the screen, a text message notification from China Construction Bank was clearly displayed. Your savings card account ending in 6688 received a transfer of 10,000 renminbi at 1942 on June 3. The current account balance is 10,025 renminbi and 34 cents. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He stared at the balance. 10,025, 34 yuan. He clearly remembered that there was only the last $25.34 left in his card. So this 10,000 yuan, is it real? Lin Fan's heartbeat began to accelerate wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. He is not dreaming. All of this is true. An indescribable ecstasy instantly swept over all the previous humiliation and pain, sweeping through his whole body. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chapter 2 activated. The godly Tycoon's 10000X critical hit system. Raindrops slid down Lin Fan's cheeks, and he could no longer tell whether they were raindrops or tears of excitement that could not be held back. He stood on the street, like a fool, unlocking his phone over and over again, clicking on the bank text message, staring at the numbers balance, 10,025.34 yuan, as if he wanted to engrave them into his retina. Not an illusion. The 10,000 yuan just lay quietly in his account. But reason told him that this was outrageous. How could such a pie in the sky fall on the head of such an unlucky guy? No, I have to see it with my own eyes. Touch it with my own hands. Once this thought arose, it grew like wild weeds. Lin Fan suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing the rain, locking onto the lighted 24-hour self-service bank on the corner. He almost crawled over, and the moment he pushed open the glass door, a dry cool air hit his face, which calmed his head a little, which was heated by excitement. Insert the card and enter the password. His fingers pressed so hard that they made a creaking sound on the cold metal keyboard. Check your balance. The number that lit up on the screen was exactly the same as the one on the text message, 10,025.34. Lin Fan's heart was beating like a drum. He took a deep breath, tremblingly pressed the withdraw button, and then entered the amount 10,000. This was the first time in his life that he withdrew so much money at one time. The ATM made a buzzing sound, and the sounds of checking and dispensing money were particularly clear in the silent compartment. Every beat seemed to be beating on Lin Fan's heart. Crash. A thick stack of brand new red banknotes was neatly pushed out from the cash outlet. Lin Fan's breathing completely stopped at this moment. He stretched out his hand, moving slowly and stiffly, as if afraid of disturbing something, and gently pulled out the stack of money. The 100 brand new RMB notes were neatly stacked together, with the special aroma of ink and the dry touch given by the cold machine. Each one was like a hot iron, burning a mark called truth on his palm. It's true. The money is real. That voice in my head, that so-called super rich 10,000 times critical hit system, is also real. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan could no longer restrain himself. He tightly grasped the wad of money and slowly slid down to the ground, leaning against the cold glass wall. He laughed softly at first, then his laughter became louder and louder, and finally turned into an almost insane laugh, laughing so hard that tears came out. The humiliation that had been suppressed for too long, the pain of breaking up, the despair for the future, at this moment, accompanied by laughter and tears, were completely washed away. Zhou Qianxian. Wang Yu. Don't you think I'm poor? Don't you think I'll never be able to make a comeback? Just you wait. From today on, my life, Lin Fan, will be completely rewritten. Lin Fan laughed for an unknown amount of time, until his throat became hoarse. He finally stopped laughing. He wiped the water off his face and looked at the money in his hand. His eyes gradually became firm and burning. The first thing he thought of was not to take revenge on anyone, nor to buy any luxury goods. But home. It is the father lying in the hospital bed, worrying about the medical expenses every day. It is the mother who saves money every day and places all her hopes on him. And there is that sensible sister who makes people feel distressed. Dad, Mom, Xiaoxi. I'm rich. Lin Fan clenched his fists and muttered to himself. He quickly stuffed the money into his pocket, took out his phone, found the familiar number, and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before being connected, and Mother Zhang Huilan's voice came through with a hint of fatigue and worry. Hey, Xiaofan? It's so late and you haven't returned to the dormitory yet? It's raining heavily outside, don't catch a cold. Hearing his mother's voice, Lin Fan's nose felt sore and he almost burst into tears again. He suppressed his emotions and made his voice sound as normal as possible. Mom, I'm fine. How's Dad today? It's still the same. The doctor said the recovery is okay, but he's been urging us to pay the surgery fee. He said that if we delay any further, it will affect the subsequent recovery. Zhang Huilan's voice dropped, filled with helplessness. Your father was still telling me today that he doesn't want to continue treatment and wants to save the money for your sister's college education. Lin Fan's heart felt like it was being tugged at by an invisible hand. The surgery costs 100,000 yuan. This amount of money was like a mountain, weighing down their entire family and making it hard for them to breathe. In the past, he would only feel powerless and desperate when he heard this number. But now. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a confident arc. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, and a translucent virtual panel immediately appeared in his mind, clearly displaying his personal information. Host, Lin Fan. Wealth, 25.34 yuan bank card plus 10,000 yuan cash. Item, consumption 100 times critical hit card X1. System review, if you're broke, please spend money now and start your journey to becoming a super rich person. That's it. Consume 100 times critical hit card. Lin Fan's eyes instantly became fiery. He spoke into the phone, word by word, "Mom, don't worry about the money. I'll find a way to pay for the surgery." Zhang Huilan on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then sighed, "Silly child, what can you do? Just focus on your studies and don't overthink it. Your dad and I will think of a way to deal with the money, and we can borrow some money from your uncles." "Mom, believe me." Lin Fan interrupted her, his voice filled with unprecedented determination. "I really have a solution. Tomorrow at the latest, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to your card. Tell Dad to rest and recuperate, and not to worry about anything else." 100,000? Zhang Huilan's voice suddenly rose, filled with shock and uneasiness. "Xiao Fan. You must not do anything stupid. Our family may be poor, but we absolutely cannot do anything illegal. Do you hear me?" Listening to his mother's anxious voice, Lin Fan felt warm and amused. "Don't worry, Mom. The money came from a legitimate source. Anyway, just wait for my news." After comforting his mother a few words, Lin Fan hung up the phone. He stood in the self-service bank cubicle, took a deep breath, and his chest was filled with endless energy. Now is the time to witness a miracle. He walked to the ATM again and deposited the 10,000 yuan in cash he had just withdrawn. Then, he opened the transfer interface of the mobile banking app, found his mother's bank card number, and entered 10,000 in the transfer amount column. Just as he was about to click Confirm Transfer, the system voice in his mind rang again. "It is detected that the host is currently spending money. Do you want to use the consumption 100 times critical hit card? Whether?" "Yes." Lin Fan recited to himself without hesitation. The 100x consumption critical hit card has been used. This purchase will trigger a 100x cash rebate. Done. Lin Fan suppressed his pounding heart and pressed the Confirm Transfer button. 10,000 yuan was withdrawn from his account in an instant. His heart also rose to his throat. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Buzz. The phone screen lit up, and a new bank text message popped up. Lin Fan's eyes were fixed on the text message. He was so nervous that he even forgot to breathe. "Your savings card account ending in 6688 received a transfer of 1 million renminbi at 2011 on June 3rd. The current account balance is 1,025 renminbi and 34 cents. 1 million? Lin Fan's brain completely froze the moment he saw that string of zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. That's right. A full 1 million. Spent 10,000 and got 1 million back. This fucking thing is faster than a money printing machine." A huge, indescribable ecstasy and shock, like a nuclear bomb explosion, exploded in his chest. His blood was boiling and his soul was trembling. From this moment on, his life became completely different. He clenched his phone tightly, his whole body trembling with excitement. He needed to find someone to share this joy that was enough to subvert his worldview. He immediately took out his address book, found the number marked Fatty, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hello? Fanzi, what are you yelling about in the middle of the night?" From the other end of the phone came the unclear voice of roommate Zhan Wei, who seemed to be still playing games. Lin Fan took a deep breath and yelled into the phone with all his strength. "Fatty! Damn it!" Chapter 3, Saving the Twin School Beauties. Does it cost 100,000 yuan? On the other end of the phone, Fatty Zhan Wei was obviously stunned by Lin Fan's powerful wolf howl. "What the hell? Fanzi, are you on drugs? Why are you still awake and acting crazy out here in the middle of the night?" "I'm not crazy. I'm rich. Fatty, I'm rich." Lin Fan was so excited that he was incoherent. He really needed an outlet to vent, and his best brother was undoubtedly the best candidate. "Get rich? What kind of rich did you get? Did the boss of the store where you work part-time give you a raise? From 100 to 120? The fat man's voice was full of ridicule. "Get lost." Lin Fan cursed with a smile. He knew he couldn't explain it to Fatty right now, and he didn't bother to. He glanced at the 7-digit balance on his mobile banking app, and a surge of pride shot up from the depths of his heart. "Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow, no, later today, I'm treating everyone in the dormitory to a feast. It's the most upscale Yunding Tiangong in Jiangcheng. Order whatever you want." Puff the fat man spitted out saliva from the other end of the line. "Yunding Palace? Fancy, are you really crazy? A meal there would cost us a whole semester's living expenses. Have you been fooled by that bitch Zhou Qianqian? When Zhou Qianqian was mentioned, the smile on Lin Fan's face instantly turned cold. Don't mention that woman to me, she's unlucky. He said lightly, and the change in his tone made the fat man realize that something was wrong. What happened? Did they really break up? We broke up. Lin Fan's voice was inexpressible, but rather carried a sense of relief. Okay, I'm done talking to you. I need to run something first. Wait for my call. After saying that, Lin Fan hung up the phone. He stood at the door of the self-service bank. The rain had stopped outside, and the air, washed by the rain, was slightly cooler and carried the fragrance of green grass. He took a screenshot of his 1 million yuan balance and quickly transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother's card. Son, where did you get this money? My mother's text message came back almost instantly, full of shock and anxiety. Lin Fan smiled, typed a text message, and sent it. I won the lottery, Mom. I was lucky enough to win 100,000 yuan. I'll keep the rest of the money for future use. Please pay for Dad's surgery quickly and don't let him worry about it. Although this excuse is old-fashioned, it is the most reasonable explanation at present. After completing all of this, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief and strength he had never felt before. He had the money to save his father's life, and the biggest weight weighing on his heart had finally been lifted. He looked up at the brightly lit gate of Jiangcheng University not far away and breathed a long sigh of relief. It's time to go back. Instead of taking a taxi, he walked step by step on the wet street, enjoying this huge transformation from hell to heaven. He felt that what he was stepping on was no longer cold concrete, but a golden road leading to the pinnacle of life. The Jiangnan University campus is quiet and beautiful at night. Lin Fan took a shortcut and passed by the Dance Academy's art building. The lights in most of the classrooms were off, with only a single dance studio on the first floor still dimly lit. Just as he was about to pass by, a suppressed quarrel came from the shadows beside the building. Wang Hao. Don't go too far. The voice was as cold as ice, yet it carried a hint of suppressed anger, like a piece of cold jade, crisp and decisive. Lin Fan subconsciously stopped, frowned, and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw several figures confronting each other under some tall camphor trees. The leader was a tall boy wearing branded clothes. He was Wang Hao, the vice president of the student union and the cousin of Zhou Qianqian's new lover Wang Yu. He was notoriously arrogant and domineering in school. Opposite him stood two tall and beautiful girls. Even in the dim light, those two pretty faces that are almost identical but have very different temperaments are still breathtakingly beautiful. The Dance Academy of Jiangcheng University, the treasures of the academy Su Qingxue and Su Muyue. This pair of twin campus beauties are well known throughout Jiang University. The elder sister, Su Qingxue, has a cold and aloof temperament, like an ice lotus on the top of a snowy mountain, to be admired from afar but not touch. The younger sister, Su Muyue, is gentle and sweet, like the little sister next door, making people want to protect her. At this moment, elder sister Su Qingxue was standing in front of her younger sister with a cold face, glaring at Wang Hao. Meanwhile, younger sister Su Muyue was clinging to her sister's clothes tightly, her beautiful big eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful. Behind Wang Hao were two lackeys. The three of them surrounded the two sisters with malicious looks. Too much? Wang Hao sneered, taking a step forward, his eyes sweeping over Su Qingxue's exquisitely shaped body unscrupulously. Su Qingxue, I'm giving you a chance. You know the situation of your company better than I do. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, my father will immediately inject 5 million into your family. Otherwise, within 3 days, your Su family will declare bankruptcy. Su Qingxue's face turned pale, but her eyes remained stubborn. Don't worry about my family's affairs. Wang Hao, I'll say it again, get out of the way. Oh, you're quite courageous? Wang Hao's smile turned playful. Alright, you don't have to agree now. Tonight, if you accompany me to Dynasty KTV for a few drinks and please me, I might consider letting you stay a few more days. You're dreaming. Su Qingxue was so angry that she was shaking all over. Sister, let's call the police. Su Muyue said softly, her voice filled with tears. Call the police? Wang Hao said, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Su Muyue, aren't you a little cute because you're so naive? I just invited you guys to sing a song. What law did I break? What can the police do? The two lackeys behind him also laughed lewdly. That's right, the school beauty is hidden in the snow, give me some face. It's your blessing that brother Hao likes you. Seeing the helpless and angry look on the two sisters' faces, Wang Hao's face became even more proud. He took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a thick stack of bills, and threw it directly at Su Qingshue's feet. What? Are you embarrassed? Here's 10,000 yuan. Consider it a tip for me treating you to a song tonight. Is that enough? Take the money and follow me. The stack of red banknotes scattered on the wet ground looked particularly eye-catching. This scene was like a needle that pierced Lin Fan's eyes. What a similar scene. Just an hour ago, he was humiliated by Wang Yu in the same way. Do these wealthy second generations think money can buy everything and that they can trample on the dignity of others at will? A nameless fire suddenly emerged from the depths of Lin Fan's heart. If it were in the past, when he saw something like this, he would at most curse in his heart and then walk away, because he had no ability and no right to intervene. But now, it's different. He has the confidence of 1,000,000 in his pocket. Lin Fan straightened his rain-soaked clothes, took a step, and walked out of the shadows slowly. His appearance instantly broke the confrontation at the scene. Who? Wang Hao shouted unhappily and turned around. When he saw Lin Fan's cheap t-shirt and washed-out jeans, the displeasure in his eyes immediately turned into deep contempt. Who was I thinking? Turns out to be a poor bastard. Boy, get out of here if you know what's good for you. Don't get in the way of your brother Hao. Su Qingxue and Su Muyue also looked at Lin Fan, who suddenly appeared in surprise, their eyes full of confusion and vigilance. Lin Fan ignored Wang Hao. His gaze passed over him and fell on the stack of banknotes stained by mud and water on the ground. Then he raised his head and looked at the panic-stricken sisters. He spoke calmly, his voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. 10,000 yuan, and you want the campus beauty of Jiang University to sing with you? There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then he exploded like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Fuck! What the hell did you say? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Lin Fan didn't even look at him. He just turned to Su Qingxue and asked, You don't want to go, right? Although Su Qingxue didn't know who this boy who suddenly appeared was, she could sense that he didn't have any ill intentions. She bit her lip and nodded firmly. Very good. Lin Fan smiled. He turned his head and finally looked Wang Hao straight in the eye. His eyes were as calm as a pool of deep water, but they made Wang Hao feel inexplicably palpitated. Name a price. Lin Fan said. What? Wang Hao didn't react. I say, give me a price. Lin Fan's tone remained calm. How much do you want to disappear from their presence and promise not to harass them again? The scene fell into dead silence in an instant. Wang Hao and his two lackeys looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. Even Su Qingxue and Su Muyue looked at him in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? Did he know who he was talking to? Did he know who Wang Hao was? Ha 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 ha. After a brief silence, Wang Hao burst into exaggerated laughter, laughing so hard that he fell forward and backward. Fuck. Brothers, did I hear that right? This poor bastard actually asked me for a price? He wants to use the money to beat me? Brother Hao, did this kid go out without taking his medicine? I think you've read too many online stories about heroes saving beauties, and your brain has gone haywire. Wang Hao finally managed to stop laughing. He walked up to Lin Fan, poked his finger at his chest, and said jokingly, All right. Boy, since you're so brave, Brother Hao will give you a favor. He raised a finger and shook it dismissively. 10,000 yuan? Too little, not worthy of our Suzhou University's campus beauty. Then he extended a slap and doubled it over. This number. 100,000. Chapter 4, spent 100,000, got 100 times critical hit, and received 10 million. 100,000. When Wang Hao said this number with a face full of teasing and mockery, the two lackeys behind him immediately joined in the fun. Brother Hao is so generous. 100,000 yuan, this poor boy couldn't even come up with that even if he sold himself, right? Ha, I don't think he can even come up with $1,000. And he's trying to act like a hero saving a beautiful woman. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In Wang Hao's view, the number he threw out was like an insurmountable mountain, enough to completely crush the poor boy in front of him who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, making him lose face and drive away in disgrace. He was even ready to admire Lin Fan's face turning from red to pale, and his eyes changing from pretending to be calm to panic. However, he was disappointed. Lin Fan's expression didn't change at all. There was no shock, no anger, not even the slightest embarrassment. He just looked at Wang Hao calmly, his eyes calm, as if Wang Hao was not talking about 100,000 yuan, but 10 yuan. 100,000? Lin Fan repeated lightly, then nodded, his tone as casual as if he was buying vegetables in the market. Can. These two simple words were like two invisible slaps in the face of Wang Hao and his two lackeys. The laughter at the scene stopped abruptly. The smile on Wang Hao's face froze. He scratched his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. What did you say? Even Su Muyue, who had been hiding behind her sister, couldn't help but stick out her little head and look at Lin Fan's profile in disbelief with her big watery eyes. Sister Su Qingxue also frowned. She stepped forward, tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, and whispered, "Thank you, classmate, but this is our business. Don't be impulsive. Let's go." In her opinion, the boy in front of her was just acting out of momentary indignation, trying to show off. 100,000 yuan was an astronomical sum for an ordinary student. She didn't want to implicate an innocent person because of her own affairs. Lin Fan glanced back at her. The girl's eyes were filled with anxiety and kindness. He gave her a reassuring smile, then turned back to look at Wang Hao. "I said, yes." Lin Fan repeated, 100,000 yuan, if you stop harassing them, it's a good deal. This time, everyone heard it clearly. Wang Hao's face instantly turned ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. He felt like he had been fooled by a poor idiot in his eyes. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Wang Hao was furious and pointed at Lin Fan's nose and cursed, "Alright. Let me see today how you can come up with 100,000 yuan. If you can't, I'll fucking break your legs." "That's right. You're pretending to be so cool, but don't you look at your own character? Hurry up and kneel down to Kowtow and apologize to Brother Hao, or you'll be in trouble." Facing the threats from the three people, Lin Fan remained calm. He slowly took out his old domestic mobile phone, and there was even a clear crack on the screen. Seeing the phone, Wang Hao and others laughed even more happily. Fuck. It's the 21st century, and people are still using this antique phone? If I sell this phone for scrap, is it worth 50 yuan? Lin Fan ignored their ridicule, opened the mobile banking app, and then looked up at Wang Hao. "Your bank card number, please tell me." Wang Hao's laughter got stuck in his throat again. He stared at Lin Fan intently, trying to find any trace of guilt or bravado on his face. But, no. The guy's eyes were terrifyingly calm, as if transferring 100,000 yuan was as easy as drinking water for him. A feeling of absurdity began to spread in Wang Hao's heart. Could it be that this guy is a top-rich second generation who was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Hao knew every prominent second-generation rich kid at Jiangcheng University. He'd never heard of Lin Fan before. Looking at his clothes, which together cost no more than 200 yuan, how could he possibly be a second-generation rich kid? Yes. He must be bluffing. He wants to scare me off with his aura. Thinking of this, Wang Hao felt more confident. He sneered, pulled out a bank card from his wallet, and threw it on the ground. "The card number is right here. If you have the guts, transfer it to me right now. If you're even a penny short, you won't be leaving here alive today." He wanted to tear Lin Fan's mask to pieces in front of Su Qingxue and Su Muyue. Lin Fan bent down, picked up the card, glanced at the card number on it, and then slowly entered it on his phone. The air around seemed to freeze at this moment. Sisters Su Qingxue and Su Muyue held their breath nervously. They were extremely conflicted. They hoped Lin Fan would actually come up with money to solve their problem, but at the same time, they felt that this was simply impossible. Wang Hao and his two lackeys looked like they were waiting to see the miserable state of Lin Fan after his show-off failed. Lin Fan's fingers moved rapidly on the screen. Enter the card number. Enter username, Wang Hao. Enter the amount, 100000. Everything was done in a flash. Just before he was about to press the confirm button, he had a thought and sent a question to the system in his mind. "System, can this consumption trigger a critical hit?" Ding. This consumption is considered chivalrous and has a positive social impact. It can normally trigger a random multiplier critical hit, and the probability of triggering a high multiplier critical hit has increased slightly. The system's reply made Lin Fan smile even wider. Very good. He no longer hesitated, and in front of everyone, he gently pressed the confirm transfer button with his thumb. Drop. A soft sound. The interface indicating successful transfer popped up. All right. Lin Fan put away his phone, casually tossed the bank card back to Wang Hao, and said calmly, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your account. Now, take your people and get out of my sight. Wang Hao subconsciously took the bank card and was completely stunned. This turned? What a joke. The lackeys behind him couldn't help but sneer. You acted pretty convincingly. I'm afraid your crappy phone can't even open the bank app, right? Exactly. You think you can fool Brother Hao by taking a fake screenshot of a successful transfer? Do you think Brother Hao is a fool? Wang Hao also reacted. He glared at Lin Fan fiercely. Boy, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Fine, I'll make you die with a clear conscience today. As he spoke, he took out his latest Apple phone, ready to expose Lin Fan's scam in public. But just as he unlocked his phone screen, ding dong! A crisp text message alert sound resounded through the silent night sky. Wang Hao's movements suddenly froze. He lowered his head and looked at the text message notification from the bank that popped up on his phone screen. He was instantly petrified as if he had been struck by lightning. Your savings card account ending in 8848 received a transfer of 100,000 renminbi at 21:15 on June 3rd. 100,000 yuan. It really arrived. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. The string of numbers was still clearly imprinted on his retina. This is impossible. He screamed, his voice changing pitch. The two lackeys behind him also came over. When they saw the text message, the expressions on their faces were more interesting than seeing a ghost. Holy shit! Did it really turn? 100,000 yuan, and you turned it over without blinking an eye? Sisters Su Qingxue and Su Muyue even covered their mouths with their hands, their beautiful eyes filled with incredible shock. They could never have imagined that this boy, who was dressed simply and looked like an ordinary student like them, could actually take out 100,000 yuan. And Lin Fan, the instigator of all this, seemed to have done something insignificant. He wasn't even interested in looking at Wang Hao's expression of having seen a ghost. Because, at the moment when he successfully transferred the money, a sound 100 times more beautiful than the sound of the 100,000 yuan arrival notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host spends 100,000 yuan, triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash rebate of 10 million yuan. The rebate amount has been automatically transferred to the host's bank card, please check it. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. Spend 100,000 and earn 10 million. This feeling. It feels so fucking good. How's it going? Did you receive the money? Lin Fan asked calmly, looking at the distraught Wang Hao. If you did, can you leave now? Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Fan had completely changed. It was no longer filled with contempt and ridicule, but was instead filled with horror, confusion, and a hint of fear. There are only a handful of people in the entire Jiangda who can casually take out 100,000 yuan in cash to solve problems, and each of them is someone that Wang Hao absolutely cannot afford to offend. Who the hell is this guy? You, who are you? Wang Hao's voice was trembling. Lin Fan smiled, took a step forward, leaned close to his ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I know your cousin's name is Wang Yu, and he just stole my girlfriend today. Wang Hao's pupils suddenly contracted. Now, take your money and get out. If I catch you harassing them again, it won't be $100,000 that will solve the problem next time. Lin Fan's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable coldness and dominance. Wang Hao was so frightened that he trembled and dared not say another word. He picked up the 10,000 yuan in cash on the ground and ran away with his two frightened lackeys. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Fan and the twin sisters who were still in shock were left under the camphor tree. The night wind blew, and the atmosphere became quiet for a moment. It was her younger sister Su Muyue who reacted first. She tugged at her sister's clothes and whispered to Lin Fan. Well, classmate, thank you. Chapter 5. The whole audience was shocked. Where did this rich man come from? Su Muyue's voice was soft and sticky, with a hint of timidity and sincere gratitude after surviving a disaster, like a feather, gently sweeping across Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan regained his composure and temporarily suppressed the elation he had just felt at receiving 10 million yuan. He looked at the frightened pair of stunning sisters before him, waved his hand, and gave what he considered a very kind smile. "It's just a small favor, you're welcome." He said this lightly, but to Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, it was like a thunderclap. 100,000 yuan, is that a piece of cake? Su Qingxue took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down from the shock. Her cold, clear eyes scrutinized Lin Fan intently, trying to discern something from this seemingly ordinary boy. He was dressed simply, his t-shirt even a bit worn. His phone was also old, with a cracked screen. He had nothing on him that could be associated with the word rich. But it was this person who just threw out 100,000 yuan without blinking, scaring away the arrogant Wang Hao. This strong contrast casts a veil of mystery over Lin Fan. "Classmate, no matter what, thank you so much for today." Su Qingxue's tone was still cold, but it was more solemn and sincere than before. "We will return the 100,000 yuan to you as soon as possible." Can you leave me your contact information? Pay back the money?" Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. Did he need them to pay him back? He was hoping they would let him spend more money. Ideally, it would be a project that cost 100 million yuan. But of course he couldn't say that. "You don't have to pay me back. Just consider it as me treating you to a monkey show," Lin Fan said playfully as he glanced at the muddy stack of 10,000 yuan left on the ground by Wang Hao. For him, this 100,000 yuan not only did not make him lose money, but instead made him a net profit of 9.9 million. This was simply the most successful investment he had ever made in his life. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Su Qingxue frowned even more tightly. She hated owing favors to others the most, especially huge favors that she could never repay. "No," she said firmly, "we must pay this money back. It's very important to us." Seeing her sister's stubborn look, Su Muyue beside her also nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes. Classmate, just give us your contact information, we will definitely work hard to earn money to pay you back." Looking at the earnest sisters, Lin Fan felt a little helpless. He knew there was no point in continuing to refuse, so he simply pulled out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. "Okay, let's add each other as friends. We can talk about money later." Su Qingxue and Su Muyue looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly took out their phones and scanned Lin Fan's QR code. Byte. Shui, request to add you as a friend. Byte. Month, request to add you as a friend. Lin Fan looked at the two minimalist online names, smiled, and clicked yes. "My name is Lin Fan, and I'm a junior at the School of Economics and Management." He took the initiative to provide his information. "My name is Su Qing Shui, she is Su Muyue, and we are from the Dance Academy." Su Qingxue seemed to pause for a moment when introducing herself, but quickly returned to normal. "I know you guys. You're the campus belle of Jiang University. Who doesn't know you?" Lin Fan teased. One sentence made Su Muyue's little face turn red instantly, and even her sister Su Qingxue's face, which had been frozen for thousands of years, seemed to show signs of melting. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Fan didn't want to linger any longer. His mind was now preoccupied with his remaining 10 million yuan, and he just wanted to find a place to calm down. "It's getting late. You should go back to the dormitory early. Be careful on the road." After saying that, Lin Fan waved his hand casually and turned to leave. He left very decisively, without any hesitation or attempt to seek credit or engage in conversation. Looking at Lin Fan's back that gradually disappeared into the night, Su Qingxue and Su Muyue remained silent for a long time. "Sister," Su Muyue said softly after a long while, breaking the silence, "this Lin Fan is so strange." Su Qingxue nodded slightly, a thoughtful glint flashing in her cold eyes. "It's really strange," she whispered. "He doesn't seem to care about the 100,000 yuan at all. Besides, the way he looked at Wang Hao just now was like he was looking at a clown." Yes, Su Muyue nodded repeatedly, "I feel so safe with him. He's 100 times better than a guy like Wang Hao who only bullies others by taking advantage of his power." Su Qing Shui didn't respond. She looked down at the WeChat contact named Lin Fan on her phone. The profile picture was pitch black, and the circle of friends was also a line, full of mystery. She bit her lip and made up her mind. No matter who this Lin Fan is, her family must pay back the money even if they have to sell everything they have. The other side. Lin Fan hummed a little tune and walked back to the boys' dormitory with a step that didn't recognize anyone. As soon as I opened the door of dormitory 404, a familiar smell mixed with instant noodles and sweat hit me in the face. Fuck. Fanzi, you finally decided to come back? Fatty Zhang Wei, who was fighting fiercely in front of the computer, shouted without turning his head, "Hurry up. I'm starving. Does the Yunding Palace you mentioned still count?" The other two roommates in the dormitory, the academic master Chen Mo and the sociable Li Jun, also cast expectant glances. "Brother Fan, Yunding Palace, I'm counting on you to take me to see the world," Li Jun said with a grin. Only Chen Mo, who was wearing thick glasses, pushed them up calmly. "Lin Fan, are you okay? Don't worry about anything happening." Lin Fan looked at these familiar brothers, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He closed the door and smiled mysteriously. "Exciting? I guess so. But it's a great thing." As he spoke, he strode to his seat and connected his phone to the projector in the dormitory. "What are you doing? Come over here and see the treasure." "What treasure? What good stuff do you have hidden in your phone?" the fat man asked curiously while operating the mouse. "Could it be some cool photo of a junior high school girl?" "It's much more exciting than that." Lin Fan curled his lips and projected his mobile banking app interface directly onto the white wall of the dormitory. Next second, the entire dormitory fell into deathly silence. Only the prompt sound of "you have been slain" in the fat man's game seems particularly abrupt. The eye-catching string of numbers on the wall was like a spiritual atomic bomb, exploding in dormitory 404. Account balance, 10,900,025.34 yuan. 10,900,000. Fatty Zhang Wei's mouth slowly opened wide, until it was big enough to fit an egg in. The playful expression on Li Jun's face froze instantly, as if the pause button had been pressed. Even Chen Mo, the academic master who always remained calm in the face of adversity, dropped the professional book in his hand with a clang. 3 people, 6 eyes, stared at the string of glittering numbers on the wall, as if they were under a spell, unable to move. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. I don't know how long it took. Gudong. The fat man swallowed hard and asked in a dry voice, Fanzi, is this a photoshopped picture? April Fool's Day hasn't even arrived yet." "Photoshopped?" Lin Fan chuckled, logged out of the app in front of them, and then logged in again. From entering the password, to face recognition, to entering the main interface. That string of terrifying numbers still stubbornly displayed there, without a single zero missing. This completely shattered the 3 people's last psychological defenses. What the hell? Fatty Zhang Wei was the first to leap up from his chair, letting out an earth-shattering scream. He rushed over to Lin Fan in 2 steps, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him madly. 10 million. Lao Lin. You got 10 million. Did you rob a bank? Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? Li Jun also rushed over, pinching his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Although Chen Mo was not as exaggerated as them, he also stood up by holding the table. Behind his thick glasses were a pair of eyes full of subversion and shock. Lin Fan let the fat man shake him with a bright smile on his face. Robbing a bank? That's a bit too small, isn't it? He cleared his throat, faced 3 pairs of eyes that could spit fire, and slowly uttered the words he had prepared long ago. I'm going to be honest with you. Actually, I'm a hidden rich second generation. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another sound of people gasping in shock in the dormitory. Fatty Zhang Wei let go of Lin Fan and looked him up and down with a look of suspicion on his face. Rich second generation? You wore the same fucking t-shirt for 3 years and borrowed money from me 5 times and didn't pay it back, and you tell me you're a rich second generation? That used to be called a test. A test from my family. Lin Fan lied calmly, now the probation period is over, so my identity has been restored. This money is my pocket money for this month after I've regained my identity. Although this explanation is full of loopholes, it seems so reasonable in the face of the huge sum of 10 million. After all, apart from explaining that he was a rich second generation, they really couldn't think of any other possibility that could allow a poor student to have an extra 10 million overnight. Oh shit. Li Jun didn't know what words to use to express his feelings at the moment. Brother Fan, you're hiding it too well, aren't you? You're not just a rich second generation, you're a super rich. So? The desire for delicious food rekindled in the eyes of the fat man Zhang Wei. He rubbed his hands and approached Lin Fan with a flattering look on his face. Chapter 6, Ex-Girlfriend Wants to Get Back Together? Get out of here, don't dirty my eyes. Fatty Zhang Wei rubbed his hands, and the flattering smile on his face was so thick that it seemed like oil could be squeezed out of him. Fan, brother Fan, that Yunding Palace. His voice was full of temptation and desire, and his small eyes stared at Lin Fan intently, afraid that he would say no. Lin Fan looked at his brothers, who were completely stunned by the 10 million yuan, and felt a surge of pride in his heart. He waved his hand and made the decision. Go! Go now! Damn it, I'm starving. Oh yeah! The entire 404 dormitory instantly erupted in cheers comparable to winning the lottery. The fat man was so excited that he jumped 3 times on the spot, almost stepping through the dormitory floor. Li Jun and Chen Mo also looked excited and expectant. Yunding Tiangong, the most prestigious revolving restaurant in Jiangcheng, sits atop the tallest building in the heart of the city. It's said that a meal there costs a 5-figure sum per person. For ordinary students like them, it existed only in legends and imagination. And now, they are going there to have a midnight snack. Go, go, go. Hurry up. It will be closed if you are any later. The fat man was more anxious than anyone else. He grabbed a coat and put it on. Lin Fan smiled, took out his cell phone, and dialed the order number of Yunding Tiangong directly. After the call was connected, he said in an unquestionable tone, "Hello, I need a box with the best view, right away. There are 4 of us, and we'll be there in 15 minutes. The customer service lady on the other end of the phone was visibly stunned. She'd probably never seen anyone requesting the best private room so late. She politely reminded him, "Hello, sir. Our restaurant is about to close, and the best private rooms with a view need to be booked a week in advance. I'll pay double the price." Lin Fan interrupted her calmly. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone. Not enough? Then 5 times. Lin Fan's tone remained calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The customer service lady on the other side could no longer maintain her composure, her voice trembling with respect. Enough, sir. What's your name, please? I'll immediately arrange for you to stay in the best Star Summit private room, and have all the staff stay late to welcome you. My last name is Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan was met with 3 pairs of gazes as if he were looking at a god. Fuck, brother Fan, the aura you showed just now was like that of a domineering CEO. Li Jun said with admiration. 5 times the price. I feel my adrenaline rushing just hearing it. The fat man's face turned red with excitement. Lin Fan smiled and said nothing. It feels so damn good to be rich. Just as the 4 of them were about to go out, Lin Fan's old cell phone rang at an inopportune time. He picked it up and saw the name jumping on the screen, which made his eyes turn cold instantly. Zhou Qianqian. Hey, this woman, what is she calling for? Show off her new Dior bag? Or laugh at his poor ex-boyfriend? Lin Fan's lips curled up in a cold arc. He wanted to hang up immediately, but changed his mind. Some things are better discussed face to face. He pressed the answer button. Hello. One word, cold as ice. Zhou Qianqian on the other end of the phone clearly didn't expect Lin Fan to have this attitude. She was stunned for a moment, then said in a tearful, aggrieved voice, Lin Fan, where are you? I've sent you so many WeChat messages, why don't you reply? WeChat? Lin Fan opened WeChat and took a look. Sure enough, Zhou Qianqian's profile picture had a bright red 99+ on it. He clicked on it casually, and it was filled with nonsense like, Lin Fan, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and please come back. He sneered in his heart. This woman's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Something? Lin Fan's tone remained calm. Lin Fan. I broke up with Wang Yu. Zhou Qianqian's voice sounded extremely pitiful. I just realized that he didn't really like me at all. He just wanted to play with me. I regret it, Lin Fan. You've always been the only one I loved in my heart. If this affectionate confession had been made a few hours ago, it might have made Lin Fan's heart tremble. But now, listening to it in his ears, he only felt extremely disgusting and ridiculous. So what? Lin Fan asked back. Can we make peace? Zhou Qianqian cautiously probed. I know I was wrong. I'll never argue with you over money again. Let's just be like before, okay? Still the same as before? Lin Fan almost laughed out of anger. Like before, letting you feel at ease spending the money I earned from my hard-earned part-time job, and then flirting with other men behind my back, and finally dumping me like trash just because I was poor? No. Lin Fan refused decisively. Zhou Qianqian on the other end of the phone didn't seem to expect Lin Fan to refuse so completely, and she became anxious. Why? Lin Fan, I know you're still mad at me. Listen to my explanation. I was forced to be with Wang Yu. Have you heard? Wang Hao from the student union is Wang Yu's cousin. He was just beaten up at the dance academy. Oh? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, showing some interest. Yeah. Zhou Qianqian thought she had grasped a lifeline and said quickly, I heard that a mysterious tycoon, in order to help the sisters Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, threw 100,000 yuan in cash on the spot, and beat Wang Hao's face until it was swollen. Lin Fan, listen to how terrifying these second-generation rich are. I was afraid that you would be retaliated by them, so I pretended to break up with you. I was doing it to protect you. This speech, which was a distortion of right and wrong and a forced attempt to save face, dumbfounded the three fat men standing by. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with a new understanding of the word shameless. Lin Fan was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He finally saw through the woman's true face. He is a sycophant, despises the poor and loves the rich, and now he wants to put all the blame on others and portray himself as a white lotus who endures humiliation for love? Are you done? Lin Fan's patience had been exhausted. Lin Fan. I'll wait for you at the south gate of Jiangda University. Lin Fan interrupted her directly, his tone cold. There are some things I think it's better to explain to you face to face. I'll give you 10 minutes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Fanzi, you really want to meet her? The fat man looked puzzled. What else can you say to a woman like this? Yes, brother Fan, don't be fooled by her. Li Jun also echoed. Lin Fan shook his head, a cold glint in his eyes. Some accounts must be settled. He is not a saint, and he cannot let go of his grudges and laugh it off after being humiliated. He wanted Zhou Qianqian to see with her own eyes what she had missed. He wanted her to pay the price for her stupidity and snobbery. 10 minutes later, at the south gate of Jiangcheng University, a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped quietly by the roadside. This was something Lin Fan rented temporarily using a mobile app on his way here. Including the driver, it cost 1,000 yuan an hour. When Lin Fan and his three roommates got out of the car, Fatty and the others were still a little dazed, feeling like they were dreaming. This was the first time in their lives that they had ridden in such a luxurious car. Lin Fan saw Zhou Qianqian standing under the streetlight at a glance. She had indeed dressed up carefully today, wearing a white dress and light makeup that made her look pitiful. In the night, she looked like a goddess. When Zhou Qianqian saw Lin Fan getting out of the Mercedes-Benz, her eyes suddenly lit up and she could hardly hide the joy on her face. She just knew it. The matter of that mysterious rich man teaching Wang Hao a lesson must be related to Lin Fan. Her Lin Fan was indeed no ordinary person. Everything that had happened before was definitely a test for her. She hurriedly stepped on her high heels and trotted over to meet him, with what she thought was the most charming smile on her face. Lin Fan. You're here. She stretched out her hand and wanted to hold Lin Fan's arm, but Lin Fan turned sideways and dodged it calmly. Zhou Qianqian's hand froze in mid-air, and her face looked a little embarrassed. Lin Fan, are you still angry with me? She bit her lips in grievance, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Lin Fan felt sick to his stomach watching her superb acting. He pulled his wallet from his pocket, pulled out 200 yuan bills, and handed them to her. What is this? Zhou Qianqian was stunned. Do you remember? Lin Fan's lips curled up in a mocking arc. This afternoon, at the Western restaurant, I used these 200 yuan to pay for our last meal. Now, I'm returning it to you. Zhou Qianqian's face turned pale in an instant. No. No, Lin Fan, please listen to my explanation. That's not what I meant. You know what you mean. Lin Fan interrupted her, his eyes as cold as a knife. I came here today to tell you something. He paused and said word by word. It's over between us a long time ago. I was blind before and treated women like you as treasures. Now, my eyes are better. After saying that, he threw the 200 yuan directly at Zhou Qianqian's feet. The actions were exactly the same as when Wang Yu humiliated him in the afternoon. These 200 yuan are your breakup fee. Lin Fan looked at Zhou Qianqian's pale face, filled with humiliation and disbelief. There was no mercy in his heart, only a sense of pleasure of revenge. He didn't even look at her, turned around and prepared to get in the car.
Lin Fan! Don't go! Zhou Qianqian finally broke down.
She screamed hysterically and rushed over to grab Lin Fan.
You can't do this to me. You said you loved me.
You said you would treat me well forever.
Get lost. Chapter 7. We don't want to stay in the ordinary ward anymore, let us move to the best one.
Lin Fan's cold voice was like a basin of ice water poured over her head, causing the hysterical Zhou Qianqian to shiver instantly. She looked at Lin Fan's emotionless eyes and felt fear from the bottom of her heart for the first time.
Is the man in front of her still the dog Lin Fan who comes when she calls and leaves when she dismisses him? No, not anymore.
His eyes and his aura became extremely strange, so strange that it frightened her. Before she could say another word, the driver who had been waiting by the car quickly stepped forward and politely but firmly stood between her and Lin Fan.
Miss, please respect yourself.
Lin Fan didn't even look at her again.
He opened the car door and got in.
The fat man and the other two quickly got into the car. The moment the car door closed, Zhou Qianqian's face full of despair and regret was completely blocked out. The black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan started smoothly and merged silently into the city's traffic, leaving Zhou Qianqian alone, standing dejectedly under the streetlight, with 200 yuan bills at her feet, trembling slightly in the night wind. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. The farce just now made the fat man and the other two feel a little complicated.
Damn, that's so satisfying.
Fatty Zhang Wei was the first to break the silence, slamming his fist on the soft leather seat.
Fancy, well done. This is how you deal with a gold digger like that.
That's right.
Li Jun also agreed. Look at her last expression. She must be regretting it, right?
She deserved it. Chen Mo, the academic master, pushed his glasses and expressed his opinion. If you hesitate when you should make a decision, you will suffer the consequences.
You did the right thing.
Lin Fan looked at the neon night scene rapidly receding outside the window, but he was not as excited as he had imagined. For him, putting an end to the past with Zhou Qianqian was like cleaning off a piece of chewing gum stuck on the sole of his shoe. Although it was a bit disgusting, it was no longer a problem after it was cleaned off. His heart has already flown to another place.
Master, Lin Fan said to the driver in the front seat, please change the address to Jiangcheng First People's Hospital.
Hospital?
The fat man was stunned for a moment. Fancy, why are you going to the hospital so late?
Lin Fan turned around, seeing the concerned eyes of his brothers, and smiled. My dad is still lying in the hospital. Before, I had no money, so I could only worry. Now that I have money, I have to arrange the best for him as soon as possible. Hearing this, the laughter on the fat man and the other two's faces instantly disappeared, and they all nodded heavily.
Yes. Uncle's illness is the most important. Brother Fan, we'll go with you. Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, Inpatient Department. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening.
The corridor was quiet, with only the lights on at the nurse's station. Lin Fan quietly pushed open the door of Orthopedics Ward 8, and was greeted by a strong smell of disinfectant and various mixed odors. This was a 6-person, ordinary ward, cramped and dimly lit. On the bed by the window lay a haggard, middle-aged man, one leg thickly cast and suspended high. It was his father, Lam Kwok Tung. Mother Zhang Huilan was lying on a small folding chair beside the bed, covered with a thin coat. She had fallen asleep, but her brows were still furrowed, as if she could not feel at ease even in her dreams. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan's heart felt like it was pricked by a needle, sore and painful. These are his parents. They have given so much for him and for this family. He walked over slowly with light steps, took off his coat and gently covered his mother with it. Perhaps his movements had startled his mother, for Zhang Huilan's eyelids moved and she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw her son standing before her, she was startled at first, then immediately sat up straight in nervousness.
Xiao Fan? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay in school?
Her voice was a little hoarse, and her eyes were full of blame and heartache.
Mom, I came to see Dad.
Lin Fan said in a low voice. His voice also woke up Lin Guodong, who was lying on the hospital bed.
Ahem. Is Xiao Fan here?
Lin Guodong struggled to sit up.
Dad, don't move.
Lin Fan quickly stepped forward and held him down. Lie down well.
What are you doing here so late at night, kid?
Lin Guodong's tone was a bit harsh, but the care in his eyes couldn't be concealed.
Go back to sleep, you have classes tomorrow.
Lin Fan looked at his parents' haggard faces and listened to their words that they always put him first. His nose felt sore and his eyes instantly turned red. Dad, Mom, he took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steady and strong. I'm here to tell you some good news. What good news? Zhang Huilan looked at him puzzledly. The money issue is settled, Lin Fan said word by word. I've already transferred the 100,000 yuan surgery fee to your card. You can pay it tomorrow morning. And... He paused, his eyes sweeping across the crowded, noisy ward, his expression becoming incomparably firm. We don't live here anymore. If not here? Lin Guodong was stunned. Where else can I live? Xiaofan, stop messing around. It's over 100 yuan a day here, enough for several meals. This is his father, an honest and hard-working worker who has lived frugally all his life, fearing to spend a penny in vain. Lin Fan felt a warm feeling in his heart. He held his father's hands, which were covered with calluses from years of hard work, and said with a smile, Dad, your son is rich now. Let's not stay in this ordinary ward anymore. Let's move to the best one. One that costs thousands a day and has a private bathroom, a living room, and dedicated nursing staff. Lin Fan's words were powerful, but they left Lin Guodong and Zhang Huilan completely dumbfounded. VIP intensive care unit? What kind of place is that? They've only seen it on TV. It's said that staying there for one day earns more than they earn in a month. Xiao Fan. Are you delirious because of a fever? Zhang Huilan came to her senses and nervously reached out to touch Lin Fan's forehead. What happened to that 100,000 yuan? Tell me the truth. Did you borrow money you shouldn't have? Looking at his parents' panicked expressions, Lin Fan knew that they would never believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. He didn't explain anymore and just pressed the call bell on the bedside. Soon, a young nurse on night shift pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Lin Fan's unfamiliar face, she frowned. Hello, what can I do for you so late at night? Please be quiet and don't disturb other patients. Hello, Lin Fan nodded politely, then got straight to the point. I'd like to change my father's ward. Is there any vacancy in your hospital's best VIP intensive care unit? The young nurse was stunned for a moment. She looked Lin Fan up and down, then looked at this ordinary ward with simple furnishings, and a trace of imperceptible contempt flashed in her eyes. VIP intensive care unit? She had been working here for 2 years and had seen everyone who came to inquire about the VIP ward. They were all either wealthy or noble, surrounded by people and well-dressed. But this was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Fan, dressed in cheap street vendor clothes, come asking about this in the middle of the night. Yes, we do, the nurse said perfunctorily, but it's very expensive, and you'll need to deposit a large sum of money for hospitalization. Are you sure you want to change? Sure. Lin Fan answered without any hesitation. Xiao Fan. Stop it. Zhang Huilan was so anxious that she was about to cry. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and winked at him vigorously. Nurse, I'm sorry, my son, he was just joking. We won't change him, we won't change him. The young nurse curled her lips and showed an expression of I knew it would be like this on her face. If you don't want to change it, please don't ring the call bell in the middle of the night. It really affects our work. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Lin Fan spoke calmly and called her. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, clicked on the glittering bank balance interface, and handed it to the nurse. Now, can you take us to see the ward? The young nurse originally had a look of impatience on her face, but when her eyes fell on the dizzying string of numbers on Lin Fan's mobile phone screen, she was instantly struck by lightning. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her mouth opened subconsciously. The expression on her face changed from contempt to shock, then to disbelief, and finally to deep awe and panic. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, tens of millions. This young man in ordinary clothes actually has over 10 million in his bank account? Oh my God. What kind of fairy did she encounter tonight? I'm sorry, sir. I'll arrange something for you right away. The nurse's voice was trembling. She bowed 90 degrees to Lin Fan, her attitude completely changing. Please wait a moment. I'll contact the director of our department right away. After saying that, she turned around and rushed out of the ward like a gust of wind. Lin Guodong and Zhang Huilan were left staring at Lin Fan in amazement, their minds blank. They just seemed to have caught a glimpse of the string of numbers on their son's phone.
Although it is not very clear, the densely packed Zeros have completely overturned their decades-long understanding of money. Xiao Fan, Zhang Huilan's voice was trembling. How come there is so much money in your phone? Chapter 8. Even the dean was shocked. Who is this person? Lin Fan looked at his parents' expressions, which looked like they had seen a ghost during the day, and felt both amused and sad. He knew how much of a shock this sudden huge sum of money would have on his honest and hard-working parents. He put away his phone, held his father's hand again, and repeated the excuse he had prepared long ago in as calm a tone as possible. Dad, Mom, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you'd worry. Actually, ours is not an ordinary family. My grandfather left a large inheritance, which is managed by a trust fund. The condition is that I must support myself during college and pass the test. Now that the test period is over, I can use this money. This explanation sounds more sustainable and convincing than winning the lottery. Lin Guodong and Zhang Huilan looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Inheritance? Trust? How could these terms, which they had only heard on TV, be related to their ordinary working-class family? Xiao Fan, you are not lying to us, are you? Zhang Huilan still couldn't believe it. Of course not. Lin Fan smiled. Think about it, if I had really done something bad, how could I dare to show off my wealth so openly in the hospital? You can rest assured. From now on, our family will never have to worry about money again. You just need to enjoy life. Leave the rest to me. Lin Fan's words carried an unquestionable confidence and a soothing power. Although Lin Guodong and Zhang Huilan were still confused, they finally felt relieved when they saw their son's determined eyes. Maybe, what my son said is true. At this moment, the door of the ward was pushed open again. This time, it was no longer the young nurse who came in, but a group of doctors in white coats, led by a man with slightly balding hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and who looked to be in his 50s. It was the director of the orthopedics department, Lu Jiangwo. The young nurse who had just run out was following Director Lu closely, her face full of nervousness and anxiety. Lu? Director Lu? Why are you here? Lin Guodong, who was lying on the hospital bed, was shocked when he saw this scene. He thought there was something serious wrong with his condition. Lu Jiangwo didn't look at him first, but instead quickly scanned the ward, finally landing on Lin Fan. When he saw Lin Fan's young and calm face, a subtle flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just now, the young nurse came running to the office in a hurry and said that there was a mysterious rich man with an 8-digit deposit in his card in Ward 8 who wanted to change his father to the best VIP ward. He didn't quite believe it at first. But now it seems to be true. Lu Jiangwo immediately put on a professional yet enthusiastic smile and extended his hand to Lin Fan. Hello, I presume you are Mr. Lin. I'm Lu Jiangwo, the director of the orthopedics department. I'm truly sorry. My nurse was ignorant and neglected you earlier. I want to apologize. His attitude was extremely humble, which formed a sharp contrast with the perfunctory attitude of the young nurse just now. Lin Fan casually extended his hand and shook hands with him. Director Lu, you're too polite. You're welcome, Lu Jiangwo said quickly. Mr. Lin, I've already arranged a ward for your father. It's the best intensive care suite on the top floor of our inpatient department. The environment is absolutely top-notch in Jiangcheng. I'll arrange for someone to transfer your father there right now. Then I'll have to trouble Director Lu. Lin Fan nodded. It's not a problem. It's my duty. I'm serving the patients. Lu Jiangwo waved his hand, and several nurses and doctors who had been prepared behind him immediately stepped forward and began to carefully move Lin Guodong's bed. The posture seemed as if they were not treating an ordinary patient, but a national treasure. Where had Lam Kwok Tung and Chung Weilan ever seen such a scene? I was completely stunned and could only let the medical staff do whatever they wanted, unable to utter a word. The patients and their families in the other beds in the ward were also stunned by this sudden change, and cast curious and envious glances. What's going on? Has the Lin family become prosperous? Oh my God, the department director personally came to arrange a ward change. What kind of treatment is this? That young man just now, is he his son? He looks ordinary, but I didn't expect him to be such a hidden figure. Amidst a flurry of discussion, Lin Fan's family, accompanied by Director Lu and a group of medical staff, left the crowded ordinary ward in a grand procession. Elevator directly to the top floor of the inpatient department VIP area. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Lin Fan was shocked by the scene before him.
This place and the hospital he saw downstairs were completely different worlds. The corridor is covered with soft wool carpets, famous paintings are hung on the walls, the air is filled with a faint scent of incense, and there is no sound at all. It is as quiet as a 5-star hotel. Lu Jiangwo personally led the way and brought them to the door of a suite. "Mr. Lin, this is it." He opened the door and made a pleased gesture. When Lin Fan and his parents walked into the room, they were completely shocked by the scene before them. Where is this ward? This is clearly the presidential suite of a luxury hotel. The nearly 200 square meter space is divided into several areas, including a living room, bedroom, private bathroom, and kitchen. It features a full suite of mahogany furniture and huge floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of Jiangqing's dazzling nightscape. The living room even boasts a high-end stereo system and an oversized LCD TV. Is this the ward? Zhang Huilan's voice was trembling. She didn't even dare to take a step, for fear of bringing the muddy prints on her feet into the ward and dirtying the mirror-like floor. "Yes, Auntie," Lu Jiangwo explained with a smile, "this is the highest standard intensive care suite in our hospital, equipped with a 24-hour professional nursing team. All medical equipment is imported from Germany, so Uncle will definitely receive the best treatment and recuperation." Lin Guodong lay on the top-grade nursing bed that was pushed into the bedroom, feeling the soft and comfortable mattress beneath him. He felt dizzy as if he was dreaming. Just then, there was another knock on the suite door. Lu Jianxuan frowned, thinking it was some blind nurse. He was about to scold her, but when he saw the person standing outside the door, he was stunned. Dean? I saw an old man with gray hair, vigorous spirit, and wearing a Zhongshan suit. He was standing at the door with a happy face, surrounded by a group of senior hospital executives. It was the director of Jiangqing First People's Hospital, Lu Jianhua. Lu Jianhua didn't even look at Lu Jiangwo. His eyes were fixed directly on Lin Fan in the crowd. An extremely enthusiastic smile appeared on his face. He walked quickly forward and stretched out his hands. "I guess this is Lin Fan, Mr. Lin, right? Ha, I'm Lu Jianhua, the director of this hospital. Welcome. This scene not only made Lu Jiangwo drop his jaw in shock, but also scared Lin Guodong and Zhang Huilan so much that they almost fell off the bed and chair. Dean. He is the highest-ranking official in the entire hospital. Normally, they couldn't even see the department director, and now, the director actually came over to shake hands with his own son and even called him little friend? What the hell is going on? Lin Fan was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that just because he wanted to change the ward, even the dean was alarmed. It seems that the power of money is even more terrifying than he imagined. He calmly extended his hand and shook hands with Lu Jianhua, saying neither servilely nor arrogantly, "President Lu, you are so polite." You're welcome. Lu Jianhua smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. He patted the back of Lin Fan's hand enthusiastically. "Little friend Lin, you are an honored guest of our hospital. The finance department just reported to me that someone deposited 100 million yuan in hospitalization fees into our hospital's public account. I guess it was you, little friend Lin, who did it. 100 million. When Lu Jianhua said this number, the whole room instantly fell into deathly silence. Lu Jiangwo's eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. Lin Guodong and Zhang Huilan felt as if their hearts had skipped a beat and their minds went blank. 100 million, as hospital bill? My son, saved 100 million? Zhang Huilan asked tremblingly. Chapter 9 Thompson Epine? Sorry, I paid in full. As soon as Dean Lu Jianhua said this, the air in the entire luxurious suite seemed to be sucked out. 100 million. As hospital bills. This concept has completely exceeded the cognitive limits of everyone present, except Lin Fan. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses of Department Director Lu Jiangwo, his eyes were as big as copper bells, his mouth was open enough to fit a light bulb, and his brain had completely stopped thinking due to excessive shock. Lin Guodong and Zhang Huilan felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. 100 million. Even if their family had saved money without eating or drinking since the Qing dynasty, they would not be able to save even a fraction of this amount. And now, their son actually treated this money as hospital bills and casually deposited it into the hospital's account? Yes, Lin Fan nodded calmly, facing the gazes of the crowd that seemed to be looking at him as if he were an alien, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. My father is in poor health and may need a lot of rehabilitation treatment in the future. I was afraid that I wouldn't have enough money, so I saved a little extra to avoid trouble in the future. Afraid of not having enough money. Save a little more.
Listen. Is this human language? Dean Lu Genoa's smile instantly blossomed like a blooming chrysanthemum. He gripped Lin Fan's hand, tightening his grip a bit, his enthusiasm almost like meeting his long-lost son. Ha 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 ha. Little friend Lin, you are so filial. Don't worry. Your father will definitely enjoy the treatment of a national treasure in our hospital. I will personally take charge and organize the best experts in the hospital to consult with your father and develop the most perfect treatment and rehabilitation plan. I guarantee that your father will recover as quickly as possible. He said this with such finality that he almost patted his chest and issued a military order. Joke. A wealthy man who can easily take out hundreds of millions of cash for hospitalization fees is no longer an ordinary guest, he is the god of wealth descending to earth. Not to mention organizing an expert consultation. Even if Lin Fan said now that he wanted to buy the hospital, he would have to call the board of directors for a meeting immediately. Thank you very much, Dean Lu. Lin Fan said politely. With the director's guarantee, my father's treatment problem was completely solved. Next, there is the issue of my mother's accommodation. He looked at his mother Zhang Huilan, only to see that she was still in a daze, not having recovered from the shock. She sat uncomfortably on the leather sofa that looked very valuable, not daring to move. Lin Fan knew that he had to help his parents adapt to this change in identity as soon as possible. He walked over to his mother and said softly, "Mom, Dad has the best doctors and nurses taking care of him here. You don't have to stay here. I'll take you out and find you a more comfortable place to live." Looking for a place to live? Zhang Huilan looked up blankly. Where should I live? Isn't our house? The old house is too small and too old. We won't be going back there anymore. Lin Fan interrupted her, his tone unquestionable. Let's move to a new home, one that's big and comfortable. After saying this, he pulled his mother, who had not yet fully reacted, without saying anything, and walked out of the hospital with the respectful farewell of President Lu Genoa and a group of hospital executives. Downstairs, the black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was still waiting quietly. Half an hour later, in Jiangqing's most wealthy area. Thompson First Grade. This is the ceiling of housing prices in the entire Jiangqing. Those who can live here are either rich or noble, and their net worth is at least in the billions. It was already late at night when the Mercedes-Benz that Lin Fan and his companions were riding in slowly drove into the sales center of Thompson 1. But the entire sales center was still brightly lit. The magnificent hall, the dazzling crystal chandeliers, and the mirror-clear marble floors all demonstrate the luxury and nobility of this place. Perhaps because it was too late, there were not many customers in the hall. There were only a few sales ladies in exquisite professional suits, gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. When they saw Lin Fan and Zhang Huilan getting out of the Mercedes-Benz, their eyes lit up at the same time. After all, those who can come here in this kind of car are definitely potential big customers. However, when they saw what Lin Fan and Zhang Huilan were wearing, their enthusiasm quickly cooled down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Fan was still wearing a washed-out t-shirt and jeans, while his mother Zhang Huilan was wearing old clothes that could not be simpler. Her face still showed the frost and fatigue left by long journeys and long-term hard work. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like someone who can afford Thompson's first-class wine. I guess it was the online car-hailing driver who dropped us off at the wrong place? A tall sales lady with heavy makeup curled her lips and whispered to her companion. I think so too. Look at how that man is dressed. He looks like a migrant worker who just moved to the city. Another sales lady covered her mouth and sneered. Although their voices were not loud, they still reached Lin Fan's ears clearly in the quiet hall. Lin Fan frowned slightly. It's another scene of looking down on others. He ignored the whispers and pulled his mother straight to the huge sand table model. Where had Zhang Huilan ever seen such a luxurious place? She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She clutched her son's arm tightly and whispered, Xiaofan, is this a place for sale? The houses here must be very expensive, right? Let's go. Mom, it's okay. Lin Fan patted her hand and comforted her, just think of it as a visit. He pointed to the building in the center of the sand table model, which had the best location, and asked, Hello, is there any room left in this building? His voice broke the whispers in the hall. The sales ladies looked at each other and saw mockery in each other's eyes. Ask the king of buildings right away? Is this guy crazy? The heavily made-up saleswoman, named Sun Na, was the sales manager. She walked over slowly in her high heels, a professional smile on her face, but her tone was filled with an undisguised arrogance. Hello, sir.
This is the building you're looking at, Building A, the king of our complex. It has a direct river view and is a duplex in the sky. It's 888 square meters and the price per square meter is 300,000 yuan. The total price is around 260 million yuan. She deliberately raised the price very high, hoping to scare away the poor boy who was ignorant of the immensity of the world with this astronomical figure. In her opinion, someone like Lin Fan probably couldn't even come up with 2 million, let alone 200 million. However, after hearing her offer, Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He just nodded, and then said in an almost commanding tone, "Take me to see the room." The fake smile on Sun Na's face froze instantly. Still, really want to go and see the house? Didn't he understand what 200 million meant? "Sir," Sun Na said with a hint of obvious impatience, "our rules here require capital verification first. Only clients with assets exceeding 100 million are eligible to visit our top-of-the-line model apartments." She felt that since she had spoken so bluntly, the other party would definitely give up, right? But who would have thought that after hearing this, Lin Fan just said "oh" lightly, and then he took out his cell phone. It's that old domestic mobile phone with a cracked screen again. When Sun Na saw the phone, the contempt on her face became even stronger. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Lin Fan leisurely, wanting to see what other tricks he could come up with. The next second, Lin Fan directly put his mobile banking balance interface in front of her. "Now, am I qualified?" When Sun Na's eyes met the dazzling string of numbers on the screen, her pupils instantly dilated to the limit. The arrogance and impatience on her face were replaced by horror and disbelief within 0.1 seconds. What did she see? 1, 10, 100. 100 million. 1 billion. More than 10 billion in bank deposits? Boom. Sun Na's brain was blank, as if something had exploded. She felt her legs going limp uncontrollably and she almost fell to her knees. Oh my God. What kind of deity had she offended today? Yes. I'm sorry. Sir. I didn't recognize you. Sun Na's voice was trembling, and her heavily made-up face turned pale as paper in an instant. Lin Fan didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. He put away his phone and said in a cold tone, "I want this building. No need to look at it, just swipe the card." "Well, what?" I said, "I bought this house worth over 200 million yuan in full." Lin Fan looked at her and repeated word by word, "Now, can you take me to handle the paperwork? Or do you, Thompson Epine, not want to do business with me?" Chapter 10. Isn't this my ex-girlfriend who hates the poor and loves the rich? Sales manager Sun Na's brain completely crashed and she was completely stunned. Full payment? A house worth more than 200 million yuan, and you bought it with full payment without even looking at it? What kind of concept is this? Not to mention that she was a sales manager. Even if the general manager of their Tangchen Epine came, he would probably never have seen such a domineering customer. The other saleswomen in the hall, who had been watching the excitement, were now utterly silent, not daring to breathe. They lowered their heads, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into, fearing they would be noticed by this wealthy man who was pretending to be a pig but was actually a tiger. The words they used to mock each other just now were like loud slaps in the face, burning them. "Sir." Sun Na finally recovered from her extreme shock. A fawning smile, uglier than crying, instantly appeared on her pale face. Her waist was bent almost to a 90-degree angle, and her voice was even more humble than dust. "Sir. Please come this way. I'll take you to the VIP room right away to handle the formalities." "Xiaoli. Xiaozhang. What are you still standing there for? Go and prepare our best coffee and snacks for this distinguished gentleman and aunt." Her voice was sharp and shrill, full of fear and flattery. Lin Fan glanced at her coldly without saying a word. He then pulled his mother, who was still sleepwalking, towards the magnificent VIP room. He is not a saint and will not let bygones be bygones just because the other party apologizes. The best punishment for such a snob is to let her watch me accomplish this amazing achievement that she will never be able to achieve in her lifetime, and then not let her get a single cent of commission. The subsequent procedures went extremely smoothly and efficiently. After learning that a wealthy man wanted to pay full price for the best apartment in the building, the general manager of Thompson One immediately got out of bed and rushed to the sales office in person, bowing and scraping to serve Lin Fan. Swipe the card, sign, and make a contract. In less than half an hour, all the procedures were completed. The top-notch luxury house worth 260 million yuan officially belonged to Lin Fan. Ding!
The host spent 260 million yuan, triggering a tenfold critical strike.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash rebate of 2,600 million yuan.
26 billion.
After spending more than 200 million yuan, Lin Fan's bank card balance did not decrease but increased, directly soaring to more than 13 billion yuan.
Feeling the breathtakingly long string of numbers in his bank card, Lin Fan felt extremely happy. Mr. Lin, here's your purchase contract and property certificate. We've expedited them for you overnight.
Also, this is our Thompson 1, the highest level black gold owner card.
From now on, you'll enjoy top-tier treatment when you spend money at any of our properties.
The general manager held an exquisite sandalwood box in both hands and handed it to Lin Fan respectfully. His attitude was even more filial than that towards his biological father.
Yeah. Lin Fan nodded lightly and took the box.
At this point, all his purposes of coming to Thompson Epine have been achieved. He glanced at his mother, who was still dazed and felt like she was walking on cotton.
He said softly, "Mom, let's go.
I'll take you to your new home to rest first."
Oh, okay. Zhang Huilan nodded mechanically.
Her brain had been in overload since she walked in here, and she still hadn't recovered. Just as Lin Fan and his group were about to leave the sales center, surrounded by the general manager and a group of sales staff, the glass door of the hall was pushed open again. Several young people, surrounded by a young man wearing designer clothes and looking shabby, walked in, talking and laughing. The young man in the lead looked somewhat familiar to Lin Fan. It was Wang Yu, the rich second generation who humiliated him with a stack of money in the Western restaurant that afternoon. The person following Wang Yu like a little follower, carrying his bag, was none other than Lin Fan's ex-girlfriend, Zhou Qianqian, whom he had just dumped. At this moment, the tear marks on Zhou Qianqian's face seemed to have not dried yet, and her eyes were red, but she forced a flattering smile on her face and followed Wang Yu step by step. Her humble appearance was completely different from her previous hysterical appearance in front of Lin Fan.
It's true that we meet everywhere in life.
Lin Fan stopped walking. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc.
What you think will come true?
He was just worrying that no one would share his joy of buying a luxury house, and now the best audience has come to him.
Hey, isn't this young Master Wang? It's so late, and you're here to look at the house too?
Lin Fan spoke with interest, breaking the silence in the hall. Wang Yu was bragging to his friends when he heard someone calling him and subconsciously turned his head. When he saw Lin Fan, he was stunned for a moment, and then his face immediately showed the kind of smile that was unique to rich kids, full of superiority and contempt.
Who was it I thought? Turns out it's you, poor bastard?
Wang Yu looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes as if he were looking at an ant on the side of the road.
What's wrong? Did Qianqian dump you? Are you upset? Are you running to a place like Thompson First Class to see how big the gap is between you and the upper class?
The few rich second generations behind him also burst into laughter.
Brother Yu, don't say that to me. What if I'm applying for a security guard position?
Haha, with his small stature, people would have to think twice about him being a security guard, right? Zhou Qianqian, who was surrounded by them, suddenly had a complicated expression on her face the moment she saw Lin Fan. There is embarrassment and guilt, but more of it is a distorted pleasure of revenge.
Lin Fan. Aren't you aloof? Don't you have integrity? How are you now?
You can only watch me and follow Brother Yu to visit this kind of luxury house that you can never afford in your lifetime. She deliberately leaned closer to Wang Yu, looked down at Lin Fan, and said sarcastically, "Lin Fan, why are you here?
This is not the place for you. Go away and stop embarrassing yourself here."
Her words seemed to be for Lin Fan's benefit, but in fact they were full of boasting and contempt. However, what she didn't expect was that after listening to it, Lin Fan not only didn't feel the slightest bit of inferiority or anger, but instead laughed out loud as if he had heard some huge joke.
Shameful? Lin Fan's eyes flicked between Wang Yu and Zhou Qianqian with amusement.
I think you two are more suitable for this word.
What the hell did you say? Wang Yu's face darkened instantly. Am I wrong?
Lin Fan spread his hands, his smile growing even brighter. A loser who relies on his family to show off, and a gold digger who seamlessly returns to the same relationship after being dumped. The two of you are truly a match made in heaven.
You. Wang Yu and Zhou Qianqian's faces instantly turned purple.
Fuck. You poor bastard, you're still so stubborn. Wang Yu was furious and pointed at Lin Fan's nose and cursed, "I'm going to open your eyes today."
See? Thompson First Class. I'm going to buy a house here today. What about you? You can't even afford a toilet here. As he spoke, he arrogantly shouted to the sales manager's son now beside him, Hey! Hey, come here! Show our brother you the best house here. However, what he didn't expect was Sun Na, the sales manager who usually tried to please him in every way, seemed not to have heard what he said at this moment. She still stood respectfully behind Lin Fan, not even daring to raise her head. Not only her, but even the general manager of their Thompson Epine was standing quietly by like a little follower, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere in the entire sales center was filled with an indescribable weirdness. Wang Yu frowned, feeling something was wrong. At this moment, Lin Fan smiled, shook the exquisite sandalwood box in his hand, and said slowly to Wang Yu and Zhou Qianqian, I'm sorry, I might disappoint you. The best house you liked, Building A, was just bought by me. Oh, I forgot to mention, it's the full amount. Chapter 11 Is your house rented? Come, look at my property certificate. The entire sales hall fell into an eerie silence in an instant. The arrogance and contempt on Wang Yu's face were completely frozen, as if he had been cast under a spell. Zhou Qianqian's face, which had just been filled with a gloating smile, instantly lost all color and turned as pale as paper. Bought it? Full payment? The king of buildings in Thompson Epine? How is this possible? Ha 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 ha. After a brief moment of dead silence, Wang Yu suddenly burst into an exaggerated laugh that was worse than tears. He pointed at Lin Fan, laughing so hard that tears came out, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the century. You bought the best apartment in Thompson first floor? And you paid in full? He gasped. Lin Fan, are you fucking crazy because of poverty? Are you talking nonsense? Do you know how much that apartment cost? Over 200 million. I couldn't even sell you for 10 lifetimes to get that much. The group of friends behind him also reacted and joined in the laughter. That's right. Brother Yu, this kid must have been overwhelmed and has become mentally unstable. Paying back the full amount? I'm dying of laughter. I guess he's never even seen what a property ownership certificate looks like. Zhou Qianqian also recovered from her initial shock. She looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of contempt and pity. In her opinion, Lin Fan's words were undoubtedly the most clumsy lies he told in order to save a trace of pitiful dignity when he was at his wits' end. So sad. However, facing their ridicule, Lin Fan didn't even raise an eyebrow. He didn't even bother to explain to these frogs in the well. Facts speak louder than words. He glanced at Sun Na, the sales manager standing nearby, who was already frightened out of her wits, and said calmly, Manager Sun, right? This Mr. Wang doesn't seem to believe that I bought your house. How about you explain it to him? Sun Na, who was called out, was so frightened that she almost knelt down to Lin Fan on the spot. Explain? How does she explain it? On one side is Wang Yu, a famous rich second generation in Jiangcheng, whom she cannot afford to offend. On the other hand, there is a real god who can easily take out hundreds of billions of savings and buy the king of buildings in full. She is not even qualified to look up to him. Two great gods were fighting, and she, a small sales manager, was caught in the middle, finding it difficult to even breathe. Sun Na's lips trembled, cold sweat kept sliding down her forehead, and she couldn't say a word. Wang Yu became more certain of his guess when he saw Sun Na's reaction. In his opinion, Sun Na was obviously frightened by the madman Lin Fan and did not dare to expose him in person. What kind of explanation is that? Wang Yu snorted disdainfully. What's there to explain about a poor bastard's boasting? He raised his chin proudly, took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, and turned them around on his fingers. The eye-catching Maserati logo on the keys gleamed in the light. I don't want to waste my time with a lunatic like you. He hugged Zhou Qianqian, who was already pale with fear, and said proudly, Qianqian, let's go. I'll take you for a ride. My dad just bought me a Maserati MC20, it's over 3 million. You can experience what it's like to be in the real upper class. After saying that, he put his arm around Zhou Qianqian and, surrounded by a group of friends, walked out the door with an air of pride, as if he were a victorious general. From beginning to end, they never looked at Lin Fan again, as if looking at him any longer would dirty their eyes. Looking at their smug faces, Lin Fan was not angry at all, but laughed instead. He shouted slowly towards their backs, Oh, I forgot to remind you. According to the rules of Thompson Epine, vehicles owned by non-owners are not allowed to enter the community grounds. Wang Yu paused, turned around, and looked at Lin Fan like he was an idiot. Are you fucking crazy? I'm going to park my car in front of your sales office today. I'll see who dares to stop me. After saying that, he walked out without looking back.
The general manager of the sales office watched this scene, sweating profusely. He approached Lin Fan and whispered, Mr. Lin, what do you think of this?
Follow the rules.
Lin Fan said these 4 words lightly.
Yes. I understand.
The general manager immediately understood and gave orders into the intercom in an unquestionable tone.
Attention all security guards. Attention all security guards. A blue Maserati MC20 with the license plate number Jiang A XXXXX is attempting to enter the residential complex. Stop it. If the owner resists, kick them out. Parking lot outside the sales center. Wang Yu is showing off his brand new blue Maserati to Zhou Qianqian and his friends with a proud look on his face.
The streamlined body, exaggerated butterfly doors, and the roar of the engine like a beast attracted waves of admiration and envy from the crowd.
Wow! Brother Yu, this car is so cool. A supercar worth over 3 million. This is the first time I've seen one in my life. Zhou Qianqian's eyes lit up.
She reached out her hand and carefully stroked the cold and smooth car body. The vanity on her face felt unprecedented satisfaction.
Following Wang Yu was indeed the best decision she had ever made in her life. As for that poor bastard Lin Fan, she had long forgotten about him. Everyone get in the car.
Wang Yu waved his hand proudly.
Today, I'll take you to experience the speed and passion in Thompson Epine.
As he said that, he opened the car door, sat in the driving seat, and prepared to start the car, do a handsome drift, and rush into the community. But at this moment,
crack!
Several burly security guards in black uniforms quickly surrounded him as if they had dropped from the sky, holding explosion-proof shields and batons in their hands, and directly surrounded his Maserati. The leading security captain knocked on Wang Yu's car window with an expressionless face.
What are you doing? Wang Yu rolled down the window impatiently and shouted, Are you blind? Didn't you see what kind of car this is? How dare you stop it?
The security captain remained calm and said in a businesslike tone, Hello, sir.
This is Thompson Epine. Non-owner vehicles are prohibited from entering the community grounds.
Please drive away immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures.
What did you say? Wang Yu's anger immediately flared up. I'm a customer who came to buy a house. Is this how you treat customers? Sorry, we only recognize owner cards, not customers. The security captain's tone was still as cold as a piece of iron. You.
Wang Yu was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot.
When had he ever suffered such humiliation?
Just as he was about to get out of the car to argue, Lin Fan and his group also walked out of the sales center slowly. Lin Fan looked at Wang Yu, who was surrounded by security guards and was in a dilemma, with a bright smile on his face.
Hey, Master Wang, what's going on? Aren't you going to take us on a ride of speed and passion? Why are we being stopped by a few guard dogs?
Wang Yu was even more furious when he saw Lin Fan. He felt that all of this must have been Lin Fan's doing.
Lin Fan. Is this you?
He pointed at Lin Fan's nose and cursed, You poor bastard, what qualifications do you have to give orders here?
I'm not qualified?
Lin Fan smiled. He shook the exquisite sandalwood box in his hand and said slowly, I forgot to tell you that I'm not only the owner of this place, but also the owner of the highest level of black gold in your Thompson first grade.
Bullshit. Wang Yu didn't believe it at all. You say you're the owner, so you are? Where's the evidence? Show me your owner card. Owner card?
Lin Fan shook his head, his expression full of pity.
That kind of thing is too low level.
He paused, and in front of everyone, slowly opened the sandalwood box in his hand.
Then, he took out a gold-stamped, brand-new, and ink-scented little red notebook from inside. I usually use this to prove it.
Lin Fan casually threw the property certificate onto the hood of the Maserati, making a crisp click sound.
Have you seen this?
Jiangcheng City Real Estate Certificate.
Owner, Lin Fan.
Property located on the top floor of Building A, Thompson 1. He looked at the face in the car that had been completely distorted by shock and disbelief, and asked word by word.
Now, do I need to prove anything to you? Chapter 12, Your face is green, humiliating me? Do you deserve it? The red real estate title deed lay quietly on the hood of the blue Maserati. The gold-plated national emblem reflects a cold and majestic light under the night lights.
It was like an invisible hammer of judgment, smashing the arrogance, questioning, and ridicule of everyone present to pieces.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment.
The air was as solid as cement.
The expression on Wang Yu's face was extremely wonderful.
From the initial arrogance, to astonishment, to shock, and finally to a deep fear as if seeing a ghost. He stared at the property certificate, opening and closing his mouth, but no sound came out, as if his throat was filled with cement. The group of friends behind him were all pale, their legs were weak, and they didn't dare to breathe.
Zhou Qianqian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reacted even more violently than them.
When she saw the 3 flamboyantly written characters righteousness holder, Lin Fan, on the property certificate, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed in an instant.
It's true. What he said was actually all true. Pay full price to buy the top floor apartment in Thompson 1.
The ex-boyfriend she had dumped like trash, the one she despised as someone who would never be able to make a comeback, had suddenly become a wealthy man above the clouds that she couldn't even look up to?
This is not a movie.
An indescribable feeling of regret and absurdity, like the most vicious poison, instantly corroded her limbs and bones. She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe.
Why? Why is this happening?
If she hadn't said the word breakup this afternoon. If she could have waited a few more hours.
So now, standing next to this Maserati, enjoying everyone's envious and awe-inspiring gazes, shouldn't she be the one?
Once this thought arose, it was like billions of ants gnawing at her heart frantically, making her feel miserable.
No. Impossible. This must be fake.
Zhou Qianqian pushed open the car door in a daze and staggered to the front of the car. She stretched out her trembling hands and wanted to pick up the property certificate, as if she wanted to verify with her own hands whether this was a nightmare.
Bang! A crisp sound.
Lin Fan moved as fast as lightning, slapping her directly on the back of her hand. The force was not great, but it was extremely insulting.
Don't touch it.
Lin Fan's voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. A woman like you is not worthy of touching my things. Zhou Qianqian's hand suddenly retracted, and the back of her hand was red, but she didn't feel any pain at all.
Because the humiliation and pain in my heart have already overshadowed everything.
She raised her head, and her face, which was delicately made up, was now covered with tear marks, and she looked disheveled.
Lin Fan.
Her voice was filled with tears and pleading, I was wrong.
I was really wrong. Can you forgive me? Let's start over. Restart?
Lin Fan looked as if he had heard a huge joke. He looked down at this woman who had despised him a second ago but was now as humble as a dog, his eyes full of disgust and ridicule.
Zhou Qianqian, do you think that all men are like you, commodities that can be measured by money? No, that's not it. Put away your cheap tears.
Lin Fan interrupted her directly, his tone as cold as a knife. In my eyes, you are no different from the garbage on the roadside.
Seeing you makes my eyes dirty.
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the woman who had completely collapsed, but instead turned his gaze to Wang Yu, who had remained silent from beginning to end and was already scared silly. Lin Fan slowly walked to his car window, bent down, and had a playful smile on his face.
Young Master Wang, right?
Wang Yu shuddered with fear, and the blood color on his face disappeared in an instant, even his lips turned white.
Lin, brother Lin, no, Master Lin.
His voice was trembling, and there was no trace of his previous arrogance.
I didn't recognize a great man. I didn't know it was you. I apologize. Apologize?
Lin Fan smiled. How much do you think your apology is worth? He paused, and his eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath.
This afternoon, at the Western restaurant, your cousin Wang Hao humiliated me in this way, right?
He pointed to the blue Maserati.
A car worth over 3 million, is that something?
As he spoke, Lin Fan took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call in front of everyone.
Hello, is this the Ferrari Center?
I need you to send me the most expensive SF90 in stock in all colors to Thompson first now, immediately.
Yes, all colors. I want them all. Money is not an issue. After hanging up the phone, the entire parking lot fell into deathly silence.
Everyone seemed to be cast into petrification, staring blankly at Lin Fan, their brains completely losing the ability to think.
Ferrari SF90?
That SA top-of-the-line supercar with a landing price of over 7 million.
All colors, all of them? Is this something a human could do?
Wang Yu was so frightened that his whole body was shaking. He felt that today he might have kicked a piece of iron plate harder than Mount Everest.
Lin. Master Lin. He stammered, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Let you go?
Lin Fan's lips curled up in a cold arc. He remembered the condescending look on Wang Yu's face when he threw the stack of money on the table in the afternoon. He reached out and gently patted Wang Yu's face, which had already lost all color. You'll always have to pay for what you've done. He pulled his wallet out of his pocket and took out all the cash inside, probably a few $1,000s. Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he threw the stack of money hard on Wang Yu's face.
Movements, postures, eyes. Exactly the same as Wang Yu in the afternoon.
Here. Lin Fan looked at Wang Yu's face, which was filled with humiliation and fear, and said word by word.
This is a reward for you. Remember this from now on.
Before you think about humiliating others, first consider yourself and see if you are worthy enough. Now, take your garbage truck and that garbage woman and get out of my sight. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. 2. Before he could finish his words, Wang Yu stepped on the accelerator like a rabbit whose tail was stepped on. The Maserati worth more than 3 million yuan let out a terrified roar and rushed out of the parking lot in a panic without even turning on the headlights, looking as miserable as a stray dog. Looking at the blue phantom fleeing in panic, Lin Fan's heart was filled with clarity. All the humiliation and unwillingness, at this moment, turned into the most satisfying pleasure. He slowly exhaled, as if exhaling the humble self of the past. From today on, he will usher in a brand new era belonging to the super-rich Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, the general manager standing by, was already trembling with fear. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously stepped forward to ask, Look, are we going back to your new home now? Chapter 13, The Invitation from the Cold School Beauty. This might not be a Hongmen banquet. As Wang Yu's blue Maserati disappeared in the night in a panic, the farce finally came to an end. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and exhaled all the anger in his heart, leaving only a refreshed feeling. He glanced at the general manager of Thompson First Class beside him, who was still hunched over, looking like he was waiting for his fate. Okay, there's nothing for you to do now, go and get busy. Lin Fan waved his hand casually. Yes. Take care, Mr. Lin. The general manager nodded and bowed repeatedly as if he had been pardoned. Then he tactfully led a group of employees back to the sales center, not daring to disturb them for another second. Soon, only Lin Fan and the quietly waiting Mercedes-Benz S-Class were left at the scene. Oh, and his mother, Zhang Huilan, who seemed like she was living in a dream from beginning to end. Mom, get in the car. I'll take you to see your new home. Lin Fan opened the car door and said softly. Okay. Zhang Huilan woke up as if from a dream. She looked at her son, then at the luxurious car, her eyes still full of unreality. She felt that from the moment she walked into the hospital tonight, her outlook on life over the past few decades had been pressed to the ground and rubbed back and forth 100 times. It seemed as if her own son had really become a great and important figure whom she did not recognize at all. The Mercedes-Benz drove smoothly towards the underground garage of Building A of Thompson 1. Along the way, Zhang Huilan held the handrail beside her tightly, without saying a word, but just stared through the car window at the greenery in the community that looked like a royal garden and the buildings that looked like palaces. Everything here was beyond her imagination. Go to the elevator, swipe your card to enter, and open the heavy rosewood door. When the 888 square meter aerial duplex mansion appeared before her eyes in a visually impactful way, Zhang Huilan's breath stopped again. A grand living room with a 10-meter high ceiling, a crystal chandelier as dazzling as a galaxy, and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows with a dazzling river view that seems within reach. Every detail here exudes an air of inhumanity and extravagance. Xiaofan, this place will be our home from now on? Zhang Huilan's voice was trembling. Yes, Lin Fan smiled as he pulled out a pair of brand new slippers from the shoe cabinet nearby. He squatted down and personally changed them for his mother. Mom, you'll live here from now on. You can choose whichever room you want. There are 6 bedrooms, a separate audio-visual room, a gym, a sky garden. If you don't feel like cooking, just call and a Michelin 3-star chef will come to your house. Hearing what her son said, Zhang Huilan's eyes became red unconsciously. She didn't do it for the mansion, but for her son's filial piety. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Lin Fan's hair, her voice choked with sobs. Silly child. Mom doesn't need to live in such a nice place. As long as you are safe and sound, Mom will be satisfied.
That won't do.
Lin Fan stood up, holding his mother's hand, his eyes determined. Before, I was incompetent and made you and Dad suffer.
Now that I'm capable, I must give you the best.
You and Dad, just enjoy yourself.
Leave everything else to me.
These words, like a warm current, instantly flowed into Zhang Huilan's heart, washing away the last trace of uneasiness and doubt in her heart. She looked at her son, who seemed to have been reborn overnight and became mature and responsible. She smiled with relief, but 2 lines of tears rolled down her eyes. After settling his mother down, Lin Fan did not stay in his new home for too long. He is now like a child who has just got a favorite toy and can't wait to experience and explore this new world full of infinite possibilities.
He asked the driver of the car rental company to take him back to school first.
After all, he is still nominally a student of Jiangcheng University. When I returned to dormitory 404, it was already past 1 in the morning. Fatty Zhang Wei and Li Jun were bragging to the academic master Chen Mo about the battle of the century that had just taken place in front of the entrance of Thompson Epine. The 3 of them were so excited that they couldn't sleep at all. When he saw Lin Fan coming back, the fat man was the first to jump out of bed.
Fuck. Brother Fan, you're finally back. How's it going? Is Auntie okay? It's fine. We've settled in.
Lin Fan smiled and threw a few bottles of imported mineral water he took from the car to them.
TSK, Evian. Brother Fan is so particular even about drinking water now. Li Jun unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip happily.
Lin Fan ignored their teasing.
He washed his face and then lay down on his familiar, hard wooden bed.
After a busy night, it was only at this moment that he finally had some time for himself. He closed his eyes and his mind began to quickly recall everything that happened tonight. From being dumped, to obtaining the system, to solving his father's medical expenses, helping the school beauty out of trouble, and finally buying Tangchen Epine in full, publicly slapping his ex-girlfriend in the face.
All of this seems like a bizarre dream.
But the balance of more than 13 billion in his bank card reminded him very clearly that all this was true.
His life has completely taken off.
Buzz. Just then, the phone vibrated beside the pillow. Lin Fan picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message. When you click on it, the avatar is a dancing white swan, noble and cool.
It's Su Qingxue. Lin Fan, are you asleep?
The news was simple, but it made Lin Fan raise his eyebrows slightly.
Why is this cold school beauty not sleeping in the middle of the night looking for me?
Lin Fan thought for a moment and replied with 2 words, no.
Almost an instant reply. Shua, thank you again for what happened tonight.
Lin Fan, you're welcome.
I just saw injustice. Shua, we will definitely return the 100,000 yuan.
It's just that, our family's situation is quite special right now, so it might take a little time.
I hope you don't mind. There is a sense of seriousness and stubbornness between the lines.
Lin Fan smiled.
This icy school beauty is actually a real person.
Lin Fan, I already told you not to pay it back.
Consider it a good deed I'm doing every day.
After sending this message, the other party fell silent. A full 5 minutes passed. Just when Lin Fan thought she wouldn't reply, a new message popped up.
Shue, no.
I can't accept help from others for no reason. How about this? To express my gratitude, I'd like to treat you to dinner tomorrow night.
Do you have time? Treat me to a meal?
Lin Fan looked at the message, and the smile on his lips became more and more amused.
What is this cold school beauty up to? In the name of gratitude, you actually want to talk about paying the money back, right?
However, he seemed to have no reason to refuse having dinner with a beautiful woman, especially with the most unapproachable iceberg campus beauty in Jiang University.
Lin Fan, as for time, if you squeeze it in, you'll always find some.
Shua, okay, how about tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, at Jinjiaxuan, opposite the west gate of the school?
Lin Fan, no problem. After reaching an agreement, the two ended their conversation.
Lin Fan put down his phone, put his hands behind his head, looked at the ceiling, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes.
Jinjiaxuan is a famous high-end private restaurant in Jiangcheng, and the average consumption per person is not low.
It seems that this icy school beauty is ready to spend a lot of money to repay this favor.
Hee, interesting.
Lin Fan muttered to himself. He suddenly began to look forward to tomorrow's dinner.
However, on second thought, he felt something was wrong. Su Qingxue gave him the impression that she was not the type of person who would easily invite a boy to dinner.
No matter how you look at it, there's something unusual about today's dinner.
Isn't this the Hongmen banquet? Chapter 14, The Provocation of the Rich Second Generation. Wang Hao, are you competing with me in wealth? No words were spoken that night. The next day, Lin Fan was awakened by the fat man Zhang Wei's pig slaughtering howling. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Brother Fan! You're famous! You're on the headlines of our school's forum. Lin Fan sat up from the bed with sleepy eyes and saw the fat man holding a mobile phone, jumping up and down like a monkey, his face full of excitement and shock. What's going on all of a sudden? Lin Fan yawned and picked up his phone. On the screen, the campus forum of Jiangcheng University has been completely ignited by a post. Shocking news! Last night at the Thomson Epine sales office, a mysterious student from our school spent 260 million yuan to buy the top-rated apartment. It's suspected this is related to a breakup with his ex-girlfriend. Below the post, there are a few blurry photos that were taken secretly by an unknown person. In the photo, Lin Fan's blurry profile and Wang Yu and Zhou Qianqian's disheveled backs are clearly visible. The poster used an insider's tone to exaggerate what happened last night, describing it as a thrilling urban story of a poor boy gets dumped, becomes rich overnight, spends hundreds of millions, and slaps his money-worshipping ex-girlfriend in the face. The comments section of the entire post has completely exploded. What the hell? 260 million? In full? Which god has descended to earth? That guy in the photo looks familiar. He seems to be from the School of Economics and Management. Lin Fan? I've never heard of him before. Don't talk nonsense, that's absolutely fake. Is this a photoshopped picture? How could there be such an awesome rich guy in our school? I can testify. It's true. My cousin works at Thomson first floor. She said their general manager rushed over there overnight. It was a terrifying scene. Is that girl Zhou Qianqian, the beauty from the College of Arts? Wasn't she hooking up with Wang Yu from the student union? How is she involved with this Lin Fan now? Your social circle is so messed up. So, the truth is that Zhou Qianqian dumped Lin Fan and followed Wang Yu, and it turns out Lin Fan is a hidden tycoon who pulled off a powerful counterattack? Holy crap! This plot is even more exciting than any novel I've ever read. Zhou Qianqian must be regretting this to death. Looking at these comments, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that. He just wanted to settle some personal grudges in a low-key manner, but ended up causing such a big commotion. Brother Fan, you're a big shot in our school now. Li Jun came over to take a look and exclaimed in amazement. Now that's great, I guess all the girls in the school want to meet you, the mysterious rich man, but if it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Lin Fan was very open-minded. He stretched and jumped off the bed. Who cares? If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Let's go eat. Lin Fan spent the entire afternoon in the library. It's not for the purpose of studying, but to avoid the swarms of admirers who come after hearing the news. Ever since the forum post went viral, his phone hadn't stopped ringing, with all sorts of stranger friend requests practically blowing up. Some daring girls even went so far as to stake out their dorm, making it feel like a celebrity chasing scene. It was not until the evening that Lin Fan slipped out of the library on time, ready to attend Su Qingshue's Hongmen banquet. Jinjiaxuan. Opposite the west gate of Jiangcheng University, there is a well-known Chinese private restaurant. The decoration here is antique, the environment is quiet, and the consumption is naturally not low. It is the first choice for many young couples who pursue romance and rich second generations to date. When Lin Fan arrived, it was just past 7 o'clock. After he gave Su Qingshue's name, a waiter in Cheongsam smiled and led him to a private room by the window on the second floor. When you push open the carved wooden door, a faint orchid fragrance hits you in the face. In the private room, a beautiful figure was already waiting there quietly. Su Qingxue was obviously dressed up carefully today. She did not wear the tight training clothes she usually wore for dance practice. Instead, she changed into a light blue long dress. Her waist-length hair was draped softly behind her shoulders, and her beautiful face was painted with a thin layer of light makeup. It is less cold and distant than usual, and more gentle and elegant like the Jiangnan water towns. When she saw Lin Fan coming in, a barely perceptible ripple flashed across her cold phoenix eyes. She then stood up and nodded slightly. You're here. Well, you're not late, are you? Lin Fan smiled and sat down opposite her. No, I just got here too. Su Qingshu sat down again and pushed an exquisite menu in front of Lin Fan. Take a look at what you want to eat.
Lin Fan didn't hesitate to take the menu and glanced at it, and found that the prices of the dishes were indeed not cheap. He randomly pointed at a few signature dishes and then returned the menu to the waiter.
That's all.
After the waiter left, the private room fell into silence for a moment.
The atmosphere was somewhat awkward.
Lin Fan picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and leisurely looked at the icy school beauty sitting opposite him, who seemed a little nervous.
He wanted to see what she wanted to say to him. Su Qingshu was the first to lose her temper.
She took out a bank card from her bag, gently placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Lin Fan.
Here, there's 20,000 yuan.
Her voice was a little low, as if she was a little embarrassed. I know it's still a far cry from 100,000 yuan.
But, this is all the savings you and I can take out right now. As for the rest of the money, we will definitely find a way to pay you back as soon as possible.
Lin Fan looked at the bank card and smiled helplessly. It turned out to be because of this matter.
I already told you, you don't have to pay me back. He pushed the bank card back. If you're treating me to dinner just for this, I won't be able to enjoy the meal in peace.
But
nothing.
Lin Fan interrupted her directly, leaning forward slightly, his dark eyes staring directly into Su Qingshu's cold eyes, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Su University Campus Belle, you don't think that I'm helping you just for your money, do you?
Being stared at by Lin Fan so intently, Su Qingshu's heart skipped a beat for no reason. She subconsciously avoided Lin Fan's gaze, and a blush quietly appeared on her cheeks.
Then what do you want? She asked in a low voice.
4. Lin Fan deliberately stretched out his words. Just when Su Qingshu's heart was about to jump out of her chest with nervousness, he laughed heartily and leaned back in his chair.
Just for fun, okay? You. Su Qingshu was embarrassed and angry.
She felt like she was being fooled, and her pretty face turned red. Looking at her rare cute and innocent look, Lin Fan found it extremely amusing. He discovered that this iceberg didn't seem to be that cold after all.
Just then. Bang! The door of the private room was violently kicked open from outside. An arrogant voice followed. Su Qingshu. I've been looking for you all day. How dare you still be in the mood to eat with another man here? Lin Fan's brows furrowed instantly.
He looked back and saw a young man with an angry face and sinister eyes standing at the door. It was none other than the rich second-generation Wang Hao who was scared to death by him using 100,000 yuan last night. Behind Wang Hao, there were a few young men from society who did not look like good people. They looked ferocious and had bad intentions. The moment Wang Hao saw Lin Fan, he was stunned at first, and then the fear was quickly replaced by an even stronger anger and humiliation. After he went back last night, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. His cousin Wang Yu also called him later and exaggerated the story of how he was humiliated at the door of Thompson Epine. When the two brothers discussed it, they both felt that Lin Fan must have been lucky and must have swindled some money from somewhere and was deliberately showing off in front of them.
What super rich man?
How could a guy wearing cheap clothes and using a broken phone be a super rich person?
He must be fake.
Today, he was going to expose this liar's true face. By the way, he wanted to get back the face he lost last night, with interest. So it's you, poor bastard. Wang Hao pointed at Lin Fan's nose and grinned. There's a road to heaven but you didn't take it, and there's no door to hell but you barged in. I let you get away with it last night, but today, let's see how you can still pretend.
Su Qingshu's face turned pale in an instant.
She had never expected that Wang Hao would find this place. She subconsciously stood up, blocking Lin Fan's way, and shouted at Wang Hao, "Wang Hao!
What do you want to do? This is a restaurant. If you dare to mess around again, I'll call the police."
Call the police? Wang Hao said, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Call the police? I wonder if they'll arrest me or this gigolo who cheated you out of $100,000. As he spoke, he walked up to Lin Fan with an arrogant look on his face, looking down at him with eyes full of contempt and disdain.
Kid, don't think I don't know.
The 100,000 yuan you gave me last night was just a pretense.
It must have been borrowed from a loan shark somewhere, right?
Today, I will let you know what it means to be truly rich. Wang Hao took out a black bank card from his pocket and slammed it hard on the table, making a loud noise.
See? This supplementary card my dad gave me has a 5 million limit.
He pointed at Lin Fan and said provocatively.
Do you dare to compete with me to see who is richer? Chapter 15. All expenses tonight will be paid by me, Master Lin. Wang Hao slammed the black card with a limit of 5 million on the table. The loud noise, accompanied by his arrogant provocation, echoed in the quaint private room, full of nouveau riche show-off and complacency. In his opinion, this bank card representing 5 million in liquid funds is his trump card. It is enough to crush this ignorant poor boy into pieces. The few young men behind him immediately joined in the commotion, rubbing their hands in anticipation, and looking at Lin Fan as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered. Boy, did you hear that? Brother Hao is competing with you for money. Do you dare to answer it? Ha, I don't think he can even come up with 50,000 yuan. 5 million. Hurry up and kneel down to kowtow to Brother Hao and admit your mistake, or I'll make you walk out sideways today. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Su Qingshue's face grew paler. She clenched her fists tightly, shielding Lin Fan behind her. For the first time, panic and fear appeared in her cold, phoenix eyes. She was not afraid of what Wang Hao would do to her, but she was afraid that Lin Fan would be hurt because of her. However, what she didn't expect was Lin Fan, who was in the center of the storm, remained as steady as a rock. He didn't even raise his eyelids. He picked up the teacup, blew gently on the tea leaves floating on it, and took a sip slowly. He looked so calm and composed, as if these ferocious guys in front of him were just a group of buzzing flies. You! Lin Fan's attitude of being completely ignored made Wang Hao feel like he had used all his strength but punched cotton. He felt extremely frustrated and angry. Are you fucking deaf? I'm asking you a question. He pointed at Lin Fan's nose and shouted angrily. Lin Fan then slowly put down the teacup. He raised his head and glanced at the black bank card on the table with a look as if he was looking at a fool. Then he smiled. The smile was so casual, so disdainful. 5 million? He uttered 3 words softly, his tone full of undisguised sarcasm. Wang Hao, right? Lin Fan leaned back lazily on the armchair, his hands folded in front of him. His posture was like that of an emperor examining a prisoner. I thought your cousin Wan Yu was stupid enough. I didn't expect you to be even more stupid than him. What did you say? Wang Hao's eyes turned red instantly. Am I wrong? Lin Fan's lips curled up in a playful arc. You want to show off your mere 5 million yuan in front of me? Do you think you deserve it? Fuck your mother. Wang Hao was completely enraged. He felt like his dignity had been ruthlessly trampled under Lin Fan's feet. He waved his hand violently and yelled at the young men behind him, what the hell are you still standing there for? Come on. Break his legs first. Those young men had been waiting impatiently for a long time. When they heard the order, they immediately approached Lin Fan with a grin. Su Qingxue was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed, no. At this critical moment, Lin Fan was still sitting on the chair, not moving at all. He simply raised his eyelids lightly, glanced at the thugs who rushed over, and then uttered 2 words in a voice that was not loud but loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Stop. The voice was not loud, but it carried an inexplicable majesty and penetrating power. The footsteps of those thugs subconsciously stopped. They looked at Lin Fan's eyes, which were as black as ink and calm without a trace of ripples, and a chill inexplicably rose in their hearts, as if they were facing not a helpless student, but a dormant prehistoric beast. The entire private room fell into an eerie silence again. Wang Hao was also stunned. He didn't expect that the thugs he hired with his own money would be intimidated by Lin Fan's words. You fucking Wang Hao. Lin Fan spoke calmly, interrupting Wang Hao's roar. Don't you want to compete with me for money? Okay. I'll play with you today. As he spoke, Lin Fan slowly stood up. He didn't take out any bank card to show off like Wang Hao did. He simply straightened his collar, then walked out of the private room slowly and leisurely. You, what do you want to do? Want to run away? Wang Hao looked at Lin Fan's back and asked subconsciously. Lin Fan didn't answer him. He walked straight to the railing on the second floor and looked down at the packed and bustling restaurant hall downstairs. Then, he did something that everyone present would never forget. He cleared his throat and channeled his internal energy into his dantian. Oh no, he concentrated all his strength into his throat. Then, with a loud voice that could penetrate all the noise and resound throughout the restaurant, he announced. Everyone! Quiet down. His voice, like thunder from a clear sky, instantly attracted the attention of all the diners downstairs. At that moment, hundreds of eyes were focused on the young man in an ordinary t-shirt standing by the railing on the second floor. What's going on? Who is that person? I don't know, he looks like a student. What does he want to do? Propose? Amidst the whispers and curious glances, Lin Fan showed a bold and confident smile on his face. He slowly raised a hand and pointed at Wang Hao, who was standing at the door of the private room in a daze. The one next to me, Wang Hao, young Master Wang. He's in a good mood today and wants to compete with me to see who's richer. I think it's not that interesting to compete with just the two of us. So? Lin Fan paused, his eyes sweeping over every astonished face downstairs, and then, in a shocking and domineering tone, he uttered the classic quote that would be recorded in the history of super rich. Tonight. Everyone in this restaurant. All the consumption. It's all up to me, Lin Fan, Master Lin. Pay the bill. Boom. These words were like an atomic bomb, exploding in the restaurant hall of Jinjiaquan. The whole world, at this moment, seemed to have lost its voice. All those who were eating, chatting, and making love stopped what they were doing, and were stunned with their mouths wide open. They stared at the young man on the second floor who was looking down at everyone like an emperor, with eyes as if he were looking at a god, a devil, or an alien. Pay the bill? Pay for everyone in the audience? Did they hear right? You know, Jinjiaquan is a famous high-end restaurant in Jiangcheng. There are at least 100 or 200 people dining here tonight. Moreover, those who can come here to consume are either rich or noble. The dishes they order and the wine they open are all very expensive. The total consumption of the entire venue that night was at least several million, maybe even tens of millions. This person. He actually wants to pay for everyone? Is he crazy? After a brief silence, the entire restaurant erupted in unprecedented, thunderous cheers and screams. Holy crap! Awesome! Super rich! Where did this super rich man come from? Mr. Lin? I remember this name. So damn handsome. Waiter! Waiter! Open for me that bottle of 1982 Lafite that I didn't want to order. And me. Give me 10 of the most expensive Australian lobsters in your store. The entire restaurant instantly turned into a sea of joy. Everyone is crazy. Wang Hao and his group of young men, who were standing at the door of the private room on the second floor, were completely petrified. Their faces were pale and their bodies were cold. They stared blankly at the back of the person who was in the spotlight and enjoying everyone's cheers and admiration. Their minds were blank. Comparing consumption with everyone else in the audience? And then, he would pay for everything by himself? What the hell is this magical trick? Wang Hao felt that at this moment, his worldview was completely crushed by Lin Fan in a way that he could not understand or imagine. He looked down at the black card in his hand that he was so proud of, with a limit of 5 million. In the face of Lin Fan's bold statement of everyone will pay for it. This card is like a joke. What a huge joke. How about it? Lin Fan slowly turned around and walked back to Wang Hao, who was already frightened silly, with a faint smile on his face, as if he was looking down at an ant like a god. Now, do you still want to compete with me for money? Chapter 16, 5 million spent, 1,000 times critical hit, 5 billion. Want to compare? How else to compare? Wang Hao looked at the man in front of him who had a faint smile on his face but seemed to be shrouded in brilliant light. He felt as if his throat was being strangled by an invisible hand and he couldn't utter a single syllable. Incomparable. This is not a contest of the same dimension at all. His proud balance of 5 million seemed as small as a speck of dust in the universe in front of this earth-shattering statement of everyone pays for it. What is dimensionality reduction attack? That's it. He finally understood that he had been just a self-righteous clown from the beginning to the end. No one takes him seriously at all. Plop. A muffled sound. Wang Hao's legs could no longer support his body, which had long been filled with fear and humiliation, and he collapsed to the ground. His arrogant face had now lost all color, his eyes were dull, and his lips were trembling, like a puppet that had been drained of all its energy. The young men behind him were even more frightened. Their faces turned pale as paper and they retreated one after another, fearing that they would be angered by this unfathomable rich man. The entire entrance to the private room on the second floor was deathly silent. It formed an extremely sharp and ironic contrast with the thunderous cheers and enthusiasm downstairs. Su Qingxue stood aside, also completely stunned.
Her cold phoenix eyes, which had seen all kinds of big scenes, were now filled with incredible shock. She stared blankly at Lin Fan's back, which was not very tall but looked extremely majestic at the moment. Her heart was like a calm lake where a huge rock was thrown into, causing huge waves. Is this what he meant by just for fun? Spending millions just for fun? This man, what kind of existence is he? Lin Fan didn't even glance at Wang Hao, who was completely frightened. For such ants, you would rather step on them to death than dirty your shoes. He turned around and snapped his fingers at the restaurant manager who had heard the noise and was standing not far away with a look of fear and excitement on his face. Manager, huh? Yes. Hello, Master Lin. The manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He trotted over, his face filled with the most humble yet enthusiastic smile, his waist almost bent at a 90-degree angle. My last name is Zhao, and I'm the general manager of Jinjiaxuan. Master Lin, what can I do for you? It's not really in order, Lin Fan said calmly. Go calculate the total amount of all the consumption from the time the restaurant opened until now. Once you've calculated it, give me the bill. Okay. I'll go right away. Manager Zhao's face flushed with excitement, and he nodded and bowed repeatedly. This is a great thing. Not only did he suddenly gain a huge amount of turnover, but more importantly, he made friends with this truly elusive rich man. For Jinjiaxuan, this is a great opportunity that fell from the sky. He did not dare to delay in the slightest and immediately took out his intercom and issued instructions to all employees in an almost roaring tone. Attention, all departments. Attention, all departments. Stop taking orders immediately. Take inventory of all the bills for tonight. Finance, HR, everyone. Get the hell started. Within 3 minutes, I want to see the most accurate total bill. Anyone who makes a mistake will be fired tomorrow. At the command, the entire Jinjiaxuan's logistics system began to operate frantically with unprecedented super high efficiency. In the restaurant hall, the carnival atmosphere reached its peak. All the diners were cheering wildly for the Mr. Lin whom they had never met before, holding up their wine glasses and paying the highest respect to the mysterious figure on the second floor. Mr. Lin is awesome. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Today really opened my eyes. If anyone says anything bad about Master Lin in the future, I'll be the first to get angry with him. Lin Fan listened to the heartfelt praises from downstairs and a faint smile appeared on his face. This is exactly the effect he wants. Use the most direct and shocking way to make everyone remember his name. He wanted the words Lin Fan to become an indelible legend in Jiangqing's upper-class society from today on. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue walked to his side, looking at his profile that looked a little unreal under the light, and said with a hint of complicated emotions in her voice, You really want to? What else? Lin Fan glanced back at her and smiled. I've already boasted, so I can't go back on my word, right? But, how much will this cost? Su Qingxue's tone was full of worry. Although she didn't know the exact number, she knew with her toes that it was definitely an astronomical figure. Don't worry. Lin Fan gave her a reassuring look. This little money is nothing to me. He is telling the truth. Not to mention millions, even tens of millions or hundreds of millions are just a fraction of his bank card balance of more than 13 billion. Not to mention. He also has the system, a powerful weapon. Lin Fan's mind moved, and he asked the system in his mind. System, can a purchase like this paying the entire bill trigger a critical hit? Ding. Of course. And, because this consumption behavior has greatly enhanced the host's social reputation and created a sensational positive effect, the system will grant a special reward. This purchase will increase the probability of triggering a high multiplier critical hit by 50%. The probability of triggering a 1,000-fold or more critical hit will increase by 10%. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Good job. There is such a good thing? He was worried about his more than 10 billion yuan and didn't know how to spend it. Now it's great, someone will give you a pillow just when you feel sleepy. Just then. Manager Zhao ran back panting, holding a tablet computer. His face was filled with excitement and shock, even his voice was trembling. Mr. Lin. The bill is here. How much? Lin Fan asked calmly. Manager Zhao took a deep breath and reported a number that made everyone present gasp. The total is 5,378,600 yuan. More than 5 million. When Su Qingxue heard this number, she instantly felt dizzy and almost fell down.
Over $5 million spent on one meal? This is crazy.
Wang Hao, who was slumped on the ground, looked as pale as death after hearing this number. His last bit of hope was completely shattered. His 5 million credit limit is not even enough to pay other people's bills.
Don't count the small change. However, after hearing this number, Lin Fan didn't even frown.
He took out his phone and said calmly, "Let's calculate it as 5 million.
Swipe the card."
As he spoke, he handed his mobile banking QR code to Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao looked at the simple QR code interface and felt that what he was holding was not a POS machine, but the door to a new world.
With trembling hands, he aimed at the QR code and scanned it lightly. Drop. Payment successful.
5 million, just spent so casually. The whole process was so smooth and fast that people didn't even have time to react. Everyone present looked at Lin Fan's calm and composed appearance, and only one thought remained in their minds. This is the real rich man.
And at the moment when the payment is successful.
At the same time, a heavily exciting system notification sound rang out in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding! Host spent 5 million yuan. High multiple critical hit probability enhancement effect triggered. Randomizing the multiplier. Ding!
Congratulations to the host.
Triggered. 1,000-fold critical hit.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash rebate of 5 billion yuan.
5 billion. Boom!
Lin Fan's brain also started buzzing violently the moment he saw this string of numbers. Even though he already had over 10 billion in savings, when this huge sum of 5 billion fell on his head in such a shocking way, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly.
Spend 5 million and earn 5 billion. This deal is really a huge profit. Buzz. The phone vibrated. A text message notification from the bank was clearly displayed on the screen.
Your savings card account ending in 6688 received a transfer of 5 billion renminbi at 2018 on June 4th.
The current account balance is 18,295,025 renminbi and 34 cents. More than 18 billion.
Looking at this string of numbers that refreshed his personal wealth record, Lin Fan slowly exhaled and a bright smile appeared on his face that came from the heart. He looked up and took a look at the dazzling city night view outside the window, feeling extremely proud.
Zhongcheng is still too small.
His stage should be the whole world.
Manager Zhao.
Lin Fan put away his phone and spoke lightly.
Hey.
Yes.
Mr. Lin, please give your orders.
Manager Zhao nodded and bowed hurriedly. Lin Fan looked at him and asked in an unquestionable tone.
Does your restaurant sell it? Chapter 17. The bank president called me late at night and I almost peed myself. Sell.
When Manager Zhao heard Lin Fan's casual question, he was completely stunned. His brain froze instantly and his CPU burned out.
Sell the restaurant? Did he hear it right? Mr. Lin just spent 5 million to treat everyone in the audience to a meal. Now, after a satisfying meal and a few drinks, he wiped his mouth and actually wanted to buy the entire restaurant? What kind of magical operation is this? Is the world of rich people so plain and boring? What? Lin Fan looked at his surprised expression and raised his eyebrows slightly. You're not selling it? Sell.
Of course. Manager Zhao shuddered with fear and instantly recovered from his shock.
He nodded rapidly and forced an extremely flattering smile on his face. Joke. The god of wealth has spoken.
Not to mention selling the restaurant. Even if he wants him, he has to clean him up, pack him up and deliver him to the door on the spot.
Mr. Lin, please wait a moment.
He pulled his phone from his pocket with trembling hands. Our restaurant is a chain brand, and the ownership issues are quite complicated. I need to report to our chairman first.
Don't worry, I will definitely get you the best price. Yeah. Lin Fan nodded lightly and said no more.
The reason why he decided to buy the restaurant on a whim was not because he was really interested in the catering industry.
Purely, just for fun. By the way, it also helped Su Qingxue solve a not-so-small problem. He could see that the reason why Su Qingxue agreed to Wang Hao's unreasonable request and even prepared to treat him to a meal to discuss the repayment of the money was all because of the so-called company crisis in her family.
Jinjiaquan, as a well-known high-end catering brand in Jiangchang, must have a lot of connections and resources behind it. Buy it and use it as the first small territory of your business empire.
You can also help the cold school beauty with a small favor. Why not do it? The most important thing is that you can get cash back when you spend money.
When Lin Fan thought of the terrifying thousand-fold critical strike just now, his heart was burning with heat. Whatever he looks at now feels like a stack of walking RMB. Manager Zhao ran to a corner and tremblingly dialed the chairman's number. Lin Fan, on the other hand, turned his gaze back to the iceberg school beauty who had been in a petrified state from beginning to end. Soochow University's campus beauty, Lin Fan asked leisurely, picking up a cup of tea that had long since cooled, taking a sip.
Do you still think this meal is a Hongmen feast?
Su Qingshua's body trembled slightly. She slowly turned her head, and her phoenix eyes, as clear and cold as autumn water, were looking at Lin Fan with an extremely complicated look. There was shock, confusion, curiosity, and even a hint of a strange emotion that she herself had not even noticed.
Hongmen banquet?
Compared with what was happening before her eyes, her previous thoughts about paying back the money seemed like a child playing house, ridiculous and childish. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, no word came out. Because she felt that her language system had completely failed in the face of Lin Fan's series of incredible operations. She could only stare at him blankly, at his face which was apparently ordinary but seemed to radiate infinite charm at this moment. Looking at Su Qingshua's dazed look, Lin Fan smiled and stopped teasing her. He picked up the bank card on the table that Su Qingshuo had pushed over to him, which contained 20,000 yuan in it, and snapped his fingers. The bank card drew a graceful arc in the air and fell accurately in front of Su Qingshuo.
Money, I said you don't have to pay it back. Don't mention this to me again in the future.
Lin Fan's tone was still calm and composed, yet it carried an unquestionable dominance.
Because, soon enough, you'll find out.
He looked at Su Qingshua's slightly confused eyes and said word by word. A mere $100,000 will become insignificant to you and me. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Su Qingshua's reaction, turned around, and prepared to leave this place of right and wrong that had become a bit boring for him. He didn't even bother to take another look at Wang Hao, who was slumped on the ground, and his followers who were already scared out of their wits.
Because they are no longer worthy of being his opponents.
But just as he walked out of the private room and was about to go downstairs. Buzz buzz. The old cell phone in his pocket vibrated again. Lin Fan frowned, wondering which blind guy was calling to bother him at this time. He took out his cell phone impatiently, but when he saw the strange number on the caller ID on the screen, his eyes froze slightly.
This number.
There is no place of origin displayed, only a simple string of numbers followed by a special internal bank logo.
He thought about it and pressed the answer button.
Hello?
Hello? Is this Mr. Lin?
On the other end of the phone came a middle-aged man's voice that was extremely respectful, even with a hint of obvious nervousness and excitement.
It's me, who are you? Lin Fan asked. Oh. Mr. Lin.
Hello, hello. The man on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard some great news, and his voice became 8 degrees of enthusiasm.
I'm the president of the Jiangcheng branch of Huaxia Construction Bank. My name is Wang Jiangwo. I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. I really have no choice. President? Or the general manager of Jiangcheng branch?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that his spending that night would even alarm such a big shot.
President Wang, Lin Fan's tone remained calm. What's the matter? Something's happening. Something big. Wang Jiangwo said quickly, his tone as if he were reporting to his immediate superior. Mr. Lin, this is what's going on.
Our bank's back-end risk monitoring system has detected 2 consecutive inflows of, extremely large amounts of funds into your account within the past 10 minutes.
One is 5 billion, and the other is 10 billion.
Speaking of this, Wang Jiangwo felt like he was about to have a heart attack.
150 billion.
And within just 10 minutes, the money was transferred to the same private account. He had been the bank president for over 20 years, so he had seen a lot of ups and downs.
But what was happening tonight was completely unprecedented. The entire bank's risk control department is about to go haywire. He thought there was some huge bug in the system, or that some international hacker group was attacking their bank's system.
He almost sounded the highest level alarm and prepared to report to the head office. Fortunately, at the last moment, the technical department confirmed the sources of the 2 funds, both of which were legal. Then, he used the highest authority to find the owner of this account, Lin Fan. An ordinary, 19-year-old college student. At that moment, Wang Jiangwo felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and immediately called Lin Fan himself.
Joke. How can this be an ordinary college student?
This is clearly a super god of wealth walking on earth. A top customer of this level, let alone a branch president, even the president of their head office would have to treat him politely and worship him like an ancestor.
Oh, that's what happened.
However, facing Wang Jiangwo's almost uncontrollable excitement, Lin Fan's answer was so calm. It seemed as if the 15 billion yuan was no different from 150 yuan to him. Wang Jiangwo on the other end of the phone felt his blood pressure soar again when he heard Lin Fan's casual confirmation. He almost fell to his knees on the spot.
Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin.
His voice was trembling, filled with awe.
You really are a true man who never reveals his true identity. President Wang, you called just to confirm this?
Lin Fan was a little impatient.
No. Of course not. Wang Jiangwo quickly denied it, and then carefully stated his real purpose. Mr. Lin, it's like this.
Due to the huge amount of money flowing into your account in a short period of time, it's almost reaching the maximum limit of our ordinary savings card. In order to ensure that your subsequent use of funds is not affected, and to provide you with higher quality, more private, and top-tier financial services, our bank sincerely invites you to upgrade your account to our Huaxia Construction Bank, the highest level, free of charge. Wang Jiangwo took a deep breath and, in an extremely solemn tone, uttered those words that represented the pinnacle of wealth and status. Personalized, Black Gold Dragon Card. Chapter 18. My sister Su Muyue's concern warms my heart.
Private customization, Black Gold Dragon Card. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to President Wang Jiangwo's extremely solemn introduction on the other end of the phone.
He had no idea about these so-called top-level bank cards.
However, it sounds like it is much better than the ordinary savings card he has now.
Oh?
Are there any benefits?
Lin Fan asked casually.
Yes.
Of course. Wang Jiangwo's voice was almost filled with excitement when he heard this was possible. Mr. Lin, this Black Gold Dragon Card is specially designed by our bank for top clients with assets exceeding 10 billion. Not only does it have unlimited spending rights, but it also comes with our bank's world-class private butler service. Whether you're looking to invest, buy property, travel, or collect, just one call and we'll have the most professional team available to provide you with one-on-one service 24 hours a day.
We guarantee you'll enjoy an imperial experience.
Wang Jiangwo spoke in such exaggerated terms that he almost said that this card could go to heaven and earth and was omnipotent. After listening to it, Lin Fan found it quite interesting.
Unlimited credit sounds good.
In the future, when you buy an aircraft carrier or a space station, you won't have to worry about the limit.
All right, Lin Fan said calmly, then get me one.
Okay. Wang Jiangwo was so excited that he almost jumped up from his office chair.
Mr. Lin, how about tomorrow? Oh no, when are you free?
I'll come to your house in person and handle it for you.
Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll send you the address.
Lin Fan was too lazy to waste time talking to him, so he just hung up the phone. To him, the Black Gold Dragon Card and the Emperor Service are just insignificant embellishments on his road to becoming a wealthy man. In the restaurant, the farce was over. Wang Hao and his followers had crawled away in shame at some point. Manager Zhao also stood respectfully aside, waiting for the chairman's reply. Su Qingxue was still standing there blankly, looking at Lin Fan with eyes still full of complexity and shock, as if she had not yet fully recovered from the series of shocks just now. Lin Fan took one look at the messy scene and was too lazy to stay any longer. He waved casually at Su Qingxue.
Okay, I'm done with dinner and the show, I'm leaving now.
After saying that, he turned around and walked downstairs, decisively and without any hesitation.
Wait.
Su Qingxue spoke subconsciously and called him.
Lin Fan turned around and raised an eyebrow. Anything else?
Su Qingxue looked at him, her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only squeezed out 2 words from her beautiful face.
Thanks.
She said these 2 words very seriously. It was not just to thank Lin Fan for helping her out, but also to thank him for letting her see a brand new world that she had never imagined. Lin Fan smiled, said nothing more, turned around, and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Walking on the way back to school, the cool breeze of Jiangcheng at midnight blowing on my face was very comfortable.
Lin Fan felt more relaxed than ever before.
This series of pretense and slap in the face tonight not only allowed him to completely settle the past grudges, but also more than doubled his wealth to over 18 billion. This feeling is even more exciting than riding a rocket. As he walked, he was thinking about how to spend the money next. Buy a company? Buy a sports team? Or buy an island and build a country? Just when he was lost in thought. Buzz. The phone vibrated again. Lin Fan picked it up and saw that it was another WeChat message. But this time, the person who sent the message surprised him a little. The avatar is a gentle and cute little rabbit, holding a carrot and chewing it happily. It's Su Mu Yue. You, Lin Fan, are you okay? Following the message, there was a cautious little yellow-faced expression that was peeking out. Looking at this cute expression, Lin Fan's mood softened for no reason. Compared to her elder sister who was as cold as an iceberg and spoke with a sense of alienation, this younger sister was obviously much easier to approach. Lin Fan, what can I do? I'm fine. You, that's good. I just heard from my sister that Wang Hao is causing trouble for you again. I'm sorry, it's all our fault. We've gotten you into trouble again. Poor. The words are full of self-blame and apology. Lin Fan could imagine that the gentle and kind girl on the other end of the phone must be frowning at this moment, with a worried look on her face. Lin Fan, what nonsense! I said I'd help those in need. Besides, what do you think a jerk like Wang Hao can do to me? But my sister said you spent millions helping us. Shocked. Lin Fan, so what? Month, that's millions. Lin Fan, you really don't want us to pay you back? My sister and I can work part-time and pay you back slowly. We can even write you an IOU. Looking at the serious look on the girl's face, even to the point of saying IOU, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This pair of sisters really have the same stubborn tempers. He thought about it and decided to try a different approach to dissuade the girl from having such an idea. Lin Fan, let us put the money aside for now. Lin Fan, if you really feel bad about this, why not treat me to a meal as well? After the message was sent, the other party fell silent. After a long while, just when Lin Fan thought he had said something wrong and scared this innocent little girl, a new message popped up weakly. I'll treat you to dinner, of course. But I'm not as rich as my sister. I can't go to expensive places like Jinjiaquan. Unfair. Looking at this message, Lin Fan's heart was inexplicably touched. He seemed to see himself back then, who was so short of money that he hesitated even to treat Zhou Qianqian to a good Western meal. Silly girl. Lin Fan muttered to himself, and the smile on his face became much gentler. Lin Fan, who said we were going to an expensive place? Lin Fan, let's go to the snack street outside the east gate of the school. Lin Fan, I heard the grilled cold noodles and grilled squid there are really good. After the message was sent, there was silence again on the other side. This time, the silence lasted longer. Just when Lin Fan was about to put down his phone, thinking the conversation was over. Ding dong. A new message popped up. The message was short, only one word, but it seemed to carry a warm, sweet fragrance that penetrated through the screen and into Lin Fan's heart. Okay. Looking at the word good, Lin Fan's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly. After experiencing a series of slaps in the face, sudden wealth, and noise tonight. Such a simple yet sincere reply actually brought his heart, which had been somewhat inflated by his wealth, back to reality. He suddenly realized that compared to those cold figures of hundreds of millions and those hypocritical flattery and awe, this kind of simple concern and promise from a kind girl seems. It made him feel warmer. Student Lin Fan. At this moment, the phone screen lit up again. It's a new message from Su Mu Yue. Then, are you free tomorrow? Chapter 19. I booked the store, let my sister pick whatever she wants. Looking at the phone screen, at Su Mu Yue's question that was filled with anticipation and shyness, Lin Fan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Lin Fan, tomorrow. He paused deliberately before slowly typing his reply. Lin Fan, maybe not tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Okay. Lost. Even through the screen, Lin Fan could feel the little girl's instantly depressed mood. He smiled and stopped teasing her. Lin Fan, my sister's college entrance exam is over tomorrow. I'm going to pick her up and give her a surprise. Wow. So that's how it is. That's a must. It's only natural for a brother to pick up his sister. Keep it up.
An expression of encouragement instantly revealed the little girl's kind and innocent heart. Instead of being angry about being stood up, she immediately felt happy about Lin Fan's reason. Lin Fan, so, the day after tomorrow evening, see you at Dongmen Snack Street? Yeah. See you there. Spinning in circles. After finishing the conversation with Su Muyue, Lin Fan's mood became more relaxed and happy. He put down his phone, and the image of his sister Lin Shi began to appear involuntarily in his mind. The little girl who followed him around since she was a child, with pigtails and sweetly calling him brother, is now going to college. Lin Shi has always had good academic performance and is very sensible, which makes people feel distressed. She knew her family wasn't well off, and growing up, she'd never asked for new clothes or toys. While other girls wore beautiful dresses and had the latest cell phones, she wore her washed-out school uniform and used her mother's old, worn-out phone. But she never complained. In the past, Lin Fan was incompetent and could only watch his sister suffer. But now, it's different. He wanted to double back everything he owed his sister over the past decade. Surprise! Lin Fan muttered to himself, a hint of pampering and expectation flashing in his eyes. The next day, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. As the bell rang to signal the end of the last exam, the campus, which had been depressed for a long time, instantly turned into a sea of joy. Countless candidates, like birds escaping from cages, swarmed out of the examination hall, their faces filled with relief and longing for the future. The school gate was already crowded with waiting parents. Lin Fan also waited in the crowd early. In order to be less conspicuous, he changed into a new set of ordinary clothes and wore a baseball cap today, but his confident temperament after being reborn still made him stand out from the crowd. Soon, he saw the familiar figure in the crowd. Lin Shi was carrying a half-worn school bag and wearing a clean and tidy school uniform. Although her pretty face showed some fatigue after the exam, her bright big eyes were still full of spirit and vitality. Little Creek. Lin Fan smiled and waved at her. Elder brother? When Lin Shi saw Lin Fan, she was stunned for a moment, but then a brilliant smile immediately blossomed on her face. Like a happy little deer, she ran through the crowd and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. Brother! Why are you here? Aren't you going to class? She raised her little face and asked in surprise. Silly girl, your college entrance exam is such a big deal, how could I not come? Lin Fan smiled and ruffled her hair, pushing her sweat-soaked bangs aside. How did you do on the exam? Yeah. Lin Shi nodded heavily, his face full of confidence. I feel pretty good. Going to Peking University should not be a problem. That's good. Lin Fan was genuinely happy for her. Come on, I'll take you out for a feast to celebrate your liberation. Yeah. The brother and sister walked out of the school talking and laughing. Brother, what should we eat? I know a spicy hot pot restaurant that is really delicious. Lin Shi, like before, subconsciously wanted to save money for the family. What about spicy hot pot? Lin Fan interrupted her and scratched her nose, his tone filled with unquestionable doting. Today, whatever you want to eat, I'll satisfy you. But before we eat, we have to take care of something more important. What's the matter? Lin Shi asked curiously. Buy you a present. As he spoke, Lin Fan pulled his sister and got into a taxi parked on the side of the road. Master, let's go to Plaza 66. Hanglung Plaza, Jiangcheng's top luxury shopping mall. All the world's top brands are gathered here. It is a real den of money spending and the favorite den of money spending of countless socialites and wealthy women. When Lin Fan took his sister Lin Shi and walked into the magnificent and bustling hall on the first floor, Lin Shi was completely stunned. This is the first time she has come to such a place in her life. Looking at the shops around her that were decorated like palaces, and the men and women who walked past her, all dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and with extraordinary temperament, she felt like Gulliver who had accidentally entered the land of giants. She was so nervous that she didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. Brother, the things here, they must be very expensive, right? She clutched Lin Fan's arm tightly and whispered, Let's go. I don't want any gifts. What are you afraid of? Lin Fan looked at his sister's adorable, timid expression and said with a soothing smile, I'm here. Today, I'll let you experience what it means to be the queens here. As he spoke, he pulled his sister and walked straight to the store, which was located in the center, had the largest storefront, and was the most luxuriously decorated. Chanel. At the door, the receptionist in exquisite uniform saw Lin Fan and Lin Shi dressed in ordinary student clothes, and a hint of contempt subconsciously flashed in her eyes. However, her good professional ethics still allowed her to put a professional smile on her face. Welcome to Chanel.
Lin Fan ignored her, pulled his sister and walked straight into the store. As soon as he entered the store, Lin Shi was shocked by the scene before him. In each exquisite glass display case, there were all kinds of breathtakingly beautiful bags, clothes, perfumes, and jewelry that she had only seen in magazines and on TV. Each piece is like a work of art, emitting a fascinating glow. Wow! Lin Shi couldn't help but let out a small exclamation, and her bright big eyes were filled with a girl's yearning in love. But she just looked. She glanced furtively at the price tags beneath the merchandise, which were so small they were barely discernible. When she saw the string of zeros that made her dizzy, her face turned pale in an instant. She quickly grabbed the corner of Lin Fan's clothes and wanted to go out. Brother, let's go quickly. These bags cost tens of thousands each. Tens of thousands, is that a lot? Lin Fan smiled. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone in the store. For a moment, the other ladies who were shopping in the store, as well as the salesgirls, all turned their eyes to Lin Fan. When they saw Lin Fan's cheap clothes and Lin Shi's washed-out school uniform, their eyes revealed undisguised contempt and ridicule. Where did this poor fellow come from, bragging here? That's right, a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars, and you still think it's not enough? You really don't know your place. A middle-aged woman who looked like a foreman and was wearing heavy makeup walked over in high heels with a professional fake smile on her face, but her tone revealed a condescending arrogance. Sir, you are not allowed to touch the merchandise in our store. If you are not buying anything, please do not stay here to avoid disturbing our other valued guests. These words can be said to be quite impolite. Lin Shi's little face turned red in an instant. She felt shy and embarrassed, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. However, Lin Fan's face still had that calm expression. He looked at the arrogant foreman and suddenly smiled. You're right. I really shouldn't stay here. It's such a waste of time. As he spoke, he looked around the luxuriously decorated shop, and then, in a shocking and domineering tone, he said lightly, Let's do this. To save time, I'll take care of the shop from now on. Please ask all the guests to leave. Then, take away all the clothes, shoes, and bags in your store that are suitable for my sister's age. Everything. Take them all out. Let my sister try them one by one. Until she is satisfied. After saying that, he glanced at his already stunned sister, ruffled her hair lovingly, and asked with a smile. How is it, Xiaoxi? Do you like this surprise I gave you? Chapter 20 Sorry, the whole mall is mine. Lin Fan's doting question echoed in the deathly silent Chanel store. The whole world seemed to have become the exclusive backdrop for him and his sister Lin Shi. Lin Shi stared at her brother blankly, her pretty little face filled with confusion and helplessness. Do you like it? She doesn't know. She only knew that from the moment she stepped into the store, her brain had been in a dizzy state, as if she was walking on clouds and could not tell east from west. Especially just now, my brother made a phone call and had the bank president come in person, the mall general manager come running over, and he even fired that snobbish store manager on the spot. This series of movie-like plots has completely overturned her understanding of the world for more than 10 years. She felt that the brother in front of her was so familiar, yet so strange. Elder brother. Lin Shi's little mouth moved, her voice as thin as a mosquito, with a hint of timidity. I don't want anything. Let's go home. I'm a little scared. Looking at his sister's adorable look like a frightened little deer, Lin Fan's heart softened instantly. He knew that his series of actions tonight had a huge impact on this simple sister who had not yet stepped out of the ivory tower. It was him, a little anxious. Good. Lin Fan smiled gently and scratched her nose lovingly. As you say, let's go home. Having said that, he was ready to pull his sister away from this place of trouble. However, just as they were about to turn around, Chen Donglai, the general manager of the shopping mall, who had been standing by with his body hunched like a quail and not daring to say a word, finally plucked up the courage, took a step forward cautiously, and forced an extremely flattering smile on his face. Mr. Lin, please don't go. His voice was filled with panic and anxiety. Is it our mall's service? Is there anything else that you're not satisfied with? Just let me know. I'll have them change it right away. Joke. A true god who could make the president of China Construction Bank call personally to put pressure on them finally descended to their small temple. If he gets angry and runs away before he can take care of the situation, then he won't have his job as the general manager tomorrow and can just jump off the rooftop of Hang Lung.
Unsatisfied?
Lin Fan stopped, glanced back at him, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He pointed at the female supervisor who had fainted from fright and was now being dragged out by 2 security guards like a dead dog.
What do you think?
Chen Donglai broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly bowed 90 degrees, his voice tinged with tears.
Mr. Lin. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
My poor management and inappropriate hiring allowed this inconsiderate person to offend you and your sister.
I apologize. I promise.
This kind of thing will never happen again in our Plaza 66.
Promise?
Lin Fan smiled, a little coldly.
How can you promise?
Chen Donglai was speechless for a moment.
Is your mall's corporate culture just about looking down on others?
Lin Fan's voice was quiet, but it struck Chen Donglai's heart like a hammer.
If I didn't have this card today, would I have deserved to be kicked out like garbage by your employees? No. Absolutely not.
Chen Donglai was so frightened that he waved his hands desperately.
All right. Lin Fan waved his hand impatiently, interrupting his defense.
I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. He looked at Chen Donglai's fat face full of fear and suddenly felt a little bored. Originally, he just wanted to buy a gift for his sister to make her happy.
As a result, I was completely ruined by these blind things. This feeling is very unpleasant.
It's like when you are eating a delicious meal and suddenly you find a fly in the dish. Although you pick the fly out, you can never get back the mood for eating.
The best way to solve this problem is not to change the dish, but
make the entire restaurant your own. A crazy and bold idea suddenly sprouted wildly in Lin Fan's mind. He looked at the frightened general manager in front of him, and his eyes suddenly became sharp.
Always money, right?
Yes.
Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Qian. Chen Donglai nodded and bowed.
I'm very dissatisfied with the management of your mall, Lin Fan said calmly. I think your corporate culture needs a thorough overhaul from the root.
Yes. You are right. We will definitely change. We will definitely. No need.
Lin Fan interrupted him directly. I don't trust you.
I only believe in myself.
He paused, and under Chen Donglai's increasingly terrified gaze, he said something in a shocking and calm tone, as if discussing the weather today. That was enough to shock the entire Jiangqing business community.
Name your price. I want this mall. Boom.
Chen Donglai's brain completely exploded the moment he heard these words. He felt that he had severe auditory hallucinations.
Purchase. By the entire Plaza 66? This fucking. He's not kidding, is he?
You know, Plaza 66 is the top commercial complex in the heart of Jiangqing City.
It's the commercial landmark of the entire city. The value behind it is more than tens of billions?
This young man in front of me, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, he actually said he wanted to buy the entire Huntong Plaza?
Mr. Lin. Chen Donglai's voice was shaking like he was in the late stage of Parkinson's disease. What did you say just now?
I didn't hear clearly. I said, Lin Fan's eyes were as calm as a bottomless cold pond, I want you to call your chairman. Tell him I bought this mall. Tell him to bring his best lawyers and accounting team here to talk to me within an hour.
If he can't come.
The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a cold arc.
Then I'll let Wang Jiangwo talk to him in person. Wang Jiangwo. It's Wang Jiangwo again.
That guy from CCB is a living devil who can make the entire Jiangqing financial circle tremble with just a stomp of his feet. When Chen Donglai heard this name, he felt his legs going weak uncontrollably. He finally realized that the young man in front of him was definitely not joking. He really has this ability. Yes, I really have the confidence. Yes. I'll hit you right away.
Right away. Chen Donglai no longer dared to hesitate or question.
He hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the chairman's private number, which he usually didn't even dare to think about.
The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Hello? Who is this? Don't you know I'm on vacation?
A middle-aged man's voice, sounding a bit lazy and impatient, came from the other end of the phone.
Dong. Chairman. It's me. Qian Donglai. Oh. Xiao Qian, what's the urgent matter? Is the sky falling? Chairman Don. The sky isn't falling, but our mall might. Maybe it's going to have to change owners. What did you say? The next hour seemed like a bizarre dream to everyone present. The chairman of Hanglung Plaza, the business tycoon who was said to have lived abroad for many years, actually rushed back from the neighboring country in a hurry on a private jet. Along with it came the entire Jiangqing's top legal teams and accounting firms. An acquisition negotiation that can be regarded as the most efficient and incredible in the history of Jiangqing's business is urgently launched in Chanel's VIP room. Lin Fan didn't say a word the entire time. He just sat quietly on the sofa, accompanying his sister in drinking juice, as if the man who was about to use hundreds of billions of funds to acquire the entire business empire was not himself at all. In the end, under the unquestionable remote pressure of CCB President Wang Jiangwo, the two parties reached an acquisition agreement at a price that both parties were very satisfied with, 100 billion yuan. The moment Lin Fan signed his name on the thick equity transfer agreement. Ding! The host spends 100 billion yuan, triggering a tenfold critical strike. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash rebate of 1 trillion yuan. 1 trillion. At this moment, Lin Fan's personal assets officially exceeded 1 trillion. Looking at the freshly printed certificate of ownership, still warm from the printer, Lin Fan slowly stood up. He walked up to the former general manager, Chen Donglai, who had stood by like a puppet from beginning to end, not daring to breathe. He patted the other person's shoulder and showed a kind smile on his face, but it made the other person feel extremely scared. Always money, right? From now on, here, I have the final say. Then, he took his sister's hand, who had already become completely numb, and walked out of the VIP room. At the door, the female supervisor who had been scared unconscious by him had woken up at some point and was being held by 2 security guards, about to be thrown out. When she saw Lin Fan coming out, she screamed hysterically as if she had found a life-saving straw. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Fan stopped and looked back at her, his eyes full of pity. He pointed to the shiny marble floor beneath his feet and then to the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Then, in a calm, almost cruel tone, he said calmly. Give you a chance? Sorry. From now on, every floor tile, every lamp, and even every speck of dust in this mall belongs to me. Why do you think I should see something as disgusting as you in a place that belongs to me? Chapter 21. Yes, I am the new owner of this shopping mall. Lin Fan's calm and almost cruel words were like a ruthless hammer of final judgment, which hit the heart of the former Chanel store manager hard, completely shattering her last glimmer of hope. No, don't. She wailed in despair, her voice hoarse, but could not gain even a trace of sympathy from Lin Fan. 2 burly security guards expressionlessly lifted her body, which had already collapsed like mud, and dragged her out of the store, which she had once been proud of but had now become the source of her nightmare, like dragging a bag of garbage. During the entire process, no one dared to come forward to plead for mercy. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Fan's thundering method that decided a person's fate with such ease. Especially those ladies and shop assistants who were watching the fun just now and even whispered and mocked Lin Fan, now all looked pale and silent, even breathing lightly, for fear that they would be the next to be cleaned out. Lin Fan ignored those insignificant ants. He took his sister Lin Shi's hand, and under the escort of the former chairman and former general manager of Hanglung who were looking at him with great awe and respect, he slowly walked out of the Chanel store and stood in the center of the magnificent shopping mall hall again. At this moment, the mall is still bustling with people coming and going. No one knew that in just 1 hour, the owner of this business empire had quietly been replaced by a young man of only 19 years old wearing an ordinary t-shirt. Lin Shi was still holding her brother's arm tightly, and her bright big eyes were still filled with confusion and unreality. She felt that everything she had experienced in the few hours since the college entrance examination was more magical than her past 18 years of life combined. Brother. She raised her little face, looked at her brother's calm profile, and asked softly and tentatively, You really bought this place? Yes. Lin Fan smiled and ruffled her hair lovingly. From now on, this place will be ours. You can come and shop whenever you want. You can buy whatever you want. But, how much money will this cost? Lin Shi still couldn't imagine. Money is just a number, Lin Fan said calmly. For your brother, as long as it can make my sister happy, no matter how much it costs, it's worth it. These words, full of pampering and domineering attitude, instantly filled Lin Shi's heart with a warm and sweet feeling of happiness. She looked at her brother, her bright big eyes full of admiration and love. In her heart, the image of her brother became extremely tall at this moment, like an omnipotent Superman. Just when the brother and sister were interacting affectionately, a burst of hurried footsteps, accompanied by an anxious voice, came from not far away. Sister Ling! Sister Ling! Look! It's that poor boy. Lin Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl wearing a clerk uniform of another brand, pulling a middle-aged woman who looked like a manager, pointing in his direction with a look of gloating on her face. The middle-aged woman known as Sister Ling was none other than Wang Ling, the operations manager of Plaza 66, a powerful businesswoman known for her shrewdness and sharp wit. Is it him? Wang Ling looked in the direction the clerk pointed. When she saw Lin Fan's cheap clothes, her pretty eyebrows instantly frowned. Just now, she received a call from the Chanel store saying that a poor student was causing trouble there. His tone was so loud that it even alarmed the general manager Chen Donglai. She didn't quite believe it at first, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she immediately believed it about 70% of the time. In her opinion, this must be another ignorant college student who came to a luxury store to brag in order to show off in front of his girlfriend, but ended up in trouble. She has seen this kind of thing many times in Hanglung Plaza. Where's Mr. Chen? Wang Ling asked a nearby security guard, her tone filled with displeasure. Can't you even handle such a small matter? Letting a lunatic here affect the image of our mall. Sister Ling. Sister Ling. The security guard's face looked a little strange. He glanced at the former general manager Chen Donglai, who was nodding and bowing to Lin Fan not far away, and stammered, Shen. President Chen, he seems to be reporting to that gentleman. Reporting work? Wang Ling was stunned for a moment, then sneered, he's a general manager, what kind of work is he reporting to a poor student? I think he's really going backwards. He can't even handle a troublemaker. As she spoke, she stepped on her high heels, twisted her waist, and walked towards Lin Fan with an arrogant look on her face. She decided to take action herself and solve this trouble so that she could show her ability in front of the chairman who was about to return from abroad. This gentleman. Wang Ling walked up to Lin Fan, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked down at him, her tone full of undisguised contempt and dismissive intent. This is Plaza 66, the most upscale shopping mall in Jiangcheng. It's not a place for someone of your status. If you're here to shop, we welcome you. But if you're here to cause trouble and disrupt our business, she paused, her eyes suddenly sharpening, then I can only ask you to leave immediately. Otherwise, we have the right to pursue legal action against you. Her words were righteous and powerful. Many people around who didn't know the truth came over to watch the fun. The young clerk following behind her had a look of pride and gloating on his face, waiting to see Lin Fan's embarrassed look when he was kicked out by the security guard. However, what she didn't expect was. After hearing her righteous warning, Lin Fan was not at all panicked. Instead, he laughed out loud as if he had heard a huge joke. He looked at the self-satisfied female manager in front of him with interest and shook his head. It seems like the corporate culture of your Plaza 66 is truly consistent. What do you mean? Wang Ling's face darkened instantly. It's nothing. Lin Fan spread his hands, the smile on his face becoming even brighter. I just wanted to remind you. What you said just now was very interesting. But, it seems like you've chosen the wrong person. You picked the wrong person? Wang Ling sneered. Why? Are you still trying to say you're some big shot? Not a big shot, really. Lin Fan smiled and glanced at the former general manager Chen Donglai, who was desperately winking at Wang Ling but was ignored by her and was sweating profusely. Then, he took a step forward, leaned close to Wang Ling's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I'm just the new owner of this mall. Boom! Wang Ling's brain completely exploded the moment she heard these words. The arrogance and contempt on her face froze in an instant, and her whole body froze in place as if cast by a petrification spell. New owner? What did he just say? No. Impossible. You. She looked at Lin Fan in despair, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single complete word. Just then, Chen Donglai, the former general manager who had been standing nearby and was already frightened out of his wits, finally found an opportunity. He rushed over and dragged Wang Ling, who was still in a daze, to the side. Then, in front of everyone, he knelt down in front of Lin Fan with a thump. Don, chairman. Chen Donglai's voice was filled with tears, endless fear, and regret. It's my fault for not disciplining me. It's my fault for being blind. Please, please, Chairman, give me another chance.
This earth-shattering call of Chairman was like an exploding atomic bomb, instantly shattering the rationality of all the onlookers in the entire shopping mall hall.
Chairman?
This young man wearing street goods.
Is it the new chairman of Hang Lung Plaza?
I don't know who it was, but the first person to exclaim was.
The next second, the entire shopping mall hall was in an uproar.
Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Fan.
Shocked. Unbelievable.
And the female manager Wang Ling, who had been so arrogant just now, rolled her eyes and her legs went limp when she heard Qin Donglai call her chairman, and she collapsed to the ground in fright.
She's finished.
She knew that this time, she had really hit a wall.
Moreover, it was an epic iron plate that was enough to crush her into powder.
Lin Fan ignored the two idiots who were already frightened. He simply glanced at the onlookers and mall employees around him who were already stunned. Then, in a calm voice, yet full of unquestionable majesty, he slowly announced.
That's right. From now on, I, Lin Fan. He is the new owner of this mall.
After saying that, he took his sister Lin Shi, turned around, and left in a leisurely manner under the gazes of everyone who was looking at him as if they were looking up to a god. All that was left behind was the shock on the ground and the female manager who was lying on the ground, her face ashen. Lin Fan looked at his sister who had become completely numb and couldn't even walk, and smiled dotingly.
How's it going, Creek? Now, do you still want to go home? Chapter 22, One phone call turns you from manager to security guard. Go home? Why go back home?
Lin Shi stared at her brother blankly, feeling that her little head was no longer enough. Her mind was now filled with her brother's earth-shattering words, I am the new owner of this shopping mall, and the shocked expressions of everyone in the audience, as if they had seen a god.
Her brother. Now, he's the chairman of Jiangqing's top shopping mall?
This realization was like a bolt of lightning that struck her on the top of her head, making her feel dizzy and as if she was having an extremely absurd, yet extremely real dream.
What? Are you stupid?
Looking at his sister's adorable appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and gently scratched her little nose with his finger.
Brother.
Lin Shi woke up as if from a dream.
She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and asked quietly but seriously, is this, all of this, true?
Of course it's true. Lin Fan's tone was filled with unquestionable certainty.
From now on, this is our territory. You can do whatever you want.
As he spoke, he looked around the magnificent hall where people were coming and going, and a look of scrutiny from the master flashed in his eyes. However, before I take you on a tour, there's some trash that needs to be cleaned up. His gaze finally fell on the female manager, Wang Ling, who was lying limp on the ground, her face ashen and her whole body trembling. Wang Ling felt Lin Fan's cold gaze and shuddered with fear, almost losing control of her bladder. She rolled and crawled to her knees in front of Lin Fan, hugged his calves, and begged with tears and snot. She looked 100 times more miserable than the Chanel store manager just now.
Chairman, I was wrong. I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I deserve death. Please give me another chance. I have elderly people and children at home to support.
She was moved to tears and her acting was so superb that she deserved an Oscar. However, Lin Fan looked at her without any emotion in his eyes. What he hates most is this kind of snob who bullies the weak and is afraid of the strong. Just now, when she used that condescending tone to drive me and my sister away, why didn't she think about the fact that she also had elderly people and children to take care of at home?
Give you a chance?
The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He slowly squatted down, looked at Wang Ling's face which was filled with fear and regret, and said in a calm tone that was almost cruel.
Sure. I have always been kind.
Hearing this, a glimmer of hope instantly flashed in Wang Ling's eyes. She kowtowed to Lin Fan desperately as if she had grabbed the last straw.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. For your great kindness, I, Wang Ling, will serve you like a slave for the rest of my life. Don't be so quick to thank me.
Lin Fan directly interrupted her gratitude, and the smile on his face became more playful.
I'm not going to fire you though. But. He paused and said word by word.
I feel like you're not very comfortable sitting in your position as operations manager.
What? Wang Ling's movements suddenly froze.
I think our mall's underground garage is still short of a security guard at the gate. Lin Fan's tone was still calm, but his words were like ice-hardened knives, stabbing into Wang Ling's heart.
I think with your ability and attitude, it would be a good fit to go there. How is it? Are you satisfied with the opportunity one gave you? From the high-ranking operations manager to the humble parking lot security guard. This would make her feel 1,000 times more humiliated and desperate than just firing her. Wang Ling's face turned as pale as paper. She wanted to resist, to curse, to be hysterical. However, when she met Lin Fan's eyes, which were as dark as ink and calm without a trace of ripples, she couldn't utter a word. Because she saw something called absolute control in those eyes. She knew that the young man in front of her was definitely not joking with her. He can really do it. Yes, I really will do that. Aye. Wang Ling's lips trembled, and finally, under endless fear and despair, she slowly lowered her once extremely proud head. Thank you, Chairman, for your cultivation. Very good. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and no longer looked at the completely useless woman. He simply gave an order to the former general manager, Chen Donglai, who was already scared like a quail and didn't even dare to raise his head. Always money, right? Yes. Chairman, please give your orders. Chen Donglai was so scared that he trembled and nodded quickly. I'll leave this matter to you. I hope to see the newly appointed security guard Wang in the security booth in the underground garage in 10 minutes. If I can't see. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then go with her. Yes. I promise to complete the mission. Chen Donglai was so frightened that he crawled to deal with the matter. Looking at the dramatic scene before their eyes, the crowd of onlookers around were completely stunned by Lin Fan's swift and decisive actions. One phone call can turn you from a manager to a security guard. What kind of power is this? Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Fan. It was no longer a simple shock and envy, but filled with deep awe and fear. They finally realized that the young man in front of them was no longer the super rich that they could talk about and speculate about at will. He is the one who truly controls their destiny. King. After dealing with these garbage, Lin Fan's mood became more relaxed. He held his sister Lin Shi's hand, and the coldness on his face melted instantly, turning into endless pampering and tenderness. Okay, creak. Now, the entire mall is quiet. Brother will take you to buy a real gift. As he said that, he pulled his sister and slowly walked towards the depths of the mall under the gazes of everyone who was looking at them as if they were looking up to a god. All that was left was a graceful back in shock. Lin Shi let her brother pull her, and there was still a dizzy expression on her little face. She felt that her brother seemed to be getting more and more handsome. Brother? She asked in a low voice. Where are we going? Go buy a car. Lin Fan smiled, his tone as casual as if he was saying he was going to buy a cabbage. Buying a car? Lin Shi was stunned for a moment. Brother, don't you already have a driver's license? You're not buying it for me. Lin Fan turned around, looked into his sister's clear, puzzled eyes, and said lovingly. I bought it for you. When you go to college, you'll need a car, right? What brand do you like? Ferrari? Lamborghini? Or Porsche? Chapter 23. Dare you touch my brother? Fatty, this Ferrari is for you. Buy me a car? Or Ferrari or Lamborghini? Lin Shi listened to his brother's nonchalant words and felt that his little brain had completely crashed again. Isn't that something that only exists in movies? Brother! Lin Shi was almost crying. She shook Lin Fan's arm vigorously, her voice filled with tears. Don't scare me. I can't drive. And I don't need such a nice car. Looking at his sister's cute look as if she was about to be scared to tears by him, Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He knew that he had given his sister enough stimulation today. If it's any more, this little girl's heart probably won't be able to bear it. Okay, I won't buy it. I won't buy it. Lin Fan smiled and scratched her nose, saying lovingly, I was just joking with you. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious first, and then after dinner, I'll take you back to your new home to have a good rest. Hearing that it was just a joke, Lin Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally fell back into her stomach. She smiled sweetly and nodded vigorously. In the following time, Lin Fan took his sister to try almost all the food areas in Hanglung Plaza. From top-notch Japanese sashimi, to authentic French cuisine, to a variety of exquisite and cute internet-famous desserts.
She had never eaten anything so delicious and expensive in her life. Lin Fan, like a diligent feeder, looked at his sister's little face, which was puffed up with satisfaction, and his heart was filled with unprecedented happiness and sense of accomplishment. The feeling of spending money on his family makes him much happier than simply slapping himself in the face or showing off his wealth. After having a good meal and a drink, Lin Fan personally sent his sister back to the brand new mansion in Tomsonipine. Looking at his sister's curious and excited look in her new home, Lin Fan's heart softened. He knew that from today on, his most beloved sister would completely bid farewell to the poverty and grievances of the past and usher in a brand new life like a princess. And all of this was created for her by him. After settling his sister down, Lin Fan took a car and returned to school. At this time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. But when he pushed open the door of dormitory 404, he found that the atmosphere in the dormitory was a little bit wrong. The top students Chen Mo and Li Jun sat there with serious expressions, not saying a word. But the fat man Zhang Wei disappeared. What's going on? Lin Fan frowned and asked, "Where's Fatty? Did he go out for a midnight snack again?" "Fan, brother Fan, you are finally back." When Li Jun saw Lin Fan, he stood up from his chair as if he had seen a savior, his face full of anxiety. Something happened. What happened? Lin Fan's heart sank suddenly. It's Fatty. Chen Mo pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, he was beaten up. What? Lin Fan's eyes turned cold in an instant. A cold anger rushed from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. Fatty Zhang Wei was his best friend for 4 years in college. The two of them skipped classes together, stayed up all night together, drank together, and also were poor together. It can be said that when Lin Fan was at his lowest point, it was Fatty, his brother whose family was slightly better off, who always supported him and never complained. Lin Fan has always kept this friendship in his heart. Now, he's rich, but his brother was beaten up without him knowing? Who did it? Lin Fan's voice was as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice. It's those people from the physical education department. Li Jun gritted his teeth and said angrily, "This afternoon, Fatty went to the basketball court to play and got into a fight with Zhao Hu and the others from the physical education department. Those bastards, relying on their size and strength, not only beat Fatty up, but also, they threw his new Air Jordan shoes into the trash can. Those shoes were bought by Fatty after he saved up several months' living expenses by living frugally. They are his most precious things. We wanted to go and argue with them, but they were so many in number, Li Jun didn't finish his words, but his meaning was already very clear. Lin Fan clenched his fists instantly, and his knuckles made a crisp crackling sound due to the force. Department of Physical Education, Zhao Hu? Very good. He remembered the name. Where is the fat man? Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked in a deep voice. In the woods behind the school, sitting alone. Chen Mo pointed outside the window. Lin Fan didn't say another word. He turned around and walked straight out the door. The grove behind the school is the favorite healing place for many heartbroken couples. When Lin Fan arrived, he immediately saw the chubby figure sitting on the stone bench, looking a little lonely. Fatty Zhang Wei lowered his head, hugged his knees with his hands, and wore a pair of cheap slippers on his feet. The pair of AJs that he treasured were nowhere to be found. Lin Fan's heart felt like it was stabbed by something. He walked up slowly and sat down next to the fat man. All right, stop being so serious. Lin Fan handed over a bottle of water. It's not a big deal, is it that serious? The fat man raised his head and saw that it was Lin Fan. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, which were a little red due to grievance. Fancy, why are you here? He sniffed and said in a muffled voice. If I don't come, are you going to sit here until dawn? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him unhappily. What's going on? You got beaten up, and you didn't even tell me? The fat man opened his mouth and lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. I'm afraid of causing you trouble. Trouble? When Lin Fan heard these two words, he burst into laughter. He slapped the fat man on the back of the head and cursed with a smile, "Who the hell do you take me for? We are brothers. Your business is my business. Do you understand?" The fat man's eyes turned red instantly. A warm current surged up from the bottom of his heart. Fancy. Come on, stop being such a bitch. Lin Fan stood up and patted his shoulder. It's just a pair of worn-out shoes. What's the big deal? Those aren't junky shoes.
The fat man retorted softly, those are the latest Jordan collaborations. I know. Lin Fan smiled. He looked at his brother, who was simple-minded but also had his own little pursuits. Suddenly, an extremely bold and crazy idea arose in his mind. He took out his cell phone and, in front of the fat man, directly dialed the number of the Ferrari Center manager that he had just saved last night. Hello, is this Manager Zhang? It's me, Lin Fan. Yes, it's the one who said last night that he wanted to order all colors of SF90. I don't want the car for now. But I need you to do me a small favor. Right now, immediately, drive that red, flashiest Ferrari F8 you've just arrived at your shop to the woods at Jiangcheng University. Yes, now. My brother was bullied. I'm going to give him a new pair of shoes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at the fat man Zhang Wei, who was already stunned and completely dumbfounded, and a very ostentatious and domineering smile appeared on his face. Fatty, listen up. From today on, you are the first man in our dormitory 404 to drive a Ferrari. He pointed to the brightly lit basketball court not far away, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Walk. Brother will take you to get the place back. Dare to touch my brother Lin Fan? I'm going to make that guy named Zhao Wen kneel down and lick your shoes. Chapter 24, Holy crap. There's a genius in our dormitory. Give me a Ferrari? When Fatty Zhang Wei heard Lin Fan's earth-shattering words, he was completely stunned. He stared blankly at Lin Fan, his chubby face filled with confusion and disbelief. His brain was so shocked that he had completely given up thinking. Ferrari? Isn't that the legendary supercar that only exists in movies and games? A dream car that costs millions, or even tens of millions. Now, Fanzi actually said he wanted to give him one? Fanzi. The fat man felt that his tongue couldn't be straightened. He stammered, Did you not sleep well last night and start talking nonsense? And Ferrari, do you think it's a toy car? Can you give it to me just like that? In his opinion, Lin Fan must be joking with him, trying to comfort his wounded heart in this way. Although I was very touched, this joke was too outrageous. However, when Lin Fan looked at him, his expression was serious, without any hint of joking. Who's kidding you? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Just wait. Having said that, he no longer paid attention to his brother who had completely lost his mind. Instead, he took out his cell phone and called Chen Mo and Li Jun. Hey, you two, don't stay in the dormitory anymore, get out to the woods. There's a big baby, let me show you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan leaned leisurely against a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. Only the fat man was left, sitting on the stone bench in a daze, looking confused. Less than 5 minutes. Chen Mo and Li Jun ran over from the direction of the dormitory, panting. Brother Fan, what's going on? What big treasure? Li Jun asked curiously while panting. Lin Fan didn't answer, but just smiled mysteriously at them, then pointed to the tree-lined path leading out of the school not far away. Just wait and see. Chen Mo and Li Jun looked at each other and saw deep confusion in each other's eyes. And just at this moment, a low and wild roar of an engine, like the roar of a wild beast, came from far away and suddenly broke the tranquility of the campus at night. Buzz buzz. The sound was full of power and aggression, as if a red beast from Italy was rushing towards them. What the hell? What's that sound? Li Jun was startled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. At the end of the tree-lined path, 2 extremely bright LED headlights, piercing the night sky like sharp swords, were rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. As the distance got closer, the outline of the car gradually became clearer. The fiery red body is streamlined to the extreme. The chassis is so low that it seems to be flying close to the ground. And that highly recognizable, agile posture like a prancing horse. Fuck. Li Jun's eyes widened instantly. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice trembling. That's a Ferrari? A Ferrari F8? As a veteran car fan, he recognized the model of this car at a glance. The latest V8 mid-engine supercar from the Ferrari family. The landing price is over 4 million. It is the ultimate car that countless men dream of. How could this amazing car, which should only appear in top car shows and movies, be driven into the woods of their school in the middle of the night? Chen Mo, the top student standing by, although he didn't know as much about cars as Li Jun, was also completely shocked by the red sports car in front of him that looked like a work of art. Behind his thick glasses were a pair of eyes filled with subversion and disbelief. Only Lin Fan still had a calm expression.
It seemed as if the $4 million supercar in front of him was no different from an ordinary shared bicycle to him. Under the gazes of the three people, as if they had seen a ghost. The fiery red Ferrari F8 did a handsome drift and stopped steadily in front of them. The scissor door slowly opens upwards. A middle-aged man wearing a neat suit and with sleek hair, who looked like a manager, stepped down from the driver's seat. He walked quickly to Lin Fan, bowed 90 degrees, and respectfully held a key with a metallic luster and a prancing horse logo in front of Lin Fan with both hands.
"Mr. Lin."
"Hello?" His voice was filled with awe and flattery.
"I've got the car you asked for.
The Ferrari F8 Spider, the only one in stock in Jiangcheng. I've already taken care of all the paperwork for you.
You can drive away any time." This scene was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of Fatty, Chen Mo, and Li Jun.
Their brains completely shut down at this moment. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension.
Fanzi. His phone call just now. Are you kidding? Did he really order a Ferrari?
Well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Fan nodded lightly and took the car key that was enough to drive any man crazy. Then, under everyone's gaze as if they were looking at a god, he turned around and casually threw the Ferrari key to the fat man Zhang Wei, who had been in a petrified state from beginning to end. The action was as casual as throwing away a bunch of worthless keychains.
"Fatty, go on." "Pa."
The fat man subconsciously reached out and took the cold and heavy key. When he saw the glittering prancing horse logo in his hand, he felt like his whole world was spinning.
Fanzi.
His voice was shaking like someone in the late stage of Parkinson's disease. Is this really, for me?
Nonsense.
Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him unhappily.
If not you, who else should I give it to?
This is the new shoes I gave you. From now on, if anyone dares to look down on you again, just drive this thing over his face. I'll hold it for you.
Boom.
Lin Fan's words were like an exploding atomic bomb, instantly shattering the already fragile rationality of Fatty, Chen Mo, and Li Jun.
What the hell?
Li Jun was the first to react. He let out an earth-shattering scream, rushed forward, and hugged the fiery red Ferrari. Like a pervert, he rubbed it frantically on the cold car body.
Ferrari. It's really a Ferrari. Holy crap. I've never been able to touch a Ferrari in my life.
Chen Mo's face flushed with excitement. He pushed his glasses that were about to fall off, and looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of endless admiration and fanaticism.
Lin Fan, you are simply not a human.
As for the fat man Zhang Wei, after experiencing the initial extreme shock, an indescribable ecstasy and emotion, like a mountain torrent, instantly swept away all his rationality. He looked at the Ferrari keys in his hand, then looked at the man in front of him, his good brother who had casually given him a 4 million supercar to help him out. His eyes instantly turned red.
Fanzi.
He cried out wow and burst into tears like a child weighing more than 200 pounds. He was crying and wanted to throw himself on Lin Fan.
Fuck you. Don't come over here.
Lin Fan was startled and quickly dodged. Your snot is all over my clothes.
Fanzi. You are my brother.
After a lot of chaos,
the four people in dormitory 404 finally calmed down.
They gathered around the Ferrari F8 that was bright enough to blind everyone's eyes. The expressions on their faces were full of unreality, as if they had won a lottery worth 500 million yuan.
I still feel like I'm dreaming.
The fat man held the car key tightly in his hand, afraid that it would fly away if he let go. Brother Fan, tell us the truth. Li Jun looked at Lin Fan seriously. Are you some immortal who has descended to Earth to survive the tribulation in our dormitory?
Lin Fan smiled and didn't answer.
He glanced at the basketball court not far away, which was still brightly lit, and his eyes suddenly turned cold.
Okay, stop lamenting here.
The real business hasn't been done yet. He patted the fat man's shoulder, pointed at the red Ferrari, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Fatty, get in the car. Now, let me show you what it means. The king returns. The fat man looked at Lin Fan and nodded heavily.
He knew that the time for revenge had come. He opened the extremely handsome scissor door and sat down in the extremely enveloping racing seat.
When he pressed the red start button that looked like a devil's eye. Boom!
An extremely violent roar of an engine, enough to tear the night sky apart, instantly resounded throughout the entire Jiangcheng University campus.
At this moment, the lights in countless dormitories lit up at once. Everyone was startled by the sudden and powerful roar and sat up from the bed. What the hell? What's that noise? Is there an earthquake? No. This sound seems to be a sports car? Are you kidding me? Who the hell drives a sports car in school so late at night?
Lin Fan, who was at the center of the storm, opened the passenger door and got in. He said calmly to the fat man in the driver's seat, who was already trembling with excitement.
To the basketball court. In the most arrogant way.
The fat man grinned, revealing an extremely ferocious smile.
He stepped on the accelerator hard. Buzz.
The fiery red Ferrari, like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly shot out from its original position, and under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, it rushed towards the direction of the basketball court. Li Jun and Chen Mo looked at the red phantom that disappeared in the night in an instant, and the violent engine sound that was still echoing in their ears. The two looked at each other and saw endless shock and enthusiasm in each other's eyes.
Fuck.
Li Jun muttered to himself.
It seems like a god has appeared in our dormitory.
Chapter 25, Driving the Magical Car on the Street. The whole Jiangda was in a sensation.
Boom hum.
The powerful V8 heart of the Ferrari F8, under the fat man Zhang Wei's slippered right foot, let out an extremely wild roar that was enough to tear the night sky apart. The fiery red car body, like a burning lightning, cut through the quiet night sky of Jiangcheng University. It is only a few kilometers from the grove in the south area to the basketball court in the north area.
But with the terrifying performance of Ferrari, it happens almost in the blink of an eye.
Although it was the fat guy's first time driving a supercar, he seemed to have an innate wild gene flowing in his bones. He tightly gripped the carbon fiber steering wheel with the prancing horse logo, feeling the constant push from the beast engine behind him, and felt that the blood in his body was burning wildly.
All the grievances. All the frustration. All the resentment. At this moment, everything was completely released along with the violent roar of the engine.
He is no longer the fat guy who was bullied by others.
He is now the owner of a Ferrari. Awesome. It's so fucking awesome.
The fat man was driving while shouting excitedly. His chubby face was filled with unprecedented excitement and arrogance. Lin Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, calmly looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, with a faint smile on his lips.
This is exactly the effect he wants. He just wanted Fatty to announce his return in the most arrogant and domineering way.
At the same time, the entire Jiangcheng University was in an uproar because of the sudden roar of the engine that pierced the night sky.
The lights in countless dormitories lit up at once. Countless heads popped out from the windows and balconies. Everyone's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Holy shit! What's going on? Did I hear correctly? Why is there the sound of a sports car in the school? Oh my god. Look downstairs. That's a Ferrari. It's flaming red. So fucking cool. Oh my god. Who is this guy, driving a Ferrari in the middle of the night on campus? That's too awesome. Take a picture now. Take a picture now and post it on the forum. Is Jiangda going to go to heaven tonight?
First, a mysterious tycoon paid out for Thompson Epine, and now a Ferrari is driving down the street late at night. Countless students took out their mobile phones and frantically took photos and videos of the red shadow that flashed by on the main road of the campus. For a moment, the campus forum of Jiangcheng University was once again completely ignited. Breaking news! Breaking news! Following the Thompson Epine luxury car, our school has another Ferrari. A late-night street show that's going to rock the house. This freshly published post was ranked number 1 on the trending search list in just 1 minute. The comments section below is refreshing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Holy crap! I saw it! It was driving right under our dorm. The noise was incredible. I felt like the whole building was shaking. The photos are here. The photos are here. Guys, this is a Ferrari F8. A top-tier car worth over 4 million. Over 4 million? Oh my god. What kind of family does this car owner belong to? The son of the richest man in Jiangcheng? I don't know. It's so mysterious. The car was going so fast, I couldn't even see who was inside. What kind of day is this tonight? Is it a fight between gods? I feel like our Jiang University has suddenly become a place full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Girls' dormitory, room 502. Su Muyue was already preparing to go to bed, but was startled by the sudden, powerful roar of the engine and sat up in bed. She ran to the balcony and looked down curiously. Just then, they saw the fiery red Ferrari, like a ball of fire in the dark night, whizzing past their dormitory building. Wow! Su Muyue's beautiful big eyes were instantly filled with little stars. Although she didn't know much about cars, she could tell that this car must be very, very expensive. It's a Ferrari. Oh my god! There's actually someone driving a Ferrari in our school. It's so cool. I wish I could sit on it and experience it. The other girls in the dormitory also chattered and exclaimed in envy. And just at this moment, for no reason, the domineering figure who was wearing ordinary clothes but dared to shout "Everyone pays" in Jinjiakshuan emerged in Su Muyue's mind. For some reason, her little heart suddenly started beating faster and faster. It shouldn't be, it can't be him, right? She muttered to herself, then shook her head, a blush appearing on her pretty face. How is that possible? He is just an ordinary classmate who is relatively rich and has a strong sense of justice. How could he be so high profile and drive a sports car in school so late at night? Yes, it definitely can't be him. On the other side, in the dance academy's practice room, Su Qingxue had just finished a day of training and was preparing to return to the dormitory. When the wild roar of the engine came, she subconsciously walked to the window. She looked at the red lightning that streaked across the night sky, and a subtle, complex light flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. For some reason, her first reaction was also Lin Fan. The man who always does something unexpected yet domineering. This thought made her heart tremble violently. She quickly looked away and forced herself not to think about it anymore. Impossible. Although he is very rich, he doesn't seem to be the kind of person who likes to show off. It must be some top rich second generation from Jiangcheng whom she didn't know, who came to the school to have fun. Basketball court. At this time, the basketball court was still brightly lit and bustling with people. A group of tall, muscular boys from the sports department were sweating on the court with their upper bodies naked. The leader was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with dark skin and a bold crew cut. He was Zhao Hu, one of the bosses of the physical education department. At this moment, he was standing on a basketball with a proud look on his face, bragging about his glorious performance in the afternoon to a group of younger brothers around him. Did you see that? That fat guy named Zhang Wei, if he dares to steal our space again, I'll beat him up every time I see him. Ha ha, brother Tiger is awesome. That fat guy was so scared by you that he didn't even dare to fart. And the sight of Tiger stomping his worn-out AJs into the mud and then throwing them into the trash can was so cool. Ha ha ha. A group of people were talking excitedly. Sudden buzz boom. An engine roar, more violent and deafening than any before, came from far away and exploded above the basketball court like thunder out of the blue. Everyone was startled by the sudden loud noise. Subconsciously, they looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a fiery red supercar that they had only seen in movies and posters. It looked like a flaming beast and was doing a very cool drifting motion. Crunch! Accompanied by a harsh sound of tire friction and a strong smell of burnt rubber. The red Ferrari actually ran sideways onto the plastic track of the basketball court, and finally, it stopped steadily in the center of the court. All the people who were playing were forced to stop. The entire basketball court fell into deathly silence at this moment. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, staring at the uninvited guest that suddenly broke in with an eye as if it were an alien spaceship. Fuck. I don't know who it was, but the first sound was a dreamy cry of surprise. Ferrari? Under the gazes of everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost. Ferrari's two extremely handsome scissor doors slowly opened upwards. Then, two figures walked down from the car slowly. When Zhao Hu and his group of younger brothers saw clearly the fat figure of one of them, everyone's faces changed instantly. Is it that fat guy? And when they saw the young man who walked down from the passenger seat, wearing an ordinary t-shirt but with a cold smile on his face, Zhao Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. Although he had never met Lin Fan, he sensed an unprecedented, heart-pounding aura from this young man. Dangerous smell. Lin Fan ignored the PE students who were already terrified. He just glanced indifferently at the young man with a crew cut who was standing in the middle of the court with a look of astonishment on his face. Then, he turned to the fat man Zhang Wei beside him, whose face was already red with excitement and anger, and asked calmly, "Fatty, which grandson touched you this afternoon?" Chapter 26. Zhou Chanxian cried and regretted it so much.
The night is getting deeper and deeper. But the campus forum of Jiangcheng University is even more lively than during the day. It's almost like the new year. Almost all the students were holding their mobile phones, frantically refreshing the 2 posts that had become popular, and excitedly discussing in various WeChat groups the 2 miracle events that happened tonight that were worthy of being recorded in the history of Jiangnan University. Tang Chen is the best tycoon. Ferrari street racing god. These 2 legendary labels have become the hottest keywords on the Jiangnan University campus tonight. Everyone is wondering where these 2 mysterious and powerful beings that suddenly appeared come from. Is there any unknown connection between them? Girls' dormitory, room 402. Unlike the noisy and lively atmosphere outside, it is deathly silent here. Zhou Qianqian sat alone, dejected, on the cold floor, staring blankly at the constantly refreshing comments filled with envy and admiration on her mobile phone screen. Tears fell uncontrollably, drop by drop, onto the screen. After being thrown on the roadside like garbage by that loser Wang Yu from the Thomson Epine sales office, she returned to the dormitory alone, like a wandering soul. Then, she saw the post on the forum that had already been voted up. Shocking news. A mysterious student from our school spent 260 million yuan to buy a top-tier apartment. It's suspected this is related to a breakup with his ex-girlfriend. When she saw the picture below the post, which was blurry but still recognizable as the photo of her and Lin Fan's backs. When she saw the praises for the mysterious rich man and the ruthless ridicule of the gold-digger ex-girlfriend who despises the poor and loves the rich in the comment section. Her psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. Remorse. Endless regret. Like the most vicious tide, it completely submerged her entire body in an instant. She never dreamed that the man she had pushed away with her own hands, the one she despised as a poor wretch and believed would never be able to turn his life around, would actually. It was actually the one who shocked the entire Jiang University in just a few hours, and made countless people crazy and admired him. Mysterious rich man. A mansion worth 260 million yuan. Buy it now and pay in full. What is this concept? Not to mention her new boyfriend, the so-called rich second-generation Wang Yu. Even Wang Yu's father and Wang Yu's entire family probably can't come up with such a terrifying cash flow. What have you missed? If she hadn't been so snobbish and heartless this afternoon. If she could give Lin Fan a little more time, a little more trust. So now, that rich guy's girlfriend, who was envied and hated by all the girls in the school, it should be her? If it were her, she could have lived in that top-notch mansion worth 260 million. If it were her, she could have enjoyed that kind of fairy-like life, spending money lavishly. It was her who could have become the most dazzling and glorious woman in the entire Jiangcheng University. But now, all of this has nothing to do with her. Not only did she miss out on all of this, she also turned herself into a complete and huge joke. A person who was pointed at and laughed at behind the back by everyone in the school as blind, a huge idiot of the century. Woo-woo. Thinking of this, Zhou Qianqian could no longer hold back. She buried her face deeply in her knees and let out a suppressed and desperate cry like a child abandoned by the whole world. She regretted it so much. If there is a pill to take to regret in the world, she is willing to exchange everything she has for one. Qianqian, you, don't cry. Seeing her like this, the other roommates in the dormitory were at a loss and could only comfort her in a low voice. Their emotions are also extremely complicated. Shock, envy, jealousy, but more of a sense of schadenfreude. They have been unhappy with Zhou Qianqian for a long time. She usually relies on her good looks to show off in the dormitory, but today she finally got hit by a wall. She deserves it. Ding dong. Just then, a roommate's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and took a look, then let out an extremely exaggerated scream. Oh my god. Sisters. Check out the forum. Something big has happened again. This screen instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the dormitory. Even Zhou Qianqian, who was crying bitterly, subconsciously raised her tearful face. I saw it on the hot search list of the campus forum. The popularity of the post about Ferrari rocking the street surpassed Tangchini Pinchinao in just a few minutes and directly reached the top spot. Moreover, the title of the post has become even more explosive and exaggerated. Bombshell revelation. The Ferrari's owner has been confirmed. It's none other than Thompson's top tycoon, Lin Fan. His legendary car has now crashed onto the basketball court, presumably to avenge his brother. This title was like an exploding hydrogen bomb, instantly paralyzing the entire Jiangda campus forum server. What? The Ferrari owner is that Lin Fan? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this true? This is too fucking exciting. A prime building in Thompson first floor, plus a Ferrari worth over $4 million. Oh my god. Does this Mr. Lin Fan's family own a banknote printing factory? Revenge? Revenge for a brother? Holy shit. What kind of a plot is this? Handsome. Rich. And so damn loyal. He's the type of hero you'd find in a novel. Basketball court. Hurry to the basketball court. The war of the century is about to break out. If you go too late, there won't even be room to stand. The entire forum has gone completely crazy. At this moment, countless lurking students rushed into the comments section like crazy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Dormitory 402 was also plunged into a deathly silence. The roommates were all stunned, their mouths wide open, staring at the constantly refreshing comments filled with shock and admiration on their phone screens. Their brains had completely lost the ability to think. Turn out to be that mysterious car god who drove a Ferrari and blasted the streets of the campus, causing countless people to scream. Surprisingly, it was also Lin Fan? That. They had always mocked Zhou Qianqian's ex-boyfriend behind her back, calling him a poor guy and a toad? They felt that their worldview had been completely overturned at this moment. As for Zhou Qianqian, the person involved, the moment she saw the post, her tears, which had just stopped a little, suddenly burst out again like a flood that broke through the dam. This time, it's no longer regret. It's a feeling that comes from the depths of the soul. Despair. Turn out to be. It turns out that Ferrari that made everyone crazy, it's his too. It turns out that he is not only rich, but also so loyal. For the sake of his brother, he can spend a fortune and drive a $4 million supercar to get back at him. Such a man. What had I lost in the first place to think that he was inferior to Wang Yu, who only knew how to rely on the useless people at home? Puff. A huge, indescribable regret and despair, like the most ferocious beast, instantly destroyed her last bit of sanity. She only felt a sweetness in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fell straight back. Qianqian. Qianqian, what's wrong with you? Quick. Call an ambulance. The entire dormitory 402 was instantly in chaos. However, Lin Fan, the instigator of all this, knew nothing about it. At this moment, he was standing in the center of the brightly lit basketball court. In front of him was the fiery red Ferrari that looked like a flaming beast. Next to him was his good brother, Fatty Zhangwei, who was already trembling with excitement. Opposite him was the boss of the physical education department, Zhao Wu, who had been so arrogant in the afternoon but now looked as pale as death and was so scared that he couldn't even speak. Lin Fan looked at him, the smile on his face was cold and cruel. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the fat man's foot that was still wearing slippers. Then, in an unquestionable, godlike tone, he said calmly, "Kneel down. Lick my shoes clean, brother." Chapter 27, Retired Soldier King Chen Feng, your life is worth 100 million. Kneel down. Lick it clean. Lin Fan's voice, which was ice cold and devoid of any emotion, was like two invisible hammers, slamming hard into the hearts of every physical education student on the basketball court. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button at this moment. Only the fiery red Ferrari was left, still roaring in a low voice, like a ferocious beast waiting to devour its prey, emitting a heart-pounding aura of danger. Zhao Hu and his group of younger brothers were all dumbfounded. They all had pale faces and cold bodies, staring blankly at the young man in front of them. Although he was not tall, he looked like a demon god at this moment. Their minds were blank. Kneel down? Licking shoes? What the hell, what a humiliation. Who is Zhao Hu? He was the leader of the Jiangcheng University sports department, the main force of the school basketball team. He was a domineering figure throughout the entire school. When had I ever suffered such a great humiliation? You, what the hell, did you say? After a brief moment of dead silence, Zhao Hu finally recovered from his extreme shock. A surge of boundless rage at being publicly humiliated instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. His dark face instantly turned the color of liver. His eyes, as sharp as copper bells, stared at Lin Fan intently, his gaze gazing as if he wanted to devour him alive. Who the hell do you think you are? He pointed at Lin Fan's nose and roared in frustration, "You dare to show off in front of me driving a broken Ferrari? Believe it or not, I will turn you, car and you, into a pile of scrap metal right now. Brother Tiger is right. Damn it. How dare a pretty boy like him act so wildly on our PE department's territory? Brothers. Come on. Destroy him for me." The group of younger brothers behind Zhao Hu also reacted. They rubbed their hands, cracked their knuckles, and grinned as they slowly approached Lin Fan and the fat man. In their opinion, people like Lin Fan are just cowards who rely on their family. So what if I have money? This is the basketball court. It's their physical education department's territory. Here, fists are the only way. On their side, there were more than a dozen people. All of them were tall, strong, and sturdy martial artists. And the other side only has 2 people. A frail-looking pretty boy and a chubby fat guy. Isn't this just arbitrary? Fancy. When Fatty Zhang Wei saw the scene, he was so scared that his face turned pale and he subconsciously shrank behind Lin Fan. Although he was very touched and felt relieved, he really didn't know how to fight. If a fight really breaks out, I'm afraid his 200+ pounds of flesh won't even be enough to fill the other person's teeth. However, as Lin Fan looked at the group of ferocious athletes slowly approaching, the expression on his face remained the same. The clouds are light and the breeze is gentle. There's even a hint of disappointment? That's it? He shook his head and let out a contemptuous sigh. I thought that students from the sports department could be very good at fighting. It turns out they are just a bunch of simple-minded, strong-limbed idiots. You're looking for death. Lin Fan's words, full of sarcasm, completely ignited the last bit of rationality in Zhao Wu's heart. He roared like a beast, and with a gust of evil wind, his fist, as big as a casserole, smashed towards Lin Fan's face. If this punch landed solidly, not to mention Lin Fan's seemingly fragile body, even a cow would be knocked down on the spot. All around, exclamations were heard instantly. However, just when the fist was about to hit Lin Fan in the face, Lin Fan moved. His movements were not fast, and could even be said to be a bit slow. He simply raised his right hand. Then, he arrived first and easily grabbed Zhao Wu's powerful wrist. Bang! A muffled sound. Zhao Wu's fist, which was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, stopped abruptly, less than a centimeter away from Lin Fan's nose. Never again, no further progress. The entire basketball court once again fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, staring at the scene before them with a look of seeing a ghost, which was completely contrary to the common sense of physics. How is this possible? How could Lin Fan's seemingly not so strong arms possibly block Zhao Wu's full strength attack? Zhao Hu himself was completely dumbfounded. He felt as if his wrist was being tightly clamped by a pair of red-hot iron pliers. No matter how hard he tried or how he struggled, he couldn't get free at all. The overwhelming and terrifying power coming from the opponent's hand made him feel for the first time the power that came from the depths of his soul. Fear. The strength is too weak. Lin Fan looked at Zhao Hu's face, which had been completely distorted by shock and fear, and shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Grandmaster-level fighting technique. This is a reward from the system, a top-level skill that is enough to allow him to walk sideways in this world. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to stretch his muscles. Result. That's it? Lin Fan felt like a big character with full-level divine equipment returning to the novice village. It's really not challenging at all. He lost all interest in continuing to play. He grabbed Zhao Hu's wrist and shook it gently. Crack. A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking resounded throughout the basketball court. Ah! Zhao Hu instantly let out an extremely shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. His entire arm was twisted backwards at a strange angle. The intense pain made his dark face turn pale as paper in an instant. Cold sweat poured out from his forehead like a waterfall. My hand is broken. He hugged his completely deformed arm and fell to the ground in pain, twitching and rolling wildly like a fish out of water. This scene was like a bolt of lightning, striking hard on the heads of all the physical education students present. Their faces were pale and their bodies were cold as they looked at Lin Fan, who had a calm expression as if he had just casually slapped a mosquito to death. Their eyes were filled with endless fear and horror. One move. It only took one move. So they just crippled Zhao Hu, the most capable fighter in their physical education department? This fucking. Is he still human? This is clearly a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex covered in human skin. Who else?
Lin Fan glanced at the athletes who were already frightened and retreating. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting their hearts hard.
Plop! Plop! I don't know who took the lead first.
The remaining dozen or so athletes who had been so arrogant and ferocious just now suddenly felt their legs go weak and they scrambled to their knees on the ground.
They kowtowed desperately to Lin Fan, their voices filled with fear and pleading. Brother! We were wrong. We are blind and ignorant.
Please be magnanimous and treat us like as nothing and let us go.
We won't dare to do that again. The entire basketball court was filled with grief. Fatty Zhang Wei was already stunned, completely dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at his good brother who was both familiar and unfamiliar to him, and felt that his brain was once again not enough.
Fanzi. When did he become so good at fighting? Is this still the same otaku who struggles to even unscrew a bottle cap?
Lin Fan ignored the rubbish that was kneeling and begging for mercy.
He just walked slowly to Zhao Hu, who was still lying on the ground, wailing in pain.
He squatted down and looked at the other person's face, which was full of pain and fear. The smile on his face was cold and cruel.
You didn't seem to hear what I just said?
I heard it clearly. I heard it clearly.
Zhao Hu shuddered with fear, and while enduring the severe pain in his arm, he rolled and crawled on the ground and knelt in the direction of the fat man Zhang Wei. He is regretting it so much now. What kind of wealthy, powerful, terrifying monster had he provoked? He knelt in front of the fat man, looking at the fat man's dirty feet in slippers, his face filled with endless humiliation and despair. But in order to survive, he had no choice. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to.
Okay. At this moment, Lin Fan's faint voice rang out again.
I think it's dirty. He looked at Zhao Hu, his eyes full of disgust. Go away. From now on, don't let me see you at Jiangcheng University again. Otherwise, next time, it won't be your hand that's broken. It's your neck.
When Zhao Hu heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned.
He crawled to his feet from the ground, and with his group of equally frightened brothers, he ran towards the exit of the basketball court in a panic. He looked even more miserable than if he had seen a ghost. In the blink of an eye, the only people left on the basketball court were Lin Fan and the fat guy who was still in a daze. And the fiery red Ferrari that emits charming light under the lights. Looking at the fat man's silly look, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh and gently kicked his butt with his foot. Hey, the soul is back. How is it? My brother, is he considerate enough? Chapter 28 Special Reward. Grandmaster Level Fighting Technique. 100 million annual salary. Plus another 100 million yuan for settling in. When Lin Fan calmly said this astronomical figure that was enough to give any normal person a myocardial infarction on the spot, the whole world seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. All that was left were the painful groans of the thugs lying on the ground with broken arms and legs, and the still roaring engine of the Bugatti Veyron. The young man in camouflage uniform, that is, Chen Feng, had a violent and uncontrollable fluctuation on his icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years for the first time. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip due to extreme shock. His breathing also became heavy and rapid at this moment. He stared at Lin Fan intently, his hawk-like eyes filled with disbelief. 100 million? Did he hear it right? Who is he, Chen Feng? The most mysterious and powerful special forces in China, the former soldier king of Dragon Tooth. He once fought bloody battles with the most brutal mercenaries in the jungles of Africa. I have also taken the head of a drug lord in the drug den of the Golden Triangle, amidst thousands of enemies. The number of deaths he has taken is more than many people have seen in their entire lives. It can be said that he is the most advanced killing machine walking on Earth. However, due to an accidental injury during a mission and his hot temper that offended his superiors, he eventually had to choose to retire early. He returned to this peaceful city that was both familiar and strange to him. He originally thought that with his ability to stand out from the crowd, even if he couldn't become rich, it shouldn't be a problem for him to find a bodyguard job with an annual salary of 1 million to support himself and his sister who was still in the hospital waiting for money to save her life. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. In this peaceful era, his proud killing skills are worthless in the eyes of those fat-bellied rich people. What they need is a senior assistant who can flatter, open car doors, and carry bags, not a killer god who exudes a cold and murderous aura that keeps strangers away.
In the past 6 months, he has encountered obstacles everywhere and suffered from contempt and humiliation. In order to raise the 1 million yuan surgery fee for his sister, he even put aside all his dignity and pride and ran to the underground boxing ring in the black market to fight the bloodiest and most desperate black boxing. But even if he was undefeated and covered in wounds, the money he earned would still be a drop in the bucket compared to the astronomical medical expenses. He is almost being pushed into a dead end by reality. And today, just as he was about to go fight an underground boxing match again because he had no money, he saw the Bugatti Veyron, which was like the king of the night. I also saw that this group of thugs were obviously desperate criminals. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, his sense of honor as a soldier and the sense of justice that had not yet been erased in his bones ultimately made him choose to take action. He thought that this was another thankless task of standing up for justice. But he never dreamed of it. The person sitting in the car turned out to be such a mysterious young man who opened his mouth and said 100 million. 100 million annual salary. 100 million for resettlement. This amount of money is more than enough to save his sister's life, even if it means replacing her from head to toe with pure gold. At this moment, Chen Feng's heart was beating violently. He is not a greedy person. But this money is more than just money to him. It's his sister's life. It was also his last moment as a brother and a man. Dignity. He looked at Lin Fan, and for the first time, a fierce struggle and hesitation appeared in his eagle-like eyes. Lin Fan didn't rush him. He just looked at him quietly, with that calm and confident smile on his face that seemed to see through everything. He knew that he had decided to take in the man in front of him. Because the price he offered was a price that the other party could not refuse. Time passes by minute by minute. Finally, Chen Feng slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, all the struggle and hesitation in those sharp eyes had disappeared. What replaced it was an incomparable firmness and determination. He looked at Lin Fan and slowly knelt on one knee. Using a solemn military etiquette that is only used when facing the highest commander, he said in a deep voice, "Chen Feng, I am willing to die for Mr. Lin." The sound is not loud, but it is resounding and as loud as iron. Lin Fan finally showed a satisfied smile from the heart. He knew that he had made the right bet. He stepped forward and personally helped Chen Feng up from the ground. Very good. He patted the other person's iron-like shoulder. From now on, you belong to me, Lin Fan. Your life is mine. Your sister's life is mine, too. I promise that she will receive the best treatment in the world. Chen Feng's eyes instantly turned red. This tough guy who had never shed a tear in the midst of gunfire and hail of bullets, at this moment, almost burst into tears because of Lin Fan's simple promise. Thank you, Mr. Lin. He nodded heavily. And at that moment, Lin Fan successfully subdued Chen Feng. At the same time, an extremely pleasant system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Host detected, successfully subdued the first core member soldier King Chen Feng. The host's territory has been initially expanded. A crucial step has been taken on the road to becoming a super rich. To reward the host for his ability to select and appoint talented individuals, the system will issue special rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained Grandmaster level fighting technique. Skill description: this skill combines the essence of fighting techniques from all over the world, including but not limited to Chinese ancient martial arts, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Israeli Krav Maga, Russian Systema. After acquiring this skill, the host will instantly become one of the top unarmed combatants on the planet. Enough to establish a school and become a master. Boom! As the system prompt sound falls, Lin Fan only felt that his brain was struck by an invisible lightning. Next second, countless complex yet pure knowledge, skills, experiences, and insights about fighting. Like a flood that broke through the dam, it rushed into his mind madly. Muscle memory. Fighting instinct. Killer move. Stunt. Everything was perfectly absorbed and integrated by him in just a few seconds. His body is still that of an ordinary college student. However, at this moment, his brain and his soul underwent an epic transformation. He is no longer the ordinary person who hesitates even before fighting. He is now a real fighting master. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, his expression had become completely different from before. Still so calm and so profound. But deep within that calmness, there was a hint of something that was enough to make anyone tremble with fear.
sharp, and confidence. He glanced at Chen Feng, who was still standing there, extremely shocked by his offer of 200 million yuan, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew, from now on, even if Chen Feng is not around, no one in this world can threaten his personal safety anymore. Chen Feng,
Lin Fan said lightly.
Here.
Chen Feng immediately stood at attention, like a soldier waiting for orders.
What do you think? Lin Fan looked at him and asked with interest, if the two of us were to fight bare-handed right now? Who will win? Chapter 29 One Punch KO. The underground boxing champion is a joke. Who will win?
When Chen Feng heard Lin Fan's question, which was lighthearted but full of playfulness and provocation, he was completely stunned. Subconsciously, he wanted to answer, "Of course it's me."
Joke. Who is he, Chen Feng? Dragon Tooth, the king of soldiers.
A killing machine that crawled out of the pile of corpses.
And what about Lin Fan in front of him?
Although he is rich and powerful, he is, after all, just a 19-year-old college student who looks powerless. Not to mention one, even if there were 10 of them, Chen Feng could knock them all down within 3 seconds. This is not a contest of the same level at all. But, for some reason, when he met Lin Fan's eyes, which were calm without a trace of ripples, yet seemed to contain a starry sky, the words "of course it's me" were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them.
He felt.
The Lin Fan in front of me seemed.
What's different from before?
If we say that Lin Fan just now was a peerless divine weapon hidden in a sheath, with a restrained edge, one could still feel his dignity and extraordinariness.
So now Lin Fan.
It was a sword that had been unsheathed and had drunk the blood of gods and demons. The most evil sword. That elusive, yet real, terrifying aura that seemed to freeze the soul made Chen Feng, a soldier who killed countless people on the battlefield, feel a shiver deep in his soul.
Palpitations. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Chen Feng's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and his voice became a little dry. Are you kidding? Do you look at me like I'm joking? Lin Fan laughed.
He knew that Chen Feng had already felt it. He could feel the newly awakened master power in his body that was enough to crush everything. Chen Feng was so choked that he couldn't utter a word. Right now, he really couldn't see through the young man in front of him who had just become his boss. Just when the atmosphere fell into a strange silence,
the cell phone in Chen Feng's pocket rang at an inopportune time.
He glanced at the caller ID and his expression changed instantly.
He subconsciously wanted to hang up.
Take it.
Lin Fan said calmly, "It should be urging you to go back and practice boxing, right?" Chen Feng's body suddenly stiffened. He raised his head and looked at Lin Fan with an expression of disbelief.
How did you know? Not only do I know you're going to a black boxing match tonight, Lin Fan said, his tone still as calm as ever. I also know you're fighting so hard because your sister, Chen Shui, has acute leukemia and is in the intensive care unit of Jiangqing First People's Hospital. Every day, she needs exorbitant medical expenses to stay alive. And you, in order to raise the 1 million yuan for her surgery, have almost driven yourself to despair.
I said that, right? Boom.
Lin Fan's words were like thunder from the sky, striking Chen Feng's head fiercely. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Fan as if he were a ghost. All the hairs on his body stood up at this moment.
How could he know? These are the most secret and painful secrets deep in his heart. He never mentioned it to anyone.
Who are you?
Chen Feng's voice was trembling. I'm your boss.
Lin Fan smiled, walked forward, and patted his shoulder, which had already become as stiff as iron. So, I said, your sister's life is also mine. From now on, you don't have to play that kind of garbage game where you exchange your life for money.
But, Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a playful arc.
We still have to go to that boxing ring tonight.
Why?
Chen Feng was puzzled. Because, Lin Fan glanced at the thug still groaning in pain on the ground, I suddenly realized that money alone doesn't seem to be enough. Sometimes, you have to let certain people see it with their own eyes. What is true power?
Jiangcheng, Zura Field Underground Boxing Gym.
This is the largest and bloodiest underground black boxing market in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan region. Every night, hundreds of wealthy people and gamblers from all walks of life gather here to seek excitement. They are here, spending huge sums of money just to enjoy the most primitive and brutal fighting with fists hitting flesh and blood flying everywhere. Tonight is the highlight of the Zura Field monthly event. Boxing Championship. The previous boxing champion, Waka, a 2-meter tall, muscular man from Thailand, known as the Muay Thai Demon King, will be here to accept attacks from all challengers.
And Chen Feng was originally one of the challengers tonight.
When Lin Fan and Chen Feng walked into this extremely noisy underground boxing ring filled with the smell of smoke, sweat, and strong hormones. On the boxing ring, a bloody KO just ended. A poor challenger was hit in the chest by a powerful knee strike from the Iron Tower like Muay Thai King Waka. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood and fainting on the spot. The entire boxing arena instantly erupted in thunderous, enthusiastic cheers and screams.
Waka! 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 Ha ha ha!
Another loser.
Can't even take a single move from Waka. Damn it! I lost again.
What kind of garbage are all these challengers tonight? The owner of the boxing ring, a bald fat man with a cigar in his mouth and a face full of flesh, was sitting in the VIP seat with a smug look on his face, enjoying all this. His name is Zhao Hu, and he is one of the local emperors in the underground world of Jiangcheng. Note, this Zhao Hu is not the Zhao Hu from the basketball court, he is just a supporting character with the same name.
Next. Who else? Who else dares to come up and challenge our boxing champion Waka?
The host held the microphone and roared at the top of his lungs in the boxing ring, stirring up the emotions of the audience.
However, after witnessing Waka's brutal and almost terrifying strength,
the challengers in the backstage all looked pale, and no one dared to go on stage again.
Fuck! What's going on? Is there no one here?
Zhao Hu angrily stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray and cursed at his men.
Where's that veteran named Chen Feng? Isn't he known for being a good fighter? Get him to get out of here. Brother Hu.
The subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, Chen
Feng, he just called and said, he doesn't want to fight anymore. What? You're not going to fight anymore? Zhao Hu instantly got furious.
He grabbed his subordinate by the collar and roared, "Damn it!
Are you kidding me? Go! Tie him up and bring him here. Tonight, he has to fight me, whether he wants to or not. No need to tie it."
At this moment, a calm voice without a trace of emotion suddenly sounded from not far away. Zhao Hu looked back subconsciously. I saw two figures walking slowly towards the boxing ring through the noisy crowd. One of them was the retired soldier Chen Feng, whom he had just been talking about.
And the other one?
He was a strange young man wearing cheap clothes and looked more like a student than he did.
Chen Feng? How dare you come here?
Zhao Hu was stunned when he saw Chen Feng, and then he became furious. However, Chen Feng acted as if he didn't hear his words. He just walked behind Lin Fan with an expressionless face, standing quietly with his hands hanging down like the most loyal sculpture.
This action stunned Zhao Hu and everyone present.
They have seen Chen Feng's strength. He's a tough guy who can even beat more than a dozen of their gold medal fighters. Now, he was actually so respectful to a kid who looked like he had barely grown all his hair? Who is this kid? Zhao Hu frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Lin Fan, on the other hand, didn't even look at him. He just glanced at the so-called Muay Thai Demon King who was still showing off his power in the boxing ring. Then, he slowly took off his coat, revealing a body of muscles that were not exaggerated but had smooth lines and were full of explosive power. He flexed his wrists and walked towards the boxing ring.
Hey! Kid! What are you doing? Is that where you're supposed to be? Get off!
When the host saw Lin Fan, the uninvited guest, he immediately wanted to come up and stop him. However, Lin Fan just glanced at him indifferently.
Just that one glance.
The host instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus. A bone-chilling fear instantly gripped his heart, causing him to freeze in place, unable to utter a single word. Lin Fan was stared at by thousands of eyes filled with shock and confusion. Step by step, he climbed onto the octagonal boxing ring stained with blood and sweat.
You!
On the boxing ring, the 2-meter-tall Thai boxing king Waka, who was as tall as an iron tower, looked at Lin Fan, who was not even as tall as his chest and as thin as a chicken. A trace of undisguised contempt and cruelty flashed in his fierce eyes. He didn't even bother to say a word. He just let out a wild beast-like roar, and his terrifying right leg, which was strong enough to kick down a tree as thick as a bull, swept towards Lin Fan's head with a gust of wind that tore through the air.
If this kick landed solidly, Lin Fan's head would probably explode like a watermelon. Ah!
Instantly, a shrill scream rang out from the audience. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene. However, just when that foot was about to hit Lin Fan moved. His movements were still so calm and effortless. He didn't even try to hide. He simply raised his right fist. Then, facing the terrifying kick that swept towards him. One punch. Blasted out. Bang. Chapter 30, Conquer the underground tyrant of Jiangcheng and respectfully call him Master Lin. A muffled sound. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of everyone in that Ashura field. Time, at this moment, seems to stand still. The whole world fell into deathly silence. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape, staring at the octagonal boxing ring with eyes as if they were looking at a ghost, a god, or an alien. It was a scene that was completely inconsistent with physics, biology, and even metaphysics. As expected, the bloody scene of flying flesh and exploding heads did not occur. I saw, on the boxing ring, the young man, whose height was not even as high as the chest of Muay Thai King Bwaka, and who was a little thin, was still standing there quietly. He didn't even change his posture. Still so calm and peaceful. It seemed as if the earth-shattering punch just now was not thrown by him at all. And across from him, that 2-meter-tall, over 300-pound, muscular, towering Muay Thai King Bwaka. His right leg, powerful enough to kick down a tree, still maintained a sweeping posture. But at the front of his shin bone, an extremely clear and terrifying fist mark. And, with that fist mark as the center, it spread out madly in all directions, like a spider web, densely packed. Bone crack. Crack. A slight, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear, sound of bones breaking was heard. Next second, under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience, filled with extreme horror and disbelief, that invincible, 3-time underground boxing champion, the Muay Thai Devil Bwaka, his right leg as thick as an elephant's leg. It unexpectedly broke in the middle with a crack sound at an extremely strange and terrifying angle. Bwaka lowered his head, staring blankly at his completely deformed right leg. For the first time, confusion and fear appeared in his fierce eyes. He couldn't even feel the pain. Because the power of Lin Fan's punch was too great. So great that it exceeded the limit of his nerves' reaction. That punch not only broke his leg bone, it even shattered all the nerves in his legs on the spot. Ah! He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But Lin Fan was no longer prepared to give him any chance to speak. Too weak. Lin Fan shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. He retracted his fist, then simply took a step forward. Just like that, one step. Bang! An invisible yet tangible and terrifying wave of air exploded with Lin Fan's body as the center. The Muay Thai Devil Bwaka, who had already lost his balance and was as strong as an iron tower, didn't even have time to make a sound. His whole body was as if he was hit hard by a heavy truck running at high speed. Boom! His huge body weighing more than 300 pounds flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. It hit the iron net of the octagonal cage made of fine steel with great force. Bang! A deafening bang. The entire boxing ring trembled violently. The iron net that was said to be unable to break even a car was actually knocked out by him, creating a huge human-shaped dent. Bwaka himself slid slowly down the iron net to the ground like a puddle of mud. Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, his eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness on the spot. One punch. KO. The entire Ashura field was dead silent. Everyone seemed to be cast into petrification, staring blankly at the young man on the boxing ring who was slowly retracting his steps, without even a trace of sweat on his face. He looked like a demon descending. Their minds were blank. Killed in seconds? The underground boxing champion Bwaka, who remained undefeated for 3 consecutive tournaments and even set a terrifying record of knocking out 30 challengers in one night. Just like that. Being given, by a young man who looked even thinner than them. One punch, instant kill? This fucking. Are you filming a movie? After a brief moment of silence that felt as long as a century. Boom! The entire underground boxing ring erupted in a tsunami-like scream that was more fanatical, more hysterical, and more full of awe and fear than ever before. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Is this person still a human being? One punch. Just one punch. Bwaka was killed instantly? Oh my god. Did I see a god tonight?
Who is he? Who the hell is he? Quick! Go check! I want to know everything about him.
When Chen Feng, who was standing in the audience, saw this scene, his icy face, which had never changed for 1,000 years, was also filled with endless, extreme shock that was difficult to describe in words.
What did he see just now? That punch.
That punch seemed ordinary, but it contained a terrifying force that was enough to split mountains and rocks.
That is no longer just a simple fighting technique. That is Master of Chinese martial arts. Chen Feng uttered these 4 words with difficulty. His expression completely changed at this moment.
If he had chosen to submit to Lin Fan before, it was because of Lin Fan's irresistible wealth that was enough to change his sister's fate.
So now,
he truly, from the bottom of his heart, felt for this unfathomable young man before him.
Respect. Fear. Like a god. In the VIP seats,
the underground tyrant Zhao Hu, with a cigar in his mouth and a face full of flesh, had already jumped up from his comfortable leather sofa. The Cuban cigar in his hand, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars, had fallen to the ground at some point, but he was completely unaware. He stared intently at the young man on the boxing ring, who was looking down at everyone like a god. For the first time, an expression called fear appeared on that fierce face. He has been in the underworld for half his life.
What kind of vicious and desperate criminals has he not seen?
But for someone like Lin Fan, every move he made contained an inhuman and terrifying power that was enough to crush everything.
Monster.
He is still seeing it for the first time. He knew that today, he might have offended someone whom he absolutely could not afford to offend.
Tiger, brother Tiger.
The men around him were so frightened that they were trembling with fear and couldn't even speak clearly.
This gentleman, who was his background? Zhao Hu did not answer.
He just felt that his back was already completely soaked with cold sweat.
Just then,
on the boxing ring, the devil-like young man slowly turned his head. His gaze penetrated the noisy crowd and landed precisely on him.
That look was very calm.
But Zhao Hu felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric tyrannosaurus. A chill that chilled him to the bone marrow instantly rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head.
You are the boss here?
Lin Fan's voice was not loud, but it reached his ears clearly.
Yes, yes.
Zhao Hu's voice was trembling.
Very good.
Lin Fan smiled. He walked down from the boxing ring, step by step. Wherever he passed, the crowds retreated to both sides like Moses parting the sea. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe and fear. Lin Fan, under everyone's gaze, slowly walked in front of Zhao Hu. He looked at this tycoon, who was considered a top figure in the Jiangcheng underground world, with a playful smile on his face. I'll give you 2 choices. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable dominance. First, from now on, you, all your places, and all your people belong to me. I can let you continue to be the king here, and even make you more glorious than before.
Second,
Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold.
I'll destroy you.
Then, find someone more obedient to replace you.
You, which one do you choose?
Zhao Hu listened to Lin Fan's extremely overbearing condition, and the cold sweat on his forehead began to flow even more violently.
He wants to resist. He wants to get angry. He's a tyrant in Jiangcheng's underworld. When has he ever been threatened like this?
But when he saw Lin Fan's eyes, which were calm without a ripple, yet seemed to contain a terrifying power that could destroy everything. When he recalled the horrific scene of the underground boxing champion, who was as strong as an iron tower, being knocked out by him with one punch. All his anger and resentment, at this moment, turned into the deepest
fear. He knew that he had no choice.
Plop! Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
This tyrant who has been dominating the Jiangcheng underworld for over a decade, Zhao Hu.
Slowly, facing the young man in front of him, who was only 19 years old.
Get down on your knees.
Then, he lowered his proud head, which he had never lowered to anyone before. With a trembling voice full of awe and submission, he respectfully shouted.
I, Zhao Hu, am willing to. Master Lin, I will do you the best I can for you. Chapter 31, I will solve Su Qingshui's family crisis. Master Lin.
When Zhao Hu's call, full of awe and submission, resounded throughout the Ashura field. Lin Fan knew that from today on, the underground world of Jiangcheng would be owned by the Lin family. He looked at the underground tycoon in front of him, who was so arrogant one second and as humble as a dog the next, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
He likes to deal with smart people.
And Zhao Hu is obviously a very smart man who knows the times.
Get up, Lin Fan said calmly. From now on, do your best for me. I'll pay you. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Master Lin. Thank you, Master Lin.
Zhao Hu, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to his feet and nodded and groveled to Lin Fan again.
Where was the aura of an underground tyrant left in him? He was clearly the most loyal, yet humble, lackey.
Lin Fan ignored him. He simply gave an order to the soldier king Chen Feng, who was standing beside him and watching everything quietly like a sculpture from beginning to end.
Here, I leave it to you. Yes. Chen Feng stood at attention and saluted, his voice as loud as iron.
His expression also changed completely at this moment.
If you say that before, he was in awe of Lin Fan. Now, it's frenzy.
A kind of fanatical worship of God, like a believer, the most pious and crazy.
KO the underground boxing champion with one punch. Conquer the underground tyrant with just one word. This kind of existence, which possesses the terrifying power of both God and devil.
He, Chen Feng, has followed the right person in this life. After dealing with the matter of Shura Field, Lin Fan and Chen Feng left that place full of blood and noise.
Get on the Bugatti Veyron that is still parked at the door, like the king of the night. Mr. Lin, where are we going now? Chen Feng asked respectfully while sitting in the driver's seat.
Return to Thompson first class. Lin Fan said calmly, by the way, tell me about your sister's situation.
Yes.
Along the way, through Chen Feng's narration, Lin Fan also roughly understood the situation of the soldier king's sister Chen Shui.
Acute leukemia requires a bone marrow transplant.
The cost of the surgery plus the subsequent rehabilitation costs will cost at least 2 million. For this money, Chen Feng has exhausted all his retirement benefits and even resorted to fighting in underground boxing, risking his life.
You don't have to worry about the money.
After hearing this, Lin Fan transferred 5 million to him using his mobile phone in front of Chen Feng.
Here's 5 million. 1 million for your sister's surgery. The remaining 4 million is for you.
Buy yourself some nice clothes and a car worthy of your status. A soldier king should act like a soldier king. Looking at the bank text message on his phone about the 5 million yuan deposit, Chen Feng, the tough guy who shed blood but not tears on the battlefield, once again had tears in his eyes.
Mr. Lin. Come on, stop being such a bitch.
Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him unhappily.
From now on, you'll be my driver and personal bodyguard. Your life belongs to me.
Naturally, your family's lives also belong to me.
I will protect my people.
These words were spoken lightly, but they were like a towering mountain, hitting Chen Feng's heart hard. His heart, which had long been hardened into ice and stone by reality, completely melted at this moment.
He didn't say another word of thanks.
But, silently, I have engraved this kindness, which is like a rebirth, deeply into my bones. It was already late at night when we returned to the palace-like penthouse duplex in Tangshaniping. Lin Fan took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then walked alone to the huge floor-to-ceiling window.
Outside the window was the most dazzling night view of the entire Jiangcheng.
The lights of thousands of homes, like stars, gathered under his feet to form a magnificent Milky Way. Looking down at all this, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of ambition and passion in his heart.
Wealth. That power. Strength. Now he has all three.
And all this happened just 2 days after he was publicly humiliated and broken up with by that woman named Zhou Qianshan. In just 2 days, his life changed drastically, like a miracle.
System.
Lin Fan called out silently in his heart.
Ding.
The godly tyrant's 10000X critical hit system is at the host's service at any time.
How does my current wealth rank in China? Ding.
According to the latest Forbes Rich List data, the host currently possesses more liquid funds than 99.99% of China's wealthy, enough to compete with the country's top chaebol families. However, compared to the real hidden consortium that controls the lifeline of the world economy, host, you still have a long way to go.
Hidden consortium?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly.
Ding. Yes.
The Rothschilds, the Morgans, the Rockefellers, these are the terrifying beings that truly stand at the top of the wealth pyramid on this planet.
Their power is enough to overthrow the regime of a small country.
And they will also be the host's ultimate rivals on the road to becoming a super rich in the future. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan not only did not feel any pressure, but his eyes were ignited with an even more intense fighting spirit. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting it is. His journey is to the Sea of Stars. It's just Jiangcheng, a small novice village on his way to becoming a wealthy man. Just then, buzz. His cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Lin Fan picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message. The avatar is that noble and cold white swan. It's Su Qingxue. Snow, are you asleep? Looking at this opening line, which was almost identical to last night's, a playful arc appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. What does this cold school beauty want to do now? Lin Fan, not yet. I'm just about to enjoy the night view of Jiangcheng. He also took a photo of the stunning river view from his floor-to-ceiling window and sent it over. There was silence on the other side. After a full 2 minutes, a new message popped up. Shui, you are living in Thompson EP now? Her tone was filled with shock and disbelief. Obviously, she also recognized Lin Fan's location from the perspective of the photo. Lin Fan, yeah, I just bought it, the view is pretty good. There was another long silence. Lin Fan could imagine how shocked and speechless the icy school beauty on the other end of the phone must be at this moment. Just when Lin Fan was about to put down his phone and stop teasing her, a new message popped up again. This time, it's no longer about testing or being polite. Rather, it was a tone that was somewhat pleading and helpless. Shui, Lin Fan, do you have time now? I want to talk to you in person. Talk in person? Late at night? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. He could feel that Su Qingxue was really in trouble. Moreover, it was a big trouble that she was completely unable to solve by herself. He thought for a moment and replied, address. Soon, an address was sent over. Jiangcheng University, Art Lakeside. 10 minutes later. Lin Fan drove the low-key yet luxurious Bugatti Veyron to the art lake. From a distance, he saw the beautiful figure sitting alone on a bench by the lake, looking somewhat lonely and helpless. The night wind blew her waist-length hair, adding a touch of poignant beauty to her already cool temperament, like a fairy under the moon. Lin Fan parked the car not far away and walked over slowly. It's so late, and you're out here alone in the cold wind, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? His voice broke the silence of the night. Su Qingxue turned around and saw that it was Lin Fan. A complex light flashed in her cold phoenix eyes. She stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, her voice was filled with an unprecedented sense of fatigue and hoarseness. I know my next request may be excessive, but I really have run out of options. Go ahead. Lin Fan said calmly. I want to borrow 100 million from you. Su Qingxue bit her lip and said this number with difficulty, which was enough to shock anyone. 100 million. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that things were not simple. Can. However, his answer was so straightforward and clear. Not even the slightest hesitation. What? Su Qingxue suddenly raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with disbelief. She originally thought that after she said this number, Lin Fan would be shocked, would question it, or even directly refuse it. But she never dreamed that he would. Promise? And you agreed so easily? I said, yes. Lin Fan looked at her and repeated it, the expression on his face still so calm. But I have one condition. What conditions? Su Qingxue asked hurriedly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Fan looked at her, and in his eyes as deep as the starry sky, a domineering and unquestionable light flashed. From now on, I'm taking over your family's mess. You just need to be at peace and be my woman. Everything else. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a confident arc. I'll take care of it. Chapter 32, 100 million? No, 1 billion. Is it enough? Be my woman. When Lin Fan's declaration, full of unquestionable dominance, resounded in the silent art lake, Su Qingxue was completely stunned. Her phoenix eyes, as clear and cold as water, suddenly opened wide, filled with endless, unbelievable shock. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, who was obviously 1 year younger than her, but at this moment seemed like an emperor who controlled everything. Her mind was blank. Be his woman? What does he mean? Is he confessing to himself? No. That's not right. This is not a confession.
This isn't asking for her opinion at all. This is a kind of announcement. It was a domineering declaration that was so powerful that she couldn't resist at all, full of possessiveness. You. Su Qingxue felt that her cheeks were as if burned by fire and became hot in an instant. This was the first time in her life that a boy had confessed his love to her in such a direct, rough, and a way that made her heart beat faster. She wanted to refute, to refuse, to tell him that she was not the kind of woman who could be bought with money. But when she met Lin Fan's eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky and seemed to be able to see through all her disguises and pretense, but she found that she couldn't even utter a word of refusal. Because, she knows. In front of this unfathomable man, all her pride, all her stubbornness, seemed so vulnerable. And for some reason, when she heard the words, "I'm taking over your family's affairs," her heart, already exhausted and on the verge of collapse due to the family crisis, suddenly felt a wave of unprecedented peace of mind. It seems that as long as this man is here, even if the sky falls, I will not be afraid. What? Lin Fan looked at her shy and embarrassed face, her cheeks as red as ripe apples, and the smile on his lips became more and more playful. Don't want to? Su Qingxue bit her lips, her heart in turmoil. It's okay if you don't want to. Lin Fan shrugged and said nonchalantly, as for the 100 million, just pretend I didn't say anything. You can handle your family's affairs yourself. Having said that, he turned around and pretended to leave. Don't! Su Qingxue almost subconsciously rushed forward and grabbed Lin Fan's arm. When her soft little hand touched Lin Fan's arm, she suddenly realized how inappropriate her action was. Her cheeks suddenly became even redder, almost bleeding. She quickly let go of her hand as if she had been electrocuted. I didn't mean that. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito, and she didn't even dare to look at Lin Fan. Then what do you mean? Lin Fan stopped, looked back at her, and asked calmly. Su Qingxue's pearly teeth almost bit her lips. She knew that she had no way out. For the family, for my father, for my sister. She has no choice. Finally, she took a deep breath, as if using up all her strength, and slowly raised her breathtakingly beautiful face. She looked at Lin Fan, her cold phoenix eyes flashing with an extremely complex light. There is humiliation, reluctance, and struggle. But more of it is a kind of determination to burn the boats. Good. She uttered a word softly. Although the sound was very soft, it seemed to have exhausted all her strength. I promise you. The next day, at the Su family villa. The atmosphere in the living room was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. The head of the Su family, Su Zhenbong, the father of Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, was sitting on the sofa with a sad face, smoking one cigarette after another. In front of him was a bank collection notice that contained an ultimatum. Tomorrow is the final repayment date for a 100 million yuan loan. If they can't pay it back, the Su family, the foundation built by generations of hard work, the Su Group, will face the tragic end of bankruptcy and liquidation. Opposite him sat several shareholders and executives of the Su Group. They also had sad faces inside. Chairman, we really have no other options. Yes, Wang Tianlong of the Wang family is determined to kill us this time. Not only has he bribed the bank, he's also maliciously suppressing our stock price. We simply can't hold on any longer. It's over, it's all over. Amidst a gloomy atmosphere, the door of the villa was slowly pushed open from the outside. Su Qingxue brought Lin Fan and walked in from outside. Qingxue, you're back. When Su Zhenbong saw his daughter, he was happy at first, but then, when he saw the strange young man in ordinary casual clothes behind her, his brows instantly frowned. Who is this? Dad, Su Qingxue walked up to her father, took a deep breath, and introduced him. This is my friend, Lin Fan. Friends? Su Zhenbong's face darkened instantly. Qingxue. It's already this late, and you're still in the mood to bring a friend home? Do you know that our family is about to? I know. Su Qingxue directly interrupted her father's words, and her tone was filled with unprecedented determination. Dad, don't worry. Our family's crisis has been resolved. As she said this, she turned around and placed all her hopes on the man who had a calm and composed expression from beginning to end. Lin Fan, he will help us. Help us? Su Zhenbong and all the shareholders and executives present were stunned when they heard this, and then they all looked at Lin Fan with extremely strange eyes.
when they saw Lin Fan's outfit, which probably cost less than 500 yuan worth of street stall goods.
The weird look in his eyes instantly turned into undisguised contempt and ridicule. Xingxue, you're not kidding us, are you?
A shareholder couldn't help but ask, his tone full of doubt.
Just him? A kid who looks even poorer than our company's security guard? What can he do for us? That's right.
Xingxue, don't let anyone fool you. In today's society, there are so many gigolos who specialize in deceiving young girls like you who are inexperienced in the world.
A funding gap of 100 million. Do you think this is just a game? Facing the gossip and sarcasm of the crowd,
Lin Fan's face still had that calm expression. He was even too lazy to waste a word with this group of blind idiots. He just walked forward slowly. The custom-made black gold dragon card, which was enough to make the entire Jiangqing banking community tremble, was gently placed on the coffee table in front of Su Zhenbang. There was a crisp, click sound.
100 million?
He looked at Su Zhenbang and the group of shareholders who were already stunned by the appearance of this card. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile, like a god looking down at ants.
The pattern of your Su family is a little too small.
He paused, and everyone was staring at him in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Slowly, he stretched out a finger.
100 million yuan can't solve your fundamental problem at all.
I want to revive the Su group, or even take it to a higher level.
At least, this number is needed.
As he spoke, he slowly stretched out his other hand and spread out all his fingers.
Finally, it doubled again. 1 billion.
Lin Fan looked at the group of so-called social elites who were completely shocked by this number and asked word by word.
Is it enough? Chapter 33, The Iceberg School Beauty blushed at me for the first time. 1 billion. Is it enough?
When Lin Fan's question, full of unquestionable domineering power, echoed in the deathly silent living room of the Su family villa, Su Zhenbang and his group of so-called social elite shareholders were completely dumbfounded. They were all stunned, with their mouths wide open, like a group of ducks with their necks strangled, unable to utter a word.
The brain has completely lost the ability to think because of excessive shock. 1 billion? What did he just say? Did they hear right? That's not 100,000, nor 1 million. It's a full 1 billion in cash.
Not to mention their Su family, which is now on the verge of bankruptcy. Even during the heyday of their Su group, it was simply impossible to come up with 1 billion in working capital at one time.
It was a fantasy. And now,
this young man, whom they despised as a poor boy and a gigolo, actually casually said it as if he was buying cabbage at the market?
Moreover, looking at his nonchalant expression, he even looked a little dissatisfied. It seems that this billion is really just an insignificant number to him? This fucking. Are they filming a movie, or did they just go out this morning and not wake up yet, so are they collectively dreaming? How?
Lin Fan looked at the group of country bumpkins in front of him who had been completely stunned by his words, and a playful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly withdrew his hand, picked up the black gold dragon card that represented supreme wealth, and casually turned it around between his fingertips.
Too little? He asked calmly. No. That's enough. That's enough. Absolutely enough. Su Zhenbang finally came back to his senses from his extreme shock.
He jumped up from the sofa with a whoosh. His face, which was originally filled with sorrow and despair, was now completely replaced by an extremely fanatical, excited, and flattering smile. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Lin Fan. With trembling hands, he wanted to take the black gold dragon card, which in his opinion was even more precious than the imperial seal.
Lin. Young Master Lin. No. Master Lin.
His voice was trembling, and even the way he addressed her changed.
You really are the savior of our Su family. He is regretting it so much now. Just now, he actually doubted, even despised, this unfathomable true immortal in front of him? He is simply a blind, huge idiot. However, just when his hand was about to touch the black gold dragon card,
Lin Fan's hand shook lightly, and he dodged without making a sound.
Su Zhenbang's hand froze in mid-air, and the expression on his face froze in an instant. Lin.
Master Lin, what are you? He asked cautiously and tentatively. Lin Fan didn't answer him. He just glanced at the cold school beauty next to him, who was also shocked speechless by this series of magical operations.
Then, in an unquestionable tone, he said lightly, "Money, I can give it to you. But I only talk business with my people."
Having said that, he directly pulled the still dazed Su Qingxue into his arms in front of everyone. Then, amidst Su Qingxue's short exclamation, and everyone present stared at them in shock, as if they had seen a ghost, he slowly lowered his head. With an attitude full of dominance and possessiveness, he looked at the breathtakingly beautiful face in his arms, which was so close to him. He asked word by word, "Now. You are mine now, right?" Boom! Su Qingxue's brain completely exploded the moment she heard these words. An indescribable feeling, a mixture of shyness, panic, humiliation, yet with a hint of strange emotions that even she herself had not noticed, instantly swept through her body like the most violent electric current. Her body, which had long been accustomed to coldness and rationality, completely collapsed at this moment. She could clearly feel the strong heartbeat coming from the man's broad chest. You can also smell the light, yet masculine and pleasant scent emanating from him. What's more, she could see his domineering eyes, which were as deep as black holes and seemed to be able to completely suck her entire soul in. This was the first time in her life that she had such intimate physical contact with a boy. She opened her mouth, wanting to struggle, to resist. However, she found that her body seemed to have lost all its strength. It was soft and limp, and she couldn't exert any strength at all. And Lin Fan didn't give her any chance to speak again. He looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. She was as unattainable as an ice lotus on the top of a snowy mountain just a second ago, but now she was lying docilely in his arms like a frightened kitten. A victorious smile, full of a sense of conquest, appeared on his face. He knows. From today on, this iceberg is named Lin. He no longer hesitated. He took out his cell phone and, in front of everyone, dialed the number marked President Wang. "Hello, President Wang. Help me transfer 1 billion to a company called Su Group. Yes, right now. I'll wait." After hanging up the phone, the entire Su family villa was filled with deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be petrified, staring blankly at the godlike man who, with one hand, hugged the most beautiful iceberg campus belle of Jiang University, and with the other hand, made a phone call and calmly mobilized 1 billion funds. Their minds were blank. Less than a minute. Ding dong. Su Zhenbong's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up with trembling hands and took a look. On the screen, a text message from the company's financial director, filled with extreme ecstasy and disbelief, was clearly lit. Chairman. Great news. Our company's account just received an anonymous capital injection of 1 billion yuan. 1 billion. It really arrived. Plop. Su Zhenbong's legs could no longer support his body, which had been completely overwhelmed by the immense happiness and shock. He actually said that in front of everyone, without hesitation, to Lin Fan and his own daughter who was in his arms. "Get down on your knees." Then, he kowtowed heavily, a loud bang. The voice was filled with endless gratitude and awe. "Master Lin. From now on, you are our Su family's second parents. Qingxue, being able to follow you is a blessing she has earned in 8 lifetimes." And Su Qingxue in his arms heard her father's words, which could be described as selling a daughter for fame. That pretty face, which was already as red as a sunset cloud, suddenly became even redder. An indescribable feeling of shame and annoyance instantly surged into her heart. She suddenly broke free from Lin Fan's arms. Then, she didn't even dare to look at Lin Fan again. She covered her burning cheeks, turned around like a frightened deer, and ran upstairs to her room. There was no trace of the usual cold and aloof look on her face. She is clearly a young girl in love. Lin Fan looked at her cute back as she fled in panic, and the smile on his lips became more and more intense. He knows. This iceberg is not just about the Lin family. Moreover, he personally gave it to her. Melted. Lin. Master Lin. Su Zhenbong watched his daughter run upstairs, then looked at Lin Fan, with an awkward smile on his face. "My little girl, she's just shy, please don't mind." Lin Fan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. He looked at this future father-in-law who had been questioning him 1 second and bowing down the next, and asked calmly. "Now. I told you about the Su family, does it count?" Chapter 34 Wang Hao's Revenge? A bunch of chickens and dogs. Count. Of course. Su Zhenbong knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Lin Fan like crazy. His humble and fawning appearance left no trace of the dignity of the Su family's patriarch. He was clearly the most loyal and devout believer.
Master Lin.
From now on, our entire Su family, our entire Su group, will follow your lead. You tell us to go east, we will never go west. You tell us to beat the dog, we will never chase the chicken. Now, he looks at Lin Fan even closer than he looks at his own father. How can this be called a young and promising rich son-in-law? This is clearly a living god of wealth walking among the human world. Just a few words, that's an investment of 1 billion. Without blinking an eye. With such a great god protecting them, it is only a matter of time before their Su family, let alone coming back to life, takes off and becomes the richest family in Jiangcheng. Lin Fan looked at his useless appearance and shook his head helplessly. He finally realized that this future father-in-law was a typical businessman who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and was greedy for money. But it's okay this way. The more this kind of person is, the easier it is to control him. Alright, get up. Lin Fan said calmly, the ground is cold. Yes. Thank you, Master Lin. Su Zhenbang stood up from the ground as if he had been pardoned. Then, he personally brewed a cup of top-grade Dahanpo for Lin Fan, which he had treasured for many years. The cautious and respectful look made the eyelids of the shareholders nearby, who had already been completely dumbfounded, twitch. They knew that from today on, the sky of Jiangcheng would change. The Su family is about to change. In the following time, Lin Fan had a brief chat with Su Zhenbang and the group of shareholders in the Su family villa about the future development direction of the Su group. Of course, the main thing was that he was talking and the group of people were listening attentively. Although Lin Fan has not studied any professional business management. However, after possessing absolute wealth that is enough to crush everything, he discovered that the so-called business was actually just that. It's nothing more than using money to create a smooth road to success. Simple, brutal, and effective. We kept chatting until late at night. Lin Fan politely declined Su Zhenbang's extremely enthusiastic and even somewhat suggestive invitation to stay overnight, stood up and prepared to leave. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Su Zhenbang hurriedly followed. No need. Lin Fan waved his hand, I have my own car. Having said that, he walked out of the Su family's villa alone. The Bugatti Veyron, like the king of the night, was still quietly parked under the streetlight at the door, emitting a heart-pounding, cold luster. Lin Fan opened the car door and got in. However, just as he started the car and was about to return to Thompson Epine, his brows suddenly frowned. His eyes, which had become extremely sharp due to the integration of Grandmaster-level fighting techniques, could see clearly through the rearview mirror. At a dark corner outside the villa area, several black commercial vehicles without license plates were quietly following. Moreover, judging from the opponent's S-shaped movement, it was full of oppression. The one who comes has no good intentions. Oh. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He guessed almost instantly who this swarm of flies was targeting. Wang Hao. Except for that loser who was humiliated by him one after another and lost all his face. He couldn't think of anyone else who would use such shameful means to cause trouble for him at this point in time. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time at Jinjiaquan was not enough. Lin Fan muttered to himself, and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Originally, he wanted to let this jumping clown jump around for a few more days. Since he is so eager to die. Well, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Instead of speeding up to escape, Lin Fan deliberately slowed down the car. The Bugatti Veyron was slowly driven towards an even more remote and darker abandoned industrial park. At the same time, in those black business cars, a young man with a bandage on his face and a sinister look in his eyes was looking ferociously at the Bugatti Veyron in front of him, which was like a ghost in the dark night. His face was full of the pleasure of revenge. It's Wang Hao. Brother Hao, a younger brother beside him, looked at the top-of-the-line supercar, whose extraordinary aura could still be felt even from a long distance, and swallowed his saliva with a guilty conscience. That kid seems really rich. If we do this, will it? What are you afraid of? Wang Hao said angrily and slapped the little brother on the back of the head. He pointed at his swollen face and said through gritted teeth, he's rich, so what? No matter how rich he is, can he be as rich as my dad? Can he be as powerful as our Wang family in Jiangcheng? How dare he humiliate me in front of so many people? He made me lose all face. If I don't destroy him today, how the hell am I going to survive in Jiangcheng? Ever since that day in Jinjiaquan, when Lin Fan severely humiliated him using a method that could be described as a dimensionality reduction attack,
Wang Hao completely hated Lin Fan.
After he returned, he immediately exaggerated the matter and complained to his father, Wang Tianlong, who was a top figure in the Jiangcheng business community. When Wang Tianlong heard that his precious son had been bullied like this, he flew into a rage on the spot. He immediately mobilized his connections in both the black and white worlds, and prepared to teach Lin Fan, this ignorant outsider, a bloody lesson.
Brother Hu and the others, are they ready? Wang Hao asked viciously into the intercom.
Brother Hao, don't worry. A rough voice came from the intercom, brothers, we've already set up an ambush. If that guy dares to drive in, I promise to turn him and his car into a pile of scrap metal.
Very good. An extremely ferocious smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. He seemed to have seen Lin Fan, that pretty boy, kneeling in front of him, kowtowing and begging for mercy, looking miserable. And just at this moment,
the Bugatti Veyron in front, which had been driving slowly, suddenly accelerated and turned into a dark, abandoned factory.
He's in. Superior.
Wang Hao let out an excited roar. Several black commercial vehicles suddenly accelerated like sharks that smelled blood, and rushed into the dark abandoned factory that was like the mouth of a giant beast.
Squeak.
The harsh sound of brakes resounded throughout the silent factory. More than a dozen cars' high beams were all turned on at the same time.
The entire empty factory building is illuminated as bright as day.
Also, the Bugatti Veyron that was quietly parked in the middle of the factory and Lin Fan who slowly walked down from the car were completely exposed to everyone's sight.
Crash. A burst of dense footsteps.
Hundreds of big men in black clothes, holding steel pipes and machetes, with ferocious faces and exuding a fierce aura, rushed out from all directions. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Fan, leaving no room for escape. The leader was a bald strong man who was nearly 2 meters tall, with muscular body and a ferocious black tiger tattoo on his neck. It was Jiang Cheng, the ruthless and famous black tiger in the underworld, Zhao Wu's father, and one of the most capable gold medal fighters under his command.
Wang Hao also got out of the car.
He looked at Lin Fan, who was surrounded by hundreds of knife-wielding men, but remained calm and even had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. His face was full of the pleasure of revenge.
He walked up to Lin Fan, looked down at him with a victorious attitude, and said with a smirk, "Boy, you didn't expect that, did you? Aren't you a good fighter? Aren't you very rich? Now, how is it?
With hundreds of my brothers, a single spit from each of them could drown you.
Are you scared?"
He pointed at his face and said word by word.
"Now, kneel down. Kowtow to me 100 times. Get under my crotch again. Perhaps I could consider leaving you with an intact body." However, facing this threat from him, it was an extremely arrogant threat.
Lin Fan's face still had that calm expression. He even looked with interest at the group of so-called thugs around him, who, in his opinion, were no different from a mob. Then he shook his head and let out a sigh full of disappointment.
"That's it?"
He looked at Wang Hao, whose face had been completely distorted by anger, and asked calmly, "Wang Hao, I originally thought you could come up with some new tricks.
I didn't expect that in the end, it would still be like this."
Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold.
"A little trick like a chicken and a dog?"
Chapter 35, Soldier King Chen Feng takes action. What is the meaning of crushing with overwhelming force?
Play chicken and play dog.
When Lin Fan's words, filled with extreme contempt and disdain, echoed in the silent abandoned factory, Wang Hao and the bald strong man behind him, known as Black Tiger, were completely furious.
"What the hell did you say?"
Wang Hao pointed at Lin Fan's nose and was shaking with anger. He originally thought that in front of his absolute advantage of hundreds of people, this man surnamed Lin would at least be scared to death, even if he didn't kneel down and beg for mercy. But he never dreamed of it. This guy doesn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he dared to mock them in front of everyone.
Play chicken and play dog? This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Brother Hu.
Wang Hao turned around suddenly and roared hysterically at the bald man, "What the hell are you still standing there for?
Come on. Chop him into pieces. Feed him to the dogs."
"Yes.
Brother Hao."
The bald strong man known as Black Tiger was also furious. He was a well-known figure in Jiangcheng.
When had he ever been insulted like this?
"Brothers." He suddenly raised the machete in his hand and pointed it at the young man who was surrounded by 100 people but still stood with his hands behind his back with a calm face. He roared like a beast, "Kill him!
Ah!
Hundreds of big men in black who had been waiting impatiently immediately let out excited and brutal howls like sharks smelling blood after hearing the order. They brandished the steel pipes and machetes that flashed with cold light in their hands, and rushed madly from all directions towards the lonely figure standing next to the Bugatti Veyron. The scene was like a black tide of death. It is enough to tear into pieces any creature that dares to stand in their way.
Lin Fan!
Be careful! In the distance, Su Qingxue, who had been hiding in the car and watching, was so frightened when she saw the scene that she turned pale and couldn't help but let out a scream filled with fear and worry. In her opinion, Lin Fan is really doomed this time.
No matter how good he was at fighting, how could he possibly be a match for hundreds of desperate criminals armed with weapons? However,
just when the black tide of death was about to swallow Lin Fan's face still had that calm expression.
He didn't even move.
He just slowly raised his hand and uttered 2 words lightly into the seemingly ordinary Bluetooth headset on his ear.
Clean up. The sound is not loud,
but it was like a death decree from the 9 nether hell.
Next second. Boom! An extremely violent roar of an engine, enough to burst the eardrums, suddenly exploded from the dark entrance of the factory.
A ghostly black lightning bolt rushed into everyone's sight in an instant at a terrifying speed that was completely inconsistent with the common sense of physics.
It was a completely black car, its lines full of power, like a chariot from hell. Koenigsegg 1:1.
There are only 7 top-of-the-line ghost sports cars in the world.
Squeak!
Accompanied by a sharp, teeth-grinding sound of tire friction. The black Koenigsegg, with a drifting posture that was truly miraculous, actually went sideways and swung into the encirclement of hundreds of black-clad men. It stopped precisely in front of Lin Fan. All the flashes of swords and sabers that were about to hit Lin Fan were blocked abruptly.
This sudden scene made everyone present completely dumbfounded.
Wang Hao and his group of desperate men were all stunned. They stared with their mouths wide open at the uninvited guest that suddenly broke in as if it were an alien spaceship.
Koenigsegg?
This god, where the hell did this come from?
And under the gazes of everyone, as if they had seen a ghost.
Koenigsegg's extremely handsome swing door slowly opens upwards.
Then a stern young man in a straight black suit, with a figure as straight as a pine tree and eyes as sharp as an eagle, walked down from the driver's seat slowly.
That's right, Chen Feng. After he got off the car, he didn't even glance at the big men in black who were already frightened speechless.
He just walked straight up to Lin Fan.
Then, in front of everyone, he bowed respectfully 90 degrees to Lin Fan.
The sound is not loud, but it is resounding and as loud as iron. Gentlemen, I'm late.
This scene was like thunder from the sky, striking Wang Hao and He Hu hard on the top of their heads.
He called this pretty boy. Gentlemen? What the hell is going on?
This man driving a Koenigsegg, who looked like a killer, actually.
It's this pretty boy. Subordinates? It's not too late.
Lin Fan looked at Chen Feng, smiled faintly, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face.
Just right.
He pointed around at the group of chickens and dogs that were still in a daze.
I leave these people to you. I have only one request.
Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold.
Don't let them dirty my car. Yes.
Chen Feng nodded heavily. He slowly turned around and for the first time, his eyes, as sharp as an eagle, looked squarely at the hundreds of so-called desperados in front of him. When he looked at Chen Feng's eyes, which were so cold and emotionless, as if he was looking at a group of dead people, He Hu's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
An unprecedented and extremely strong sense of death crisis instantly enveloped his whole body.
He has been in the underworld for half his life, and has at least 8, if not 10, lives on his hands.
He thought that he was a ruthless and cruel character.
However, compared to the man in front of him, who made his soul tremble with just one look, he felt like a baby who had not yet been weaned.
Fuck. I'm not afraid of shit. No matter how good he is at fighting, he's only one man. We have more than 100 brothers. Come on. Come on. Chop him into pieces.
The black tiger suppressed the fear in his heart and let out a roar that was fierce but weak.
He knew that today, if he couldn't keep these 2 people here completely,
then tomorrow, the one who disappears from this world will be him.
Kill.
Hundreds of men in black also recovered from their initial shock. They encouraged each other, roared like wild beasts, and brandished their weapons again, rushing madly towards the thin figure who was standing alone in front of Lin Fan.
However,
facing this, it is enough to scare any normal person to death on the spot. Chen Feng's face still had that unchanging, icy expression. He was even too lazy to take up his weapon. He just raised his hands slowly. Then he moved. His figure instantly turned into a black lightning that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Take the initiative and face the black tide of death. Bang! Crack! Ah! Next second, there were waves of bone-cracking sounds that made your teeth ache. One after another, extremely shrill screams. In an instant, it resounded throughout the entire, silent abandoned factory. That scene could no longer be called a battle. That was a complete massacre. Chen Feng was like a prehistoric tyrannosaurus rushing into a flock of sheep. Each of his punches and kicks contained terrifying power that was enough to break monuments and split rocks. Every move he makes is the simplest, most effective, and most deadly killing technique. Those so-called desperados in front of him were just like a group of unarmed 3-year-old children. It's simply not worth a single blow. Destroy with overwhelming force. What? Crushing with overwhelming force? That's it. Less than a minute. It only took less than a minute. The hundreds of black-clad men who had been so arrogant and ferocious just now were all lying on the ground. One by one, they had broken limbs and were wailing in pain, completely losing their fighting power. The entire factory was filled with grief. And Chen Feng still stood there quietly in the center of the sea of corpses and blood. There wasn't even a speck of dust on his straight black suit. He slowly turned around and walked back to the young man who had remained calm from beginning to end and was even in the mood to light a cigarette. Then once again, respectfully, bow 90 degrees. The posture seemed as if he had just casually cleaned up the garbage on the ground. And in the distance, in the car, Wang Hao and his frightened cousin Wang Yu were already stunned and their bodies were cold, like two frozen sculptures. Their minds are blank. There was only one thought left, one that kept echoing in their minds, filled with endless fear. Them. In the end, what kind of person did I provoke? Devil? Lin Fan slowly blew out a smoke ring and flicked the cigarette butt in his hand away. He looked at Wang Hao, who had already collapsed in the driver's seat with fear and couldn't even speak, and asked calmly. Now, do you still think I'm playing tricks on you? Chapter 36, Hang young Master Wang at the school gate to scare others. Little trick? When Wang Hao heard Lin Fan's question, which was full of extreme contempt and ridicule, his psychological defense, which was already on the verge of collapse due to fear, completely collapsed at this moment. He looked at the devil-like man who remained calm amidst a sea of blood and corpses, and even had the mood to light a cigarette. He looked again at that terrifying bodyguard who was like a killing god and had crippled hundreds of his elite fighters, which he was so proud of, in just 1 minute. He finally realized something that was extremely desperate and terrifying. It seemed like he had really offended someone that he, and even his entire family, could never afford to offend. Monster! I was wrong, Master Lin. Plop! Wang Hao couldn't hold on any longer. He pushed the car door open in a panic, rolled and crawled, and fell out of the car. Then, in front of everyone, without hesitation, he knelt on his knees in front of Lin Fan. Kowtowed desperately. The bang 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 sound seemed so clear and loud in the silent abandoned factory. Master Lin. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. Please be magnanimous and just treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. His voice was filled with tears, endless fear, and regret. Where is there any trace of the arrogant and domineering look of the eldest son of the Wang family? It is clearly the most humble and pitiful pug. Sitting in his car, Wang Yu, who was also terrified, pale and shaking all over, saw his arrogant cousin kneeling down and begging for mercy. It was as if he had found his backbone, and he rolled and crawled on the ground, then knelt down. Master Lin, please spare me. Master Lin, please spare me. This has nothing to do with me. It's all because of my brother who asked me to come. Looking at this funny scene in front of me, it can be called brotherly love and respect. There was no trace of a smile on Lin Fan's face. His eyes were still so cold. Now, do you know you were wrong? He slowly blew out a smoke ring and asked lightly. It's too late. He's not some saint. Not even a nice guy. From the moment Wang Hao became murderous and gathered hundreds of desperate criminals to put him to death. The fight between them is already a fight to the death. Chen Feng. Lin Fan said lightly. Here.
Chen Feng's figure, like a ghost, instantly appeared behind Lin Fan. Destroy them.
Lin Fan's tone was calm, as if he was saying that the weather was nice today. But the words he spoke were like a death sentence from the nine nether hell.
Yes. Chen Feng nodded and accepted the order without any hesitation.
His eyes, as cold as blades, instantly locked onto the Wang brothers who were already scared to death.
No, don't.
When Wang Hao and Wang Yu heard Lin Fan's words, which sounded like the sentence of death, they instantly let out an extremely shrill scream filled with endless fear.
They want to run.
However, in front of Chen Feng, the top soldier, their pitiful speed was like a snail.
Crack. Crack.
Two crisp, teeth-grinding sounds of bones cracking rang out almost at the same time.
Ah!
Wang Hao and Wang Yu instantly fell to the ground in pain, holding their completely deformed arms. They rolled and wailed like two wild dogs with broken spines. Once again, the entire factory was completely enveloped by that extremely shrill scream. However, when Lin Fan looked at the tragic scene in front of him, which was like hell on earth, there was no ripple in his eyes. He knew that he had to deal with this kind of evil person who didn't know how to live or die.
Kindness is the greatest cruelty to yourself.
He slowly walked up to Wang Hao, who was still lying on the ground wailing in pain. He squatted down and looked at the other person's face, which had been completely distorted by severe pain and fear. The smile on his face was cold and cruel.
I heard that you are very impressive at Jiangcheng University? He's the president of the student union, right?
Wang Hao was in so much pain that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence.
Very good. Lin Fan nodded.
He stood up and gave a faint instruction to Chen Feng beside him.
Bring him back to school.
What for?
Chen Feng was slightly stunned.
The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a devilish, cold arc.
Kill the chicken. Warning the monkey. Half an hour later. Jiangcheng University, with its ancient and magnificent school gate filled with the atmosphere of books.
Holy shit!
Look! What is that?
A cry filled with shock and disbelief suddenly broke the midnight silence of the campus. Countless students, who had just calmed down from the excitement of the Ferrari rocking the streets and were preparing to go to sleep, curiously poked their heads out of the window after hearing this exclamation. Then, they saw a scene that was extremely shocking and terrifying, a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. I saw it at Jiangcheng University, on top of the 10-meter-high white marble school gate archway. A figure covered in blood, with broken limbs and already unconscious, was being tied up with a thick rope like a dead dog. Hanging upside down in the very center. The night wind blows.
The figure was swaying gently in mid-air. It seemed so weird and scary. Then, who is that?
Holy shit!
That's too tragic. Wait. That face, oh my god. Isn't that the president of the student union, Wang Hao? What? It's Wang Hao. How is this possible? Who dares to hang up and beat the student union president at the school gate? Oh my god. Is Jiangde going to completely change tonight? The entire Jiangcheng University was in an uproar at this moment. Countless students rushed out of the dormitory. They gathered at the school gate, pointing at the miserable figure hanging high up, and they were all stunned and talked about it. And just at this moment, a Bugatti Veyron, completely black and like the king of the night, slowly drove over from a distance. Finally, it stopped steadily in front of everyone. Car door, open.
A young man in ordinary casual clothes with a cold smile on his face walked down from the car slowly.
That's right, Lin Fan.
He looked at the spectacular scene before him, which could be described as the streets were deserted with people, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face.
This is exactly the effect he wants. He wants everyone to see it with their own eyes. If you offend him, what will happen to Lin Fan?
He slowly walked up to the frightened security guard at the school gate. He took out a marker from his pocket.
Then, on the white marble archway, a few bright red characters full of endless arrogance and bloody warnings were written in a flamboyant manner. Whoever touches my brothers will die. After writing, he threw the marker away. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of students in the audience, full of awe and fear, as if they were looking up to a god, he slowly turned around.
Facing the iceberg school beauty Su Qingxue, who was also completely shocked by this scene and speechless, he asked calmly,
"Now, do you still think I'm kidding you?"
Chapter 37. Even if his father comes, he has to kneel down.
Joke? Su Qingxue stared blankly at the man in front of her, who had single-handedly directed this midnight execution that was enough to shock the entire Jiangcheng University. Listening to his calm and relaxed question, her mind was blank. She just felt that her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Nervous. Stimulate. Fear. But more than that, there was an unprecedented feeling that made her feel like her soul was trembling. Sense of security. She looked at Lin Fan, and for the first time, there was no struggle or hesitation in those cold phoenix eyes. What remains is the purest and most fanatical devotion to God, like a believer. Look up. Jiangcheng University, President's Office. It was already past 1 in the morning, but the entire office was brightly lit. Principal Li Jianguo, an old man in his 60s with gray hair, is considered a top figure in the education circle of Jiangcheng. At this moment, he is pacing back and forth in the office with a look of anxiety on his face. In front of him stood a dozen school leaders and security captains, also sweating profusely. Check. Check it for me. Li Jianguo pointed out the window at the school gate, which had already been surrounded and blocked, and roared in frustration. I don't care what methods you use. Even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we must find the lunatic who dared to commit violence and cause trouble at the gate of Jiang University. It's a rebellion. It's totally against the will of heaven. They beat the student union president so badly that he was hung on our school's memorial archway like a sausage? This is simply unheard of in the 100 years since the school was founded. It's a great shame and humiliation. Li Jianguo was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He could already foresee that tomorrow morning, their Jiangcheng University would appear on the headlines of the entire Jiangcheng, and even the entire country, in such a shameful manner. Principal. A security captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered. I found it. It's a junior student in the School of Economics and Management. His name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Li Jianguo frowned, feeling that the name seemed familiar. Yes. It's that, recently, there's been a lot of buzz on the school forum, that so-called Tangchen's first-class divine wealthy man. What? Li Jianguo and all the school leaders present were stunned when they heard this name. And just at this moment. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy wooden door of the principal's office was violently kicked open from the outside. A roar filled with boundless anger and arrogance then came in. Li Jianguo. Get the hell out here. My son was beaten like this in your school. How do you manage to be a principal? I saw a middle-aged man wearing an Armani suit, with a big belly, a face full of flesh, and a gold chain as thick as his little finger around his neck. He rushed in from outside in a menacing manner, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. That's right, Wang Hao's father, who is also a top figure in the real estate industry in Jiangcheng, is the chairman of Wang South Real Estate Wang Tianlong. Wang. Mr. Wang? Li Jianguo and all the school leaders present, their expressions changed instantly when they saw Wang Tianlong. Although they are the leaders of the school, they are nothing compared to a real business tycoon like Wang Tianlong. Mr. Wang. You, don't be angry. We are investigating this matter. We will definitely give you, and classmate Wang Hao, a satisfactory explanation. Li Jianguo nodded and bowed hurriedly and went to greet him. Explain? Wang Tianlong didn't buy his tricks at all. He grabbed Li Jianguo by the collar and lifted him up like a chicken. Those eyes, bloodshot because of anger, stared at him intently and said through gnashing teeth. My son is still lying in the hospital, his life or death is uncertain. What the hell are you doing? Tell me what you got? I'm telling you. Li Jianguo. Today, if you don't hand over the murderer who injured my son to me, make him kneel before me and kowtow to apologize. I'm not only going to make it impossible for you to be the principal, I'm also going to make this crappy school of yours completely disappear from Jiangcheng tomorrow. Wang Tianlong's voice was full of unquestionable arrogance and threats. Li Jianguo and all the school leaders present were frightened by his extremely arrogant attitude. Their faces turned pale and they couldn't even speak. They knew that Wang Tianlong was definitely not joking with them. With the Wang family's influence in Jiangcheng, it would be somewhat difficult to close down a university. However, wanting to bring disgrace upon him as the principal is as easy as crushing an ant. Director Wang. Mr. Wang. Li Jianguo was so frightened that his voice was trembling.
Please calm down first.
We have already found the murderer. His name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Wang Tianlong's brows suddenly frowned. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Just then. Keep the change, please.
A calm voice without a trace of emotion suddenly rang out from the door.
Everyone subconsciously looked back.
I saw the broken door at the office. A young man in ordinary casual clothes, with a cold smile on his face, was standing there quietly with his hands behind his back. Behind him, there was a bodyguard in black, who was like an iron tower and exuded a cold and murderous aura.
That's right, Lin Fan. You are Lin Fan?
Wang Tianlong looked at the young man in front of him, who looked even thinner than his son. There was a flash of undisguised contempt and murderous intent in his eyes.
This poor, shameless kid dared to touch Wang Tianlong's son?
He is simply tired of living.
It's me.
Lin Fan nodded lightly.
He ignored Wang Tianlong's fierce gaze that was enough to scare ordinary people to death.
He just walked forward slowly.
Then, in front of everyone, he did something that everyone present would never forget. Bang!
A loud, crisp slap. Lin Fan actually slapped the university president, Li Jianguo, who was still being held in Wang Tianlong's hand, hard on the face.
This slap completely stunned Li Jianguo and everyone present.
What are you doing? Li Jianguo covered his face, which turned red and swollen in an instant, and looked at Lin Fan in shock and anger. Lin Fan didn't answer him. He just glanced at Wang Tianlong, who was also stunned by his slap. Then, with an unquestionable and overbearing tone, he said lightly,
"You dare to touch my people?
Who gave you the courage?"
Boom!
These words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Wang Tianlong's head fiercely. He stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes, as if he were looking at a ghost. His mind was blank.
Your people? This old thing. Is he his man? What the hell is going on?
Who are you?
Wang Tianlong's voice was trembling.
He finally realized that the young man in front of him seemed.
It's not as simple as he imagined.
You don't deserve to know who I am.
Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. You just have to know. From today on.
You're good-for-nothing son, and you're so-called Wang's real estate. In Jiangcheng, he was removed from the list. After saying this, he no longer looked at the so-called business tycoon who had been frightened by his words and looked as pale as death. He just turned around slowly. The university president, Li Jianguo, who was also stunned and speechless by this series of divine manipulations, asked calmly,
"Now, are you still planning to fire me?" Chapter 38 New Mission. Donate 100 million and become famous in Jiangnan University. Fire me?
When Lin Fan's question, which was calm and light, yet full of endless sarcasm, echoed in the deathly silent principal's office. Li Jianguo and the group of school leaders behind him who had already been frightened silly, all shuddered violently.
Fired? Fire you? Oh my God. We're so eager to worship you like an ancestor. How dare you fire you?
Li Jianguo covered the half of his face that was still burning with pain, but there was no resentment or anger on his face.
There is only endless fear, and fortunately, now, he finally understood.
This seemingly ordinary young man in front of them is not a student that they can manipulate at will. This was clearly a person who dared to confront even Wang Tianlong, a real estate tycoon who could walk sideways in the Jiangcheng business world, and even decide his life or death with a single word.
What a god!
The slap he just gave seemed to be hitting him in the face.
In fact, it is. Save his life.
If, just now, he really, without knowing the consequences, helped Wang Tianlong to deal with this Mr. Lin, then he is probably now like Wang Tianlong, thrown into the abyss of no return by this gentleman with just one word.
No. I dare not. I dare not.
Li Jianguo reacted quickly and nodded and bowed to Lin Fan, forcing a fawning smile on his face that was uglier than crying.
Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. What are you talking about? You are the most outstanding student of Jiangcheng University.
For us, our school, having a student like you is simply the greatest honor for Jiangcheng University in its 100 years of history. His words were so sincere and heartfelt. He almost awarded Lin Fan a trophy for top 10 people who touched Jiang University on the spot. Wang Tianlong, who was standing aside and had already been frightened by Lin Fan's words, with a pale face and shaking all over, was trembling when he heard Li Jiangwo's crazy flattery that was so comprehensive and without any blind spots. His heart, which had already sunk to the bottom, was completely cold at this moment. He knew that he was finished. Completely, it's over. Even Li Jianguo, the cunning fence-sitter, chose to stand on Lin Fan's side without hesitation. That's enough proof. This young man in front of him was so young that he was a little too young. The energy he possessed was far beyond his imagination. It has even reached a terrifying point where he is not even qualified to look up to her. Oh? Really? Lin Fan looked at Li Jiangwo's wonderful performance, which could be called a face-changing master, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since I am the best student in your school, then I will seek justice for my brother. By the way, clean up those bullies in your school. Isn't this too much? Not too much. Not too much. Absolutely not too much. Li Jianguo nodded vigorously, his face full of righteousness. People like Wang Hao, who relied on his family's little money to bully his classmates and act like a tyrant in school, are bad apples. It's time to teach them a lesson. Mr. Lin, you have truly cleaned up the mess for Jiangda University this time. You are a hero to all the students at Jiangda University. He spoke these words with such righteousness. It seemed as if, in the next second, he would personally take action and expel Wang Hao, who was still hanging at the school gate, from school on the spot. Hearing this, Wang Tianlong, who had already looked as pale as death, trembled all over and almost vomited blood on the spot. Very good. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. This is the attitude he wants. The reason why he made such a big fuss today. Not only that, it was also to teach the Wang family father and son a lesson they would never forget. It was also to establish an unshakable. He wants everyone to know. He, Lin Fan, and the people around him, are absolutely not to be provoked. Now it seems that this goal has been achieved perfectly. Now that the matter has been resolved. Lin Fan stretched and was too lazy to waste another word with this group of idiots who had already been scared out of their wits by him. Then I should go back. Having said that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Hey! Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin, please stay. When Li Jianguo saw that the great god was about to leave, he immediately became anxious. He rushed forward quickly, with a smile on his face, and stood in front of Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you see, this incident tonight has caused such a big stir. Tomorrow, I'm afraid it will. He asked cautiously and tentatively. He knew that with Lin Fan's power, settling this little matter would be easy. However, as the principal, he had to go through the motions and ask a question. Tomorrow? Lin Fan stopped walking. He turned around and glanced outside the window. The school gate was still crowded and bustling with people. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mysterious arc. Rest assured. Tomorrow's news headlines won't be about these things that are not presentable. As he said that, he took out his cell phone again in front of everyone. Then, the transfer was completed with ease. Ding dong. Almost at the same time. The cell phone on the desk of Principal Li Jianguo suddenly rang. He subconsciously looked back. On the screen, a bank text message notification from the school's public account was clearly lit up. Your account received a transfer at 1:48 on June 5. When Li Jianguo saw the dense zeros behind the transfer amount, his eyes, which were already wide open due to shock, instantly widened to the limit. The whole person seemed to be struck by a ray of divine thunder from the 9 heavens. Instantly, petrified. 111. His lips were trembling and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Because, that string of numbers is 100 million. A full 100 million RMB. Just like that, without any warning, in the dead of night, the money was transferred into their school's public account? This is? Li Jianguo and the group of school leaders behind him who also saw this text message were all dumbfounded. Lin Fan, on the other hand, slowly put away his phone. He looked at the group of so-called educators who had already been completely stunned by his magical operation, and said lightly, I have always been clear about gratitude and resentment. Since I beat up someone from your school, naturally, I have to give your school some compensation. This 100 million is just a small token of my appreciation to Jiangcheng University. You can use it to build some new teaching buildings, or buy some new equipment for the students. Anyway, you decide how to spend it.
I have only one request.
Lin Fan's eyes swept across the faces of every school leader present, who were already frightened out of their wits.
He said word by word.
I don't want to see any negative news about tonight in any news media tomorrow.
That's what I said. Do you understand?
Understand.
Understand. Understand. We absolutely understand. Li Jianguo came back to his senses from his extreme shock. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. 100 million. That's 100 million in cash donation.
The largest personal donation that Jiangda University has ever received in its 100 years of existence is only 20 million. And now, this Mr. Lin can easily spend 100 million.
How is this compensation? This is clearly a huge gift from heaven.
With this 100 million yuan, Jiangda University will be able to move up to at least 10 places in the national university rankings next year.
This is simply an incredible achievement. Mr. Lin.
Don't worry.
Li Jianguo's voice was trembling, filled with endless gratitude and awe.
I, Li Jianguo, promise you on my lifelong reputation.
From today on, you are the most honorable and outstanding honorary trustee of our Jiangcheng University. No matter what you do in school, we will support you unconditionally. As for what happened tonight, what happened? Nothing happened tonight. Chapter 39, School Assembly, Senior Lin must be the C position. The next day, 9 in the morning. Jiangcheng University, Auditorium. This is the most magnificent and solemn place in the entire Jiangda University.
The auditorium, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people, is now packed with people and the atmosphere is bustling. At Jiangcheng University, except for a few departments that really had classes and could not leave, almost all the teachers and students were invited here by the school in the name of holding an important school-wide meeting.
Everyone's face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. What's going on? Why is there a school-wide assembly all of a sudden? I don't know. The counselor said that an important person was coming and everyone had to be there. Not even leave was allowed. Oh my God, is this some high-ranking national leader coming to inspect our school? This is such a big deal.
I heard, it seems to be related to that mysterious tycoon who donated 100 million on the forum yesterday.
Is this true? Could it be that, today we can actually see the legendary Senior Lin Fan in person?
For a moment, the entire auditorium was filled with discussions, and everyone's curiosity and anticipation were thoroughly aroused. And in the auditorium, in the front row, in the VIP seats closest to the podium,
Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters, were sitting side by side.
They are the only students today who were personally called by the principal and invited by name to sit in this seat.
Sister, Su Muyue looked at the spectacular scene that could be described as a city full of people, and nervously tugged at her sister's clothes, asking softly, "You said, is this meeting today really held for Lin Fan?" I have no idea.
Su Qingxue shook her head, and her cold phoenix eyes also flickered with an extremely complex light. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart.
But this answer is really too unbelievable. It was so unbelievable that she even dared not to believe it. Just then.
Buzz. A low, oppressive roar of an engine suddenly came from outside the auditorium, getting closer and closer. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of teachers and students in the audience, which was filled with shock and confusion,
a Bugatti Veyron, completely black, like the king of the night.
He actually ignored all campus prohibitions and was escorted by more than a dozen security guards who bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle.
Slowly, it stopped at the most solemn white marble steps in the auditorium.
This sudden scene was like a bomb exploding, instantly making the entire auditorium boil.
Oh shit. Bugatti. It's a Bugatti Veyron. Oh my God. Whose car is this? This is too awesome. It can actually drive right to the entrance of the auditorium?
Even the principal is here, and he doesn't get this kind of treatment.
Could it be that the person sitting in the car is today's mysterious VIP? In the whole audience, tens of thousands of eyes were watching with shock and curiosity. The Bugatti Veyron's doors, full of a sense of technology, slowly opened upwards.
Then, a young man wearing a well-tailored Armani haute couture suit, with an upright figure and outstanding temperament, walked down from the driver's seat slowly.
That's right, Lin Fan. He was obviously dressed up today.
That expensive suit perfectly sets off his figure, which has become more and more perfect due to the systematic transformation. He no longer wore a hat, and his already handsome face became incomparably handsome and charming because of the strong confidence and calm aura that naturally emanated from him after controlling billions of wealth and supreme power. The moment he appeared in everyone's sight, the whole world seemed to be speechless. The sunlight shone on his body, giving him a golden halo. It made him look like a young god walking out of mythology. Dazzling. Eye-catching. So handsome, so messed up. Fuck. I don't know who it was, but the first sound was a dreamy cry of surprise. That person, well, seems to be the Lin Fan from the forum. Boom. These words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking heavily on the foreheads of all the students present. The entire auditorium experienced a brief period of silence. In an instant, there broke out an unprecedented, thunderous, and extremely fanatical scream. Ah! It's really Senior Lin Fan. Oh my god. Isn't he so handsome? This is simply a domineering CEO who walked out of a novel. He's handsome. He's rich. And he's so fucking affectionate. So loyal. Is there no way other men can survive? Mom. I'm in love. I want to marry him. At this moment, countless girls felt that their girlish hearts were completely touched. Each of them, with shining eyes, looked at the man who was slowly walking up the stairs like a god. They were so excited that they almost fainted on the spot. And those boys, although they felt sour in their hearts, as if they had eaten a whole box of lemons. But, facing Lin Fan's absolute strength that is enough to crush everything, they, too, cannot feel even a trace of jealousy. There is only endless admiration and admiration. In the VIP seats, Sumu Yue had already seen this, stunned. Her cute little face was filled with endless shock and obsessed. Her little heart was beating wildly, thump thump, as if it would jump out of her throat in the next second. It turns out that he looks so handsome in a suit. And Su Qingxue beside her, although on the surface, still maintained that cold look. However, her knuckles, which had been clenched tightly on her knees and had turned slightly white, still revealed the extremely turbulent and huge waves in her heart. She looked at the man who was walking towards the podium step by step under the watchful eyes of the crowd. For the first time, a strange glow called pride appeared in those cold phoenix eyes. This godlike, dazzling man. It's hers, man. On the rostrum, Principal Li Jianguo and a group of school leaders had already been waiting there respectfully. Seeing Lin Fan coming up, Li Jianguo was the first to greet him with a big smile on his face. Mr. Lin. You're here. His attitude was even more humble than when he was facing his immediate superior. Lin Fan nodded lightly as a response. He glanced at the row of seats that had already been placed on the podium. The one in the center is, without a doubt, the principal's seat. Next to the principal was what was prepared for today's most distinguished guest, that is, him. However, Lin Fan, did not go towards that location. He just walked slowly in front of Li Jianguo. Then, in front of the entire school, tens of thousands of teachers and students. In a calm, yet unquestionable, domineering tone, he said lightly. Principal Li. I think your position isn't very comfortable. Li Jianguo was stunned. The entire audience, everyone, was stunned. What does he mean? Could it be that he even wants the position of principal? Just when everyone's brains were completely shut down because of Lin Fan's earth-shattering words, Li Jianguo suddenly reacted. Not only that, he didn't have the slightest anger or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, there was an extremely flattering and self-righteous smile on his face. He stood up from his seat in a flash. Then, he respectfully made a pleased gesture towards Lin Fan. The posture made it seem as if he was just there to warm the seat for this gentleman. Mr. Lin. You're right. It's me, I'm confused. His voice, through the microphone, resounded throughout the auditorium. You are a child of destiny who has made such outstanding contributions to Jiangda. Yes, I must. Sit in the center. As he said that, he turned around again and let out a thunderous roar at the group of school leaders who had already been frightened silly. What the hell are you all standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and switch our Senior Lin's position? Today's meeting. The C position must be Senior Lin. Chapter 40. He is the mysterious rich man who donated 100 million. The C position must be Senior Lin. When Principal Li Jianguo's roar, which was full of unquestionable, even somewhat flattering and fawning, came through the microphone and resounded throughout the auditorium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The whole world seemed to be speechless. The entire audience, tens of thousands of teachers and students, were all stunned, staring at the podium with their mouths wide open, looking at it as if it were a god, a devil, or an alien.
It was a scene that could be called magical realism. What did they hear just now? Headmaster. Theirs was considered a top figure in Jiangqing's education sector.
Normally, he was so arrogant that he even dared to turn his nose up at the city leaders.
Actually, voluntarily gave up his seat? And you let it happen so willingly? So, as a matter of course?
They even called that young man who looked younger than them.
Senior Lin? This fucking. Are they filming a movie, or did they just go out this morning and not wake up yet, so are they all dreaming?
I don't know who it was, but the first sound was a dreamy cry of surprise.
This Senior Lin fan, who on earth is he? He's so awesome. He even got the principal to give up his seat for him? This is no longer just awesome. This is simply a miracle. Oh my God.
I feel like I witnessed the birth of history today.
After a brief moment of silence that felt as long as a century, the entire auditorium was completely boiling.
Everyone's eyes were focused on the young figure who, surrounded by all the school leaders who were bowing and nodding respectfully, slowly walked to the center of the podium, where the position should have belonged to the principal.
Shocked. Unbelievable.
But more than that, it is a fanatical worship that comes from the depths of the soul.
They know, starting today, from this moment on,
the history of Jiangcheng University will be completely rewritten. And the man in front of me is only 19 years old.
This will be the only pioneer on the rostrum.
Lin Fan looked at the spectacular scene before him, which could be described as thousands of people worshipping, but there was no trace of emotion on his face. It seemed as if all this was just a matter of course for him. He slowly sat down on the C position, which symbolized the highest power of Jiangcheng University. Then, he nodded lightly to the principal Li Jianguo, who was so excited that his face turned red and even his breathing became a little rapid. He gestured that he could, and began.
Li Jianguo, if you are pardoned.
He quickly cleared his throat and walked to the podium that should have belonged to him. On his face was a brilliant smile that was unprecedented, extremely exciting and glorious. He knew that today would be the most glorious and most worthy moment to be recorded in history since he took charge of Jiangnan University.
Ahem. He coughed twice heavily into the microphone.
The entire auditorium, which was originally noisy and bustling, suddenly became silent.
Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for him to reveal the final answer that everyone is looking forward to. Li Jianguo took a deep breath and looked at the audience.
Those tens of thousands of eyes were full of curiosity and expectation. He announced in a loud and passionate voice full of penetrating power.
Students, teachers, today, the reason why we are holding such a grand school-wide meeting, because Jiangcheng University has welcomed an unprecedented event in its 100-year history, one that will go down in history. It's a great joyous event. His voice is full of incitement. In an instant, the emotions of everyone in the audience were completely aroused. Just last night,
Li Jianguo suddenly changed the subject. He looked with awe at the young man who was sitting calmly in the C position with a calm expression.
Then, in a tone that was almost roaring and extremely fanatical, he loudly announced, "There is an outstanding student in our school who wishes to remain anonymous. In my personal name. Donated to our Jiangcheng University." He paused on purpose.
It made everyone's heart jump to their throat. Then, he slowly stretched out a finger. He roared out in a tone so terrifying that it was enough to shake the entire Jiangcheng.
100 million RMB. Boom.
This earth-shattering statement is like a super hydrogen bomb with a yield of billions of tons detonated in the center of the Pacific Ocean. In an instant, the sanity of all the students, teachers, and leaders in the entire auditorium was shattered. The whole world, at this moment, seemed to have pressed the mute button. Everyone's expression was frozen on their faces. Everyone was stunned, with their mouths wide open like a group of ducks with their necks strangled, unable to utter a word.
The brain, because of excessive shock, has completely lost the ability to think. 100 million? What did they hear just now? In a personal capacity? Donation, 100 million? This fucking. Are you telling a fairy tale? After a brief moment of silence that felt as long as a century. Boom! The entire Great Self Auditorium completely exploded. An unprecedented, tsunami-like, turbulent wave filled with extreme shock and disbelief instantly swept across the entire campus. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! 100 million? Did I hear that right? A personal donation of 100 million? Is this even a human being? This is clearly a living god. Oh my god! Oh my god! What kind of peerless monster has appeared in our school? Mysterious wealthy man. Turns out what they said on the forum is true. Someone really donated 100 million to our school. Everyone is crazy. They were screaming like crazy. Cheering. They used all the most exaggerated ways they could think of to vent the extreme shock in their hearts, which had already surged to the point of being beyond words. And on the rostrum, Li Jianguo looked at the fanatical and spectacular scene below the stage, and a bright smile of great satisfaction appeared on his face. This is exactly the effect he wants. He slowly raised his hand and pressed down. Signal, everyone, be quiet. Then, he slowly turned around. He looked calm and composed from beginning to end, as if the person who donated 100 million yuan was not a young god like himself. Respectfully, bow 90 degrees. The voice was filled with endless gratitude and awe. Now, let us give the warmest applause. Please welcome the most outstanding and greatest honorary trustee of Jiangcheng University in its 100-year history. Yes, that person generously donated 100 million to our school. Li Jianguo paused and left all the suspense to the last moment. Then, with a tone of great reverence, as if looking up to a god, he loudly revealed the final answer that had been on the verge of coming out. Mysterious rich man. Senior Lin Fan. Boom! When the two words Lin Fan came out of the principal's mouth, the entire auditorium exploded completely once again. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young figure who slowly stood up from the C position. It turns out that he is not only the mysterious car god who bought Tang Chenipin in full and drove a Ferrari Bugatti, running rampant on campus. He, still the same one, casually donated 100 million to the school. A real, living, super rich man. In the VIP seats, Su Qingxue and Su Muyue had already seen it. Their beautiful eyes widened and their mouths slightly opened. They were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the godlike man who was walking slowly towards the podium under the watchful eyes of the crowd, their minds going blank. They knew that Lin Fan was very rich, but they never dreamed of it. He actually had so much money that it was terrifying enough to make them feel suffocated even when looking at him. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was being watched by tens of thousands of people in the audience, all with eyes filled with enthusiasm and admiration. Slowly, he walked to the podium. He looked at the young faces in the audience, which were filled with excitement and anticipation. On his face, there was a faint but bright smile full of endless confidence. He cleared his throat and asked slowly into the microphone. How about it? Now, are there still people who think that my C position is inappropriate? Chapter 41. The sisters offered to dance, who could resist it? Is it inappropriate? When Lin Fan's question, which was calm and yet full of endless confidence and dominance, came through the microphone and resounded throughout the silent auditorium, the whole world seemed to be frozen. Tens of thousands of teachers and students in the audience were all stunned, with their mouths wide open, staring at the man on the podium who was as dazzling as the sun with a fanatical look as if they were looking up to a god, a totem, or a belief. Inappropriate? What kind of joke is this? You, old man, just donated 100 million yuan. Don't say anything, I just want to sit in the principal SC seat. Even if you announce right now that you want to acquire our entire Jiangcheng University. We all fucking agree with this. After a brief moment of silence that felt as long as a century. Boom! The entire auditorium exploded completely. An unprecedented thunderous roar filled with extreme enthusiasm and admiration, like the most violent tsunami, instantly swept across the entire campus. It fits. It fits damn well. Senior Lin. From today on, you are the only god in our Jiangcheng University. Senior Lin is awesome. Broken voice. Senior Lin. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Countless students stood up from their seats.
They were waving their arms wildly, shouting at the top of his lungs. They used all the most exaggerated ways they could think of to vent the extreme admiration that had already surged in their hearts to the point of being beyond words. At this moment, the entire auditorium completely turned into a sea of fanatical faith belonging to Lin Fan alone. On the rostrum, Principal Li Jianguo and a group of school leaders looked at the audience, which was a spectacular scene that could be described as a pilgrimage of the people. Everyone had a bright smile on their face, showing both immense satisfaction and a sense of self-worth. They know. From today on. From this moment on. Jiangcheng University possessed a foundation that was enough to make all the universities in the country envious and jealous. Living totem. Facing the thunderous cheers and admiration from the audience, Lin Fan's face still had that calm expression. He just smiled faintly. Then he handed the microphone back to the principal, Li Jianguo, whose face was already flushed with excitement. Okay, Principal Li. I've finished what I'm saying. The rest of the field is returned to you. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the still noisy and lively scene behind him. He turned around and was watched by tens of thousands of eyes filled with awe and admiration. He slowly walked down the podium that should have belonged to the principal. He walked step by step towards the VIP seat reserved just for him. Wherever he passed, the crowds automatically parted. Everyone subconsciously made way for him, making way for an exclusive passage leading to the throne. In the VIP seats, Su Muyue had already seen it, and there was a strange light in her beautiful eyes. Her little heart was beating wildly, thump thump, as if it would jump out of her throat in the next second. She looked at the man who was bathed in brilliant light and slowly walking towards her. A cute little face filled with endless obsession and admiration. So handsome. And Su Qingxue beside her, although on the surface, still tried hard to maintain that cold appearance. But her knuckles, which were placed on her knees and had been clenched tightly together, had turned slightly white. And her earlobes, which had already turned as red and hot as ripe apples. But still, it exposed the turmoil in her heart that had long been surging like a stormy wave. She looked at the man who walked towards her step by step under the attention of everyone. In those cold phoenix eyes flashed an incomparably complex and scorching light that she herself had never noticed before. There is pride, appreciation, and shock. But more of it is a kind of heart-beating feeling. Lin Fan was under the gaze of tens of thousands of people in the audience. He slowly walked in front of Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters. Then, under the gaze of the two people, their eyes were also full of complexity and shock. Slowly, sat down. How about it? He looked at the couple beside him, who were completely shocked by him and speechless, and the corners of their mouths curled up in a playful arc. This is a surprise for me. You guys, do you still like it? Su Qingxue and Su Muyue didn't say anything. They just stared at him blankly, their minds blank. And just at this moment, on the rostrum, the principal, Li Jianguo, who had just regained control of the entire audience, suddenly announced loudly in an extremely passionate tone. Students, teachers, to celebrate our Jiangcheng University, we have ushered in such a historic moment. We would also like to thank our most outstanding school director, Lin Fan, for his outstanding contributions to our school. Today, we've even prepared a surprise finale. Endure. Let's give it the warmest applause. Please welcome the most talented student from the Dance Academy of Jiangcheng University. They are also the most beautiful ones in our Jiangda, two golden flowers. Su Qingxue, classmate Su Muyue. For us, and for our most honorable school director, Lin Fan. Present the most moving dance. Boom! Li Jianguo's words were like a bomb that exploded, instantly making the entire auditorium boil over once again. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this true? Su Qingxue and Su Muyue are going to dance on stage? Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I dreaming? This pair of stunningly beautiful school beauties, who are so elusive that it's usually so hard to even catch a glimpse of them. And today, they're actually going to dance in front of all of us? This is too much of an honor, isn't it? It seems like we're benefiting from Senior Lin Fan's help today. Dancing for Director Lin Fan? Holy shit. This is simply the treatment of an emperor. Envy. I'm so fucking envious and jealous. Everyone's emotions were completely ignited at this moment.
You know, the sisters Su Qingxue and Su Muyue are legendary in Jiang University. Not only are they beautiful, they are like fairies descending to earth. He is also a gifted dancer. It is said that their dance has only been performed on the top international stages. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to watch. And today, they actually wanted to do this in front of tens of thousands of teachers and students in the school. Dancing for Lin Fan alone? This. Who the hell can stand this? And under the gazes of everyone, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. In the VIP seats, Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, after the initial shock, he actually stood up slowly. They looked at each other. They both saw a hint of unprecedented determination in each other's eyes, and shy. Then, they actually did it under the gaze of tens of thousands of people in the audience. They slowly walked onto the huge stage that had been prepared for them. The lights dimmed instantly. There was only a spotlight as bright as moonlight falling from the sky. It hit the two beautiful figures that were already standing in the center of the stage accurately. The music slowly began to play. Next second, those two elf-like, moving figures moved. My sister, Su Qingxue, has an ethereal and proud figure, like a white swan dancing under the moon. Every movement is full of ultimate artistic beauty. My younger sister Su Muyue is agile and lively, like a little deer chasing and playing in the woods. Every smile is filled with healing power that is enough to melt everything. One of them is cold, the other is hot. One is still, the other is moving. The cooperation is perfect. It's as if they are one and the same. That moment, the whole world seemed to have lost its sound. Everyone was immersed in this beautiful dance that could be called a miracle. Can't help myself. Lin Fan, on the other hand, sat quietly in the center of the VIP seats. Looking at the stage, it seemed as if the unparalleled beauty was blooming only for him. The corners of his mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. He slowly picked up the teacup in front of him. Gently, took a sip. Then, in a voice that only he could hear, he muttered to himself. The country is so beautiful. It attracted countless heroes, all vying for his favor. He glanced at the beautiful woman on the stage, who was facing him with a sweet smile. He glanced again at the crowd below the stage, who were already watching the performance in fascination. He shook his head and let out a faint sigh filled with endless emotion. Well, the happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. Besides, it's boring. Chapter 42. This dance is only for you. The song ends. The lingering sound lasts for 3 days. On the stage, the two beautiful figures, like fairies in a painting, slowly froze in an incomparably graceful and moving posture. Lights, focus. Sweat slowly slid down their jade-like foreheads under the bright lights, reflecting a dazzling light like diamonds. The entire auditorium, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, was still immersed in the dreamlike, beautiful dance. There was complete silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone was intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Until... snap, snap. A burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out from the VIP seats, breaking the dead silence. It's Lin Fan. He slowly stood up from his seat. Looking at the beautiful lady on the stage, who was breathing slightly and her chest was rising and falling due to the intense exercise, a smile of appreciation came from the heart. It's beautiful. He uttered 2 words lightly. The sound is not loud. But it was like a thunder. In an instant, the long-lost souls of tens of thousands of teachers and students in the audience were completely awakened. Boom! Next second, a wave of thunderous applause and thunderous cheers, more enthusiastic, more hysterical, and more filled with endless shock and amazement than ever before, instantly resounded throughout the auditorium. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! It's so beautiful. This is simply like a fairy descending to earth. I feel like my soul has been purified. This dance should only exist in heaven. How often can we hear it in the human world? Wow! I feel like I've had all the visual pleasures of my life today. It's worth it even if I die. Su Qingxue. Su Muyue. From today on, you are my only goddesses. Everyone is crazy. They clapped wildly, hoarsely, screaming. They used all the most exaggerated words they could think of to praise this beautiful dance that could be called a miracle. And there, amid the thunderous cheers, On the stage, Su Qingxue and Su Muyue seemed to have heard nothing.
In their eyes, there was only one person from beginning to end. That young god was slowly walking towards them. They looked at him, their equally beautiful eyes, like autumn water and stars, flashing with a strange light that was extremely complex and extremely hot.
There is nervousness, shyness, and anticipation. But more of it is a kind of sacrifice means pious. Backstage, in an exclusive and luxurious dressing room,
Lin Fan sat there quietly on the soft leather sofa. In front of him stood two beautiful women who had just changed out of their performance costumes and were now wearing cool casual clothes, with a faint scent of sweat on their bodies. Sister, Su Qingxue was wearing a light blue dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her expression was still so cold, but her slightly red earlobes and her evasive eyes that did not dare to look Lin Fan in the eye revealed the extremely turbulent waves in her heart. My younger sister, Su Muyue, was wearing a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing her two straight and slender snow-white legs. Her cute little face was as red as a ripe apple, and she didn't even dare to raise her head. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous and
charming. Ahem.
It was Lin Fan who spoke first, breaking the heart-pounding silence. He looked at the pair of sisters in front of him, each with their own unique qualities, yet equally breathtakingly beautiful, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Dancing, very good. I love so much.
Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Su Muyue's already red face suddenly became even redder, and she buried her head even lower, almost burying it in his chest. And Su Qingxue beside her was still trying hard to maintain that icy appearance. But her slightly trembling little hands, which had been clenched tightly together at her side, still revealed her inner tension.
You.
Lin Fan looked at their cute appearance and the smile on his face became more and more intense. Today, the reason why I agreed to let that old Foxley Jianguo dance on stage.
It shouldn't be just to thank me, right?
His voice was calm.
But it's like a stone thrown into a calm lake. In an instant, ripples began to form in the hearts of the two sisters. Su Qingxue's body suddenly stiffened.
She slowly raised her breathtakingly beautiful face, and for the first time, her cold phoenix eyes took the initiative to meet Lin Fan's deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. There was a hint of struggle in her eyes.
But in the end, it turned into an unprecedented determination.
Yes. She uttered a word softly. Although the voice is very soft, it is loud and clear.
Not entirely.
Oh? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows.
What else?
Su Qingxue took a deep breath. She looked at Lin Fan, and for the first time, a fiery light as hot as flame ignited in her cold, autumn water-like eyes.
Lin Fan.
She spoke slowly. The sound was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone in the dressing room clearly.
What you said to me yesterday at the art lake. Does it still count? Boom.
Su Qingxue's question was like a thunderbolt from the sky, striking the top of Su Muyue's head, who was still shy. She suddenly raised her head. Those beautiful big eyes were filled with endless, unbelievable shock.
Sister. What did she just say?
She actually. When Lin Fan heard Su Qingxue's question, which could be described as a proactive attack.
Yeah, I was slightly stunned. Then a bright smile full of amusement and appreciation appeared on his face.
He knows. This iceberg was really melted completely by him.
Moreover, it melted more thoroughly than he had imagined.
Of course it counts. Lin Fan slowly stood up from the sofa. He walked step by step to the front of the beautiful woman, whose whole body was trembling slightly due to nervousness. Then, in front of her sister. Once again, he grabbed her tightly and held her in his arms.
This time, Su Qingxue did not struggle anymore.
She just leaned quietly on the man's broad and warm chest,
listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling the pleasant smell of masculinity on his body.
The beautiful face had already turned red, as hot as a sunset cloud.
You.
Lin Fan slowly lowered his head. Looking at the peerless beauty in my arms, who has already been infatuated with love. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil arc filled with endless dominance and possessiveness.
I remember. From now on.
You, and your sister.
They are all mine. Having said that, he no longer hesitated.
Directly, towards those two already tender and tempting red lips. Kissed her hard.
And aside.
Su Muyue, who had already been stunned and blushing, saw this explosive scene in front of her, which could be called not suitable for children.
Ah! She let out a short cry filled with endless shyness. Then, he quickly covered his eyes with his hands. But the curious look that secretly appeared between her fingers still revealed her true thoughts. Lin Fan looked at her cute, shy, and anxious look and couldn't help laughing out loud. He slowly let go of the icy school beauty who had already been limp and confused by his kiss. Then, he smiled evilly at the little girl who was still deceiving herself and asked, "How about it? Sister-in-law. My brother-in-law. Are you satisfied?" Chapter 43 rewards God-level driving skills, and the final battle at Akina Mountain will be tonight. Brother-in-law? Sister-in-law? When Lin Fan's question, which was full of endless teasing and joking, echoed in the charming dressing room, Su Muyue was completely dumbfounded. Her hands, which were covered tightly due to shyness, suddenly opened up as if they had been electrocuted, revealing the cute little face underneath, which had already turned as red as a ripe tomato. It was hot. And those beautiful big eyes that were wide open due to extreme shock and shyness. You, what nonsense are you talking about? She looked at the bad guy in front of her, who had just forcefully kissed her own sister in front of her. She felt embarrassed and anxious, and even her speech became stuttering. Who is your sister-in-law? I won't admit it. Although what she said was righteous. But her shy look, which had already blushed to her ears, and her evasive eyes that didn't dare to look Lin Fan in the eye, still revealed her true thoughts. And beside her, the icy school beauty Su Qingxue, who had just been kissed by Lin Fan and felt dizzy and limp all over, was stunned when she heard Lin Fan's shameless name. That beautiful face, which was already as red as a sunset cloud, suddenly became even redder. An indescribable feeling of shame and annoyance instantly surged into her heart. This bad guy. How could he say such shameless words in front of his sister? She suddenly raised her head, and her cold phoenix eyes, which had already become watery due to emotion, glared at Lin Fan fiercely. Although that look was full of anger. But it looks more like flirting between lovers. There is no lethality at all. Instead, it adds a bit of unique charm that makes people feel excited. Lin Fan looked at the person in front of him and felt so shy that he almost exploded on the spot. One, angry, with seductive eyes. Each has their own merits, yet they are both breathtakingly beautiful sisters. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of great satisfaction and a sense of conquest. He knows. From today on. From this moment on. This pair of stunning sisters are like goddesses, unattainable and beautiful in the entire Jiangcheng University. Yes, completely, I fell into his hands. Ha ha ha. He could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter filled with endless pride and joy. And just as he was surrounded by women on both sides, enjoying this wonderful moment of happiness, at the same time, an extremely pleasant system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Host detected, successfully captured the core heroines Su Qingxue and Su Muyue. The host's emotional landscape has been expanded epically. The road to becoming a super rich has been enhanced with a beautiful scenery. To reward the host's personal charm and outstanding skills, the system will issue a special rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained. God-level driving skills. Skill description: this skill incorporates the driving experience and techniques of all the world's top racers, including but not limited to F1, WRC, Le Mans, and the Dakar Rally. After acquiring this skill, the host will instantly become the world's most skilled driver. Whether on the road, on the track, in the city, or on mountain roads, as long as there are wheels, you are the only god. Boom! As the system prompt sound falls, Lin Fan only felt that his brain was once again struck by an invisible lightning bolt. Next second, countless streams of massive information about driving rushed into his mind like a flood that broke through a dam. Drift. Drift. Heel-toe action. The drainage ditches over the bend. All these amazing, top-notch driving skills that he had only seen in movies and games before. At this moment, it was like eating and drinking became a part of his body. An unprecedented sense of ultimate control over speed and passion instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. It even gave him a strong confidence that if he was given a car, he could drive to the moon on the spot. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, the look in his eyes has become completely different from before. Still so profound and confident. But deep within that confidence, there was a hint that was enough to drive any man who loved speed crazy and tremble. Wild. And uninhibited.
He looked at the two stunning sisters in front of him, who were still shy and angry, and a devilish curve appeared on their lips. At the same time, an extremely bold and exciting idea arose in my mind. Walk. Without saying anything, he put his left hand around Su Qing-shui's slender waist that was so thin that it could be held in one hand. With his right hand, he took Su Muyue's small hand, which was as soft as jade. Then, the two sisters exclaimed in shock and confusion. Domineeringly, he said, "Let me take you to experience what it means to be truly fast and furious." Half an hour later. Jiangcheng, western suburbs, Aquina Mountain. This is the most famous underground racing paradise in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan region. The winding mountain road, the 5 dangerous hairpin turns, and the bottomless cliffs. All of them stimulate the adrenaline of all desperados who pursue speed and passion. Every night, this place is filled with top second-generation rich people and racing enthusiasts from all over the world. They drive their own modified luxury cars worth millions or even tens of millions to compete here. Gamble. Betting on cars. Even betting on life. And tonight is the annual final night of the Aquina Mountain Racing God. The entire parking lot on the top of the mountain has already been filled to the brim with all kinds of top-of-the-line sports cars of various colors and exaggerated shapes. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche. Here, they can only be regarded as entry-level grocery shopping carts. The real focus is the 2 god-level supercars parked in the center, like prehistoric beasts. One of them is the silver-white Porsche 918, known as the King of the Track. The other one is the Ferrari LaFerrari, which is limited to only 499 units worldwide. Either of these 2 cars is enough to drive countless fans crazy. Their owner is none other than the undefeated legend of Jiangcheng's underground racing circle, who has held the title of King of Aquina Mountain for 3 consecutive years. Li Xiao. A mysterious rich second generation who is said to have a background as a professional racing driver. At this moment, he was wearing a handsome racing suit, leaning against his silver-white Porsche 918, enjoying the gazes of everyone around him, which were full of admiration and awe. Brother Xiao. You're definitely the winner again tonight. That's right. That new kid, even though he bought a LaFerrari, is nothing compared to your driving skills. He's not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Brother Xiao is here. 1 is worth 2. Tonight, we must give that ignorant fellow a clear lesson. A group of internet celebrities and young models wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup surrounded Li Xiao like butterflies, chattering and praising him. Li Xiao listened to these flatteries and showed a proud smile on his face. He glanced at the red LaFerrari not far away, which was also surrounded by a group of people. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes. It's a good car. Pity. The person who drives it is a loser. He uttered a few words lightly. The tone was full of unquestionable confidence. And just at this moment, buzz. Suddenly, a low and domineering roar of an engine came from the bottom of the mountain. This sound is so unique. It was as if a sleeping ancient dragon woke up at midnight. In an instant, the noise of all the sports cars present was completely suppressed. Everyone subconsciously looked back. I saw it at the end of the last bend on the mountain road. A black lightning like a ghost in the dark night appeared in a terrifying posture that was almost instantaneous. Swish, and it appeared in everyone's sight. Fuck. When Li Xiao saw the black beast slowly driving into the parking lot like the king of the dark night. For the first time, an expression called shock appeared on his already proud face. The glass of 1982 Lafite in his hand had fallen to the ground with a clang at some point, but he was completely unaware of it. Then what the fuck is Bugatti Veyron? Chapter 44. What a joke, he is participating in the competition with a Wuling Hongwan? Bugatti Veyron. When this legendary car, which can be called a land aircraft, slowly drove into the parking lot at the top of Aquina Mountain with a domineering attitude, the whole world seemed to be speechless. Everyone was stunned with their mouths wide open, staring at the terrifying beast that was completely black and whose lines were full of endless power and oppression, with an eye as if they were looking at an alien spaceship, a prehistoric beast, or a mobile money printing machine. Oh fuck, am I seeing this right? That really is a Bugatti Veyron? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's alive. I can actually see a living Bugatti in my lifetime. This car, isn't it said that there are only a few of them in all of China? How could it appear in a small place like our Jiangcheng? What kind of god is this car owner? This is no longer a rich second generation, right?
This is fucking the second generation of gods. After a brief moment of silence that felt as long as a century, the entire top of Akina Mountain completely exploded. A huge wave that was more fanatical, more hysterical, and more filled with endless shock and admiration than ever before instantly swept across the entire mountain. Those second-generation rich people and internet celebrities who were just surrounding the Porsche 918 and Ferrari LaFerrari are now like a group of worker bees seeing honey. With a buzz, they rushed madly towards the Bugatti Veyron that was slowly stopping. The already domineering car was surrounded by 3 layers of people, with no one able to get in. And as the original protagonist of tonight, Li Xiao, known as the god of driving in Akina Mountain, and his challenger who drove a LaFerrari, had already been ruthlessly abandoned in a corner by everyone at this moment. They stared blankly at the Bugatti Veyron, which was being adored by everyone like the moon surrounded by stars. He looked around him again, and saw the so-called magic car that had long been deserted. There was an expression on his face that was uglier than eating shit. Especially Li Xiao. He looked at the Bugatti Veyron, which was more than enough to crush his Porsche 918 to the ground in terms of price, performance, and rarity. For the first time, a distorted expression called jealousy appeared on that already proud face. He felt that he had painstakingly built up the supreme glory of being the god of racing in Akina Mountain over 3 consecutive years. Tonight, at this moment, the mysterious man driving a Bugatti appears. Half of it had already been ruthlessly taken away by someone. Oh shit. He threw the glass of freshly poured red wine in his hand to the ground. He gritted his teeth and growled. I'd like to see. Who on earth is this guy who doesn't know how to live or die? How dare you steal my limelight on my turf? And under the gaze of everyone, filled with endless curiosity and expectation, the Bugatti Veyron's futuristic doors slowly open upwards. Then, a young man in ordinary casual clothes with a playful smile on his face walked down from the driver's seat slowly. That's right, Lin Fan. The moment he appeared in everyone's sight, the whole world seemed to be speechless once again. Holy shit? So young? This person looks even younger than me. He is the owner of this Bugatti? Oh my god. Comparing myself to others is so frustrating. When I was his age, I was still in the internet cafe, playing League of Legends all night long. He's so handsome. And rich. And so damn low-key. This is simply the super rich male protagonist who walked out of a novel. Everyone was completely shocked by Lin Fan's age, which was a little too young, and his ordinary clothes, which formed a huge contrast with the magical car. However, Lin Fan seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of scene where everyone was paying attention. There was no trace of emotion on his face. He just walked slowly around to the passenger door. Then, like a most gentlemanly prince, he personally opened the door for the princess in the car. Next second, 2 absolutely beautiful figures, enough to overshadow the entire night scene of Akina Mountain, slowly got down from the car. My elder sister, Su Qingxue, is wearing a light blue long dress. Her temperament is as cold and pure as the moon. She is a fairy in Guanghan Palace who is not concerned with worldly affairs. My younger sister Su Muyue, wearing a pink t-shirt and shorts, has a smile as sweet as honey, like a cute elf chasing and playing among the flowers. When this pair of sisters, each with their own unique but equally breathtaking beauty, appear in everyone's sight at the same time, boom! The entire top of Mount Akina exploded once again. At this moment, all the male creatures present felt that their hearts were hit hard by an invisible hammer. Breathing stagnated. My heart skipped a beat. Brain, lack of oxygen. Oh fuck, a fairy has descended to Earth. I don't know who it was, but the first sound was a dreamy cry of surprise. In an instant, everyone's hormones exploded. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. These sisters are so damn beautiful, aren't they? This is simply God's most perfect masterpiece. I feel like I'm in love. No. At the same time, I'm in love with 2 people. A Bugatti. And paired with this stunning pair of sisters. This is the real winner in life. I'm sour. I'm sour. I'm completely sour. I feel like what I drank tonight was not wine but lemonade. Everyone was completely conquered by the stunning scene before their eyes, which could be called a divine combination. They looked at the young man who was surrounded by women and looked calm and composed. Their eyes were filled with endless envy, jealousy, and hatred. I will never have even the slightest bit of disrespect in my heart again. Joke.
A man who can own both the legendary Bugatti and this pair of stunning sisters.
This is no longer something they can describe as jealousy. This is God.
They are the real gods that we don't even have the qualifications to look up to.
And far away. That the Kina mountain driving god Li Xiao, who was so arrogant just now, when he saw Su Qingxue and Su Mudue, those two beautiful faces that were enough to drive any man crazy. His already gloomy face instantly had another layer of thick, jealous green. He felt that he came here tonight just to be humiliated. First, the limelight was stolen.
Now even Su Qingxue, the most beautiful girl in Jiang University, whom I have been pursuing so hard but can't even get her WeChat. They all became each other's possession.
This. How the hell can you tolerate this? Lin Fan.
He gritted his teeth and uttered the name that made him hate it to the core. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he pushed through the crowd and walked towards Lin Fan aggressively.
Lin Fan. Right? He walked up to Lin Fan and said coldly in a tone filled with jealousy and provocation. Don't think you can show off on my turf just because you drive a junky Bugatti. This is a Kina mountain. Here, we don't compete over money. Just compare driving skills.
He pointed to the starting point of the track.
He said word by word. Do you dare to compete with me? The bet is yours, Bugatti. And these two women beside you. However, facing this provocation from him, it was an extremely arrogant one.
Lin Fan's face still had that calm and composed expression. He even looked at Li Xiao's Porsche 918 with interest, which looked to be a pretty good modified car. Then he shook his head and let out a sigh full of disappointment.
Compared with you? You are not worthy. What? Li Xiao's face turned purple in an instant. But
Lin Fan suddenly changed the subject, and a devilish, charming smile appeared on his lips.
Since you want to play so much,
then I'll play with you. As he said this, he slowly took out a pair of ordinary-looking car keys in front of everyone. Then, he gently pressed the button on the dark mountain road not far away.
Ding ding. Two crisp unlocking sounds rang out in the silent night sky. Next second,
everyone in the audience was staring at them with eyes filled with shock and confusion. A car that looked tattered, with even a few pieces of yellow mud on the body.
Silver white, Wuling Hongguang.
It actually came out slowly from the darkness with a rumbling sound.
Finally, it stopped steadily next to the Bugatti Veyron worth $500 million.
It formed a strong contrast that was both extremely weird and extremely funny. Lin Fan casually threw the Bugatti car key to Su Qingxue, who was beside him. Then, he picked up the Wuling Hongguang car key and turned it around on his finger. He looked at the so-called Akina mountain driving god, who had been completely confused by his superb operation.
Indifferently, he asked, "How about it? Tonight, I'll use it to compete with you. Do you dare or not?"
Chapter 45, The Amazing Car Drifts, even Bugatti Veyron has to eat dust.
Are you using Wuling Hongguang and competing with me?
When Li Xiao heard Lin Fan's question, which was full of extreme insult and ridicule,
he was completely dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the silver-white van that looked extremely shabby and ridiculous parked next to the Bugatti Veyron. He looked at the young man in front of him again. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not joking with him at all. The brain, because of excessive shock and absurdity, has completely stopped thinking.
Wuling Hongguang? Isn't that the tool truck used to haul bricks on construction sites?
He actually wanted to use such a broken garbage truck that even the scrapyard was too lazy to accept it. With my own Porsche 918, the king of the track, which is worth tens of millions and has been modified to the highest level.
Racing on a track as horrible as Akina Mountain? This fucking. It's not about humiliating him anymore.
This is simply treating him like a complete and utter idiot.
Ha 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 ha.
After a brief moment of silence, Li Xiao suddenly burst into a wild laugh that was more exaggerated and hysterical than ever before. He pointed at Lin Fan and laughed until tears almost came out, as if he had heard the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life.
What did you say? You want to compete with me with this crappy van?
He said breathlessly. Lin Fan,
are you fucking crazy because you're broke, putting on a performance art show in front of me?
The group of rich second generations behind him also reacted.
In an instant, the entire top of Akina Mountain erupted into laughter filled with endless contempt and ridicule. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did I hear that right? He's actually going to use a Wuling Hongguang to compete with Xiao Ji's 918 on a mountain road? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Barely won. Did this kid get kicked in the head by a donkey? Does he think this is a movie? And a fucking Wuling Hongguang Guang Guang. Why doesn't he just drive a tractor? Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. He's willing to sacrifice his life just to show off in front of a beautiful woman. Everyone looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool, an idiot, or a lunatic. His eyes were filled with undisguised pity and ridicule. Even Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, who were standing next to Lin Fan, were shocked when they heard Lin Fan's earth-shattering words. Also, completely stupid. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. For the first time, a hint of panic appeared in her cold phoenix eyes. Don't be impulsive. This is not a joke. Racing in Aquina Mountain is very dangerous. What's more, you're driving such a car. Yes. Brother-in-law. Su Muyue, standing beside him, was also anxious and on the verge of tears. She grabbed Lin Fan's other arm and shook it desperately. You should apologize to him. Let's not compete anymore. Let's give him the Bugatti and go home, okay? In their opinion, Lin Fan was undoubtedly seeking his own death. However, facing everyone's ridicule and the sisters' worries, Lin Fan's face still had that calm and confident expression. He just slowly raised his hand and lovingly rubbed Su Muyue's little head, which was already filled with tears from anxiety. Then, in a calm tone filled with endless confidence and dominance, he said lightly, "Rest assured. In my eyes. Whatever, Bugatti. Still, Wuling Hongguang. It's just a means of transportation. It truly determines victory or defeat." He looked at the so-called god of cars of Aquina Mountain, who was still laughing wildly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, like a god looking down at ants. Yes, the driver. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the stunning sisters behind him who were already completely shocked by his words. He just turned around slowly. He opened the door of the Wuling Hongguang, which even looked a little rusty. Then, everyone in the audience looked at him with pity, as if they were watching a death row prisoner going to the execution ground. He plopped down and sat down. Aquina Mountain, the starting point of the track. The two magic cars stand side by side, forming a sharp contrast between the extremely huge and ridiculous ones in terms of appearance, performance, and price. On one side is the Porsche 918, a silver-white car worth tens of millions, that looks like a future fighter jet. On the other hand, the car was worth less than 30,000 yuan, and there was even a silver-white advertisement printed on the body saying "Professional Sewer Cleaner." Wuling Hongguang. This is a scene that can be called magical realism. It made everyone present feel that their worldview had been completely overturned. Oh shit, he actually wants to use this crappy van for a race? Crazy. This is definitely the craziest lunatic I have ever seen in my life. Next to the track, a hot racing babe wearing a cool bunny girl outfit walked between the two cars, holding a black and white checkered flag. Her face, too, was filled with endless absurdity and disbelief. However, she still suppressed the shock in her heart and raised the race flag in her hand high. Everyone, take your positions. Preparation. Buzz. The roar of the Porsche 918's engine, like the roar of a wild beast, instantly resounded throughout the entire mountaintop. And the Wuling Hongguang next to it. It just made a few thump sounds like a tractor and groaned weakly. It formed an extremely sad contrast. Li Xiao sat in the cockpit full of futuristic technology, looking at the broken van next to him that even had one of its rearview mirrors missing. There was an extremely cruel smile of victory on his face. He was even too lazy to mock. Because in his opinion, this is not a game at all. This was a complete massacre. He wants it, in front of everyone. In front of Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters. Get rid of this ignorant and arrogant boy and his ridiculous broken bread. Here, crush it thoroughly. Start. The bunny girl suddenly waved the racing flag downwards. Boom. The Porsche 918, with its top-level modified and terrifying engine, instantly erupted with a violent roar that was enough to tear the eardrums apart. The whole car looked like a streak of silver-white lightning. In an instant, he was ejected from his original position. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the first bend. And that poor Wuling Hongguang. It was after Thump Thump had been going on for a long time. Just like an old man who just woke up, he slowly walked out to the starting line. That's the starting speed, which can be described as turtle speed. This caused everyone present to burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Is this fucking funny? The game is over. However, just when everyone thought that this most ridiculous game in history had completely lost all suspense. Mutation. Suddenly, I saw the silver-white Wuling Hongguang that had just come out of the starting line. At the moment of entering the first right-angle turn, suddenly, its engine made a terrifying roar, like an ancient dragon awakening, which was completely inconsistent with its tattered appearance. Buzz. Next second. In the whole audience, everyone looked at it in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. That ordinary-looking shabby bread. It was done in a terrifying manner that was totally inconsistent with Newton's laws. 1. An incredibly smooth and miraculous inertial drift. Squeak. Accompanied by a sharp, teeth-grinding sound of tire friction. That silver-white magical car was like a ghost gliding along the ground. With a perfect arc. It passed through in an instant, that terrifying right-angle turn that was enough to make any ordinary vehicle overturn on the spot. The whole process went smoothly. Not a single bit of drag. That is a textbook-level, God-level operation. It made everyone present completely dumbfounded. They were all stunned, with their mouths wide open, staring at the magical scene on the big screen that looked like a movie special effect with eyes that looked like a god, a ghost, or an alien. My brain is blank. And this. It's just the beginning. The first corner. The second corner. The third, the fourth, the fifth. 5 consecutive hairpin turns. I saw that the silver-white Wuling Hongguang was under the god-level control of Lin Fan, who had already become one with the vehicle. It was like a giant silver dragon with life. On the dangerous devil track of Akina Mountain. Dancing madly. Drift. Drift. The drainage ditch is over the bend. Chapter 46, The God of Cars? In front of me, he's just a little brother. The drainage ditch is over the bend. God-level driving skills, which only exist in anime and legends. When he appeared alive on the huge surveillance screen on the top of Akina Mountain in an extremely real and shocking manner. The whole world seemed to have stopped. Everyone was stunned, their mouths wide open, staring at the screen with eyes as if they were looking at a god, a ghost, or an alien. The magical scene had already exceeded the limits of their cognition. The brain has completely lost the ability to think due to excessive shock and absurdity. Row. Drainage ditch bends? He just used the drainage ditch to turn the corner? Or driving a Wuling Hongguang? This fucking. Not anymore, I'm driving. This is simply like flying a plane. I don't know who uttered the first cry, a cry like a dream. It instantly detonated the already fragile psychological defenses of everyone present. God. Oh my God. This is the real God of Cars in Akina Mountain. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the hell did I see tonight? A Wuling Hongguang drifted through 5 consecutive hairpin turns? And, damn, it used a drainage ditch to turn? Who the hell would believe this if I told anyone? Awesome. 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 I can't find any words to describe how I feel right now. All I can say is, awesome. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the game. I said I was watching a god drive. After a brief moment of silence that felt as long as a century, the entire top of Akina Mountain exploded completely. An unprecedented, tsunami-like wave filled with extreme enthusiasm and worship swept across the entire mountain in an instant. Everyone is crazy. They were screaming like crazy. Roaring. They used all the most exaggerated ways they could think of to vent the extreme shock that had already surged in their hearts to the point of being beyond words. Those rich second generations who were laughing at Lin Fan and calling him a madman and a fool just now had expressions on their faces that were uglier than if they had eaten shit. They just felt that their faces were being hit hard, back and forth, 100 times with an invisible red-hot hammer. It hurt so much. When the stunning sisters Su Qingxue and Su Muyue saw the miraculous scene on the screen. Also, completely stupid.
They covered their mouths blankly, and their equally beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water and as bright as stars, were filled with endless and unbelievable shock. And a fiery brilliance called pride. This godlike, omnipotent man. It's theirs, men. And at this moment, on the track, that, just now, relying on the terrifying performance of his Porsche 918 and his proud driving skills, he barely left behind the Ferrari LaFerrari, and was far ahead of the god of driving in Akina Mountain, Li Xiao. But I know nothing about this. At this moment, his face was full of pride and disdain. He looked through the rearview mirror at the red LaFerrari behind him, which had been left so far behind by him that even its taillights were almost invisible. The corner of his mouth curled up into a proud smile of a winner. Waste. He spat out 2 words contemptuously. In his opinion, this game has completely lost all suspense. As for that ignorant, arrogant kid driving a Wuling Hongguang? Oh. I guess we haven't even passed the first corner yet? Maybe, both the people and the car had already fallen into the ravine. Thinking of this, the smug look on his face became even stronger. He even slowed down a bit, controlling the steering wheel with one hand while leisurely picking up a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the passenger seat with the other hand and pouring himself a glass. Prepare to celebrate your victory in advance. However, just at that moment when he brought the crystal clear wine glass to his lips, buzz. A very familiar yet very harsh thump 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 sound, like the roar of a tractor engine, suddenly sounded from behind him. Li Xiao was stunned. He subconsciously looked towards his rearview mirror. Then, he saw an extremely horrifying and absurd scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. I saw it behind him. A silver white car with a small advertisement printed on the body saying "Professional Sewer Cleaner." Wuling Hongguang. It was like a white ghost chasing after souls. At a terrifying speed that is completely inconsistent with common sense of physics. Biting tightly from behind the butt of his Porsche 918. In fact, the distance between him and me is still getting closer and closer. Puff. Li Xiao only felt that his brain exploded with a boom. He took a bite, and before he could swallow the 1982 Lafite, it spurted out instantly. Sprinkled all over the entire luxurious cockpit worth millions. What the hell? He stared with wide eyes as if he was looking at a ghost, at the white phantom in the rearview mirror that was getting closer and closer. My brain is blank. Whoa, Wuling Hongguang? This fucking. What is going on? Shouldn't it have been thrown away by me long ago, leaving me with nothing to eat? How did it catch up? Could it be? Am I dreaming? No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Xiao let out a hysterical roar. He no longer cared about manners or elegance. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Porsche 918's terrifying hybrid engine instantly erupted with a violent roar that was enough to tear the eardrums apart. The whole car looked like a streak of silver-white lightning. In an instant, the distance between him and the white ghost car behind him was widened a lot. Seeing this scene, Li Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. A hint of color returned to his face. Oh shit. It must be an illusion. I was scared to death. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Ahead is the most dangerous and deadly last death curve in the entire Akina Mountain track. An almost 180-degree U-turn. Li Xiao's expression instantly became extremely solemn. He immediately started to slow down, change gears, and prepare to pass this terrifying curve that was enough to scare any driver in the safest way. But at this moment, buzz! That terrifying thump 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 sound, like a death warrant, rang out from behind him again. And this time, it is clearer than before, than at any other time. And even more harsh. Li Xiao suddenly turned around. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. All I saw was the silver-white Wuling Hongguang. Not only that, there was no slowdown at all. Instead, he acted in a crazy, almost suicidal manner. From the outside lane, he rushed towards him fiercely. Mad. You're a fucking lunatic. Li Xiao was so scared that his soul flew away. He subconsciously thought, turn the steering wheel and dodge. But it's too late. All I saw was that silver-white magical car. At the critical moment when he was about to collide with her. A god-level being who was anti-physics, anti-humanity, and anti-science. The pendulum drifts. Squeak. accompanied by the sound of tires rubbing against each other, which was sharp enough to tear the eardrums.
That ordinary-looking shabby van. It was like a white lightning that had life. In an extreme operation, it was less than a centimeter away from the front of his car. Just drive from the outer lane. In an instant, he cut into the inside. Then,
under Li Xiao's dull gaze, as if he had seen a ghost,
walk away.
All that was left for him was a taillight filled with endless mockery.
And that, the exhaust fumes billowing all over the sky. Aquina Mountain, the end point.
When the silver-white Wuling Hongguan crossed the finish line first with a domineering attitude of a king's return.
The whole world is boiling over it. Everyone is crazy. They rushed forward madly.
He lifted up high the ordinary-looking shabby van and the godlike young man who slowly walked down from the van.
Throw it up to the sky. God of cars! God of cars! God of cars!
Thunderous cheers resounded throughout the top of Aquina Mountain. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was quietly enjoying all of this. He looked at the former racing god of Aquina Mountain, who drove his Porsche 918 worth tens of millions slowly and dejectedly across the finish line a few minutes later. There was a faint smile on his face, as if a god was looking down at ants. He slowly raised his hand. He gently hooked his finger at the loser who already looked ashen. Then, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, he asked faintly, "How about it?"
"I did. You don't deserve it. Now, do you believe it?" Chapter 47 Brother, I will invest in your dream. Do you believe it?
When Lin Fan's question, which was light and casual but full of endless ridicule and contempt, reached Li Xiao's ears, his psychological defense, which had already become fragile due to the crushing defeat, completely collapsed at this moment.
Plop! A muffled sound. This person, who was so arrogant just now, the former Aquina Mountain racing god. His legs suddenly gave way, and in front of everyone, he didn't hesitate and faced the young man who was held high by everyone, like a god. "Get down on your knees."
Then, he lowered his once extremely proud head.
The voice was filled with endless fear and awe from the depths of the soul. I believe it. Lin. Master Lin. You are the real. The god of cars of Aquina Mountain. A battle of the gods that was worthy of being recorded in history came to an end in a magical way that no one could have imagined. And the legend of Wuling Hongguan, the luxury car that beats all the luxury cars in the world, has begun to spread like wildfire in the underground racing circle of the entire Jiangnan region from today. Lin Fan, this name. Also, following the title of Tangcheni Pinshenhao, there is a new title that is even more famous and full of legends. Wuling God of Cars.
When Lin Fan, with the pair of stunning sisters who had already been shocked and completely numb by the series of magical operations tonight, was preparing to drive the Bugatti Veyron away from this noisy place of right and wrong, the former racing god, Li Xiao, who had just lost his proud Porsche 918 and all his dignity, suddenly rushed up, rolling and crawling.
Lin. Master Lin. You, please stay.
He knelt down in front of Lin Fan's car with a thump sound, his face filled with endless fear and pleading.
Master Lin. Drive away.
I, Li Xiao, accept defeat wholeheartedly. But please spare me, let Miss Su and the others go.
He is really scared now.
He was afraid that this terrifying demon god, who did not act according to common sense, would really follow the bet and kill Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters. Lin Fan looked at his pitiful appearance, which could be described as a love saint, and shook his head helplessly. He opened the car window and glanced at him calmly. Rest assured.
I'm not interested in other people's women.
Because. He turned around and glanced at the stunning beauty beside him, whose face was already flushed with embarrassment because of his words. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil arc filled with endless dominance and possessiveness.
They have been mine for a long time.
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the former racing god who had been petrified and completely messed up by his mouthful of dog food.
Step on the accelerator.
Buzz. The Bugatti Veyron, like an ancient dragon awakening, instantly erupted with a violent roar that was enough to tear the night sky apart. Then, under everyone's awe-filled gaze as if they were looking up to a god, turned into a black lightning. In an instant, it disappeared at the end of the winding mountain road in Aquina Mountain. All that was left was shock and the miserable figure who was still kneeling on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The next day, dormitory 404. When Lin Fan walked in from outside, refreshed.
The atmosphere in the dormitory seemed a little weird.
Fatty Zhang Wei and Li Jun were surrounding a man, each with a sad face and sighing. And the person they were surrounding was none other than the most taciturn and least trouble-making student in their dormitory.
Chen Mo.
At this moment, Chen Mo was sitting in front of his computer with a dejected look on his face, his hands tucked into his already messy hair, his eyes dull, and he looked as if he had suffered a great blow.
What's going on?
Lin Fan frowned and asked, "It's so early in the morning, and everyone seems to have lost their souls."
Fan, brother Fan, you're finally back.
When Li Jun saw Lin Fan, he hurried over as if he had seen a savior, his face full of helplessness and anxiety.
It's Chen Mo, he was rejected again.
Reject? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean by reject?
What else could it be?
The fat man sighed unhappily.
It's his entrepreneurial project, the one he treasures like his own son.
Didn't he go to participate in the college student entrepreneurship competition held by our school this morning?
In the end, those crappy judges didn't even read his project proposal before directly passing him over. And they're saying that his ideas about artificial intelligence and big data are just wishful thinking and a pipe dream. They're simply impossible to achieve.
Damn it! I'm so pissed off. After listening to the fat man's story, Lin Fan finally understood. He looked at his good brother, who still had a dejected look on his face, as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. There was a subtle flash of admiration and playful. He knows. Chen Mo is different from him, Fatty, and Li Jun. This seemingly silent and even somewhat dull academic master, in fact, has a heart that is extremely grand and also extremely crazy. Dream. A technological dream about changing the world. What a pity. His dream is too far ahead of his time. It was so advanced that everyone in that era thought he was a lunatic. In the past, it was Lin Fan who had no ability and could only watch his brother's star-like talent being obscured by the dust of reality. But now, it's different. He walked forward slowly. He patted Chen Mo's thin shoulders. "Okay, stop trying to kill yourself here," he said lightly. "Aren't they just a few blind idiots who don't know what's good? It's no big deal." Chen Mo slowly raised his head. He looked at Lin Fan. Behind the thick lenses were a pair of dull eyes that had long lost all their luster. He laughed at himself, his voice hoarse. "Lin Fan, you don't understand. That's not a simple project. That's all my hard work." "I know." Lin Fan nodded. He looked at Chen Mo's eyes, which were full of unwillingness and despair, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a bright smile full of endless confidence and dominance. "So, I'm ready to vote." Chen Mo was stunned. The entire dormitory 404 was stunned. "Fan, brother Fan, what did you just say?" Li Jun scratched his ears, wondering if he was hallucinating. "I'm telling you," Lin Fan said, his tone still as calm as ever, "I've invested in his project." He looked at his good brother, who was already stunned and completely dumbfounded. He asked word by word, "How about it?" "Chen Mo. I'm here to help you realize your dream. 100 million, startup capital. Is it enough? Chapter 48 Is 100 million enough? If not, I'll add more. 100 million. Startup capital." When Lin Fan's question, which was light-hearted but full of endless pride and trust, echoed in the deathly silent dormitory 404. Chen Mo, Fatty Zhang Wei, and Li Jun were all dumbfounded. They were all stunned, with their mouths wide open, staring at the man in front of them with eyes as if he were a god, an alien, or a savior, with a hint of a playful smile on his face. The brain, due to excessive shock and absurdity, has completely lost the ability to think. 100 million? What did they hear just now? Fancy. Brother Fan actually wants to take 100 million in cash. Come and invest in Chen Mo's bullshit project, which was despised by all the judges as fantastic and pipe dream? This fucking. Not anymore, you're kidding. This is simply crazy. Fan, brother Fan. Li Jun's lips trembled. He felt as if his throat was being strangled by an invisible hand. He couldn't even utter a complete syllable. You don't have a fever, right? That's 100 million. Not 100 yuan. That's right. Fancy. The fat man Zhang Wei beside him finally recovered from his extreme shock.
He grabbed Lin Fan's arm, his face full of anxiety and confusion. Are you crazy?
Chen Mo's project, even the PPT is a mess. How could you? A mess?
Lin Fan turned around, glanced at him, and said calmly, "You know shit."
The fat man was choked and couldn't say a word.
As for Chen Mo, the person involved, his mind went blank after experiencing the initial extreme. An indescribable and extremely complex emotion instantly swept over his whole body like the most turbulent tide. He looked at Lin Fan's eyes behind the thick lenses. Those eyes, which had been dull and lifeless like stagnant water, suddenly rekindled a faint, yet extremely hot flame at this moment.
He knows. Lin Fan, I'm not kidding. He is serious.
At this time, everyone regarded him as a madman, fool, and lunatic.
Only him.
Only, he is the good brother who just revealed his identity as a rich second generation.
Without hesitation, I chose to believe him. They even have to pay out an astronomical figure of 100 million.
Come and support his dream, which seems ridiculous to everyone. This, trust. This is friendship. It is 10,000 times heavier than the 100 million in cash.
Lin Fan.
Chen Mo's voice was trembling, and his eyes, which had long lost all their spirit, had unknowingly turned red. He stood up and looked at his good brother, who seemed to be bathed in brilliant light.
His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something.
But in the end, he just smiled at himself and shook his head slowly.
Never mind.
His voice was hoarse, yet filled with endless bitterness.
I don't want to trick you. My project is too expensive. 100 million, maybe it won't even make a splash. And the probability of success might even be less than 1%. He was trying to persuade Lin Fan to retreat. He was also trying to persuade him to quit. He has been devastated by reality. He no longer dared to dream. However,
facing these, his words were full of dejection and despair. Lin Fan's face still had that calm and confident expression. He just walked forward slowly. A slap landed hard on Chen Mo's thin shoulder. The force was so great that it almost broke this frail academic master apart on the spot.
Look at what you have accomplished.
Lin Fan looked at him, angrily, and scolded him with a smile.
You haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking about failure? Are you still a man? I'm telling you. Chen Mo.
Lin Fan interrupted him directly. In those ink-black eyes, there was a flash of crazy light that was enough to make anyone's blood boil. I, Lin Fan, am not investing in that bullshit project of yours.
I voted. It's you.
You are the genius who dares to dream and change the world. I don't care if the probability of your project's success is 1% or 1 in 10,000.
I just know. As long as I, Lin Fan, am here. Money is never a problem. That's it. He no longer hesitated.
Directly, in front of everyone, he took out his cell phone. Then, he casually gave it to his good brother, who had already been completely shocked by his words and was speechless.
Transferred, 100 million passed. Ding dong. Almost at the same time, Chen Mo's old cell phone on the table suddenly rang.
On the screen, a text message notification from the bank was clearly displayed. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 100 million renminbi at 10:25 on June 6.
100 million. Really, it's arrived. Boom.
When Chen Mo saw the string of numbers that made him dizzy,
he just felt that his brain was severely bombarded by an exploding atomic bomb. A blank.
He stared at his phone blankly, then looked at his good brother in front of him, who had a bright smile on his face.
That, behind the thick lenses.
At this moment, in an instant, those eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, were completely drowned by 2 lines of boiling hot tears. His dream heart had long been extinguished by reality.
At this moment,
Lin Fan used the most direct, roughest, and warmest way.
Again. It's lit. Lin Fan.
He let out a wow and burst into tears like a child who had suffered a great injustice. He hugged Lin Fan and cried with tears and snot. He was so excited that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The fat man and Li Jun on the side saw the text message of 100 million yuan arriving. Also, completely stupid. They stared blankly at this earth-moving scene of brotherly love, their brains having completely given up thinking.
100 million. That's 100 million. Fancy. Brother Fan, actually, turned away without even blinking? This fucking. Not anymore, I'm investing. This is simply doing charity. I'm fucking.
Li Jun muttered to himself, Fan.
Brother Fan, you're too. To what?
Lin Fan finally pushed Chen Mo away, who was about to rub his snot on his new clothes, and rolled his eyes at him in annoyance. Then, he turned around to look at his two good brothers who had already been completely stunned by his magical operation. The corner of his mouth curled up into a brilliant smile filled with endless heroism and dominance. He pointed at Chen Mo, who was still crying loudly. He asked word by word. How about it? Now. Do you still think that 100 million is a lot? Not enough? Lin Fan's eyebrows suddenly raised. Not enough, I'll add more. Chapter 49. The seeds of future technology are planted here. Not enough? I'll add more. When Lin Fan's words, filled with endless heroism and unreserved trust in his brothers, echoed in the already silent dormitory 404. Chen Mo, Fatty Zhang Wei and Li Jun were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the good brother in front of them, who seemed to be bathed in golden light and like a god descending from the sky. Their minds were blank. 100 million, not enough? Can I add more? This. What kind of divine realm is this? They are completely unimaginable. Especially, that academic master who just finished crying, Chen Mo. After hearing Lin Fan's words, which could be described as inhumane. His eyes, which were already red from extreme excitement and gratitude, suddenly widened. He looked at Lin Fan. Behind the thick lenses, his eyes that had already rekindled the flame of hope suddenly boomed and burned completely. It turned into a raging fire that was enough to start a whole prairie fire. Enough. Enough. Fancy. Enough. He suddenly broke free from Lin Fan's arms. He used his sleeve to wipe the snot and tears still hanging on his face. That originally pretty face turned red because of the unprecedented excitement. He looked at Lin Fan, and for the first time, a fiery light called ambition burst out from his eyes that had been dull and lifeless. A crazy ambition that is enough to make the whole world tremble. 100 million. That's enough. His voice was no longer hoarse or dejected. Instead, it is filled with an unprecedented, incomparably firm and confident, powerful force. Lin Fan. Don't worry. He patted his chest heavily, as if he was issuing a military order. This 100 million. Chen Mo. Even if I don't eat, drink, or sleep. Even if it costs me my life. Also, absolutely. I will never let your money go to waste. Within 3 years. He slowly raised a finger. It seemed as if there were stars shining behind those thick lenses. I want to give up the name of our company. Resounding throughout the entire China. No. The whole world. I want to let those fools who once looked down on me, laughed at me, and despised me see it with their own eyes. What a great era they missed. These words were spoken with such passion. So, my blood is boiling. The fat man and Li Jun on the side couldn't help but tremble when they heard this, and felt goosebumps all over their bodies. They looked at the man in front of them, and it seemed as if, in an instant, he had been reborn, transformed from a decadent otaku into a good brother who was like a technology fanatic and full of leadership qualities. His eyes were filled with endless shock and worship. They know. From today on. From this moment on. The most inconspicuous academic master in their dormitory is Chen Mo. Yes, it will soar into the sky. Lin Fan looked at him, as if he had been revived and had been given a shot of chicken blood. A smile of relief appeared on his face, one that came from the heart. He knows. This is my own angel investment of 100 million. Worth it. This is exactly the effect he wants. What he wanted was to ignite the spark of dreams in his brothers' hearts that was powerful enough to start a prairie fire. Very good. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Since you are so confident. Well, let's get down to business now. Having said that, he pulled over a chair and sat down with great force. That posture is like that of a business emperor who is in control of everything. Have you thought of a name for the company? He asked calmly. Think it through. Chen Mo's breathing became a little rapid. He pointed to the logo on his computer screen that he had designed countless times. It's called
Future technology. Future technology?
Lin Fan pondered the name playfully.
Not bad. Quite childish, but also quite domineering. I like it. Then, how will the company's equity be distributed? Equity? Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then said without hesitation, Fancy, is there any need to say this? The company is yours. I just work for you. Just give me a salary. Bang! A crisp sound.
Lin Fan slapped him on the back of the head in annoyance.
Look at what you have accomplished. He looked at Chen Mo and said seriously.
I said, I voted for you as a person.
So, you are the absolute core of this company. Let's do this.
Lin Fan thought about it and made the decision directly. I hold 51% of the shares and have absolute controlling rights. You will invest in the company with your technology, holding 30% of the shares.
The remaining 19%.
Lin Fan's eyes slowly swept over the fat man and Li Jun, who were already stunned and completely dumbfounded. The corner of his mouth raised a playful arc.
Just give the rest to these two losers in our dormitory.
Ah! The fat man and Li Jun were stunned the moment they heard these words.
They also have shares? Brother Fan, this can't be allowed.
Li Jun's face flushed instantly.
We didn't do anything, how can we? That's right. Fancy. The fat man also waved his hands quickly. We can't take advantage of you. Cheap?
Lin Fan smiled.
What? You don't dare to take my money?
Alright, stop the fucking nonsense.
Lin Fan waved his hand impatiently. It's settled. 9.5% each for the two of you.
From now on, you will be the future of this technological empire, valued at least $1 trillion.
The original shareholder. From now on, Chen Mo will be responsible for technology research and development. Li Jun, aren't you the best at dealing with people?
From now on, the company's external public relations and marketing will be handed over to you.
As for you, fatty.
Lin Fan looked at the fat man's face, which had already turned red due to excitement, thought for a moment, and said, From now on, the company cafeteria will be under your management.
Ha ha ha.
The entire dormitory 404 suddenly erupted into loud laughter filled with endless joy and hope. All the dejection and confusion disappeared at this moment. What replaces it is an unprecedented, infinite vision for the future. And a kind of warm friendship called brotherhood.
They know. From today on. From this moment on.
They will no longer be 4 ordinary college students living in dormitory 404. They will be a great team that can change the entire world in the future. And a seed of hope called future technology. Also, at this moment. In this ordinary boy's dormitory filled with the smell of instant noodles and sweat.
Quietly, take root and sprout.
By the way, Fancy. At this moment, Chen Mo, who had been in an excited state, suddenly remembered something. He looked at Lin Fan seriously and asked.
Our company has been registered, so where should we choose the office location? There don't seem to be any decent office buildings near our school. Chapter 50, the beautiful CEO I met on the street, she is going bankrupt. Office location? When Chen Mo asked this extremely realistic and extremely critical question.
In dormitory 404, the atmosphere that had just become extremely passionate because of Lin Fan's bold words cooled down in an instant.
Yes.
The company has been registered. The 100 million yuan in startup capital has also arrived.
But
where do they go to work?
Well, Fatty Zhang Wei scratched his head, looking embarrassed. There doesn't seem to be any decent office buildings near our school. Yeah, Li Jun also frowned. We can't just work in our dormitory, right? That's too shabby.
It's totally incompatible with their great dream of $1 trillion valuation in the future. Even Chen Mo, who had just set the ambitious goal of being heard around the world within 3 years, was like a balloon that had been punctured and wilted in an instant.
Yes. No matter how big your dream is, you must keep your feet on the ground. If you don't even have a decent office space, how can you talk about changing the world? However,
just when the future technology trio and dormitory 404 were all in a gloomy and pessimistic mood, Lin Fan is their only financial sponsor and spiritual leader. However, his face still had that calm and confident expression. He looked at the three original shareholders in front of him who were frowning because of a little thing and shook his head helplessly.
I said.
He spoke lightly, his voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the three people.
Your pattern. Are they all like the fat man, covered in lard?
Ah. The fat man was stunned for a moment, looking innocent.
Office building?
Lin Fan smiled. The smile was so casual and disdainful. He slowly stood up from the chair. Then, in front of his three good brothers who had already been confused by his words,
he walked to the window, pulled open the curtains. With his hand, he pointed far away outside the window, in the direction of the city center of Jiangcheng, which was shining brightly in the sun.
That posture is like that of an emperor commanding the country.
Who the hell is telling you? Our company is going to be opened near the school?
He turned around and looked at the three country bumpkins who were already stunned and completely dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth curled up into a brilliant smile filled with endless heroism and dominance.
He said word by word. Our company. Open it.
It's located in the most expensive, best, and most awesome location in Jiangcheng.
It's in that building, which I just bought.
Plaza 66, top floor. I want to give our name Future Technology. From the first day of its establishment. Just standing at the top of the entire Jiangcheng.
Look down, all living beings. Boom.
These words are like a super hydrogen bomb with a yield of billions of tons that explodes in the center of the Pacific Ocean. In an instant, the already fragile sanity of Chen Mo, Fatty, and Li Jun was shattered. The entire dormitory 404 was dead silent. All that was left were three heavy breathing sounds, as loud as pulling a bellows.
Hog. Plaza 66? Top floor? What did they hear just now?
Fanzi. Brother Fan not only has to solve the problem of office location. He also wanted to move his company directly to the top floor of that Jiangcheng commercial landmark he had just purchased for 100 billion?
This fucking. Not anymore, I'm starting a business. This is simply like ascending to heaven in one step and becoming the Jade Emperor.
Fan, brother Fan. Li Jun's lips were trembling and he felt his legs were becoming weak uncontrollably. You are the only god in our dormitory.
Afternoon. Lin Fan, alone, was driving the Bugatti Veyron on the way to Plaza 66.
He sent Chen Mo, Fatty, and Li Jun to purchase office supplies. It is euphemistically called an early experience, allowing you to experience the entrepreneurial passion of being a company veteran. Lin Fan was going to hand over his work to his newly appointed former general manager, Xian Donglai. After all, he is now, in name only, the boss of a multi-billion-dollar group. You can't just take charge of everything and be a hands-off boss. Just as he was driving to an intersection and waiting for the red light, his eyes, inadvertently, swept out the window. Then, he saw a figure that made his eyes narrow slightly.
That's a woman.
A woman who, even across the street, can still make people feel her unique and special temperament. She looked, probably, around 30 years old. She was wearing a well-tailored black professional suit, which perfectly outlined her mature, plump and perfect figure. With her neat short hair and delicate and cool oval face, she exudes a powerful aura of a queen that keeps strangers away.
But this is the one who looks like a powerful career woman.
At this moment, he was squatting on the side of the road in a daze. He hugged his knees with both hands and buried his face deeply in his arms. Those thin shoulders were still twitching slightly uncontrollably. As if, crying silently. There were documents and materials scattered all over the ground at her feet, blown all over by the wind.
Looked so embarrassed and helpless. Ding ding. The green light is on.
The car behind started honking its horn impatiently. Lin Fan, however, did not move. His gaze still rested quietly on the mature figure full of contradictions and stories.
I don't know why. He actually felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from that woman. And a hint of the emotion called pity.
He thought about it and slowly pulled the car to the side of the road. Then he opened the car door and walked down. Xinya felt that her life had completely come to an end.
Just now.
She was ruthlessly abandoned by her most trusted investor. Her technology company, which had consumed all her efforts and youth. Also, because the capital chain was completely broken, it had to face the tragic end of bankruptcy and liquidation. She failed. The defeat was a complete mess. Nothing.
She is unwilling to accept it.
She was unwilling to accept that her great dream, which was enough to change the world, was stillborn. She was unwilling to lose to those short-sighted capitalists who only cared about pursuing profits.
But what can I do if I am unwilling? In this cold, real world, without money, you have nothing. Well,
a long sigh filled with endless fatigue and despair slowly came out of her mouth.
And just at this moment,
a low and magnetic young man's voice suddenly sounded from above her head.
Hello. Need help?
Xinya's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly raised her beautiful face, which was already wet with tears. Then, she saw a smiling face that looked a little too young but so handsome that it made her a little dazed. And a clean and warm hand stretched out towards her.
You, who are you?
Xinya's voice was a little hoarse.
My name is Lin Fan.
Lin Fan looked at her, her beautiful eyes that seemed a little red and swollen from crying, but still full of indomitable spirit and stubbornness. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mysterious arc.
One, perhaps. Yes, I can save your dream. Investors. Xinya was stunned.
She stared blankly at the young man in front of her who seemed to have fallen from the sky, her mind going blank.
Investor? Just him? A young boy who looks 10 years younger than her? She's not dreaming, is she? Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. She laughed self-deprecatingly, SS. I never joke.
Lin Fan interrupted her directly. He slowly squatted down. He picked up the documents and materials scattered on the ground one by one. When he saw the familiar and ambitious company name on the project plan, the smile in his eyes grew even brighter.
Apocalypse Intelligent Technology, huh? He looked at the beautiful CEO who was already stunned and completely dumbfounded. He asked word by word. How about it? Boss Qin. Are you interested in chatting with me? Chapter 51, Xinya, 30 years old, still has charm. Interested, would you like to talk to me?
When Lin Fan's words, which sounded calm and light, yet seemed to contain some kind of magical power, reached Xinya's ears, she was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the young man in front of her who was reading with great interest her project plan, which was despised by countless investors as garbage and fantasy.
My brain is blank. He. Who is he? Why does he know his own name? And why would they be interested in her project, a loser who had long been blacklisted by the entire investment circle? Could it be? He really is. You. Xinya's lips were trembling.
She felt as if her throat was blocked by something and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have not noticed her shocked expression that could be described as losing composure. He was just flipping through the project plan in his hand, the corners of which had already been soaked by tears. While reading, he nodded seriously.
Yeah, not bad.
The Apocalypse Intelligence System, built through deep learning and big data analysis, is an artificial intelligence ecosystem with autonomous awareness and evolutionary capabilities.
The concept is very bold and forward-looking. Only.
He changed the subject, and his pair of eyes, as black as ink, slowly raised up and fell on Xinya's beautiful face, which had already been completely frozen because of shock. The corner of his mouth raised a playful arc. Given your company's current technical reserves and financial strength, to achieve this goal is nothing but a fool's dream.
You could even say it's a fantasy. These words hit the nail on the head. So, without mercy.
It was almost exactly the same as what those investors who had ruthlessly rejected her said before. Xinya's heart, which had just been kindled with a faint spark of hope because of Lin Fan's appearance, sank to the bottom of the cold valley in an instant.
Really? It's me, I think too much. He is no different from those people. He was just someone who came to laugh at his own joke.
But just when Xinya's already fragile heart was about to be completely overwhelmed by endless despair, Lin Fan's magnetic voice sounded again, slowly and unhurriedly.
I like. Xinya was stunned.
She suddenly raised her head. Those beautiful eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, suddenly burst out with an incredible brilliance at this moment. She looked at Lin Fan, his handsome smiling face that seemed a little unreal in the afterglow of the setting sun.
The voices are all trembling. What did you just say?
I said, Lin Fan smiled, slowly stood up from the ground, and then once again stretched out his hand towards the beautiful lady in front of him who had already been played around by him.
I'm sorry about your Arabian Nights project. very interested. So, would you be willing to do me the honor of having a cup of coffee with me? Boss Chin? 10 minutes later. On the top floor of Plaza 66, there is a top-notch coffee shop with elegant style and private environment. Lin Fan and Qinya sat opposite each other. Outside the window is the most magnificent city sunset in the entire Jiangcheng. The afterglow of the setting sun poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, coating the beautiful lady in front of him, who had just experienced a great ups and downs in life, with a layer of golden, hazy halo. It makes her look like a beautiful oil painting full of stories. I have to say, women in their 30s do have a unique charm. She is not as young and immature as the Su Qingshuo sisters. She's not like Zhou Chanshan, a vulgar and shallow woman. She has a unique charm of maturity, intelligence, and tenacity that comes from years of experience and the tempering of society. That kind of strong self-confidence and domineering aura that emanates from the bones. It is enough to make any ordinary man feel ashamed in front of her and dare not even breathe. What a pity! The person she met today was Lin Fan. One who has long since surpassed the realm of a normal man. God! Go ahead. Lin Fan picked up the expensive cup of civet coffee in front of him, took a sip, and broke the silence first. How much money does your company need right now? His tone was still so calm and relaxed. It seemed that what he was asking was not an astronomical figure that concerned the life and death of a company. It's just as simple as asking what you want to eat for dinner tonight. Qinya looked at the person in front of her, who was obviously 10 years younger than her. But whether in terms of aura or conversation, this mysterious man is enough to completely crush her. My heart is filled with endless shock and curiosity. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down from the still somewhat unreal feeling. Then, in a tone that was as professional and calm as possible, he slowly began to speak. Mr. Lin Fan. At present, we at Apocalypse Technology are facing more than just funding issues. Although we have made initial breakthroughs in our core technology, subsequent research and development requires a larger and more expensive database to support it. Furthermore, our company's core technical team is in danger of falling apart due to the broken funding chain. So, she looked at Lin Fan, her eyes as deep as the starry sky as she spoke out word for word that terrifying number that was enough to scare any ordinary investor away on the spot. I want to revive our company. And, completed the first phase of technology research and development. At least, it requires 200 million in cash. After saying that, she held her breath nervously. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan's face intently. I was afraid to see even the slightest shock or retreat on his face. However, let her be disappointed. After hearing her exorbitant offer, Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He didn't even frown. He just nodded lightly. Then, he slowly uttered a few words in a terrifying tone that was filled with endless arrogance and unquestionable fear. 200 million? Too little. Qinya was stunned. She stared blankly at Lin Fan's face, which was full of calmness, and her brain completely crashed again. Phew. Missing? 200 million in cash. He actually thinks it's not enough? This. Where on earth did this come from, a fairy? I'll give you 1 billion. Lin Fan looked at her beautiful face, which had already been completely frozen by extreme shock, and said lightly. 500 million yuan will be used for technological research and development. I'll give you 300 million to recruit people. Whether it's a Silicon Valley giant or a genius from Massachusetts, as long as you like them, you can recruit them. The rest is 200 million. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Just consider it as me paying you in advance. Annual salary. How about it? Boss Chin. I'm an investor. Are you satisfied? Chapter 52, Your company, your people, I want them all. 1 billion? Annual salary, 200 million? When Lin Fan's words, which were calm and light but full of endless heroism and dominance, reached Qinya's ears, her psychological defense, which had already been fragile due to the extreme shock, completely collapsed at this moment. Boom! She only felt that her brain was severely bombarded by a super hydrogen bomb with a yield of billions of tons that was detonated in the center of the Pacific Ocean. A blank. She stared blankly at the man in front of her who was obviously 10 years younger than her. However, whether in terms of his aura, conversation, or his lavish spending power and terrifying determination, this mysterious man was enough to pin her, the
the so-called top student of Harvard Business School and elite female CEO who returned from overseas, to the ground and rub her repeatedly.
The brain has completely lost the ability to think. 10 billion.
That's not it, not even 100,000, but 1 million.
Yes, a full 1 billion in cash investment.
Before, she had worked herself to pieces for a mere 20 million in financing, said all the nice things and received all the cold stares, and even put aside all her dignity and pride to drink and socialize with those fat-headed investors.
But, in the end, what I got in return was still ruthlessness, ridicule, and rejection. And now,
the young man in front of her was someone she had just met by chance.
He was going to give her 1 billion without even blinking an eye? Moreover, he thought she asked for too little? Even paying her an exorbitant annual salary of 200 million yuan in advance? This fucking. Is she filming a movie, or is she hallucinating because of the heavy blow of bankruptcy today? Mr. Lin.
Xinya's lips trembled, and her beautiful eyes, which were already a little red and swollen due to crying, were instantly submerged by a layer of scalding hot mist. She looked at Lin Fan's handsome smiling face, which seemed a little unreal in the afterglow of the setting sun.
The voices are all trembling. You are not kidding me, are you? Joke?
Lin Fan smiled. He looked at the person in front of him, who was as proud and cold as a queen a second ago. At this moment, she looked like a little girl who had suffered a great injustice, with tears in her eyes, pitiful and beautiful. In his eyes, there flashed a subtle admiration and
hot. I never joke. His tone was still so calm and relaxed. But it carries a powerful magic that is enough to convince anyone.
He slowly stood up from his seat. Then, in front of Qinya, he took out the black gold dragon card, which represented supreme wealth and status. Gently placed it on the table.
Carry, there are 20 billion.
His voice was not loud. But it was like an invisible heavy hammer hitting Qinyana's already fragile heart. Password, 6/8.
Now, immediately. You can take this card downstairs to any bank. Verify its authenticity. Or. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a playful arc. You can also give me your private account right now.
I'll transfer 1 billion first.
To make you feel at ease.
These words were said so casually.
So domineering.
Also, so full of deadly temptations.
Qinya was completely stunned after hearing this.
She stared blankly at the black gold dragon card on the table, which was completely black and exuded a mysterious and noble aura. He looked at the young god in front of him again, who seemed to not regard the 20 billion as money at all. That heart, which had long been worn down by reality and had become as hard as iron, completely melted at this moment.
She knows. Today, I really met a noble person.
Meeting the one who could change her life, the Real.
God. No need.
Qinya suddenly shook her head. She wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. At this moment, those eyes that had been dull and lifeless, instantly ignited a blazing flame that was hotter and crazier than ever before. She looked at Lin Fan with eyes as deep as the starry sky, and said word by word.
Mr. Lin. Qinya. No need, verify. I believe you. From now on.
She slowly stood up from her seat. Then, in front of Lin Fan, he bowed deeply to him. The posture was like a soldier who was about to go to the battlefield and swore allegiance to his supreme commander.
Qinya. And my apocalypse technology. I'd like to do it for you, Mr. Lin.
I will do my best to serve you.
Go through fire and water. I'll do whatever it takes. The sound is not loud but resounding and as loud as iron. Full of a desperate determination. And a kind of endless gratitude called a gentleman will die for his friend.
Lin Fan looked at the smart woman in front of him who had completed the perfect transformation from Queen of Despair to loyal and domineering sister in just a few minutes. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, which came from the heart.
He knows. I made the right bet. The woman in front of me is called Qinya.
It is definitely a perfect foundation that is enough to support his huge business empire in the future.
He walked forward slowly.
He stretched out his hand and gently lifted the smooth jade-like chin of the beautiful lady in front of him. He forced her to lift up her beautiful face, which had already turned red due to extreme excitement. He looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with endless gratitude and admiration.
The corner of his mouth curled up into an evil arc filled with endless dominance and possessiveness. He said word by word. Very good. You are very smart. I like dealing with smart people. But. His tone suddenly changed. In that pair of ink-black eyes, an aggressive light instantly burst out, which was enough to make any woman's heart flutter and completely fall in love with it. Just the company and allegiance. But it's not enough. What? Xinya's body suddenly stiffened, and her heart started beating wildly. Lin Fan slowly lowered his head. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in an ambiguous tone full of magnetism and fatal temptation. I want it. It's not just your company. Besides. He paused and blew gently on the earlobe that had already turned as red as a ripe cherry and was hot. Then he slowly uttered that domineering declaration that was enough to make any woman surrender on the spot. Your people. Boom. Xinya's brain completely exploded the moment she heard these words. An indescribable, extremely strong electric current instantly rushed from her tailbone to the top of her head. Her body, which had already become a little weak due to excitement, completely collapsed at this moment. She fell limply into the man's broad and warm arms. The beautiful face had already turned red, as hot as a sunset cloud. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But, in the end, it was just a mosquito-like whisper that came out from those delicate and tempting red lips, yet filled with endless shyness and tacit, monosyllabic. Lin Fan smiled. The smile was so proud. So refreshing. Also, so full of a sense of conquest. He immediately grabbed the already infatuated beauty in his arms and lifted her up by the waist. Then, amidst the other party's short exclamation filled with endless shyness. Laughing loudly, he walked towards the Bugatti Veyron that had been waiting outside the cafe for a long time. How about it? Boss Chin. Now, are you still interested in talking to me about the equity distribution issue? Chapter 53. The goddess president is shocked. Who is he? Talk about equity distribution? What's the point of talking about equity distribution? Xinya lay in Lin Fan's broad and safe arms, feeling the pleasant smell of the man, which was full of masculine aura. Listening to his domineering questions filled with endless teasing and banter. A beautiful face that was already as red as a sunset cloud suddenly became even redder. Her heart, which had been beating wildly due to extreme excitement and happiness, was beating even faster at this moment, almost jumping out of her throat. Now, her mind is full of the man's domineering declaration that was full of fatal temptation. I want more than just your company. And your people. This is simply the most beautiful and overbearing love words in the world. Not to mention just a mere technology company on the verge of bankruptcy. She now wished she could pack up her entire body, including her soul, and give it to this mysterious man who came down from the sky like a god and saved everything for her. No. Let's not talk about it. Xinya buried her hot cheek deeply in the man's strong chest. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but full of endless shyness and willingness. From now on. Everything I have. It's all yours. The Bugatti Veyron, like a flash of black lightning in the dark night, was driving smoothly on the road back to the city. The atmosphere in the car was quiet and charming. Xinya sat quietly in the passenger seat, not saying a word. She just tilted her head and secretly looked at the young man who was controlling the steering wheel with one hand and had a calm expression on his face with a look filled with endless shock and curiosity from the depths of her soul. My brain is still in a dizzy and unreal state. Until now, she still felt like she was having an extremely absurd yet extremely real dream. Just a few hours ago. She is still a poor loser whose company has gone bankrupt, her dreams have been shattered, she has been ruthlessly abandoned by all investors and can't even pay the rent for next month. I could only squat on the side of the road, feeling lost and crying secretly like a helpless child. But just when she was most desperate and helpless, he appeared. Like a ray of bright light that cuts through the endless darkness. In a divine posture that she could not imagine or understand at all. Descended in front of her. 1 billion in cash investment. Without blinking an eye. He even complained that she asked for too little. 200 million, a sky-high annual salary. Pay in advance. It seemed that was enough to make any listed company jealous and crazy. In his eyes, the terrifying funds were just a pile of meaningless waste paper, no different. Also, this one. Xinya reached out her hand and carefully stroked the top-grade leather seat beneath her,
which was full of futuristic technology. Feeling the terrifying roar of the engine like the roar of a wild beast.
Bugatti Veyron. This is the world's top-notch supercar. The selling price starts at least $500 million. Moreover, you can't buy it even if you have money. And he actually just casually drove it out for a ride? Who is he? What is his identity? Is he the mysterious heir of a hidden chaebol in the country? Or is he the prince from some super family abroad? Shinya, I can't think of it. She didn't dare to think about it anymore.
Because she was afraid that her already fragile imagination would completely collapse because of this unfathomable man in front of her.
What are you thinking about?
At this moment, Lin Fan's magnetic, soft voice suddenly rang out in the quiet carriage.
Ah?
Shinya was startled and quickly retracted her obsessed gaze like a frightened kitten whose thoughts were discovered. A touching blush instantly appeared on her beautiful face.
Nothing.
Lin Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw her cute, shy and anxious look.
Want to know who I am?
He revealed the truest thoughts in the beautiful CEO's heart with just one sentence.
It's okay to tell you.
Lin Fan's lips curled up in a mysterious arc. I'm just an ordinary college student. After hearing this, Shinya was completely speechless.
Ordinary? College student? Are you kidding me? Which ordinary college student could casually throw out 1 billion yuan in cash for investment? What college student can drive a Bugatti Veyron worth $500 million to pick up girls? You are so pretentious, aren't you? Don't believe it?
Lin Fan turned around and glanced at her.
I don't believe it.
Shinya shook her head honestly.
Believe it or not.
Lin Fan shrugged, looking indifferent. He started the car slowly and parked it under an old-looking office building.
Okay, here we are, he said calmly. Ah? Shinya was stunned for a moment.
She glanced at the familiar yet dilapidated environment outside the window, and then she realized that this was downstairs of her company that was about to close down.
How do you know my company is here? She asked in surprise. I not only know that your company is here.
Lin Fan smiled and unbuckled his seatbelt, then slowly moved towards the beautiful lady next to him who was still in a daze.
I also know.
Under the gaze of the other person's pupils that suddenly shrank due to nervousness, he slowly reached out his hand and gently lifted her smooth jade-like chin.
You are homeless tonight. Boom.
Shinya's brain exploded again the moment she heard these words. She stared at Lin Fan with her eyes wide open as if she was looking at a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless horror.
How does he even know this? That's right. Her house is rented. And today is the last day that the rent is due.
She had originally planned to renew the lease after getting the 20 million yuan in financing.
But now, she really didn't even have a place to live.
Who are you?
Shinya's voice was trembling.
She felt like a completely stripped and transparent person in front of this mysterious man.
There are no secrets at all. I did.
Lin Fan looked at her beautiful face, which had already been completely frozen by extreme shock. The corner of his mouth curled up into an evil arc filled with endless dominance and possessiveness.
I am your man. Having said that, he no longer hesitated.
He just pressed his lips against hers. After a long kiss that was enough to make the air burn. Shinya had already become weak all over and collapsed on the seat in a daze. A beautiful face was already covered with a charming blush. Lin Fan seemed to have done something insignificant. He slowly stood up and started the car again.
Let's go, he said lightly. Where are you going?
Shinya's voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a hint of hoarseness and charm after being moved. Lin Fan turned around and glanced at her. In those ink-black eyes flashed a fiery light called aggression.
Of course. Back to our new home.
As he said that, he stepped on the accelerator.
Buzz. The Bugatti Veyron, like a bolt of black lightning, disappeared into the night in an instant. All that was left was the ambiguity on the ground and the dilapidated office building that had long been deserted.
Shinya sat in the car, feeling the terrifying push on her back and the aggressive hormonal scent from the man. Her heart was beating wildly, thump-thump, as if it would jump out of her throat in the next second.
She knows. I am finished. Completely, it's over.
She had completely fallen into the gentle trap of money and tyranny woven by this mysterious man whom she had only known for less than a few hours.
Can't help myself. Also, I don't want to extricate myself. Oh right, Lin Fan seemed to suddenly remember something at this moment. He looked at the already infatuated and bewildered beauty beside him and asked calmly, "Your company, which is about to go bankrupt, should still have quite a few employees who haven't been able to be laid off yet, right?" Chapter 54, Su Group as Shareholders Meeting. I'm here to crash the place. Staff? Xinya lay in Lin Fan's warm and safe arms, listening to the man's magnetic and gentle questions. That heart, which had been beating wildly due to extreme excitement and happiness, began to beat even harder at this moment. She slowly raised her beautiful face, which was already flushed with emotion. A complex light flashed in those beautiful eyes. There is emotion in gratitude, but more importantly, there is an emotion called shame. She nodded softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's with a barely perceptible hoarseness. There are more than a dozen. They are all veteran employees who have been with me since the company's inception. Yes, he is the most core technical backbone of our company. Even when I was in the most difficult time and could barely pay my salary, they still never left me alone. When Xinya said this, her eyes became red unconsciously. She felt that the people she felt most sorry for were these brothers and sisters who had been silently supporting her behind the scenes. Looking at her adorable expression of self-blame and being touched, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and gently scratched her delicate nose with his finger. "Fool," he said softly. "Since he is a talent, none of them can be let go. Let's do this." Lin Fan thought about it and made the decision. Go back to the company tomorrow and have a meeting. Tell them that the company will not only not go bankrupt, but will also receive a 1 billion yuan angel investment. The salaries of all old employees who are willing to stay will be tripled. In addition, we will take out an additional 100 million as bonuses to distribute among them. Just consider it a welcome gift from me, their new boss. Boom! Xinya's brain exploded once again when she heard Lin Fan's inhumane words. Salary tripled? And an extra 100 million as a bonus? This fucking. How could this be, buying people's hearts? This is simply using money to beat people to death. She could imagine it. When I announce this great news, those brothers and sisters in the company will be so crazy. Lin Fan. Xinya's eyes were completely moist. She looked at the perfect man in front of her who not only saved her dream and her life, but also took the future of her employees into consideration. At this moment, a sweet heart completely melted. She could no longer suppress the love that had been surging in her heart like a tide. She suddenly raised her head. She took the initiative and pressed her two tender and tempting red lips against his. The next day, morning. Su Group, headquarters building. A huge conference room that is magnificently decorated and full of business atmosphere. The atmosphere is so oppressive that it is almost suffocating. All the shareholders and executives of the Su Group sat upright, each of them with sad faces and sighing. And at the main seat at the conference table, the head of the Su family, Su Jinbang, looked solemn and nervous. Because today is the annual shareholders meeting of their Su Group. It is also the most critical moment that determines the future fate of their Su Group. Yesterday, Lin Fan, the Master Lin who was like a god descending from the sky, casually injected 1 billion in life-saving funds into their company. Temporarily resolved their company's bankruptcy crisis. But this also brings up a new, bigger problem. That is equity. Lin Fan invested 1 billion, based on the Su Group's current market value which had already fallen to the bottom. He can at least get more than 70% of the absolute controlling rights of Su Group. That is to say, from a legal perspective, the current Su Group is no longer named Su, but the surname is Lin. How could Su Jinbang and all the direct shareholders of the Su family present accept this? This is the hard work and efforts of several generations of the Su family. How could we just give it to an outsider like that? Ahem. Su Jinbang cleared his throat and glanced at his eldest daughter Su Qingxue, who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if all this had nothing to do with her. In a deep voice, he said, Qingxue. That Mr. Lin, will he really come today? His tone was full of temptation and uneasiness. Su Qingxue did not answer. She just glanced at her foolish father who had long been dazzled by money and power. There was a subtle flash of pity in his eyes. He still hasn't figured it out until now. Is it the huge gap between me and Lin Fan, which is like a chasm? Are you still dreaming of negotiating terms with Lin Fan? Talk about equity? It's really ridiculous. And just at this moment. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy wooden door of the conference room was violently kicked open from the outside. A young figure filled with boundless arrogance and domineering attitude was surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. Like an emperor, inspecting his territory. He rushed in from outside with great force. That's right, Lin Fan. Behind him followed the soldier King Chen Feng, who was like an iron tower and exuded a cold and murderous aura. You, who are you? How dare you barge into our Su Group's shareholders meeting? A shareholder who didn't know how to live or die, seeing Lin Fan's arrogant attitude, immediately stood up and pointed at his nose and shouted. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Whoosh! A black afterimage flashed before his eyes in an instant. Next second. Bang! A muffled sound. Chen Feng's big hand, like an iron clamp, had already tightly grasped his throat. His remaining words in his body weighing over 180 pounds were lifted into the air. You dare to disrespect our master again. Chen Feng's eyes were as cold as a knife, and his voice was without a trace of emotion. Die. Cough, cough, cough. The shareholder was so scared that he was scared to death. His face instantly turned the color of liver. His legs were in the air, kicking wildly. It looked like he was about to suffocate on the spot. Chen Feng. At this moment, Lin Fan's faint voice sounded. Let him go. Yes. Without hesitation, Chen Feng threw the shareholder, who had already become incontinent due to fear, onto the ground like garbage. Then, once again, he respectfully retreated behind Lin Fan. The entire conference room was dead silent. Everyone was completely stunned by this bloody and violent opening. They all had pale faces and cold bodies as they watched the young man who was slowly walking towards the main seat like a demon god descending. They didn't even dare to breathe. When Su Jinbong saw this scene, he was so frightened that he trembled all over and almost slipped off the chair on the spot. He finally realized it. I was wrong. So wrong. He shouldn't have had any unrealistic fantasies about this unfathomable man in front of him. He and I are not from the same world at all. Lin Fan ignored the so-called shareholders who had already been frightened by him. He just walked slowly to the main seat that should have belonged to the chairman. Then, in front of everyone, he just sat down with one plop. That posture seemed as if he was the only owner here. He slowly raised his eyelids. Those eyes, as dark as ink, swept across the faces of every shareholder present, whose faces had already turned pale. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc filled with endless arrogance and sarcasm. He asked word by word. How about it? Today. Come and destroy this place. You. Any comments? Chapter 55. Yes, I am your new chairman. Any comments? When Lin Fan's question, which was light and casual, yet full of endless arrogance and ridicule, echoed in the deathly silent conference room, the whole world seemed to be frozen. All of them were stunned, their mouths open wide as they stared at the young man who had already taken the lead and sat comfortably in the chairman's seat with eyes that looked at him like a devil, a god, or the god of death. My brain is blank. Opinion? Do we dare to have any opinions? Do we have any opinions? That unlucky guy, who just now was almost strangled to death on the spot by that terrifying bodyguard who was like a god of death because he said one more word, is now lying on the ground like a dead dog, foaming at the mouth, and unconscious. What the hell is this, a bullshit shareholders meeting? This is clearly the underworld, here to collect protection money. No. It's 10,000 times more terrifying than the underworld. After a brief moment of silence that felt as long as a century. No objection. No objection. We absolutely have no objection. I don't know who took the lead first. All the so-called shareholders and executives present here, who just now had ulterior motives and even dreamed of negotiating terms with Lin Fan. Suddenly, they all stood up from their seats. Then, he said to the young god who was sitting on the main seat with a faint smile on his face. Respectfully, bow 90 degrees. That posture is as if a group of the most devout believers are worshipping their only god. Lin. Director Lin. You're right. A company like the Su Group, which has long been rotten and broken, deserves to be smashed to pieces. That's right. Without destruction, there is no construction. Mr. Lin, you are simply the reborn parent of our Su group today. Director Lin is wise. Director Lin is mighty. Long live Director Lin. For a moment, the whole conference room was filled with flattery sounds one after another. The scene was even more spectacular than the ancient emperor's morning court sessions. As the former chairman of the Su group, Su Jinbang saw this ridiculous scene of being betrayed by everyone. The last trace of blood on his face, which had already turned ashen, had completely faded away. He knows. I am finished. The Su family is also finished. From today on. From this moment on. This is a business empire built by several generations of their Su family through hard work. It will completely change the dynasty. Last name, Lin. Lin Fan looked at the so-called social elites in front of him, who looked down on him 1 second and bowed down to him the next. His eyes were filled with undisguised disgust and disdain. He was too lazy to even waste another word with this group of fence-sitters who had already been frightened out of their wits. He just slowly turned his gaze to the cold school beauty who hadn't said a word from beginning to end and just stood quietly by the side watching everything. Su Qingxue. Come over. He uttered 2 words lightly. The sound is not loud. But it carries an undeniable magic. Su Qingxue's body trembled slightly. She slowly raised her breathtakingly beautiful face. Those cold phoenix eyes flickered with an extremely complex light. She looked at the domineering man sitting in the seat that should have belonged to her father. He looked at his poor father again, who had already lost his soul and seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. My heart is filled with endless struggles and contradictions. But she knows. I have no choice. From the moment she agreed to be his woman. Her fate was already tightly tied to the godlike man in front of her. She took a deep breath. Slowly, she took a step forward with her 2 long, straight, white legs. Everyone in the audience was watching with eyes filled with shock, jealousy, and envy. Step by step, he walked to Lin Fan's side. Then, like the most docile and well-behaved kitten, standing quietly with hands hanging down, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. He likes smart women. I also like obedient women. And Su Qingxue was obviously both. He slowly stretched out his hand. In front of everyone, he pulled this unattainable and beautiful schoolgirl, who was like a goddess in the entire Jiangcheng University, directly into his arms. Let her sit on his lap. Boom! This scene was like an exploding atomic bomb, instantly shattering the rationality of all male creatures present. Everyone's eyes were red. Envious. Envy. Hatred. They can't wait to rush up and take over now. But they dare not. They can only watch helplessly the peerless goddess in their hearts, who can only be admired from afar but not touched. Just like that, she was toyed with at will by that devil-like man. Ah! Su Qingxue also let out a short cry filled with endless shyness. She never dreamed of it. Lin Fan actually did this in front of her father and all the shareholders of the company. Doing something so intimate and shameful to her. Her beautiful face, which was originally pure and innocent, suddenly turned red, like a ripe apple, so hot. She wanted to struggle and resist. But the man's big hand, like an iron clamp, around her waist made it impossible for her to move at all. Don't move. Lin Fan slowly lowered his head. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a tone full of magnetism and fatal temptation. Be good. Watching a show. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the peerless beauty in his arms, who was already so embarrassed that she was about to faint. He slowly raised his eyelids. Those eyes, as dark as ink, swept across the faces of every shareholder present, whose faces had already turned ashen. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc, like a god, declaring the fate of all living beings. He said word by word. I know. Everyone here is very dissatisfied in their hearts. Everyone thinks, as an outsider, I have no right to dictate to your Su family's business. It doesn't matter. Lin Fan smiled. I have always been a very democratic person. I give you a chance to choose. As he spoke, he slowly raised 2 fingers. First. From now on, all your shares must be sold to me at the original price. Then, take the money and get out. Second. His eyes suddenly turned cold. I'll give you, and the so-called shares in your hands. Together, disappear from this world. Let you become worthless. I say what I do. Now.
Lin Fan looked at the group of shareholders who were already frightened out of their wits by his extremely overbearing conditions.
Indifferently, he asked, "Which one do you choose?"
Chapter 56. There is something wrong with the way my future father-in-law looks at me.
Which one to choose?
When Lin Fan's question, which was calm and yet full of death threats, echoed in the deathly silent conference room, all the shareholders of Su Group present here were dumbfounded. They, one by one, had pale faces and cold bodies as they looked at the young demon god who was sitting on the main seat with a faint smile on his face.
My brain is blank.
Select?
Is there any choice? One is, take the money and leave with dignity. The other is that both the person and the money disappear from this world. This is not a multiple choice question at all. This is a fucking, fatal question. I choose one. I choose one.
I don't know who it was, but he was the first to react.
He fell to his knees on the ground with a plop, and called out to Lin Fan, his voice filled with endless fear and pleading. Director Lin. Master Lin. I'm willing. I'm willing to sell all my shares to you. Please be merciful and spare my life. With the first one, there will be a second one. I do, too. I do, too. Mr. Lin. I'll sell it too.
For a moment, the entire conference room was filled with the flattering voices of people vying to sell their shares. The scene was just like a group of the most devout believers vying to offer their most precious sacrifices to their gods. Lin Fan looked at the funny scene in front of him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face.
He knows. From today on. From this moment on.
The Su Group is a deeply rooted group in Jiangcheng. It will completely become Lin Fan's private property. This is also the first piece of territory that has been successfully illuminated in his future vast business empire.
The subsequent equity acquisition went extremely smoothly.
Under the threat of death and the temptation of money, none of those so-called shareholders dared to bargain with Lin Fan.
Less than half an hour.
All the equity transfer agreements have been signed. Lin Fan successfully acquired 99% of the absolute controlling stake in the Su Group at a price that was almost a bargain.
And the remaining 1%.
It was the reward he rewarded to the former chairman, Su Zhenbong, who stood by like a puppet from beginning to end, not even daring to breathe. It is euphemistically called pension. When the curtain came to an end on what could be considered the bloodiest and most efficient transfer of power in Jiangcheng's business history, only Lin Fan and the Su family father and daughter were left in the conference room. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Especially Su Zhenbong. He looked at the young man who was sitting in the seat that should have belonged to him and hugging his eldest daughter unscrupulously. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. There is fear, awe, and unwillingness. But more than that, it's an indescribable, weird emotions. He felt as if he had not only sold the company. And, by the way, he packed up his own daughter and sent her away? And, looking at his daughter, who was embarrassed, annoyed, but dared not resist. It seems, or willingly. This. What the hell is going on? Ahem. Su Zhenbong cleared his throat and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He asked cautiously and tentatively. That? Lin. Director Lin. Look, it's already dinner time. Would you do me the honor of coming to our house for a simple meal? He was testing Lin Fan's attitude. He was also looking for a new way out for himself and the Su family. After all, the company is gone. But, my daughter, you are still here. And look at this gentleman, he is full of possessiveness towards his eldest daughter. This is definitely the future son-in-law. If only I could hold on to this thigh that is thicker than the Pacific Ocean cable. Their Su family, let alone making a comeback. Just take off. Become the #1 wealthy family in Jiangcheng. That, too, is just around the corner. Lin Fan glanced at his future father-in-law, who was looking nervous and expectant. He looked at the stunning beauty in his arms again. She was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in his chest. The corner of his mouth raised a playful arc. He knows. What is this old fox planning? However, he doesn't care. Because, from the moment he decided to take over the Su family, Su Qingxue, this woman, was destined to be in his pocket. Can't run away. Go to your father-in-law's house, have a meal and get to know the place. It seems, well, there is nothing wrong with it.
Can.
Lin Fan nodded lightly. But. He suddenly changed the subject, and a domineering and unquestionable light flashed in his ink-black eyes. I don't like others to call me Mr. Lin.
Listen, stranger. Su Zhenbong was stunned.
Then how should I address you? He asked cautiously.
Lin Fan smiled. The smile is so meaningful.
He slowly lowered his head. There, the icy school beauty, who was almost dripping with shame, blew a breath gently beside her hot earlobe. Then, he slowly raised his eyelids. Looking at the former chairman, who had been completely confused by his magical operation, he asked word by word.
What do you think? Father-in-law? Chapter 57, Wang Tianlong's business sniping? Playing with me for money? Father-in-law?
When Lin Fan's question, which was full of endless teasing and joking, but also carried a hint of unquestionable dominance, echoed in the deathly silent conference room,
Su Zhenbong was completely dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the person in front of him, who had just taken away everything from him and his entire family in the most brutal way. But at this moment, he was teasing his young devil in an attitude that was almost like a son-in-law coming to the house.
My brain is blank. Immediately.
An indescribable, extremely complex and ecstatic emotion instantly swept over his whole body like the most turbulent tide.
He made the right bet. He really made the right bet.
This unfathomable, godlike young man in front of me.
He not only has his eyes on the Su family's property.
What's more, she has fallen in love with his daughter.
How is this selling a daughter for fame?
This is clearly a great blessing that the Su family could never achieve in several lifetimes.
Hey! Su Zhenbong suddenly reacted.
His face, which was already filled with a flattering smile, suddenly blossomed into an incomparably brilliant and sincere chrysanthemum. He nodded and bowed to Lin Fan repeatedly, his voice filled with endless excitement and honor.
Lin, oh no! Xian's son-in-law. You're right. It's me who's confused. I'm confused. Let's go. Let's not stay here anymore. Let's go home. I'll let you cook for us.
To welcome, to our future son-in-law. Now, he looked at Lin Fan more affectionately than he looked at his biological father, who had been separated from him for many years. And in Lin Fan's arms. That was Su Qingxue, the icy school beauty, who was almost fainting from embarrassment. When he heard his shameless father's shameless remarks, which could be described as light-speed recognition of kinship. Her beautiful face, which had already turned as red as a sunset cloud, suddenly became even redder. An indescribable complex emotion of shame, annoyance, and laughter instantly surged into her heart. She suddenly broke free from Lin Fan's arms. Then he stomped his feet hard. I can't even utter a word. Covering his burning cheeks, he turned around like a frightened deer and ran out of the meeting room. There was no trace of that look at all, the usual cold and aloof look of the icy school beauty. She is clearly a young girl in love who has been teased by a bad man and a bad father. Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter as he looked at her cute back as she fled in panic.
Su family dinner. The atmosphere is warm and harmonious.
As expected, my sister Su Muyue personally went into the kitchen and cooked a large table full of delicious and tasty dishes. Sister Su Qingxue, like a wronged young wife, sat beside Lin Fan with a red face and said nothing. She just kept her head down and ate the rice in her bowl. As the host, Su Zhenbong played his role as the future father-in-law to the fullest. Not only that, he also took out the top-quality mitai that he had collected for many years. She calls him good son-in-law all the time, more affectionately than anyone else. He looked so flattering that he wished he could pack up both of his daughters and give them to Lin Fan right now. Seeing this, Lin Fan was a little amused and helpless.
The meal ended in this strange atmosphere filled with family drama and ambiguity. After eating and drinking,
Lin Fan politely declined Su Zhenbong's extremely enthusiastic and even somewhat suggestive shameless invitation to sleep in Qingxue's room tonight. Under the gaze of the Su sisters, which was full of complexity and shyness, slowly walked out of the Su family villa. However, just as he got into his Bugatti Veyron and was about to return to Thompson Epine, an unexpected phone call suddenly came in.
Yes, Qinya.
The gorgeous lady who had just been completely conquered by him with 1 billion and his domineering CEO-style tactics.
Hello, Mr. Qin, Lin Fan answered the phone, his lips curled up in a playful arc. Why? You missed me so soon? Lin. Director Lin.
On the other end of the phone, Xinya's voice sounded a little solemn and anxious.
Something happened. Something happened?
Lin Fan frowned slightly.
What happened? It's the Su Group. Xinya's tone was full of seriousness. I just got the news from a friend of mine in the financial circle. Just half an hour ago.
Jiangqing's Wang Real Estate suddenly joined forces with more than a dozen local capital institutions to launch a malicious commercial attack on the Su Group, which had just resumed trading. They are frantically selling off Su Group's shares, regardless of cost, to create market panic. They want to completely crash the Su Group's stock price. Furthermore, they bribed several of the Su Group's most important raw material suppliers to unilaterally break their contracts. Now, the Su Group is not only facing the risk of a stock price collapse, but also several of its most important production lines have been forced to shut down due to the lack of raw material supply. This is clearly an attempt to kill the Su Group. After listening to Xinya's story, which was full of gunpowder,
Lin Fan's eyes turned cold in an instant. Wang South Real Estate? Wang Tianlong? Oh.
It's true, the ghost is still there.
He didn't expect that. The lesson I taught him that night wasn't enough. This old guy actually dared to play dirty tricks on me behind my back? Moreover, the first move was so brutal, a combination of punches? Interesting.
The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a cold arc. It seems that just destroying his useless son last time wasn't enough.
Lin. Director Lin.
Xinya, who was on the other end of the line, shuddered for no apparent reason at the sound of Lin Fan's cold words, which were filled with endless murderous intent.
Then what should we do now? Should we use our funds to go to the market and support the market? Protect the market? Lin Fan smiled.
The smile was so disdainful.
Why do we need to protect the market?
If he wants to smash it, let him smash it. I want to see if Wang Tianlong's pitiful family fortune is enough for him to squander like this.
But
Xinya's tone was filled with worry.
If we don't take action, I'm afraid the Su Group's stock price. I'm afraid it won't last until tomorrow morning. It's going to completely collapse. Crash?
Lin Fan's smile grew even wider.
It's better if it collapses.
Only after the collapse can I use a lower price to clean up all the junk shares scattered around.
Then. He paused, and in his ink-black eyes flashed a cold light like a hunter catching prey. If you do that, I'll swallow him up, along with his company.
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the beautiful CEO on the other end of the phone, who had already been completely shocked by his devilish and crazy remarks and was speechless.
He just hung up the phone.
Then he dialed the number of another him that he had just saved.
Hello, Chen Mo. Hasn't your future technology always been in need of a decent office space? I found a new one for you. How about it? To Wang's Real Estate's headquarters building. Are you interested in moving in tomorrow? Chapter 58, 10 billion will bankrupt your company. Move into the headquarters building of Wang Real Estate?
When Chen Mo heard Lin Fan's words on the phone, which were calm and yet full of endless dominance and madness,
he was completely dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the two brothers next to him, holding his phone.
They were also stunned and completely petrified. His mind was blank. King. Wang's Real Estate? Isn't that one of the largest real estate developers in Jiangcheng?
Its headquarters building is located in the most central area of Jiangcheng CBD and is known as one of the top office buildings in Jiangcheng.
Fancy. Brother Fan actually wanted them to move their company there? And,
judging from his tone, it seems that he is still going to rent it.
But, to occupy? This fucking. What kind of divine brain circuit is this? Fan, Brother Fan. Chen Mo's lips trembled.
He felt that his imagination was like a baby that had not yet been weaned in front of Lin Fan.
You are not kidding me, are you? Joke?
From the other end of the phone, Lin Fan chuckled lightly, full of disdain.
Am I, like, the type to joke around? Tomorrow morning, at 9.
You, Fatty, and Li Jun, wait for me at the entrance of Wang's building on time.
I'll take you. Lin Fan paused, and in his ink-black eyes, a cold light flashed, as if he was looking down on all living beings like a god. Go and receive your new company.
After saying that, he ignored the three country bumpkins on the other end of the phone who had already been completely stunned by his magical operation.
Directly, hung up the phone. Then, step on the accelerator. Buzz. The Bugatti Veyron, like a bolt of black lightning, disappeared into the night in an instant. All that was left was arrogance and the endless fighting spirit that had already been completely ignited. The next day, morning.
Jiangcheng Stock Exchange.
The atmosphere is so oppressive that it's almost suffocating.
All the investors and institutions who were paying attention to the Su Group stock went crazy.
It only took less than 10 minutes to open.
The stock price of Su Group has been hit by 2 limit down prices due to a huge sell-off order from unknown sources.
The entire plate is covered with green. It's like a vast prairie. Countless retail investors were trapped at the top of the mountain. Misery is everywhere. It's over. It's over. It's completely over. Damn it. Who the hell is crashing the market? Are they going to let people live? Run. Run.
If you don't run now, you'll lose everything, even your underwear. Panic spread wildly throughout the market like a plague. Countless retail investors began to frantically sell off the junk stocks in their hands, which had already become worthless, regardless of the cost.
This also exacerbated the speed of the collapse of Su Group's stock price. Wang Real Estate, Chairman's office in the headquarters building.
Wang Tianlong was looking at the stock price curve on the computer screen, which was cascading like a waterfall, with a ferocious look on his face, and his face was full of the pleasure of revenge. Beside him stood a dozen or so prominent Jiangcheng local capital tycoons. They too, all had smiles on their faces, confident of victory.
Director Wang, this move of yours is truly extraordinary. That's right.
Cut off their food and supplies.
And then, use the overwhelming force of capital. Even if that Lin guy has 3 heads and 6 arms, he's doomed this time. That's right. Going against our entire Jiangcheng capital circle? Who the hell is he?
Listening to the flattery around him, Wang Tianlong showed an extremely cruel smile of victory on his face.
He could already foresee it. After today. That ignorant kid who dared to destroy his son and humiliate his Wang family. In what a miserable posture, you will kneel before him and kowtow to beg for mercy. Give it to me, keep smashing. He let out a hysterical roar at the trader on the other end of the phone.
I don't care what method you use. Today, I must make these 4 words Su Group disappear.
Completely disappear from Jiangcheng's stock market. However, just as he finished speaking, mutation. Suddenly. Wang. Mr. Wang. No. Something bad has happened.
On the other end of the phone, the trader's voice suddenly became extremely frightened and trembling.
What's going on? Wang Tianlong frowned suddenly. There's a massive order. Suddenly, it rushed up from below. What?
Wang Tianlong and all the capital bosses present changed their expressions in an instant. They quickly turned their gaze to the huge electronic display screen.
Then,
they saw an extremely shocking and terrifying scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. I saw that the Su Group's board had already been smashed into a stagnant state, lifeless. A terrifying red one that is long enough to blind everyone's eyes.
By a single line.
It was like an ancient dragon that had awakened from the 9th nether hell. In an invincible posture that can be described as crushing everything in its path.
Boom!
A sound came from the deepest valley.
Rushed up fiercely.
In an instant, their huge sell-off of tens of billions was wiped out.
Here, take a bite and swallow it clean. Not even a wave, it turns up.
At this moment, the entire trading hall seemed to be completely stunned by this miraculous scene. All the noise and wailing came to an abrupt end at this moment. There was only deathly silence. And, the heavy breathing sounds like pulling a bellows.
What the hell is going on?
Wang Tianlong widened his eyes, staring at the stock price curve on the screen, which was starting to turn wildly from green to red, as if he were looking at a ghost.
My brain is blank. And just at this moment,
the heavy wooden door of his office was suddenly pushed open slowly from the outside. A young man wearing ordinary casual clothes but with a devilish, cold smile on his face, was surrounded by a group of frightened security guards.
Slowly, he walked in. That's right, Lin Fan. Why are you here?
The moment Wang Tianlong saw Lin Fan, he jumped up from his boss chair as if he was struck by lightning. Lin Fan didn't answer him. He just walked forward slowly. Then, in front of everyone, he sat down on Wang Tianlong's boss chair, which was made of top-grade mahogany and worth millions. That posture made it seem as if he was the only owner here. He slowly raised his eyelids. Those ink-black eyes swept across the faces of every so-called capital tycoon present, whose faces had already turned ashen. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc filled with endless arrogance and ridicule. He said word by word, "Wang Tianlong. I did. You're not worthy enough to play with me. Now, do you believe it?" Wang Tianlong pointed at Lin Fan, his entire body shaking with anger. "Where on earth did you get so much money?" "Money?" Lin Fan smiled. The smile was so disdainful. He slowly raised 2 fingers. "No. Yes, 10. 100 million. His voice was not loud. But it was like an invisible heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present. "I only spent 10 billion. Just bought you and all the garbage behind you, selling off. By the way, I'll also take 30% of your Wang Real Estate's outstanding shares. Now." Lin Fan looked at the former chairman, who was completely frightened by his crazy and devilish remarks. Indifferently, he asked, "You think? If I were to spend another 10 billion yuan? Your company is a lousy one. How long can it last?" Chapter 59. Wang Tianlong was dumbfounded. This young man has no martial ethics. Another 10 billion? When Wang Tianlong heard Lin Fan's question, which was calm and composed, yet full of endless murderous intent and terrifying pressure, his psychological defenses, which had long been on the verge of collapse due to extreme shock and fear, completely collapsed at this moment. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The expensive desk in front of him, made of top-grade golden nanmo wood, was dyed red. He stared with wide eyes at the young man, who was still sitting peacefully in his seat with a faint smile on his face, as if he was looking at a ghost, a god, or a devil. "My brain is blank." His body was uncontrollably falling back. Finally, he fell down with a plop on the cold floor. He's finished. He knew that he was completely finished. 100 billion. That's 10 billion in cash. Don't mention it, it hit the stock market. Just use money directly to crush him and his so-called Wang's real estate to death. What kind of horrible monster had he provoked? Wang. Mr. Wang. Director Wang, are you okay? The group of capital tycoons nearby, who had also been frightened out of their wits by Lin Fan's magical operation, all reacted after seeing Wang Tianlong vomiting blood on the spot. They rolled and crawled one by one and rushed to Lin Fan. Then they all knelt down one after another with a thump. Thump! That scene was even more spectacular than the ancient emperor's morning court sessions. Lin. Master Lin. We were wrong. Master Lin, please spare me. This has nothing to do with us. It's all that old bastard Wang Tianlong who forced us to do it. That's right. We were all deceived by him. We are willing to atone for our sins. We are willing to turn against him. We will help you short Wang's real estate. For a moment, the entire chairman's office was filled with cries of begging for mercy and flattering voices of selling out one after another. The scene was simply a real-life human comedy of when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. As for Wang Tianlong, the person involved, when he heard his so-called allies make such shameless remarks that could be described as shameless, the last trace of blood on his face, which had already turned ashen, also completely faded away. He was deserted by everyone. He lost. Lose miserably. Nothing. Lin Fan looked at the funny scene in front of him. His eyes were filled with undisguised disgust and disdain. He was even too lazy to waste another word with this group of fence-sitters who had already been frightened by him. He just slowly raised his eyelids. He cast his gaze towards the former Jiangcheng real estate tycoon, who was already slumped on the ground, looking distraught and as if he had aged by dozens of years in an instant. Wang Tianlong. How about it? He asked calmly. I did. You don't deserve it. Now, do you believe it? Wang Tianlong didn't speak. He just stared blankly at Lin Fan, that face that seemed too young and had a cold smile that looked down on everyone like a god. His eyes were filled with endless regret and despair. He regrets it. He really regretted it. He shouldn't have believed the one-sided words of his good-for-nothing son and his stupid nephew. He shouldn't have provoked this terrifying demon god who had enough wealth, power, and means to crush him completely. But now, is there any use in regretting?
Lin Fan.
He uttered a few words with difficulty, his voice as hoarse as an old blower.
What do you want? What do I want?
Lin Fan smiled. The smile was so cruel. He slowly stood up from the extremely comfortable boss chair. Then, step by step, he walked in front of Wang Tianlong. Slowly, squat down. Looking at the other person's old face, which was already completely filled with despair.
He said word by word. I have always been fair. You want to bankrupt me and my people. Then I will bankrupt you and your people. This makes sense, right?
But Lin Fan suddenly changed the subject, and a devilish, cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth.
I am a very kind person. I can give you a chance to choose.
As he spoke, he slowly raised a finger.
100 million. I'll give you 100 million.
Buy you and all your shares in Wang's real estate. And this headquarters building, which looks pretty good. How about it? Lin Fan looked at him, his pupils suddenly shrinking due to shock, and asked calmly.
This price. Are you selling it or not? 100 million? By the entire Wang real estate? When Wang Tianlong heard Lin Fan's shameless offer, which could be described as robbery,
his heart, which had already been on the verge of death, almost stopped beating on the spot at this moment.
This is too much. This is simply too much.
Although his Wang's real estate had just suffered heavy losses in the stock market.
But a lean camel is still bigger than a horse.
All the assets of his company, added together, are worth at least hundreds of billions.
And now, this guy only offered 100 million? Just want to swallow him and the business empire he worked hard to build for decades in one gulp?
This is no longer just taking advantage of someone's misfortune. This is simply treating him like a complete idiot.
You're dreaming. A boundless rage instantly destroyed his last bit of sanity. He let out a hysterical roar. Even if I, Wang Tianlong, jump from here and die outside, I will never sell my company to you, a young man with no moral integrity.
Yeah? There was no trace of surprise on Lin Fan's face. He just stood up slowly. Then, in front of everyone, he took out his cell phone again.
He dialed the terrifying number that Wang Tianlong had long regarded as a death warrant. Hello, President Wang. It's me.
Please help me transfer another 100 billion yuan of funds.
Come here. Yes, right now.
I'm planning to acquire a rubbish company called Wang's Real Estate.
What? Their chairman disagrees?
Lin Fan smiled. The smile was so calm and relaxed.
It doesn't matter. He disagrees. Just find a way to make him agree.
I don't care what method you use.
Loan sanctions, or tax audits. Anyway. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Within half an hour. I want to see him kneeling in front of me. Please, I'll buy his company.
After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. Then, he calmly sat back down in the large boss chair.
Quietly, waiting.
Wang Tianlong, who was slumped on the ground, listened to Lin Fan's devilish death call. The last trace of blood color on his face, which had already turned ashen, completely faded away.
He's finished.
He knew that this time he was really and completely finished. The person he offended was not a rich young man. The one he had offended was a being who had the power to control his life and death, and that of his entire family.
God. Ding ling ling. Really? Less than a minute. The cell phone in his pocket rang like a death warrant, frantically.
He picked it up with trembling hands and took a look. The number that was jumping on the screen was the one he least wanted to and dared not to answer.
CCB, Wang Jiangwo. Wang. Mr. Wang. He pressed the answer button with difficulty. Wang Tianlong. Are you fucking tired of living?
Immediately, Wang Jiangwo's thunderous roar filled with boundless anger and murderous intent came from the other end of the phone.
You even dare to offend Mr. Lin? I'm telling you. From now on, we at China Construction Bank will freeze all of your and your company's bank accounts.
You and your company must repay all loans within 24 hours.
Also, people from the Tax Bureau and the China Banking Regulatory Commission will be here soon. Just wait and spend the rest of your life in jail. Beep beep beep.
The phone was hung up mercilessly. Wang Tianlong looked like a pile of rotten mud with all his bones sucked out.
completely collapsed on the cold floor. Eyes, lifeless. His face was ashen. It's over. Everything is over. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the office door.
A secretary in a suit ran in with a look of horror on his face.
Chairman Dong. No. Something bad has happened.
Downstairs, people from the Tax Bureau and the China Banking Regulatory Commission are really here.
This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Plop. Wang Tianlong couldn't hold on any longer. He rolled and crawled in front of Lin Fan. Holding his calf, he begged with tears and snot. Lin. Master Lin. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please. Please, have mercy on me. Spare my life. Your company. I'll sell it. I'll sell it. Don't even mention 100 million. Even if I just give it to you for free, I'd be happy with it.
Lin Fan looked down at his feet.
He saw this so-called real estate tycoon who had refused to surrender 1 second and was as humble as a dog the next.
A cold smile filled with endless sarcasm appeared on his face. He slowly lifted his foot.
Kicked the other person away like trash.
Then, turning to the former general manager Chen Donglai, who had already been completely stunned by this series of magical operations, he asked calmly.
How about it? Now. Do you still think that a young man like me has no moral principles?
Chapter 60 Fanshan Investment, the new upstart in Jiangcheng.
No martial ethics?
When Chen Donglai heard Lin Fan's question, which was calm and casual, yet full of endless sarcasm and amusement,
he was completely dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the former Jiangcheng real estate tycoon, Wang Tianlong, who was lying limp on the ground, so scared that he was pissing his pants and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. I looked again and found that the person in front of me was Mingming, who was a little too young. But whether it is from the perspective of means, mentality, or the terrifying courage that can mobilize hundreds of billions of funds and subvert a business empire with a wave of the hand, it is enough to make any so-called business tycoon tremble with fear.
This young god. My brain is blank. Wu Da? Do you still need to talk about martial ethics with others? In front of your absolute strength that is enough to crush everything.
The so-called martial ethics and the so-called rules are simply a huge joke.
No. Don't tell, oh no. Tell. Tell. Chen Donglai's lips trembled, and he had already become incoherent. Lin. Director Lin, you are acting on behalf of heaven. You are eliminating harm for the people.
Now, he looked at Lin Fan more affectionately than he looked at his own grandfather who had been lost for many years.
How can this be called a young man with no moral principles?
This is clearly a living bodhisattva who hates evil and spends money like water to save the Jiangcheng business community from the dire situation. Lin Fan looked at his wonderful performance, which could be called a face-changing master, and shook his head helplessly. He was too lazy to waste another word with this idiot who had already been frightened by him. He just stood up slowly. Then, in front of everyone, he kicked Wang Tianlong, who was lying limp at his feet like a dead dog, to the side.
From now on.
He looked around the chairman's office, which was decorated in a magnificent manner and filled with the smell of capitalist decadence. In an unquestionable master's tone, he said lightly,
This place belongs to me. And this company. And this building. It's all mine.
After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the group of country bumpkins behind him who had already been completely stunned by his domineering declaration that could be said to be a change of dynasty. He walked straight out of the office. Outside the door, Chen Mo, Fatty Zhangwei, and Li Jun had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Fan, like an emperor inspecting his territory, slowly walking out of the chairman's office, which symbolized the highest power of Wang real estate, all three of them were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Lin Fan, then looked at the mess in the office and the group of so-called capital tycoons who had already become as pale as defeated roosters.
My brain is blank. They, just now, seemed to have seen cars from the Tax Bureau and the China Banking Regulatory Commission downstairs? And it seemed that I also heard Wang Tianlong's shrill scream, like a pig being slaughtered? In this short half hour, what on earth happened upstairs? Fan, brother Fan. Li Jun's lips trembled. He looked at Lin Fan's calm face with a devilish, cold smile and asked cautiously and tentatively, then, that, Wang Tianlong. Oh, him.
Lin Fan said this lightly, his tone was so casual, as if he was talking about an insignificant ant. He should be crying with his group of good allies.
As for this company, Lin Fan looked back and saw the four golden characters Wang's Real Estate.
The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc.
From now on, it changed its surname.
He then directly picked up the internal phone at the front desk in front of everyone.
Dial the number of the Human Resources Department. Hello, is this the HR department? I am your new chairman. Yes, Lin Fan. Send me a company-wide announcement right now, immediately. First, from today onwards, Wang's Real Estate will officially be renamed Fanchen Investment.
Secondly, the company will raise all employees' salaries by 50%.
Third.
Lin Fan paused, and in his ink-black eyes, a cold light flashed, as if he was looking down on all living beings like a god. Wang Tianlong, Wang Hao, Wang Yu, and all the garbage that has any connection to the Wang family.
Everyone, get them out of this company. I don't want to see them again for even a second. That's what I said. Do you understand? After hanging up the phone, the entire Wang Real Estate, not the headquarters building of Fanchen Investment, was in an uproar.
All the employees who had just been panicking because of the rumors that the company was going bankrupt received this company-wide notice that could be called a miracle.
All crazy. Not only that, the company did not go bankrupt.
Also, it was changed to a new name that sounds awesome.
The most important thing is,
not only do they not have to lose their jobs,
and a 50% salary increase for all employees?
Where the hell did this come from, this godly boss? For a moment, the entire company, from top to bottom, was filled with thunderous cheers of gratitude to the new chairman whom they had never met before. Lin Fan, on the other hand, listened to all this quietly. A satisfied smile appeared on his face.
He knows. Winning people's hearts is so simple, crude, and effective. The next few days,
the entire Jiangqing business community was set off by an unprecedented, huge wave because of the sudden emergence of Fanchen Investment.
First, the stock price of Wang's Real Estate, a long-established real estate tycoon, collapsed overnight.
Chairman Wang Tianlong was even investigated by relevant authorities for suspected tax evasion and numerous financial violations.
The entire, vast Wang family crumbled and disappeared in an instant. Right after,
a mysterious company called Fanchen Investment suddenly appeared in an almost miraculous and domineering manner. Not only that, it also swallowed up all the high-quality assets of Wang Real Estate in one gulp. Moreover, within just a few days, they completed the strong capital injection and acquisition of several old and bankrupt companies in Jiangqing.
Among them is the Su Group, which almost died at the hands of Wang Tianlong, and the man behind Fanchen Investment.
It is said that he is a mysterious young man who is only 19 years old and is still studying at Jiangqing University.
Once this news came out, the entire Jiangqing business community was completely devastated.
Everyone was frantically trying to figure out who this Mr. Lin who had suddenly appeared was.
Who, exactly, is the heir to a hidden chaebol? Or is he the prince from a super family in Beijing? For a time, there were many different opinions. And Fanchen Investment is a new company that was just established less than a week ago.
Also, at a terrifying speed that can be called a rocket. It quickly became a force that all the capital circles in Jiangqing dared not underestimate.
Jiangqing, the new elite.
And, as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed like nothing had happened. He still goes to class when he should go to class and sleeps when he should sleep every day. It was as if the business emperor who was stirring up the endless storm outside was not himself at all. It was noon that day. He had just finished class and was getting ready to go to the cafeteria to eat.
An unexpected person suddenly appeared in front of him.
It was the absolutely beautiful lady who had been completely conquered by him.
Xinya.
She was obviously dressed up carefully today. A pure white Chanel professional suit perfectly sets off her mature and plump perfect figure. She had delicate light makeup on her face. The whole person looks like an urban beauty who walked out of a fashion magazine.
Full of an intellectual, confident, and unique charm. Lin. Director Lin.
She walked up to Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light that was both extremely complex and extremely passionate.
Call me Lin Fan.
Lin Fan said lightly.
Okay. Lin Fan. Xinya's pretty face flushed.
She looked at Lin Fan seriously and reported,
I've already done everything you asked me to do. All employees of Apocalypse Technologies have signed new contracts. And. She paused, and a glimmer of irrepressible excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes. We also used the money you gave us to successfully recruit 3 top AI experts from Silicon Valley. Now, our company's technical team can be said to be strong and powerful. Just give us another 3 months. I promise. We can definitely create the first test version of the Apocalypse system. Yeah?
After listening to this, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the beautiful lady in front of him, who was full of endless energy and fighting spirit. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Very good. It seems that my 200 million annual salary was not wasted. But. He suddenly changed the subject, and in his ink-black eyes, a gleam of aggressiveness flashed, like a hunter catching prey.
Just knowing how to work isn't enough. Boss Chin. You seem to have forgotten something more important? Chapter 61, Su Family Dinner, the son-in-law's identity is confirmed. More important things?
When Qinya heard Lin Fan's words, which were full of endless ambiguity and aggression, her beautiful face, which was already slightly flushed with excitement, suddenly became even redder. Her heart, which had been beating wildly for a long time because of the man's appearance, was beating even faster at this moment, almost jumping out of her throat. Of course, she knew what the man meant by more important things.
That night,
in Thompson Epine, a mansion as luxurious as a palace. Although she and he have not yet broken through the final step. But everything that should have happened and shouldn't have happened has almost happened. She, Qinya, is the ice queen who is so powerful in the business world that countless men are afraid of her. She had already completely transformed from the inside out into the shape of the domineering man in front of her, who was 10 years younger than her.
Aye.
Qinya's lips trembled, and her beautiful eyes were instantly covered with a layer of moving mist. She looked like a ripe peach waiting to be picked by her owner.
So beautiful and tempting, it makes you commit a crime. Why?
Lin Fan looked at her cute expression of shyness, anxiety, and anticipation, and the smile on his lips became more and more intense.
Don't want to? No. So, you're willing? Aye. That's enough.
Lin Fan looked at her beautiful face, which was about to faint from embarrassment, and he was too lazy to tease her anymore. He took a step forward and directly grabbed this peerless beauty who had already been infatuated with love, and tightly embraced her in his arms. Then, there, under the gazes of the passing students, filled with endless astonishment and curiosity. Slowly, lower your head. In a hoarse voice filled with endless dominance and possessiveness, he whispered in her ear. Tonight. Come to my office. Let me check it out myself, you beautiful CEO.
In the end, is it considered incompetent?
After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the beautiful lady in his arms, who had already been completely ashamed and weakened all over by his domineering declaration that could be described as tiger-like and wolf-like words. He let go of her hand, turned around and walked away gracefully. Only a handsome back full of endless mystery and dominance was left behind. And the infatuated queen who still stood there blankly, her pretty face as red as a sunset cloud, unable to calm down for a long time.
In the evening,
Lin Fan had just finished dealing with some trivial matters at Fanchen Investment. Suddenly, an unexpected phone call came in.
Yes, Su Zhenbang.
His future father-in-law is a man with no moral integrity.
Hey, son-in-law. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Zhenbang's brilliant laughter, which was extremely enthusiastic and flattering, was heard. How about it? Are you free tonight?
I asked Qingshui and Muyue to prepare a table of delicious food at home, just waiting for you, the great hero, to come back and celebrate.
Celebrate success?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows.
He knows.
How could this old fox really want to celebrate his success? It was obvious that he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and thoroughly confirm his identity as the future son-in-law. But when I think of that pair of stunning sisters, each with their own unique qualities yet equally beautiful, they are so heartwarming. Lin Fan's heart was burning with heat. He thought about it and decided that there was nothing to do at night. Go to your father-in-law's house for a meal and keep in touch. By the way, take a look at my two. I miss them so much after not seeing them for a day, my darlings.
It seems that there is nothing wrong with it.
All right. Lin Fan said calmly, I'll be right there.
Oh. Okay. Then we will be waiting for you at home. Half an hour later, at the Su family villa.
When Lin Fan drove the Bugatti Veyron slowly in,
the entire Su family was in an uproar.
Su Jinbang personally brought all the servants of the Su family and waited at the door of the villa respectfully, as if they were welcoming the emperor. The scene was even more grand than the one in ancient times when the Shangshu welcomed the prince consort.
My dear son-in-law, you are finally here.
As soon as Su Jinbang saw Lin Fan get out of the car, he immediately went up to him with a big smile on his face. That look of enthusiasm, a little too much, made Lin Fan feel a little amused and helpless.
And, behind him, the stunning sisters Su Qingxue and Su Muyue also stood side by side.
Obviously, they were dressed up carefully today. My elder sister, Su Qingxue, wore a lavender V-neck long dress, which perfectly showed off her swan-like, elegant neck and delicate collarbone. She looked like a noble and cool ice queen. My younger sister, Su Muyue, was wearing a pink and white JK uniform. Under the short pleated skirt was a pair of straight and slender snow-white legs and white over-the-knee socks. She looked like a sweet and beautiful girl who came out of the second dimension.
Both of them have the style of a queen. One, pure and lovely.
Standing together, they are a beautiful sight that is enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate. They looked at the godlike man who slowly walked down from the divine chariot. In those equally beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water and as bright as stars, a strange glow called shyness and admiration flashed at the same time.
Ahem.
Lin Fan looked at the scene in front of him, which was so beautiful that it could be described as a feast for the eyes, and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He cleared his throat and walked forward, habitually wanting to hold Su Qingshue's slender waist that was so thin that it could be held in one hand. But he was stopped by a shy look from the other party.
Dad. Dad is still watching,
she said in a low voice with a red face, scolding. Seeing the cute and innocent look of a little girl, Lin Fan felt itchy. Su Jinbang, who was standing by, saw his daughter and this Mr. Lin interacting in an intimate way that could be described as flirting. His old face, which was already smiling like a chrysanthemum, suddenly smiled even brighter.
It's settled. This time it's completely stable.
He quickly turned around and let out a thunderous roar at the group of servants who were already stunned.
What the hell are you all standing there for? I didn't see Uncle, are you back? Hurry up and bring me the best wine and the best dishes. Son-in-law?
When Su Qingxue and Su Muyue heard this earth-shattering title from their shameless father, the sisters' beautiful faces, which were already as red as a sunset glow, suddenly became even redder.
They looked at each other with shame, annoyance, and amusement.
Then, she glared fiercely at the culprit who was looking at them with a wicked smile on his face.
The family dinner officially begins. The atmosphere is even more lively than last time. Su Jinbang simply treated Lin Fan as his own living ancestor. Not only that, he kept picking up food and pouring wine for Lin Fan.
What's more, he said all the nice words he could think of in his life. He looked so fawning that he almost wanted to acknowledge Lin Fan as his godfather right then and there. Seeing this, the two sisters of the Su family were a little overwhelmed. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was content to be free. He was enjoying the warm hospitality of his future father-in-law. On the one hand, he was enjoying the sweet feeding from the pair of beautiful sisters beside him, who, although they said nothing, would secretly glance at him from time to time with eyes full of admiration and shyness. My heart is filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Maybe this is what the so-called winner in life feels like? The meal ended in this strange atmosphere filled with family drama, warmth, ambiguity, and romance. After eating and drinking, Su Jinbang looked at his godlike son-in-law who was sitting on the sofa with girls on both sides, looking very contented and digesting his food. The eyeballs rolled. An extremely bold and crazy idea suddenly came to his mind. He rubbed his hands and came forward with a flattering look on his face.
That, my dear son-in-law.
His voice was full of temptation and flattery.
Look, your marriage to Qingxue, shouldn't we also? Is it on the agenda? Chapter 62, Hugging Each Other? No, it's sisterly love. On the agenda?
When Su Jinbang's words, which were full of endless temptation and flattering words that showed he wanted to marry his daughter off on the spot, echoed in the ambiguous atmosphere of the living room, the whole world seemed to have stopped. Lin Fan was stunned. He stared blankly at the shameless father-in-law in front of him who was willing to auction off his own daughter's happiness in order to get close to him.
My brain is blank. No. This old fox is too. Damn, this is the way to go? I haven't even opened my mouth yet. He actually took the initiative to propose marriage? And looking at his impatient look, it seemed as if he was afraid that he would regret it. This is simply a new era example of selling daughters for fame and fortune. And sitting next to Lin Fan, the two stunning sisters, who were already so embarrassed that they almost buried their heads in the cracks of the sofa, were shocked when they heard their shameless father's earth-shattering remarks urging them to get married. Boom! Their brains exploded instantly. The two pretty faces, which were already as red as a sunset cloud, suddenly became even redder. It's so red, like a ripe cherry, it's almost bleeding. Dad! The two sisters almost screamed in unison, filled with endless shame and anger. They never dreamed of it. My father, who usually looks quite majestic. In the face of money and power, one would become so unscrupulous. He was blatantly promoting his own daughter right in front of others? This is shameless? What nonsense are you talking about? Sister Su Qingxue was the first to react. Her beautiful face, which was originally pure and innocent, was now covered with a moving blush. She felt embarrassed, annoyed and angry, and glared fiercely at her shameless father, who was still looking at Lin Fan with a flattering face. Then I no longer care about the cold image of an icy school beauty. She suddenly stood up from the sofa. Covering her burning cheeks, she turned around like a kitten that had suffered a great injustice, and ran towards her room upstairs. That cute look of her running away in panic, where is the unattainable, ice goddess image she usually has? She is clearly a young girl in love who was being urged to get married by her elders in public. Su Muyue beside her reacted not as intensely as her sister. But I was also so embarrassed that I almost exploded on the spot. She buried her little head even lower, and her whole body almost shrunk into a little pink quail. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it right there. Never again, never come out. Lin Fan looked at the hilarious scene in front of him, which could be called a family ethics comedy. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. He looked at the innocent father-in-law Su Zhenbong, who was still at a loss, not knowing what he had said wrong. He shook his head and stood up. Okay, Uncle Su. He patted the other person's shoulder and said earnestly, if you are impatient, you can't eat hot tofu. For things like this, we just have to let nature take its course. You say, don't you? Oh. Yes. My dear son-in-law is right. Su Zhenbong nodded quickly as if waking from a dream. Yes, old man, I was too impatient. Too impatient. Now, the more he looked at Lin Fan, the more satisfied he became. Not only that, he is rich, powerful, and capable. And, you are so patient. This is simply the most perfect, wealthy son-in-law in the world. He must try every possible means to tie this divine son-in-law firmly to their Su family's boat. Farewell to my future father-in-law, who is still enthusiastic, even a little too enthusiastic. Lin Fan did not leave the Su family villa immediately. He just raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc. Then, as if he knew the way, he walked towards the pink room on the second floor, which was still lit and filled with the fragrance of a young girl. Knock. He knocked on the door symbolically. Then, without waiting for the person inside, answer. Just push the door open and walk in. In the room, a faint sweet aroma, like a mixture of milk and strawberries, hits you in the face. I saw it on the soft, pink princess bed. Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters, were hugging each other tightly like two frightened little quails. They were whispering, but I didn't know what they were talking about. When they saw the big bad guy with a smirk on his face just barging in without any warning. The two sisters instantly let out a short scream filled with endless shyness and panic. They never dreamed of it. This guy is so brave. Dare to barge into their boudoirs? You, how did you get in? My younger sister Su Muyue was the first to react. With a red face, she grabbed a cute rabbit doll beside her and threw it hard at Lin Fan. That cute look of shyness and anxiety is so adorable that it can melt one's heart on the spot. Lin Fan casually caught the soft and harmless hidden weapon. Then, he spread his hands with an innocent look. Why can't I come in? I am, as your father himself acknowledged, the future son-in-law. Go into your future wife's room. Isn't this too much? You are shameless. The two sisters once again scolded in unison. Their two pretty faces, which were already as red as apples, turned even redder when they heard Lin Fan's shameless remarks. It's almost bleeding. Lin Fan looked at the scene in front of him,
which could be described as the most beautiful scene in the world and the erotic scene of deep sisterly love. I couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in my heart. He was too lazy to waste another word with these two little girls who had already been completely taken advantage of by him. He pounced on his prey like a hungry tiger. He pounced hard on the pink princess bed that was full of endless temptation. Ah! Lin Fan! You bad guy! You, don't come over here! Help! There's a pervert! For a moment, the whole room was filled with the fragrance of a young girl. Instantly, a burst of laughter filled with endless shyness and panic. The sound of laughter. After a chase and fight that is enough to make any man's blood boil, Lin Fan finally got what he wanted and lay in the center of the soft and fragrant princess bed. Lying on the left was an icy queen who had already been tormented by him, her whole body weak and her pretty face flushed. On the right, there lay a sweet and beautiful girl who was also panting and rosy-cheeked. That scene was simply the legendary Emperor treatment. Humph. Bad guy. Su Muyue pouted her cute little mouth and gently punched Lin Fan's strong chest with her little fist, scolding him. I knew it, bullying us. And Su Qingxue beside her just buried her pretty face deeply in the man's arms with a red face and said nothing. But her heart, which had been beating wildly like a deer, still revealed her true thoughts. Lin Fan looked at the pair in his arms, each with their own unique qualities, yet equally breathtakingly beautiful. My heart is filled with an unprecedented sense of great satisfaction. He slowly stretched out his hand. With his left hand, he hugged the icy and graceful queen tightly. With his right hand, he domineeringly hugged the petite and sweet beauty. Then, under the gaze of the two sisters filled with endless shyness and anger, slowly, lower your head. On those two equally delicate, fragrant and attractive cherry lips. One on the left, one on the right, and one kiss each. Then, he let out a long, contented sigh. There was a bright smile on his face that was extremely comfortable and also extremely annoying. Well. He looked at the ceiling and let out a faint sigh filled with endless emotion. What, hugging left and right? This is clearly. Sisters love each other deeply. When Su Qingxue and Su Muyue heard the man's shameless remarks, which could be described as shameless to the extreme, the two sisters looked at each other shyly, annoyed and angry. Then, in perfect tacit understanding, they simultaneously stretched out their small hands, as soft and smooth as jade. She pinched the soft flesh on the man's waist hard. Snort! The two sisters said in unison again, pouting. Let you take advantage of us. Chapter 63. The System Mall is open, there are a lot of good things. A beautiful night. When the first ray of sunlight the next morning shines through the pink curtains into the room filled with ambiguity and youthful hormones, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He felt like he had had an extremely long and wonderful dream. In the dream, he seemed to have transformed into an ancient emperor. On the left is a peerless beauty who is so beautiful that she can captivate the whole country. On the right, the lively and lovely girl next door, Jasper. Enjoy all the blessings of having two wives. A lazy whimper, like that of a kitten, suddenly rang out from his arms. Lin Fan lowered his head. I saw it on his left. Su Qingxue, the peerless school beauty who usually seemed as unattainable as an iceberg, was now curled up in his arms and sleeping soundly like a docile Persian cat. That already breathtakingly beautiful face became even more charming and attractive after a night of nourishment. The long eyelashes, like two small fans, trembled slightly. Her delicate and tempting red lips were slightly pouted, as if she was recalling the madness of last night. And on his right, that sweet and lovely classmate Su Muyue, who is usually as lively and cute as a little deer, was defenseless and wrapped around him like an octopus. A pair of straight, slender, white legs were even placed on his waist without any defense. There was a sweet and satisfied smile on that cute little face full of collagen. There was even a trace of crystal saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. Looking at this, it is an erotic scene that can be described as the most beautiful thing in the world and a feast for the eyes. An unprecedented sense of great satisfaction instantly arose in Lin Fan's heart. He knows. From today on. From this moment on. He, Lin Fan, finally lived the corrupt life that only the male protagonist of a novel could have. Hey hey. He could no longer suppress his laughter, which was filled with endless pride and joy. Just as he was about to stretch out his evil hands and savor the madness of last night before the two stunning sisters who were still sleeping woke up, suddenly, an extremely pleasant and timely system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding!
Host detected, successfully achieved the hidden achievement of sisterly love. The host's emotional landscape has reached an epic perfection. The road to becoming a super rich man has reached a new milestone. To reward the host for his outstanding contribution to the reproduction of the human race, the system will undergo a major version update. Ding! System updating. 10%. 50%. 100%. Ding! System update completed. Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated, new function. System Mall. System Mall? When Lin Fan heard this familiar yet unfamiliar term, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately, an indescribable feeling of ecstasy erupted from the bottom of his heart like the most violent volcano. He quickly recited a sentence in his heart. Open the mall. Next second, a deep blue, translucent virtual panel full of futuristic technology instantly appeared before his eyes. The panel was filled with a dazzling array of mysterious products that he had only seen in science fiction movies, full of endless temptation. Product list. Technology. 1. Future mobile phone design blueprints, price, 100 billion. Note, contains mobile phone design concepts and core technologies that are at least 20 years ahead of the current era, enough to revolutionize the entire mobile communications industry. 2. AI Apocalypse First Generation Core Code, price, 300 billion. Note, this is a true AI code from a higher dimension, possessing unlimited self-learning and evolutionary capabilities. 3. Controlled nuclear fusion technology data incomplete version, price, 500 billion. Note, the ultimate energy solution for the future of human civilization. Although incomplete, it's enough to keep the host ahead of the world for at least 100 years. Personal ability. 1. Perfect Body Transformation Fluid Enhanced Edition, price, 10 billion. Note, this fluid comprehensively and seamlessly transforms the host's body's genes, giving you a perfect, golden ratio figure like an ancient Greek sculpture. 2. Photographic Memory Skill Book, price, 50 billion. Note, after using this skill, the host will possess a memory comparable to a supercomputer, making any knowledge learned at a glance useless. 3. Language Mastery Package, price, 100 billion. Note, instantly master all languages, known and unknown, allowing you to communicate effortlessly. Special items. 1. Gene Repair Fluid, price, 10 billion. Note, it can repair all genetic defects and diseases in the human body, including but not limited to cancer, AIDS, and leukemia. Keep your family free from illness. 2. Fountain of Youth Diluted, price, 100 billion. Note, one drop can restore the physical functions of a 60-year-old to that of a 40-year-old. Prolonging life and maintaining eternal youth are no longer a dream. 3. Lucky Ladies Underwear Original, price, 999.9 billion. Note, legend has it that these are the underwear worn by the goddess of luck. Wearing them will boost the host's luck to an incredible level for a single day. Whether buying lottery tickets or gambling on raw stones, they will be a sure win. Note, this item is a single-use consumable and has a slightly intoxicating smell, so please purchase with caution. Lin Fan was stunned when he saw the dazzling array of miracle products in front of him, each one more amazing than the last. He swallowed hard. A pair of eyes as dark as ink had already been completely filled with endless shock and fanaticism. Fuck. This is not a system mall at all. This is clearly a moving wishing well. With these things, don't say anything, just become a small richest man in the world. That is, he ascended to heaven right then and there and became the only god on this planet. That's not impossible. It's rich. It's rich. This time, it's really rich. Lin Fan could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. I wanted to jump out of the bed right then and there and roar 3 times to the sky. But when he saw the terrifying prices below those products, which were also dizzying, his mind, which had just been heated up due to excitement, calmed down in an instant. Expensive. Too damn expensive. It often starts at hundreds of billions or even trillions. His current small treasury of more than 1 trillion is simply a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning in front of these real magic weapons. It seems you still have to continue spending money hard. Lin Fan, in his heart, silently set a new small goal for himself. Set a small goal first. Make a fortune, 10 trillion. Then, take that Lucky Ladies original flavor. Cough cough. Just then. Bite.
A crisp system prompt sound suddenly interrupted his YY. Host detected, first time, open the system mall. To encourage the host to actively consume and reach the top of the rich as soon as possible. The system will randomly give the host a mysterious item from the mall. Ding. Randomly drawing. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained. Perfect Body Transformation Fluid Enhanced Edition X1. What the hell? When Lin Fan heard this great news, he instantly jumped up from the bed. There is such a good thing? The ones that are free are the best. He quickly recited a sentence in his heart. Use. Next second. An indescribable, incomparably comfortable, and warm mysterious current instantly burst out from his dantian. Then, like a rushing river, it rushed towards his every limb. He felt that every cell in his body was cheering. His body, which had become extremely perfect due to the previous transformation, began to evolve crazily again at this moment. Muscle. Skeleton. Line. Everything is transforming madly towards a more perfect golden ratio. What surprised him even more was he felt that a certain indescribable part of his body. It seems that, in this transformation, it has received an epic enhancement? A moan filled with endless comfort and satisfaction slowly came out of his mouth uncontrollably. And this sudden, strange sound. The pair of stunning sisters who were still sleeping in their dreams were also awakened instantly. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. When she saw the perfect picture in front of her, which could be called the most beautiful thing in the world, she was completely dumbfounded. Only seen in the early morning sunshine. The man was naked, with a muscular upper body as flawless as an ancient Greek sculpture. 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Sexy mermaid line. And those broad arms filled with endless explosive power. Everything exudes a deadly scent of male hormones that is enough to drive any woman crazy and suffocate. Ah! A short scream filled with endless shyness and surprise instantly resounded throughout the room. Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, who was also awakened, when they saw the beautiful sight and handsome man emerging from the bath in front of them. The sisters' beautiful faces, which were already as red as apples, suddenly became even redder. They quickly covered their eyes with their hands. But the curiosity and infatuated gaze that secretly emerged from between their fingers still revealed their true thoughts. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing at their cute expressions of shyness, anxiety, and eagerness to see. He walked forward slowly. He immediately pulled the pair of stunning sisters, who had already been fascinated by him, back into his arms. Then, there were 2 sounds, full of endless shyness and panic. Laughing loudly, he asked, "How about it? This is my new look. You too, my dear wives. Are you satisfied?" Chapter 64, Perfect Body Transformation, Comparable to Top Male Models. A night of tenderness, like a dream. When Lin Fan woke up contentedly from the big, soft bed that was enough to drive any man crazy and indulge in it, he felt as if he had been reborn, and he felt refreshed. He lowered his head and glanced at the 2 stunning sisters in his arms who were still sleeping soundly and holding him tightly like an octopus. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into an extremely smug, evil smile. Little goblin. He muttered to himself and was about to stretch out his sinful hands to carefully recall the madness of last night. In my mind, the long-lost system prompt sound rang out again at an inopportune time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated, new feature system mall. Ding! Host detected, opening the system mall for the first time. Special, randomly giving the host a mysterious item in the mall. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Received. Perfect Body Transformation Fluid Enhanced Edition X1. Hearing this, it was like the sound of nature, a series of prompt tones. Lin Fan was completely stunned. Immediately, an indescribable feeling of ecstasy, like the most violent volcano, instantly erupted from the bottom of his heart. System mall? Also, free rewards? This is simply double happiness, double happiness. He could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. I quickly recited it in my heart. Use. Next second. Boom. An indescribable and mysterious current of comfort and warmth suddenly burst out from his dantian. Then, like a rushing river, it rushed towards his limbs and bones madly. He felt that every cell in his body was cheering.
His already pretty good figure began to evolve like crazy at this moment. Muscle, skeleton, line, skin. Everything is madly transforming towards a more perfect golden ratio. That feeling. It is 10,000 times more comfortable than soaking in the world's top hot springs. A moan filled with endless comfort and satisfaction slowly came out of his mouth uncontrollably. And this sound, a sudden, strange sound. In an instant, the pair of stunning sisters who were still sleeping in their dreams were awakened. Lin Fan. My elder sister Su Qingxue rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. When she saw clearly the perfect picture in front of her that could be called the most beautiful thing in the world, she was completely stunned. I saw it in the early morning sunshine. The man was naked, with a flawless and muscular upper body like the sun god Apollo in ancient Greek mythology. 8 sharp and angular abdominal muscles, as if they were carved by a knife or an axe. The mermaid line is so sexy that it can make any woman scream wildly. And those broad arms full of endless explosive power. And that inverted triangle, perfect back contour. Everything exudes a deadly scent of male hormones that is enough to make any woman's blood boil and sink completely into depravity. How the hell is this the body shape of an ordinary college student? These are clearly the top international male models at Milan Fashion Week. No. 100 times, 1,000 times more perfect than those male models. Ah! A short scream filled with endless shyness and surprise instantly resounded throughout the room. Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, who was also awakened, when they saw the beautiful sight and handsome man emerging from the bath in front of them. The sisters' beautiful faces, which were already as red as apples, suddenly became even redder. They quickly covered their eyes with their hands. But the curious and obsessed looks that secretly appeared from between their fingers still revealed the truest thoughts in their hearts. Lin Fan couldn't help laughing at their cute expressions of shyness, anxiety, and eagerness to see. He slowly stood up from the bed. Then, step by step, he walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. When he saw the perfect figure in the mirror, even he himself felt a little unfamiliar. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a bright smile of great satisfaction. Good. Very nice. This 10 billion yuan gift is worth it. He slowly turned around. Look at those 2 stunning beauties who are still deceiving themselves. A devilish, evil smile appeared on his face. How about it? He opened his arms like an artist showing off his most perfect work. In a tone full of magnetism and fatal temptation, he asked softly, "This is my new look. You too, my dear wives. Are you satisfied?" When Su Qingxue and Su Muyue heard the man's domineering questions full of endless teasing and jokes, the sisters' pretty faces, which were already hot, instantly turned redder, almost bleeding. They looked at each other with shame, annoyance, and anger. Then, in perfect tacit understanding, they grabbed 2 soft pillows from the bed at the same time. He hit the big bad guy who was still posing coquettishly with all his might. So conceited. Shameless. After a period of endless spring and beautiful chasing and playing, Lin Fan finally put on his clothes contentedly. The 2 sisters of the Su family had already been tortured by him to the point of being exhausted and breathless, and collapsed on the soft big bed. One on each side, they snuggled in the man's broad and warm arms. Every beautiful face was covered with a touching blush. And a satisfied smile called happiness. Oh, right, Lin Fan. Just then, her elder sister Su Qingxue seemed to suddenly remember something. She raised her breathtakingly beautiful face to look at the man's perfect profile, which seemed to be carved by a knife and an axe, and asked softly, Where are we going today? Where are you going? Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. He lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. Then, next to her, the cute little face with the same look of anticipation also took a sip of the fragrance. Then, slowly, he opened his mouth and said, "Today, I'm not going anywhere. At home. Because." The corner of his mouth curled up in a mysterious arc. "Today, 2 distinguished guests want to visit us." Guest? The 2 sisters were stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Who is it?" Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. He just, slowly, raised his hand, pointing to the vast blue sky outside the window. 10 o'clock in the morning. Thompson 1, a top-floor duplex mansion, on a huge helipad. Boom! A huge roar of propellers came from far away.
A top-level private helicopter with jet black lines all over its body, full of futuristic technology, and an extremely eye-catching golden dragon logo printed on the fuselage. Actually, slowly, it fell from the sky. Finally, it stopped steadily in the center of the apron. Hatch, open. A middle-aged man, wearing a neat bank uniform and with sleek hair, but with a look of extreme nervousness and respect on his face, walked down from the plane. It was the president of the Jiangcheng branch of Huaxia Construction Bank, Wang Jiangwo. Behind him, there was a beautiful lady who was wearing a black professional suit, with a tall figure and capable temperament, but with a hint of iceberg-like coldness on her face. It was the legendary Lin Fan's exclusive private client manager sent by the CCB head office. The two of them didn't even have time to catch their breath as soon as they got off the plane. Then, he walked quickly to Lin Fan, who had been waiting for a long time. Then, in front of the Su sisters who had already been completely shocked and speechless by the exaggerated scene before their eyes, which could be described as gods descending to earth. He bowed respectfully to Lin Fan at a 90-degree angle. The voice was filled with endless awe. And, please. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Wang Jiangwo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a flattering smile. You wanted the black gold dragon card. I've brought it to you. As he spoke, he took out from his pocket an extremely exquisite card box made of pure gold. He held it in both hands and handed it to Lin Fan. And the icy beautiful manager behind him also bowed slightly to Lin Fan. Her voice was cold yet filled with endless respect. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm your exclusive account manager, Lang Yan. From today on, all your financial needs, I will be at your service 24 hours a day. Lin Fan looked at the top-level treatment that could be described as emperor-like in front of him, but his face still had that calm expression. He just nodded faintly. Then, he casually took the pure gold card box, which was enough to make any so-called billionaire crazy and jealous. Not even a glance. Just like throwing an ordinary bus card, he casually threw it to the cold and cold school beauty Su Qingxue who had already been completely numb. Here, take it. His tone was so casual, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. From now on, this will be our family's meal card. The password is still 6/8. You can brush it however you want. It's maxed out, I lose. Chapter 65, Take the twins on vacation and make others envious. Meal card? It's maxed out, so I lose? When Su Qingxue heard Lin Fan's words, which were full of endless dominance and extreme pampering, she was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the mysterious card in her hand, which was made of pure gold and had a lifelike, ferocious black dragon coiled on it. He looked at the young god in front of him again, who seemed to not take the so-called unlimited quota seriously at all. My brain is blank. This was the first time in her life that she had seen someone treat the bank's top-tier black gold dragon card as meal card. This is simply inhumane. And Su Muyue beside her, and the bank president Wang Jiangwo, who had already been completely shocked and numbed by Lin Fan's series of magical operations, and the icy beautiful manager Lang Yan. After hearing Lin Fan's shameless remarks that could be described as Versailles. Also, all of them are stupid. They were all stunned, their mouths wide open, staring at Lin Fan with eyes as if he were an alien, a god, or a devil. The brain has completely lost the ability to think. Use the black gold dragon card as a meal card? Also, if it maxes out, you lose? Is this even human language? Do you know what this card represents? That is terrifying purchasing power that is enough to make any so-called world's richest man tremble with fear. Don't mention it, it's sold out. That is, delete one of the zeros at the end. It's enough to buy most of Jiangcheng. What happened? Lin Fan looked at the three wooden men in front of him, who were motionless as if they were under a spell, and spread his hands helplessly. Isn't it just a broken card? As for, what's all the fuss about? Wang Jiangwo and Lang Yan were completely speechless after hearing this. They felt that the worldview they had painstakingly built up in the financial circle over the past few decades was now in vain in front of this young god who did not play by the rules at all. It was completely, thoroughly, crushed. However, Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters, experienced the initial extreme shock. They looked at each other. They both saw an unprecedented, incomparable happiness and, in each other's equally beautiful, breathtaking eyes. Sweet. They know. From today on. From this moment on. They will no longer be the poor young ladies who need to run around and please others for the sake of their family and livelihood.
They will be the happiest and most enviable people in this world. Little princess. No. Yes, queen.
I sent away the bank president and the beautiful manager, who had already been so devastated by me that they began to doubt their lives. Lin Fan looked at the pair of stunning beauties in front of him who were still immersed in immense happiness and shock. The corner of his mouth raised a playful arc.
How about it?
He took a step forward and with his left hand, he took the icy and graceful queen into his arms domineeringly. With his right hand, he gently hugged the petite and sweet beauty. Then, the two sisters exclaimed with endless shyness and happiness. Laughing loudly, he asked, "My dear wives, recently, you've been dealing with the company crisis and running around with me.
You've been working hard. To reward you, I decided."
He paused, and in his ink-black eyes flashed a doting light that was enough to drive any woman crazy and indulge.
"Take you guys on vacation."
Vacation? The two sisters were stunned for a moment.
Immediately,
Sister Su Muyue was the first to jump out of Lin Fan's arms excitedly. Her beautiful big eyes were instantly filled with little stars.
"Great! Great! Where are we going? To the Maldives? I've never been abroad in my life."
Maldives? Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. The smile was so disdainful. That kind of place where internet celebrities go is almost rotten.
What's the meaning?
He looked at the beautiful couple in his arms, who were already filled with endless curiosity and anticipation because of his words. He slowly uttered a magical place name that was enough to drive any so-called travel expert crazy and suffocate.
"We're going. Let's go to the world's most prestigious private island. Fiji. Dolphin Bay." Boom.
These two words represent the world's top, most luxurious, and most private holiday paradise.
Once they are spoken,
in an instant, the already fragile imaginations of the Su sisters were completely crushed. They stared at Lin Fan blankly, their mind was blank.
Dolphin Bay? Isn't that the legendary private island that only the world's richest man and Hollywood stars are qualified to rent?
It is said that the price of staying one night there is enough to buy a small apartment in Jiangcheng.
And, Lin Fan, he actually wanted to take them on vacation there? How do we get there?
Su Muyue stuttered.
We don't have a visa yet."
"Visa?" Lin Fan smiled.
"Do we need that thing?"
Having said that, he took out his cell phone in front of the two sisters and called the number of the private account manager with the note Ling Yan.
"Hello, is this Manager Lang?" "It's me.
Help me arrange a Gulfstream G650.
"Yes, the kind that can fly directly from China to New York."
"Route, apply directly, fly to Fiji. Also, help me book the island in Dolphin Bay." "Well, let's just subscribe for a month first."
"Money is not a problem. I have only one request."
The corner of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a domineering arc.
"Within an hour. I want to see the plane on my landing pad. Any questions?"
After hanging up the phone, the entire top-floor mansion of Thompson 1 was filled with deathly silence. Su Qingshui and Su Muyue had already been completely shocked and numbed by Lin Fan's shameless operation that could be described as godlike.
Private jet? A month-long island tour?
This. Where the hell is this, on vacation?
This is simply like an ancient emperor inspecting his overseas territories.
And, the facts have proved it. The so-called Imperial Service of CCB is really efficient.
Less than an hour.
A top-of-the-line private jet, the Gulfstream G650, which is all silver and full of lines, exuding endless elegance and nobility. It actually slowly landed on the tarmac at Lin Fan's house.
Hatch, open.
Two foreign beauties, wearing sexy stewardess uniforms, with hot bodies and looks comparable to first-line female stars, with blonde hair and blue eyes, walked down from the plane. Then, he bowed respectfully 90 degrees to Lin Fan.
The voice is so sweet that it can make people sick. "Respected, Mr. Lin.
Your exclusive flight, the Gulfstream Dream, is ready.
Anytime, yes, take off."
Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned around and looked at the two stunning sisters who were completely stunned by the exaggerated dream scene before them. The corner of his mouth raised a playful arc.
"How is it, and my two wives? This one of mine is a surprise. Are you guys still satisfied?"
Chapter 66, Yacht Party. There are always some blind people provoking.
Dolphin Bay, Fiji.
The azure sky, like a giant sapphire meticulously polished by God, is pure and without a trace of impurities. The crystal clear waters present a dreamlike sense of layering, from mint green in the distance to indigo in the distance, a breathtaking beauty. On the white and soft beach, Lin Fan lay leisurely on a beach chair, wearing a pair of sunglasses, enjoying this rare tranquility and comfort.
On the sea not far away, Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, a pair of stunning sisters, were wearing sexy yet pure bikinis, playing and frolicking in the blue waves like two happy mermaids.
Their silver bell-like laughter, accompanied by the sound of the waves, could be heard from far away.
Brother! Look! There are dolphins!
My younger sister Su Muyue waved her arms excitedly, pointing at the figures gracefully jumping out of the water on the distant sea, and was as happy as a child. Although her sister Su Qingxue was not as excited as her pretty face, which was already breathtakingly beautiful, was also filled with a smile that came from the heart, one that was relaxed and happy. Lin Fan looked at the beautiful scene in front of him, which could be called paradise on earth, and couldn't help but smile slightly.
Perhaps this is the ultimate secret of the rich that he has been pursuing all along? Money is just a tool.
And the ultimate goal is to make the loved one smile so happily. At this moment, an old white man wearing a neat suit and looking like a butler came over respectfully. "Mr. Lin," he said, bowing slightly to Lin Fan, speaking fluent Chinese, "I just received an invitation from the nearby Carnival Island. Tonight, they're hosting a yacht party for the South Pacific's top tycoons. You and the two ladies are invited to attend."
Yacht party?
Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. "Yes," the old butler explained with a smile, "it said that all the prominent young and wealthy people from the entire South Pacific will be present tonight. It's going to be a very lively scene." Lin Fan had no interest in this so-called rich man's party. But when he turned around and took a look at the pair of stunning sisters having fun in the sea, his heart suddenly moved.
It seems like they have never participated in this kind of top-level party in their entire lives. Taking them to see the world seems like a good idea.
"All right."
Lin Fan nodded calmly, "Help us prepare."
"Yes, Mr. Lin." In the evening, the sun sets.
The entire sea surface was dyed into a golden, fiery cloud.
Lin Fan, along with the pair of stunning sisters who had already dressed up carefully, boarded a luxurious speedboat provided by Dolphin Bay and slowly sailed towards the Carnival Island, which was brightly lit and bustling with people. Before I even got close, a heat wave filled with luxury and carnival hit me in the face. I saw that in the natural harbor of the small island, there were at least hundreds of top-level luxury yachts of various sizes and shapes docked densely. Each one of them is worth a lot of money. And in the very center, there is a huge super ship that looks like a palace on the sea. That is the main venue for tonight's party. Melodious music, sexy beauties, mellow wine. All of this is interwoven into a carnival feast for the top wealthy people. When Lin Fan, with that pair of stunning sisters who instantly attracted the attention of all male creatures in the audience as soon as they appeared, boarded the super ship, the atmosphere of the entire party was instantly pushed to a new climax. Oh my god. Look! Those sisters. They're so fucking awesome. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where did this fairy come from? She simply slayed everyone in an instant. Who are they? Why have I never seen them in the circle before? I don't know. But anyone who is invited to a party like this must be someone extraordinary. Countless eyes filled with amazement, jealousy, and greed all converged on the Sioux sisters. And when they saw that pair of stunning sisters who looked like goddesses, snuggling intimately, one on each side, beside that young man who was wearing ordinary casual clothes and looked unremarkable, in an instant, a hint of deep envy, jealousy, and hatred appeared in everyone's eyes. Who is this kid? How could I be so blessed to possess such a stunning beauty at the same time? Lin Fan ignored the sour looks from those around him. He just held a stunning beauty in one hand. Calmly, he picked up 3 glasses of champagne from the waiter's tray. Then, he found a quiet corner by the sea and enjoyed the exotic night view of the sea with his women. However, trouble always comes uninvited. Just when the 3 of them were talking and laughing, enjoying this rare moment for 2 people, oh no, it was a world of 3. A discordant voice, filled with endless arrogance and pride, suddenly rang out from behind them. "Yo! You 2 beauties, you look very unfamiliar. Why? You came here with this guy who doesn't look very classy?" Lin Fan frowned. Looking back, they saw a young man wearing a flashy Versace floral shirt, with shiny hair and a gold chain as thick as his little finger around his neck. He was looking at them with a playful look on his face. Behind him, there were a few equally unruly rich second generations and a group of scantily clad internet celebrities and young models. With that look of being the center of attention, it was obvious that he was the core figure of a small circle at the party tonight. "Who are you?" Lin Fan asked calmly. "Me?" The young man in the flowered shirt looked as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. He pointed at his nose with an arrogant look on his face. "Boy, you're new here, right? You don't even recognize me, Zhao Tianyu, young Master Zhao? Let me tell you. My dad is the richest man in the provincial capital. This ship, and today's party, were all sponsored by my dad. How is it? Are you scared?" He looked at Lin Fan with a boastful look on his face, as if he was looking at an ant that could be crushed to death at will. Then, he turned his gaze to the beautiful sisters beside Lin Fan, whose pretty faces were already frosted because of his rudeness. His eyes were filled with undisguised greed and possessiveness. Two beauties, he thought, very casually, holding up 2 glasses of red wine and passing them over. "Hello, my name is Zhao Tianyu. I wonder if I would be honored to treat you 2 beauties to a drink." As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his chest, revealing the Richard Miller watch on his wrist, which was worth millions. In his opinion, this kind of identity as a top rich second generation, coupled with the offensive of famous watches, luxury cars, and money. There is no woman that he cannot get. However, what he didn't expect was that pair of beautiful sisters, as beautiful as fairies, didn't even look at him. Sister Su Qingxue directly and coldly spat out 2 words. "Get lost." The smile on Zhao Tianyu's face froze in an instant. This was the first time in his life that he was rejected in public by a woman in such a ruthless manner. Especially, in front of so many of his younger brothers and girlfriends. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. "You." His face instantly turned the color of liver. And just at this moment, Lin Fan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled. He slowly stood up. Then, in front of everyone, he domineeringly took the icy queen who already had a frosty face, and the sweet girl who also had an unhappy look on her face, into his arms. On those 2 equally beautiful red lips, he kissed each one on the left and one on the right. Then, he slowly raised his eyelids. Looking at the so-called young Master Zhao, who had been completely confused by his magical operation. Indifferently, he asked, "How about it? Now, have you seen clearly whose women they are? Chapter 67 Is your yacht worthy of being called a yacht? Did you see clearly whose women they are?" When Lin Fan's question, filled with endless arrogance and possessiveness, echoed on the ambiguous atmosphere on the deck. The whole world seemed to have stopped. The so-called young Master Zhao Tianyu, who had been so arrogant and domineering just now, was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the mysterious man in front of him who had just forcefully kissed the pair of stunning sisters who were enough to drive any man crazy in front of everyone. He looked at the pair of beautiful women who not only did not resist at all, but instead snuggled shyly in the man's arms. My brain is blank. Immediately, an indescribable, extremely strong feeling of jealousy and humiliation erupted from the bottom of his heart like the most violent volcano. Who is he, Zhao Tianyu? The only son of the richest man in the provincial capital. In the circle of rich second generation in the whole Jiangnan area, he is a domineering figure. When had I ever experienced such a humiliating situation as being NTR-ed in public? You're looking for death. His eyes instantly turned red. His face, which was already pale from excessive indulgence, instantly turned the color of liver. He let out a beast-like roar. The fist wearing the Richard Miller, with a gust of evil wind, smashed towards Lin Fan's face. In his opinion, a pretty boy like Lin Fan who looks so weak and fragile. So what if you are rich? Still a useless loser who can't even lift a finger? This punch of mine is enough to knock him to the ground with his teeth chopped off. However, facing this, a powerful punch, Lin Fan's face still had that calm and composed expression. He didn't even bother to hide. He just slowly raised one hand. Then, he arrived first and easily grabbed Zhao Tianyu's angry wrist. Bang! A muffled sound. Zhao Tianyu's fist, which was powerful enough to break an ordinary person's nose, stopped abruptly, less than a centimeter away from the tip of Lin Fan's nose. No more, no further progress. This is impossible. Zhao Tianyu's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Lin Fan as if he were a ghost. He felt as if his wrist was being tightly clamped by a pair of red-hot iron pliers.
No matter how hard he tried or how he struggled, he couldn't get free at all. The overwhelming and terrifying power coming from the opponent's hand made him feel for the first time, from the depths of his soul. Fear. Is that all the strength you have? Lin Fan looked at his face, which had been completely distorted by shock and fear, and shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. You dare to imitate others and take action? That's it. He grabbed Zhao Tianyu's wrist and shook it gently. Crack. A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the deck. Ah! Zhao Tianyu instantly let out an extremely shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. His entire arm was twisted backwards at a strange angle. The intense pain made his already pale face turn completely bloodless in an instant. Cold sweat poured out from his forehead like a waterfall. My hand is broken. He hugged his completely deformed arm and fell to the ground in pain, twitching and curling up like a shrimp out of water. This is a sudden scene. It was like a bolt of lightning, striking hard on the top of the head of everyone present. Those rich second-generation and internet celebrities and young models who had just followed Zhao Tianyu to make fun of him were all dumbfounded. Each of them, with pale faces and cold bodies, looked at the young man with a calm expression, as if he had just casually slapped a mosquito to death. Their eyes were filled with endless fear and horror. One move? Just one move? So they destroyed the most capable and arrogant Master Zhao in their circle right on the spot? This fucking. Is he still human? This is clearly a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex covered in human skin. Who else? Lin Fan glanced indifferently at those chickens and dogs who were already frightened out of their wits and retreating repeatedly. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts hard. Plop. Plop. I don't know who took the lead first. The group of rich second generations who were so arrogant and ferocious just now suddenly felt their legs go weak and they knelt on the ground one after another. They kowtowed to Lin Fan desperately, their voices filled with fear and pleading. Brother! We were wrong. We are blind and ignorant. Please be magnanimous and treat us as nothing and let us go. We won't dare to do that again. The entire deck was filled with grief. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have done something insignificant. He clapped his hands in disgust, as if he had just touched something dirty. Then, he once again domineeringly embraced the pair of stunning sisters, whose beautiful eyes had already sparkled with brilliance, into his arms. Okay flies, it's cleaned up, he said softly. Let's continue to enjoy the scenery. However, just then, a roar filled with boundless anger and arrogance suddenly came from not far away. Who is it? Who the hell dares to touch my son? A middle-aged man wearing a Versace robe, with a big belly and a fat face, and a gold chain around his neck that was even thicker than Zhao Tianyu's, rushed out of the cabin in a menacing manner, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. It was Zhao Tianyu's father, the richest man in the provincial capital. Zhao Debiao. Dad! Dad! Save me! When Zhao Tianyu saw his father, he rushed over as if he had seen a savior. She hugged Zhao Debiao's thighs and cried with tears and snot. Dad! It's this brat. He not only stole my woman. He broke my hand. You must avenge me. What? When Zhao Debiao saw his son's completely deformed arm, his eyes, which were already bloodshot due to anger, instantly turned red. A terrifying murderous intent that was enough to terrify everyone present instantly erupted from him. He suddenly raised his head. Those eyes, as ferocious as a hungry wolf, were fixed on the young man who had a calm expression from beginning to end and even had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Boy! He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. You are very good. I, Zhao Debiao, have spent half my life in this small corner of Jiangnan. But this is the first time I've seen a young man as reckless as you. Today. If I don't, I'll sink you into the South Pacific and feed you to the sharks. My last name isn't Zhao. Saying so, he suddenly waved his hand. Behind him, there were more than a dozen black-clad bodyguards with burly figures and bulging temples. It was obvious at a glance that they were martial artists. In an instant, it was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, rushing towards Lin Fan madly. However, facing this death threat is enough to scare any ordinary person to death. Lin Fan's face still had that calm and confident expression. He was even too lazy to lift his eyelids. He just slowly raised his hand.
He spoke a few words lightly into the seemingly ordinary Bluetooth headset on his ear.
Chun Fong. It's your turn to perform. In addition.
He paused, and in his ink-black eyes flashed a cold light like a god, looking down on all living beings. Bring our toys over here too.
I suddenly felt that. This boat is a bit small.
Yes. Chen Feng's brief answer came from the earphone, which was cold and full of endless murderous intent.
Next second. Boom.
A terrifying roar, louder than the whistle of an aircraft carrier and filled with endless oppression, suddenly came from above the distant sea level and resounded throughout the night sky. Everyone was startled by the sudden and terrifying noise. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Then, they saw a scene that was extremely shocking and terrifying, a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the distance, I saw the shimmering sea surface illuminated by the moonlight. A ship entirely in pitch black, its lines brimming with a sense of futuristic technology and an endless sense of oppression, its size even larger than the so-called supership they were standing on, at least 10 times larger.
On the sea, a giant. It was like an ancient leviathan monster that had awakened from the deep sea. In an invincible posture that can be said to be destructive. Slowly crushing towards them. That terrifying body shape. That huge shadow covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, the already fragile imagination of everyone present was completely crushed. I don't know who it was, but the first cry came out, like a dreamy cry filled with endless fear. What the hell, what is that? Is it an aircraft carrier?
Zhao Debiao and his son Zhao Tianyu saw the terrifying behemoth that looked like a moving steel island. What's more, he was so scared that his soul was out of his body and his face looked as pale as death. They stared blankly at the giant sea beast that was slowly approaching. He looked again and saw that the so-called supership under his feet was as small and pitiful as a small boat in front of the other party.
My brain is blank.
Lin Fan looked at their pitiful appearances, which had already been frightened silly. A cold smile filled with endless mockery appeared on his face. He slowly raised his hand. He pointed at the giant sea beast that was slowly approaching. He pointed to the tiny, pitiful toy boat under their feet. Then he asked in a calm tone filled with endless contempt and disdain.
Just this one of yours? You think you can call it a yacht?
Chapter 68, a supergiant worth 5 billion, appears. Also, called a yacht? When Lin Fan's question, filled with endless contempt and disdain, reached the ears of Zhao Debiao and his son Zhao Tianyu. The psychological defenses of the father and son, which had long been on the verge of collapse due to extreme fear and shock, completely collapsed at this moment. They stared blankly at the person in front of them, who was obviously too young. But no matter where it came from, it was his terrifying skill that crippled his son with one move. Or, with a wave of his hand, he can summon a ship as terrifying as an aircraft carrier, which is a divine method. It was enough to make them not even qualified to look up to the young demon god. I looked again and saw that ship was slowly approaching. That huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun was almost going to completely swallow up the so-called supership under their feet, the Leviathan on the sea.
My brain is blank. Plop. A muffled sound.
The man who was so arrogant and domineering just now and clamored to sink Lin Fan into the South Pacific to feed the sharks, the richest man in the provincial capital, Zhao Debiao. Her legs suddenly went weak, and in front of everyone, without hesitation, she faced that calm young man.
Get down on your knees.
Then, like his useless son who had already been scared out of his wits, kowtowed desperately. The bang 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 sound seemed so clear and loud on the deathly silent deck. God, God. God, spare my life. His voice was filled with tears, endless fear, and regret.
I didn't recognize Mount Tai. I'm not a human. I'm a beast.
Please be magnanimous and let us go, father and son, as if we were nothing.
He is regretting it so much now. What kind of horrible monster had he provoked? Can you summon a private yacht that's as big as an aircraft carrier at your fingertips?
What the hell is this, a fierce dragon crossing the river?
This is clearly a world-destroying black dragon that swam out from the myth.
Don't mention it, he is just a small fry, but he is the richest man in the provincial capital. That is, add together all the rich people in the entire Jiangnan region. I'm afraid it's not enough, it's just to fill the gaps in people's teeth.
And, on deck,
those so-called top tycoons and internet celebrity models were also completely shocked speechless by the exaggerated scene before their eyes, which could be called a miracle. After seeing that even the host of tonight's party, Zhao Debiao, knelt down and begged for mercy without hesitation.
They all reacted. One after another, they all knelt down with a thump. Thump!
The scene was even more spectacular than the ancient emperors accepting tributes from all nations.
God, spare my life. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again.
For a moment, the entire party deck was filled with grief. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of boring scene of people worshipping him. There was no trace of emotion on his face. He just, slowly, raised his hand. She spoke softly to the beautiful sister next to her, who had also been stunned by the sight, her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly open, saying,
"Let's go. The air here is too polluted. Let's go to a cleaner place and enjoy the scenery."
Having said that, he no longer paid attention to the earth chickens and clay dogs kneeling on the ground behind him.
Hug on the left and hug on the right.
Surrounded by those two absolutely beautiful figures that are enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate.
Slowly, walked towards the edge of the deck. And there,
a top-notch private helicopter, completely black with lines full of futuristic technology, had landed there silently at some point. It is that giant ship on the sea, and it comes with a shipborne helicopter. When Lin Fan and the Su sisters boarded the luxurious helicopter, which could be called the Rolls-Royce of the sky, and it slowly took off. On the so-called super ship below, everyone raised their heads. They look at God, at faith, at a totem with fanatical eyes. They watched as the plane, carrying the dream that they would never be able to achieve in their lifetime, slowly disappeared into the night sky. The helicopter landed smoothly on the top helipad of the supergiant, which looked like a moving steel island.
When Su Qingxue and Su Muyue followed Lin Fan and walked down from the plane,
they were completely shocked by the exaggerated scene before them, which could be described as a paradise on earth. Just see, under their feet. It was a gigantic deck that was several times larger than their school's football field.
On the deck, there is not only an open-air infinity swimming pool, a golf course, and a tennis court.
There is even a huge hanging garden filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. And, in the center of the deck, there is also a huge building that is as magnificent and luxurious as a 7-star hotel.
Cinema, opera, Michelin restaurant, casino, spa.
All the top-level luxury entertainment facilities they can imagine and cannot imagine are available here.
What the hell is this, a private yacht? This is clearly a building floating on the sea. Move over, Las Vegas.
Fuck. Even someone like Su Qingxue, who has seen all kinds of big scenes and has long been an iceberg goddess with a calm heart, is not afraid of the consequences. When seeing this exaggerated scene that can be described as inhumanely rich.
Also, I couldn't help but swear.
And Su Muyue beside her was already stunned, her mouth was open so wide that a light bulb could be stuffed in.
The brain has completely lost the ability to think. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue swallowed hard.
She looked at the man beside her, who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if all this was just a matter of course. Her voice was trembling.
This ship, is yours too?
What else?
Lin Fan smiled. Could it be that it's rented? But. Su Qingxue felt that her imagination was completely insufficient. How much does it cost? How much?
Lin Fan heard this and thought about it. Then, he calmly uttered a terrifying number that was enough to make the entire world tremble.
Not much. That's just 5 billion, maybe. Boom. 5 billion.
When Su Qingxue and Su Muyue heard this, it was an astronomical figure that was enough to buy out 10 of their Su groups. The two sisters just felt like the world was spinning around them.
I almost fainted from happiness on the spot. 5 billion. Private yacht? What the hell is this, a magical day?
Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have done something insignificant. He looked at the couple in front of him, who had already been completely shocked and numbed by him. The corner of his mouth raised a playful arc. He slowly stretched out his hand.
With his left hand, he domineeringly embraced the icy and graceful queen in his arms.
With his right hand, he hugged the petite and sweet beauty gently. Then he pointed to the infinity pool not far away, sparkling in the moonlight. And there, by the swimming pool, 2 sets of sexy bikinis full of endless temptation had been prepared long ago. And, a bottle of 1982 Romanée Conti that had been chilled.
A devilish, evil smile appeared on his face. How about it? He slowly lowered his head. There, on the two equally delicate, fragrant and attractive cherry lips, he kissed them, one on the left and one on the right. Then, in an ambiguous tone full of magnetism and fatal temptation, he softly asked, "My dear wives, tonight's new toy. Are you guys still satisfied?" Chapter 69. That night, he walked into his sister's room. "Are you satisfied?" When Lin Fan's words, full of endless dominance and extreme pampering, reached the ears of Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters, they were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the young god in front of them, who seemed to be omnipotent. Then he looked at the infinity pool that was sparkling in the moonlight and full of endless temptation, and the two sets of sexy bikinis with very little fabric that had been prepared for them. My brain is blank. Immediately, two charming blushes, enough to make the heaven and earth pale in comparison, instantly spread from their equally beautiful faces to their elegant, swan-like, snow-white necks. My younger sister Su Muyue was the first to react. She was embarrassed, anxious and angry, so she stepped hard on the big bad guy. Then he pulled his sister, who was also so embarrassed that she almost fainted on the spot. Like two frightened deer, they turned around and ran towards the cabin that was as magnificent as a palace. Where is the cute look of her fleeing in panic? Where is the unattainable goddess she usually is? It was clearly two young girls in love who were molested in public by a bad man. Lin Fan looked at their beautiful backs that were full of endless temptation. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. That night, the starry sky in the South Pacific is exceptionally bright. Lin Fan lay quietly alone in the top-level imperial suite, which was several times more luxurious than the bed in his Tangchenipin hotel. I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep at night. He felt like he was a little irritated. As soon as you close your eyes, all that was in my mind was the erotic image of that pair of stunning sisters, each with their own unique charm but equally breathtakingly beautiful, playing and frolicking in the blue waves in those sexy bikinis with very little fabric. Sister, Su Qingxue, is like a beautiful queen, proud and holy like a snow lotus on an iceberg. Sister, Su Muyue, is like the girl next door, pure and lovely, with a sweet girlish style. This is simply the ultimate test for a normal man. Oh shit. Lin Fan, irritably, sat up from the bed. He felt that if he continued to lie alone like this, I'm afraid it will really catch fire on the spot. No. I have to find someone to calm down. He muttered to himself, and a gleam of fiery light like a hungry wolf flashed in his eyes. He lifted the quilt and tiptoed out of his room. Then, like the most despicable flower thief, he quietly arrived at the door of the presidential suite of the stunning sisters. He gently put his ear against the door, listening to the faint whispers coming from inside, full of the breath of young girls. The corner of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Qingxue. Muyue. He lowered his voice and called softly in an ambiguous tone full of magnetism and fatal temptation. Are you asleep? The room instantly fell into deathly silence. Immediately. Ah! A short scream filled with endless shyness and panic suddenly rang out from inside. Lin Fan? Why are you here? It's the voice of my younger sister Su Muyue. Full of panic, like a guilty thief. When Lin Fan heard this familiar and lovely exclamation, there was a surge of heat in my heart. He was too lazy to waste any more words with these two little girls who had already been completely taken advantage of by him. He just turned the doorknob. Then, there were two screams inside, filled with endless panic and shyness. With a bang, he pushed the door open and walked in. In the room, a piece of beautiful spring scenery. All I saw was the top-notch luxurious bed that could accommodate 7 or 8 people rolling around on it at the same time. Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters, were hugging each other tightly like two frightened little rabbits. They were only wearing a set of silk pajamas that were full of endless temptation. Sister Su Qingxue is dressed in a mysterious and noble purple. The smooth silk fits tightly to her perfect curves that have already been developed. It perfectly sets off her beautiful temperament, which is as holy and proud as an iceberg snow lotus. The younger sister Su Muyue was wearing a cute and pure pink outfit. Under the short skirt is a pair of straight, slender, white legs. The whole person looks like a sleeping beauty who walked out of a fairy tale. It is filled with a fatal temptation that makes people want to hold it tightly in their arms and love it wantonly.
when they saw the big bad guy with a smirk on his face just barging in without any warning. Ah! The two sisters once again let out a short scream in unison, filled with endless shyness and panic. They hurriedly grabbed the quilt beside them and tried to cover their beautiful bodies that had already been exposed. But it's too late. Lin Fan looked at the erotic scene in front of him, which could be described as the most beautiful thing in the world and a feast for the eyes. The primitive desire in my heart, which had been suppressed for a long time, completely erupted at this moment. He can no longer restrain himself. Directly, a hungry tiger pounces on its prey. He pounced hard on the soft bed that was full of endless temptation. Ah! Lin Fan! You bad guy! You, don't come over here! Help! There's a pervert! For a moment, the entire luxurious room was filled with the fragrance of a young girl. Instantly, a sound filled with endless shyness and panic, coquettish and the sound of laughter. After a chase and fight that is enough to make any man's blood boil, Lin Fan finally got what he wanted and lay in the center of the soft and fragrant bed. On the left is the icy queen who has been tormented by him to the point of being weak all over, with a flushed face and panting. On the right is the sweet girl with the same rosy face and charming eyes. That scene was even more exciting than last night. Also, sexy. What's more, it makes people crazy. Humph. Bad guy. Sumuyue puffed out her cute little mouth and gently punched Lin Fan's strong chest with her fists, which had long since become soft and harmless, and said coquettishly, I knew it, bullying us. You feel uncomfortable if you don't bully us for a day, right? Su Qingxue beside her just blushed and buried her hot face deeply in the man's arms without saying a word. However, her beautiful body, which was as red and translucent as a cooked prawn, still revealed her true thoughts. Lin Fan looked at the pair of peerless beauties in his arms, whom he had already completely conquered. My heart is filled with an unprecedented sense of great satisfaction. He knows. It's time. It's time to take the final step. He slowly stretched out his hand. With one move, he picked up the cute little girl Sumuyue, who was still fighting stubbornly, from the bed. Then, the other party exclaimed in endless shyness and confusion. Place her gently on the carpet beside the bed. What are you doing? Sumuyue asked with a red face, confused. Lin Fan didn't answer her. He just, slowly, turned around. In those ink-black eyes, a blazing flame that was hot enough to melt steel instantly ignited. He stared intently at the icy school beauty whose whole body was trembling slightly due to nervousness. Su Qingxue. Lin Fan. Su Qingxue was flustered and at a loss because of the man's aggressive and fiery gaze. She subconsciously wanted to step back. But, it's too late. Lin Fan, like a prehistoric beast, has set its sights on its prey. Suddenly, he turned over and pressed her hard under him. Then, under the voyeuristic gaze of the sister-in-law next to him, who was full of endless shyness and curiosity. Slowly, lower your head. He whispered softly in a hoarse voice filled with endless dominance and possessiveness beside the burning earlobe of the ice goddess who was already so embarrassed that she was about to drip water. Qingxue. Tonight. You are mine. That's it. He no longer hesitated. Directly towards those two already tender, tempting, fragrant, and seductive red lips. Kissed her hard. And the lights in the room, too, at this moment. Quietly, it went out. Only the beautiful spring scenery was left in the room. And that suppressed, moving symphony of the soul. That night. He walked into his sister's room. That night. The stars are shining. How about it? Sister-in-law. A man's hoarse voice came from the darkness, filled with endless pride and joy. My brother-in-law. You performed well, didn't you? Chapter 70 Uninvited Guests at the Yacht Party. Did you perform, okay? When Sumuyue heard Lin Fan's hoarse question in the darkness, which was full of endless pride and joy and even had a hint of asking for praise. Her cute little face, which was already as red as a ripe tomato from watching the love-action blockbuster all night long, suddenly became even redder. An indescribable complex feeling of shame, annoyance, anger, and yet a hint of strange emotions that she herself had not even noticed swept through her body in an instant like the most violent electric current. This bad guy. How could he ask such a shameless question? And in front of his own sister who had just been bullied by him to the point of nearly dying? I don't know. She was shy, anxious and angry, so she buried her hot little head deeply in the soft pillow.
Like a little ostrich that has suffered a great injustice. Never again dare to make any sound.
When Lin Fan heard the little girl's cute and naive answer, which could be described as saying one thing and meaning another,
I couldn't help but burst out laughing. He slowly stretched out his hand. He hugged the icy queen tightly in his arms, who had been tortured by him so much that her whole body was weak and limp as mud and she was too lazy to even move a finger. He also domineeringly hugged the cute little girl who was still deceiving herself. Then, there were two coquettish cries filled with endless shyness and anger. He let out a long, contented sigh. On his face, there was a bright smile that was both extremely comfortable and extremely provocative. Have a good night and have a sweet dream. The next few days,
Lin Fan, with this pair of stunning sisters whom he had already completely conquered, lived a decadent life like a couple of gods on this private island, which could be called a paradise on earth. During the day, they play and dance with dolphins in the crystal clear blue water. Or, drive a jet ski and experience the speed and passion on the vast blue sea. At night, they were there, on a super yacht as luxurious as a palace, enjoying a top-notch seafood meal prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef, while admiring the brilliant starry sky of the South Pacific, which is enough to make anyone intoxicated. Those days were even happier than those of the ancient emperors. And Su Qingxue and Su Muyue, the two stunning sisters, are also on this sweet holiday that is like a dream. Completely let go of all the reserve and shyness. They are like two happy elves who have been freed from all constraints. They showed their most real and touching side to Lin Fan without reservation. My elder sister Su Qingxue is still so cold and arrogant. But in front of Lin Fan, beneath her iceberg-like exterior, there was a touch of charming charm that she would only show in front of her beloved man. And that, the ultimate charm that is enough to make any man crazy and indulge. His younger sister, Su Muyue, has completely transformed into Lin Fan's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. She not only took care of all of Lin Fan's food, clothing, and daily life. She took care of Lin Fan meticulously with her gentleness and thoughtfulness, just like the warm spring sun. That cute look that made her want to stick to Lin Fan for 24 hours. It's simply enough to melt one's heart on the spot. The two sisters experienced the initial shyness and embarrassment. The relationship between them became more intimate and harmonious. Sometimes, they would even join hands to deal with Lin Fan, the big bad guy who always liked to bully them. That is the most beautiful and charming picture of sisterly love in the world. Lin Fan was enjoying it so much that he couldn't stop. He felt that if he continued like this, he would continue to degenerate. I'm afraid it's really going to happen, and the king will no longer hold court early in the morning. That night, Lin Fan was holding a private pool party on the deck of the yacht with the pair of stunning sisters who had long been nurtured by him and had become even more beautiful and charming. Sudden, a burst of music filled with endless arrogance and carnival atmosphere, accompanied by waves of shrill screams of men and women from far and near, suddenly broke the tranquility of this sea area. Lin Fan frowned. Looking back, I saw it above the sea level not far away. A white luxury yacht, also magnificently decorated and brightly lit, was speeding towards them at an extremely fast speed. The deck of the yacht was filled with men and women wearing bikinis and beach shorts. They all held up their wine glasses in their hands and twisted their bodies wildly to the deafening music. The chaotic scene was like a mobile nightclub on the sea. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered that he had booked the island of Dolphin Bay. Logically speaking, this sea area should be his private territory. There shouldn't be any unrelated ships approaching. And just when he was confused, the white luxury yacht had already arrogantly stopped not far from their sea giant. A young man wearing a flashy Versace floral shirt and slicked back hair, looking like a peacock with its tail spread out, walked to the bow of the ship holding a glass of red wine. He looked at Lin Fan's boat with a playful look. In terms of size and luxury, it was a supergiant that was enough to press his so-called luxury yacht to the ground and rub it repeatedly. There was a barely perceptible hint of jealousy and greed in his eyes. Then he turned his gaze to the pair of stunning sisters lying in Lin Fan's arms, wearing sexy bikinis, with bodies so hot that they were enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate. His eyes lit up instantly. That look was like a hungry wolf that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, and suddenly saw 2 tender little white rabbits, full of undisguised aggression and possessiveness. Yo! He raised the wine glass in his hand high and shouted at Lin Fan in a frivolous tone full of endless arrogance and provocation. My friend across the street. You're occupying such a nice place and such a beautiful girl all by yourself. Isn't it a bit too lonely? Would you like to come aboard our ship, have a party, and make some friends? The group of friends and internet celebrities and models behind him also burst into laughter full of ambiguity and sarcasm.
That's right. Handsome guy. Don't be so stingy. Good things need to be known and shared.
Lin Fan listened to these shameless remarks filled with endless provocation and insults. His eyes, which were already somewhat unhappy because his good thing was interrupted, instantly turned cold. He slowly stood up from the extremely comfortable massage bathtub. That flawless and muscular body, like the sun god Apollo in ancient Greek mythology, was instantly exposed to everyone's sight. This caused the group of scantily clad internet celebrities and young models on the opposite boat to instantly let out shrill screams filled with endless amazement and infatuation.
Wow! What a handsome figure! Oh my god! Those abs! That mermaid line! Love it!
Lin Fan seemed to have not heard their crazy screams at all. He just slowly picked up a bath towel and wiped the water droplets off his body. Then he turned around and glanced at the two beautiful sisters in his arms, whose pretty faces were frosted because of the other party's rudeness. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc. He walked forward slowly. He looked down at the young man on the opposite boat who was winking at him with a smug look on his face. In a tone filled with endless contempt and disdain, he asked, Are you talking to me?" Chapter 71 The Provocation from the Young Master of the Provincial Capital.
Yes, talking to me?
When Lin Fan's question, which was light and yet full of endless oppression and coldness, was carried by the sea breeze to the white luxury yacht opposite. The entire deck, which was originally noisy and bustling with people dancing wildly, instantly fell into a dead silence. The smile on the face of Zhao Tianyu, the arrogant and domineering young man just now, suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the young man on the supergiant ship opposite, which was like a sea monster. He was shirtless and had a body as perfect as Apollo, the sun god in ancient Greek mythology. Feeling the other party's cold gaze, which was as clear and discernible as if it were real, even though it was dozens of meters away,
my heart trembled for no reason. An unprecedented and extremely strong warning of danger instantly rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head.
He has been in the circle of rich second generations for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen a young man with such a terrifying aura.
That look. That posture.
He is simply not comparable to the so-called young master who relies on the protection of his family. That is the aura of an emperor that only a superior who truly controls the power of life and death is worthy of possessing.
Zhao Tianyu's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty.
A layer of fine cold sweat instantly seeped out of his face, which already looked pale due to excessive indulgence.
He thought, give in. He wanted to apologize. But
when he saw the dozens of eyes behind him, full of shock and confusion. When he thought of his noble identity as the son of the richest man in the provincial capital, the boundless anger of being offended in public instantly overwhelmed the trace of rationality that had just risen in his mind.
Joke. Who is this Zhao Tianyu?
In the entire Jiangnan region, he is a domineering presence.
When would it be the turn of some wild boy who appeared out of nowhere to show off in front of him? That's right. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, stiffened his neck, and roared back in a timid manner. I'm talking to you, old man. How?
You don't accept it? The group of friends behind him saw that their boss had regained his glory.
Also, they all reacted.
Everyone rushed to follow, cheering and shouting.
That's right. Boy. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to our brother Tianyu like that? Don't think you can show off here just because you rented a junkie boat. Let me tell you.
Our brother Tianyu's Ocean Star is the latest Italian Azimuth S10.
It's worth 50 million.
Also, the watch on our brother Tianyu's wrist.
Richard Miller. Limited edition worldwide. Over 8 million. Can you afford it? If you know what's good for you, quickly send those two girls with you to our brother Tianyu.
And kneel down and kowtow 100 times.
We might consider sparing your life.
For a moment, the entire sea was filled with the noisy voices of this group of ignorant people who were full of endless arrogance and stupidity. Lin Fan listened to the boring clamor that was buzzing like flies. There was no trace of emotion on his face. He just raised his hands slowly. He uttered a few words lightly into the seemingly ordinary Bluetooth headset on his ear.
Chun Feng. Drive our toy closer.
I'm afraid that the blood will splash onto my wife.
Yes.
Chen Feng's brief answer, which was cold and full of endless murderous intent, came from the earphone.
Next second. Boom! A terrifying roar that was more violent than ever before and filled with endless oppression instantly resounded from the bottom of the supergiant ship that was like a leviathan on the sea, and filled the entire night sky. The entire ship is a sea monster that is more than 200 meters long. It was like an ancient beast that had completely awakened from its slumber, in an invincible posture that can be said to destroy the world. Towards the tiny and pitiful white luxury yacht in front of it, which looked like a small boat. Slowly, crushing away. That terrifying body shape. That huge shadow that covers the sky and the sun. In an instant, the last bit of rationality and fantasy of everyone on the opposite ship was completely crushed. Fuck. It's moving. It's moving. Oh my god. Quick. Run. We're gonna crash into you. Help. I don't want to die yet. That group of rich second generations and internet celebrities and young models who had been so arrogant and domineering just now, when they saw that terrifying behemoth, like a moving steel island, really crashing towards them. I was instantly scared out of my wits. One after another rushed towards the cabin, crawling and rolling. The scene was even more chaotic than when the Titanic hit the iceberg. As the shipowner, Zhao Tianyu saw this terrifying scene that looked like the end of the world. He was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed on the cold deck with a plop. The already pale face instantly turned bloodless. His eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He's finished. He knew that he was serious this time, and when he kicked it, it hit a wall. And it is an epic, terrifying iron plate that is enough to crush him and his entire family into powder. Just when he closed his eyes and prepared to die. Buzz. The giant sea beast that was already within reach suddenly did an extreme drift that was truly miraculous. It stopped steadily less than half a meter away from their poor little boat. The huge waves even wet his trouser legs. Zhao Tianyu swallowed hard. He slowly opened his eyes, which had long been filled with fear. Then, he saw a devilish smile that he would never forget in his life. I saw the bow of that supergiant ship that was as majestic as a mountain. That young man, looking down upon all living beings like a god, was holding in one hand a stunning beauty whose beautiful eyes had already sparkled with excitement. In one hand, he held a glass of 1982 Romane Conti. Looking down at him. That look was like looking at a poor ant that was about to be stepped on to death. How about it? Lin Fan slowly raised the wine glass in his hand and toasted the so-called young master from the provincial capital who had already been frightened silly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold arc filled with endless ridicule and contempt. He asked word by word. Now. Do you still want to make friends? Chapter 72 Campus Legend, Brother is no longer in the arena. The dream vacation in Fiji is finally over. When Lin Fan set foot on the land of Jiangcheng again with the pair of stunning sisters who had been thoroughly nourished by him and became even more beautiful and charming, and even their walking posture had become a little bit strange. He felt as if he had had an extremely long and extremely real dream of being an emperor. In the dream, there is countless money, endless luxury, and that gentle land that is enough to make any man crazy and indulge. Well, Lin Fan, sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been waiting at the airport's VIP channel, looked out the window at the familiar yet unfamiliar city street scene, and couldn't help but let out a faint sigh filled with endless emotion. What's wrong? Su Qingxue, who was sitting on his left, looked at the man who seemed to be still unsatisfied. A playful smile flashed across her cold phoenix eyes, and she asked softly, "Haven't you had enough fun yet?" "That's right." Su Muyue, who was sitting to his right, followed suit and said coquettishly, "I think someone is so happy now that they don't want to leave. They almost forgot they are still a student, right?" Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. He stretched out his arms, and with his left hand, he domineeringly embraced the icy and graceful ice-cold queen into his arms. With his right hand, he gently hugged the petite and sweet beauty. Then, there were two coquettish sounds filled with endless shyness and happiness. Laughing loudly, he said, "That's right. I just don't want to leave. With you two annoying little goblins around. Don't say it, I'm a student now. Even if I were to become the Jade Emperor, I wouldn't change." This was a textbook-level love talk, which instantly made the sisters' beautiful faces, which were already as red as apples, turn even redder. They looked at each other, feeling embarrassed, annoyed, and angry. Then, in perfect tacit understanding, they simultaneously stretched out their small hands, which were as soft as jade. She pinched the soft flesh on the man's waist hard. Humph. Slippery mouth.
After a time filled with endless spring and beautiful play, the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly into the quaint and magnificent gate of Jiangcheng University. The moment this top-of-the-line luxury car, which is enough to blind everyone's eyes, appears on the main road of the campus, the entire Jiangcheng University was boiling again. Countless students who were rushing to class or preparing to go to the cafeteria to eat all stopped. They were all stunned with their mouths wide open, staring at the slowly passing mobile palace with eyes as if they were looking at a god, an alien, or a mobile money printing machine. Oh fuck. Am I seeing this right? That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. After Bugatti and Ferrari Koenigsegg, there's another Rolls-Royce in our school? How can we even go to school properly? I feel like our Jiangda University should be renamed the Jiangcheng Royal Supercar Club now. Look. Look. The person sitting in the car, seems to be under the gaze of everyone, filled with endless shock and curiosity. The heavy rear window of the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly lowered. When the inside was revealed, it was a divine scene that was enough to make all the male creatures present go crazy with blood boiling on the spot. All I saw was the leather seats filled with an atmosphere of endless luxury. A young man in ordinary casual clothes, but with a playful smile on his face, was enjoying the legendary imperial treatment with a very comfortable look on his face. Embracing her from the left is the ice goddess Su Qingxue. Right hug, sweet beautiful girl Su Muyue. That shameless look that made others envious and infuriating to both humans and gods. It's even more corrupt than the ancient tyrants. Boom. When everyone present saw clearly the three familiar figures in the car who had already become the top legends of their Jiang University and even the entire Jiang city, the entire Jiangcheng University completely exploded. An unprecedented, tsunami-like wave filled with extreme shock and fanatical worship instantly swept across the entire campus. It's Senior Lin Fan. Senior Lin Fan is back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. God Lin. It's really God Lin. And goddesses Su Qingxue and Su Muyue. They are actually together with God Lin? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is simply the most fantastic, divine combination I have ever seen in my life. Wow. My youth is over. Both of my goddesses are gone. Brother. Don't cry. Stand up. You are not fighting alone. There must be a place for me on the rooftop. Everyone is crazy. They were screaming like crazy. Roaring. There were even quite a few fanatical fans who rushed up directly. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was surrounded with 3 layers of people inside and outside. No one could get in. The scene was even more exaggerated than the arrival of an international superstar. Lin Fan looked out the window at the young faces filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Listen to the heartfelt cries of Forest God. There was a helpless expression on his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knows. It seems like I can't go back. I can't go back to the ordinary college student Lin Fan who could live peacefully in the dormitory, play games, and eat cheap meals in the cafeteria. Now he is the only god in Jiangcheng University. It is the campus totem that only exists in legends in the hearts of all students. Although, I haven't been in the world for a long time. However, my legend is spread everywhere in the world. This feeling. It's really a bit of a pain in the ass. Chun Feng. Lin Fan gave a calm instruction to the bodyguard sitting in the driver's seat, who had remained expressionless like a statue from beginning to end. Drive. Yes. Shen Feng nodded. He didn't even honk. He just slowly lowered the car window. Then, he swept his sharp, cold gaze, like a knife blade, away indifferently. Moment. The entire scene, which was originally noisy and almost out of control, miraculously became quiet. All the students surrounding the car looked at Chen Feng with a cold, emotionless gaze as if they were looking at a group of dead people. It was like being poured over the head with a basin of ice water at -30 degrees Celsius. From head to toe, it's cold. A fear that came from the depths of their souls instantly gripped their hearts. They subconsciously retreated to both sides. Take the initiative to make way for a spacious passage for the Black Mobile Palace. The Rolls-Royce Phantom just sat there, under the gazes of everyone filled with awe and fear. Slowly drove away, the crowd. In the car. Su Muyue looked out the window at the crowd who were still pointing and talking at their car. I couldn't help but stick out my cute little tongue, and said with lingering fear. Wow, brother-in-law, you are so popular in school now. I feel like you're even more popular than those big stars. Popular? Lin Fan gave a wry smile. I think you're almost like a gorilla in a zoo, aren't you? He knows. I'm afraid my leisurely days at Jiangcheng University are coming to an end. With his current status, he is considered a household name. From now on, don't even think about going to the cafeteria to eat. That is, even if I go to the toilet, I am afraid that people will watch me. Well. He let out a long sigh. There was an extremely sad and painful expression on his face. It seems, it's time to say goodbye to this beautiful youth. Su Qingxue listened to the man's shameless remarks that were full of Versailles flavor. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at him. That charming look made Lin Fan's heart wander again. And just at this moment, Lin Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar text message. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Qinya. The task you instructed me to do is already beginning to take shape. Regarding the huge market gap left by the collapse of Wang real estate, I have already drawn up a detailed annexation plan. Also, I've made some new discoveries regarding the movements of the Beijing Li Group, a man named Li Jianye that you asked me to keep an eye on. They also seem to be very interested in the fat piece of meat that is Jiangcheng. Recently, the movements have been quite frequent. Look, when are you free? Let's talk face to face. Chapter 73 System Upgrade, opening a new chapter. Beijing, Li Group? When Lin Fan saw the last few words in the text message sent by Qinya, his eyes, which seemed a little bored because he was about to say goodbye to campus life, suddenly brightened. A gleam of excitement flashed across his eyes, like a hunter seeing his prey. Interesting. He muttered to himself, and a cold arc filled with endless fighting spirit appeared on his lips. It seems I have been playing in this small newbie village for too long. Finally, a higher-level boss can't hold back anymore and is going to take action himself? What's wrong? Su Qingxue, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but ask softly when she saw the man's eyes suddenly becoming a little dangerous. Nothing. Lin Fan smiled and put his phone away. I just found some interesting new toys. As he spoke, he tightly hugged the pair of peerless beauties in his arms, who had already been completely conquered by him. Then he kissed those two equally beautiful red lips, one on the left and one on the right. Then, he laughed and ordered Chen Feng, the soldier bodyguard who was sitting in the driver's seat and had an expressionless face like a statue from beginning to end. Walk. Go back to us, the real palace. It's time. It's time to say goodbye to this boring game of playing house. That afternoon, a piece of news that was enough to break the heart of the entire Jiangcheng University spread like wildfire. Their legendary school director, who has just been in office for less than a week and is elusive. Also, the only god in their minds. Lin Fan, Senior Lin. Surprisingly, without any warning, the suspension procedures were processed. Once this news came out, the entire Jiangcheng University was completely blown up. Countless fans felt like they had been heartbroken at this moment. They cried one by one, tears streaming down their cheeks, their hearts torn apart. It seems as if I have been ruthlessly abandoned by the whole world. The campus forum of Jiangnan University was completely destroyed in just a few minutes. Countless posts about why did Mr. Lin drop out of school popped up like mushrooms after rain. It is said that Lin Chen feels that the knowledge learned in school is no longer worthy of his godlike wisdom. Some also say that God Lin wanted to live with the Su sisters and never care about state affairs again. What is even more outrageous is that some people say that God Lin is not actually a human being. He is a higher life form from an alien planet. We come to Earth just to experience the plain and boring life of us mortals. Now that the experience is over, it's natural for him to drive his spaceship back to his home planet. For a time, there were many different opinions. And Lin Fan, this name. Following the titles of Tangcheni Pinshenhao and Wuling Car God, there is a new title that is even more famous and full of legends. Number 1 in Jiangnan University, The Legend of Suspension of Study. And, as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan himself seemed like nothing had happened. At this moment, he was lying comfortably in his open-air jacuzzi, which was as huge as a football field, on the top floor of Thompson 1. On the one hand, he was enjoying the meticulous and attentive, emperor-level service provided by the pair of stunning sisters whom he had already completely fallen for. While listening to the work report full of endless enthusiasm and admiration from the beautiful CEO Qinya, who had also been completely conquered by him. The days there were even more corrupt than those of the ancient tyrant emperors with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. And more depravity. Director Lin, Qinya said, dressed in a black OL dress full of endless temptation. She held a thick document in her hand and stood prettily beside the bathtub. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with an incomparably enthusiastic professional light. According to your instructions, we at Fanchen Investment have successfully completed the comprehensive integration of Wang's real estate and Su's group. We now have over 70% of the market share in Jiangqing's real estate and manufacturing industries firmly in our hands. In addition, we also successfully acquired controlling stakes in 13 other small and medium-sized listed companies in Jiangcheng with a domineering attitude that was almost like a blitzkrieg. Although our Fanchen investment has only been established for less than a month, in terms of size and influence, it is already enough to compete with any of Jiangqing's established business giants. Even worse than that. Speaking of this, Qinya's already breathtakingly beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride from the bottom of her heart. She never dreamed of it. In my lifetime, I was able to personally participate in and create such a great empire that can be called a business miracle. And the creator of all this, the person in front of her, is obviously 10 years younger than her. However, whether it was his means and courage, or his seemingly endless and terrifying financial resources, it was enough for her not even to look up to this young god. Yeah, not bad. Lin Fan nodded lazily, but there was no trace of surprise on his face. It seemed as if all this was just a matter of course for him. Then, what about the Li family in Beijing? He asked indifferently. The Li family. Qinya's expression instantly became solemn. Their recent actions are indeed very big. Not only that, but they've also secretly acquired several promising emerging companies in Jiangcheng. They even sent out their family's most elite business negotiation team to openly compete with us for several key government-led development projects. That posture is simply, Sima Zhao's intentions are known to everyone. It's obvious that they want to use Jiangcheng as their first springboard to enter the Jiangnan market. Yeah? Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. The smile was so cold. Springboard? I'm afraid of them, jumping too high. When you fall, you'll die. It's very ugly. After saying that, he slowly stood up from the warm bathtub. That, like the flawless and muscular body of Apollo, the sun god in ancient Greek mythology, was instantly exposed to the air. This caused the 3 beauties beside him, who had already seen the dazzling light in their beautiful eyes, to instantly let out a short scream filled with endless shyness and amazement. Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have not noticed their crazy reactions at all. He just slowly raised his head. Those eyes, as black as ink, penetrated the endless clouds and looked far away towards the direction of the imperial capital in the far north. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc filled with endless fighting spirit and domineering attitude. It seems, it's time to go meet the so-called wealthy family in Beijing. And at that moment, the ambition to conquer the world in his heart was completely ignited. At the same time, an extremely exciting and epic system notification sound rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully dominated Jiangcheng. Completed the first phase of the Novice Village mission. The host's personal reputation, wealth level, and power territory have all reached the basic requirements for system upgrades. The godly Tycoon's 10000X Critical Hit System 2.0 will be updated soon. Ding! System upgrading. 10%. 50%. 100%. Ding! System upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host. Successfully opened a new chapter. Business Empire, Jiangcheng Rise. Ding! New version, new features, and new challenges have been fully unlocked. Congratulations to the host, you have received a System Upgrade Gift Pack X1. Do you want to start it immediately? Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. He looked at the 3 beauties in front of him who had already been completely conquered by him. He looked again at the countless people outside the window who had already been trampled under his feet. A brilliant smile appeared on his face, looking down on the world like an emperor. He knows. From today on. From this moment on. He and his business empire. The grand prelude to conquering the world will officially begin. Open. He muttered to himself in his heart. Then, facing the beautiful lady beside her who had already been fascinated by her, Qinya asked calmly. How about it? Boss Qin.
Are you ready to come with me and conquer the world? Chapter 74. The end of the Wang family quietly arrives. Conquer the world?
When Qinya heard Lin Fan's domineering question, which was calm but full of endless ambition and lofty sentiments,
she was completely dumbfounded.
She stared blankly at the man in front of her who had just stood up from the bathtub. There are still crystal clear water droplets on her body. That, like the young god with a flawless and strong body like the sun god Apollo in ancient Greek mythology, exudes a layer of golden and charming halo in the afterglow of the setting sun.
My brain is blank. Immediately,
an indescribable emotion of incomparable fanaticism and admiration, like the most turbulent tide, instantly swept over her whole body. She looked at Lin Fan with her deep eyes that seemed to contain a brilliant starry sky. The heart that had been beating wildly for him for a long time, at this moment, was beating so hard that it was about to jump out of her throat.
Conquer the world. What a grand goal. What kind of crazy ambition is this that makes one's blood boil?
She is Qinya, a graduate with the highest honors from Harvard Business School. Once upon a time, he was the youngest and most dazzling genius trader on Wall Street. She thinks that she is one of the most ambitious women in the world. But her so-called ambition is nothing compared to the young demon in front of her who always wants to conquer the world.
It's just like children playing house. Ridiculous and childish. How to conquer?
Qinya's voice was trembling, and in her beautiful eyes, there was a blazing light called fanaticism.
It's very simple. Lin Fan smiled.
He slowly stretched out his hand. He grabbed the beautiful lady in front of him, whose passion and fighting spirit had already been completely ignited by him, and domineeringly embraced her in his arms. Then, under the gaze of those stunning sisters who also had a dazzling look in their beautiful eyes,
slowly, lower your head.
He kissed her hard on those already tender and tempting red lips. Then he whispered in her ear with a hoarse voice full of endless arrogance and confidence.
With money.
Use enough money to make everything in this world tremble. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the beauty in his arms, who had already been completely conquered by him. He slowly loosened his hand. Then, in front of everyone, he silently said something in his heart.
Open, System Upgrade Gift Package. Ding! System Upgrade Package, successfully activated.
Congratulations to the host.
Obtained the Novice Protection Period, the ultimate reward. 10,000X Critical Hit Card X1.
10,000X Critical Hit Card. After use, the host's next purchase will trigger a 100,000X cash rebate.
What the hell? When Lin Fan saw this ultimate reward that could be described as unbelievable.
Even though he has a strong heart that has seen all kinds of storms. Also, I couldn't help but feel a sharp throbbing.
A 10,000X critical hit card? 100% triggered? This is simply a blank check with an unlimited limit. If only, he thought,
he could even make his assets surpass that of the so-called Rothschild family within a day.
Become the only god on this planet. Ha ha ha.
Lin Fan could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart.
Let out a loud laugh filled with endless pride and joy.
And, beside him, the three beauties who had already been completely conquered by him looked at his happy face like a child who had obtained the most beloved toy in the world. They all smiled sweetly, filled with endless pampering and happiness.
After playing in the swimming pool, it was full of endless spring and beauty. Lin Fan finally returned to his room feeling satisfied.
And Qinya had already been kept by him in this top-notch mansion which could be called paradise on earth.
It is called convenience and allows you to report work at any time.
Lin Fan lay on the soft, custom-made Italian bed. In his mind, he began to quickly think about how to use this card, which could be called a king bomb with a 10,000X critical hit rate.
Buy an aircraft carrier? Buy a satellite? Or just acquire Apple in full? Just as he was lost in thought.
Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a slight knock on the door.
Come in.
Lin Fan said lightly. The door was slowly pushed open. The towering figure of Soldier King Chen Feng appeared at the door. His face still had that unchanging, icy expression. However, there was a hint of asking for instructions in his eyes.
Gentlemen,
he reported respectfully.
The Wang family father and son have been kneeling downstairs for 3 hours.
Oh? Lin Fan remembered it after hearing this. It seems that there are still two unimportant pieces of garbage that have not been dealt with.
Ever since that night, when he crippled me in public at school.
The end of Wang Tianlong and his son can be said to be horrible. Not only did the company go bankrupt overnight, but it also changed hands.
All bank accounts were also frozen.
All the properties and cars under his name were also forcibly seized and auctioned by the court. They came from the high and mighty wealthy families of Jiangcheng. Overnight, he became a rat crossing the street, worse than an ordinary person. These days they have almost run through all the so-called friends and relationships they once knew. But, without exception, all they got was a cold rejection.
Joke. Even Mr. Lin dared to offend him. Who the hell dares to have anything to do with them? Isn't that like an old man hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long? With nowhere else to go. They finally thought of the last and only way to survive. That is, beg for mercy.
Begging for forgiveness from that young man who, like a devil, sent them to the 18th level of hell. So, they knelt at the gate of Thomson Epine Hotel since early this morning.
No matter the sun, rain, wind, or rain. No one dared to move. Such a humble and pitiful look.
He has long become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Jiangcheng upper-class society.
Let them come up.
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said calmly.
He knows. It's time to settle the accounts with this ignorant father and son. Yes. A few minutes later.
Wang Tianlong and his son, Wang Hao, who had his other arm broken and had become a complete cripple. They supported each other and limped into this penthouse that was as luxurious as a palace. When they saw the young man lying on the sofa with a comfortable look on his face, drinking red wine and enjoying the imperial service of two beautiful ladies who were as beautiful as fairies massaging his shoulders and legs. The eyes of the father and son, which had already been completely filled with endless despair, instantly turned red at this moment.
Envy. Endless jealousy. And regret. They know. All of this should belong to them. Plop. They can't hold on any longer.
Without hesitation, he knelt on his knees in front of Lin Fan.
Kowtowed desperately. Lin. Master Lin. We were wrong. We were really wrong. Please. Please have mercy on us. Spare our lives.
We are willing to work like slaves to repay your great kindness. Lin Fan looked at the two poor guys under his feet who had already been completely defeated by him. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. He slowly put down the wineglass in his hand.
Then he asked calmly. Do you know where you went wrong?
I got it.
Wang Tianlong nodded quickly. We shouldn't have been so blind to such a great talent. We shouldn't have offended you, a true deity. No.
Lin Fan shook his head.
He slowly stood up. Looking down at them.
In those ink-black eyes flashed a cold light, as if judging all living beings by a god.
You are wrong.
You shouldn't touch my people. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the useless father and son who had already been completely frightened by his words. He just, slowly, raised his hand. He said to the soldier king Chen Feng beside him calmly.
Chen Feng. Deal with them cleanly. I don't want to see them in Jiangcheng again. Yes. Chen Feng nodded.
He picked up the Wang family father and son, who had already been frightened to the point of incontinence, like picking up chickens. Then, he turned around and walked out the door.
No, don't.
Wang Hao and Wang Tianlong let out an extremely shrill scream of despair filled with endless fear.
They know. What will be waiting for them? Lin Fan. You can't do this. Killing is against the law. However.
They haven't finished speaking yet. Lin Fan's voice, which was cold and emotionless, slowly rang out again.
Who said that? I'm going to kill you?
I'm just preparing to send you to a place where you should go. He looked at the Wang family father and son, whose faces had already turned ashen, and a devilish, cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Africa.
I heard there's a diamond mine there. There's a shortage of mining workers lately. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the two shrill screams filled with endless despair and fear. He just, slowly, turned around. He once again embraced the two beauties, whose faces had already turned pale from looking at them. Then, he kissed her on both sides of her equally beautiful red lips. Then he said softly, soothingly. Okay, wives. The garbage has been cleaned up.
Now. Still feeling scared? Chapter 75, Billions of Dollars in Acquisitions, Wang South Real Estate changes its name to Lin. Are you scared? When Su Qingxue and Su Muyue heard Lin Fan's words of comfort, which were filled with endless tenderness and pampering, their pretty faces, which had already been frightened by the man's devilish and bloody methods, turned pale, and in an instant, they turned red again. An indescribable, extremely complex and sweet emotion, like the warmest tide, instantly swept over their bodies. Fear? Yes, this godlike, omnipotent man is by my side. What do they have to be afraid of? Not to mention sending two ignorant trash to Africa to mine. That is, he is now going to blow up the entire earth right in front of them. They, I'm afraid, will only think. So handsome. No, I'm not afraid. Sister Su Muyue was the first to stick her cute little head out from the man's arms. There was no trace of fear in her beautiful big eyes. There is only endless admiration and obsession. Like a docile kitten, she rubbed her hot face against the man's strong chest, her voice soft and sticky, full of endless dependence and admiration. As long as my brother-in-law is here, we are not afraid of anything. Although Su Qingxue beside her was not as straightforward as her sister. However, her shy action of leaning towards the man's arms again revealed her true thoughts. Lin Fan looked at the pair of beauties in his arms who had already been completely conquered by him. My heart is filled with an unprecedented sense of great satisfaction. He knows. From today on. From this moment on. He, Lin Fan, can finally start his grand chapter of conquering the world without any scruples. Because behind him is the person he wants to protect the most. The next day, morning. A piece of breaking news that was enough to shake the entire Jiangcheng business community spread like wildfire. Wang's Real Estate, a long-established real estate tycoon in Jiangcheng, announced bankruptcy and reorganization overnight. Its founder and chairman, Wang Tianlong, has disappeared due to being suspected of multiple financial crimes. The entire, huge Wang family collapsed in an instant and turned to ashes. And taking over this huge business mess. Not someone else. It was the man who had just emerged in the Jiangcheng business world, full of endless mystery and legend. Jiangcheng, the new elite. Fanchen Investment. Once this news came out, the entire Jiangcheng business community was completely devastated. Everyone was frantically speculating about what was going on behind the scenes. Although Wang's Real Estate suffered heavy losses in the stock market a few days ago. But a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. How could it collapse overnight? Moreover, it was poured so cleanly and neatly? Not even a shred of room to struggle? And who is this mysterious Fanchen Investment? How could he possess such omnipotent means and terrifying power? For a time, there were many different opinions. And Fanchen Investment and the elusive Mr. Lin behind it have once again become a taboo existence that the entire Jiangcheng and all capital circles are afraid of and tremble with fear. And as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed like nothing had happened. At this moment, he was sitting in the office of the former chairman of Wang's Real Estate, which he had just inherited, with a comfortable look on his face. While tasting the top-quality civet coffee prepared for him by the absolutely beautiful Lady Chinya, who had also been completely conquered by him. While listening to the other party's work report, which was full of endless enthusiasm and admiration. Director Lin Chinya, dressed in an endlessly seductive black OL dress, stood pretentiously before Lin Fan, holding a thick document. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with an incomparably enthusiastic, professional light. According to your instructions, we at Fanchen Investment have officially initiated the full acquisition process for Wang's Real Estate. I have teamed up with President Wang of China Construction Bank and our top accounting firm in Jiangcheng to conduct a comprehensive liquidation and evaluation of all the assets of Wang's Real Estate. The final purchase price is? She paused, took a deep breath, and then slowly spit out a terrifying number that was enough to make any so-called billionaire suffocate. 37 billion. However, when Lin Fan heard this terrifying offer that was considered an astronomical figure, the expression on his face remained calm. He was even too lazy to lift his eyelids. He just uttered a word lightly. Purchase. Chinya was completely speechless after hearing this. She stared blankly at the young god in front of her who seemed to not regard the 30 billion yuan as money at all. Her heart, which had been beating wildly for him for a long time, was beating even faster at this moment, almost jumping out of her throat. This guy is the real rich man. Just a few billion acquisitions. That feeling was even easier and more casual than when she went to the vegetable market downstairs to buy a cabbage. Okay. Director Lin. Xinya swallowed hard. She felt her throat was dry. Then, the funding. Don't worry about the money,
Lin Fan said lightly. He took out the black gold dragon card, which represented supreme wealth and status, right in front of Xinya.
He just threw it on the table. This card will be with you from now on.
All of the company's financial expenses go through here.
You know the code. Amount. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a playful arc. There's no upper limit. Boom.
The moment Xinya heard these words, her brain exploded once again, completely. She stared blankly at the black gold dragon card on the table, which was completely black and exuded a mysterious and noble aura. He looked again at the young emperor in front of him, who seemed to not take the wealth code that the whole world was crazy about seriously. In an instant, those beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of scorching hot mist.
She knows.
The man in front of her gave her more than just money. It is an absolute trust that is enough for her to devote her whole life to it.
Lin Fan.
Her voice was trembling.
You. Okay.
Lin Fan directly interrupted her gratitude that was about to come out of her mouth.
He slowly stood up.
He grabbed the stunning beauty in front of him, who had already been moved to tears by him, and domineeringly took her into his arms. Then slowly, lowered his head. He kissed her hard on those already tender and tempting red lips. Then he whispered in her ear with a hoarse voice full of endless dominance and possessiveness.
Don't forget. You and I are a family. Isn't it?
After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the infatuated queen in his arms, who had already been completely melted by him. He slowly let go of his hand.
Then he turned and walked out of the office. Where are you going? Xinya asked subconsciously with a red face.
Lin Fan didn't look back. He just, slowly, raised his hand. He waved casually towards the peerless beauty behind him, who had already devoted herself to him. The voice was not loud, but it was filled with an endless passion for opening a new chapter.
Go, 1. I should have been there a long time ago. Graduation.
My Lin Fan, from college.
There has to be a perfect ending, right?
Chapter 76. Wang Hao and his son, from heaven to hell. A private diamond mine in Johannesburg, South Africa.
This is one of the richest and most sinful places on the planet.
The sun scorches the cracked red soil. The air was filled with a foul smell, a mixture of sweat, dust, and despair. A group of miners with dark skin, ragged clothes, and numb eyes, driven by fierce supervisors holding simple tools, are repeating the mechanical labor day after day like a group of soulless animals.
And among this group of numb animals,
there were two figures with fair skin who looked out of place in the surrounding environment. They seemed so abrupt and ridiculous. Just a few days ago, the Wang family father and son who were still dominating Jiangcheng were
Wang Tianlong and Wang Hao.
At this moment, they have long lost their former arrogance and decency. They were wearing tattered prison uniforms that had been soaked with sweat and dirt, and their original color could no longer be seen. His body was covered with blisters from the scorching sun and bloody marks from the whips of the supervisors.
The whole person looks even more miserable than the humblest beggar on the street. Hurry! Get the fuck to work. 2 stupid yellow monkeys.
If you dare to be lazy again, I will peel your skin off alive today. A burly black supervisor with a face full of flesh waved the blood-stained whip in his hand and let out a beast-like roar at the Wang family father and son who were already exhausted.
Bang! A loud, crisp sound.
The barbed whip hit Wang Tianlong's back, which was already torn apart. In an instant, a horrible bloodstain appeared, deep enough to see the bone.
Ah!
Wang Tianlong let out a scream, like a pig being slaughtered, extremely shrill.
He can't hold on any longer.
With a plop, he collapsed onto the scorching red earth,
breathing heavily. Tears and snot flowed uncontrollably. He regrets it. He really regretted it. He never dreamed of it.
I would end up in such a miserable state in my lifetime.
Who is this Wang Tianlong? Jiangcheng, once a real estate giant. A top billionaire with a net worth of over 10 billion. When had I ever suffered such a humiliation, even worse than that of pigs and dogs? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. What kind of devil had I provoked? Simply because his useless son offended him.
He actually used lightning-fast methods to uproot the entire Wang family in just a few days.
Not only that, they will lose everything they have. They even threw the father and son into this barren African continent like garbage. Let them be the lowest miners here. Never again, never able to turn over. This. How the hell is this business competition? This is clearly the most ruthless dimensionality reduction attack by gods on mortals. Dad. Dad. Are you okay?
Wang Hao, who had already been frightened, rushed over while rolling and crawling. He looked at his father's bloody back and his old face filled with endless despair and pain. My heart is filled with endless regret and self-blame. He knows. All this is because of him. If he hadn't been so reckless as to provoke the devil-like man, how could their Wang family have fallen into such a miserable state? He is the culprit who pushed their entire family into the abyss of no return with his own hands. I was wrong. Dad. I was really wrong. He hugged his father and cried like a helpless child. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Roll. However, Wang Tianlong, seemed like he was crazy. He pushed him away harshly. His eyes, which had long been cloudy with despair, instantly turned blood red at this moment. He stared at his good-for-nothing son like a wounded beast. With a hoarse voice filled with endless resentment and hatred, he roared hysterically. You, a deadly star. Unlucky star. How could I have given birth to a useless person like you who doesn't know how to live or die? I conquered the country. My life's hard work. It's all ruined by you, a beast. Saying so. He's like a madman. He grabbed Wang Hao's neck. Those bloodshot eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. I'm going to strangle you to death today, you little bastard. Then go down and kowtow to my ancestors of the Wang family and apologize. Cough, cough, cough. Dad, don't. Wang Hao was pinched so hard that his face turned red and he had difficulty breathing. He struggled desperately, begging. But Wang Tianlong, who had already been blinded by hatred, could not listen at all. He just wanted to personally put an end to this rebellious son who had destroyed everything for him. And, around. Those, too, were the callous miners and the fierce supervisors who had long been accustomed to life and death. When I saw the scene of father and son killing each other, which could be called a human tragedy, I felt that it was a tragedy. There was no trace of emotion on his face. They just watched coldly, as if they were watching a play. His eyes were filled with numbness and ridicule. It seemed as if the person who was about to die was not just a person, but just an insignificant ant. Just when Wang Hao was about to be strangled to death by his own father. Stop! A cold shout filled with endless majesty suddenly rang out from not far away. They saw a stern young man in a neat black suit, with a figure as straight as a pine tree and eyes as sharp as an eagle, who had appeared in front of them silently without a sound. That's right, Chen Feng. Behind him were two burly men who were also wearing black suits and exuding a cold and murderous aura. The black supervisor who was so arrogant just now, the moment he saw Chen Feng. It's like a mouse seeing a cat. I was so scared that I shivered. He hurriedly went to greet him with a nod and a bow. Feng, brother Feng. Why are you here? Chen Feng did not answer him. He just glanced at the Wang family father and son who were already scared silly lying on the ground. Then, in a cold tone without a trace of emotion, he said lightly. Sir, there are orders. These two are trash. Yet, I can't die. Sir, let them see it with their own eyes. He is the one who stood at the top of this world step by step. He wants them to spend the rest of their lives repenting. They were so stupid back then. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the black supervisor who had already been frightened to death by his cold words filled with endless murderous intent. He just, slowly, turned around. Those eyes, as cold as a knife, swept across the Wang family father and son, who were lying on the ground, their faces ashen and completely desperate. The corner of his mouth curled up into a devilish, cold arc. How about it? He looked at them calmly and asked. The taste of hell. Are you used to it yet? Chapter 77. Let us talk face to face? A week has passed since my vacation in Fiji. This week, Lin Fan did not return to school. The campus forum of Jiangcheng University, however, seemed to have suffered from a long-lasting Lin Fan sequelae and the popularity remained high. The legend of the forest god has been interpreted in countless versions. Some say he dropped out of school to go abroad and inherit a fortune worth hundreds of billions. Others say he's preparing to acquire the entire Jiangcheng University. There are many different opinions, but no one has ever seen his true body. I am no longer in the martial arts world, but my legend is everywhere in the martial arts world.
This sentence has become the most true portrayal of Lin Fan. And today, the legend is about to return to the world. Because today is the graduation ceremony for senior students at Jiangcheng University.
Although Lin Fan was only a junior, the principal, Li Jianguo, had called him 3 days in advance and respectfully requested him in an almost pleading tone to attend the ceremony as its specially invited outstanding alumni representative.
Okay.
Lin Fan thought about it and agreed. His university life had changed beyond recognition since the day he acquired the system. Perhaps, it is time to go back and say a final goodbye to the period called youth.
9 a.m., Jiangcheng University, Auditorium.
When the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a symbol of supreme nobility, slowly stopped at the end of the red carpet under the shocked gazes of the teachers and students of the whole school, who had already become somewhat numb.
He was no longer greeted by enthusiastic students.
Rather, it is the entire school leadership team headed by Principal Li Jianguo. That scene was even more grand than welcoming national leaders.
Lin. Mr. Lin.
You are finally here. Li Jianguo came up to him at a trot, his face filled with the warmest smile. Lin Fan nodded lightly and then, like a most gentlemanly prince, personally opened the car door for the pair of stunning sisters who were also wearing exquisite dresses. This scene caused countless boys around to let out heartbreaking wails. Just as Lin Fan was about to walk onto the red carpet with his women, a discordant voice suddenly sounded from the side.
Etc.
I saw a young man wearing a neat suit, with shiny hair and a bit of arrogance on his face, walking over surrounded by a group of student union cadres.
He is the newly appointed president of the student union, Songjia.
After Wang Hao was exiled to Africa, he successfully rose to power by relying on the power of his family. Although he had also heard of Lin Fan's legend. But in his opinion, it was nothing more than an exaggeration spread by word of mouth.
He is just a nouveau riche who relied on his family's good luck. How much power can he have?
Today, he was going to give this so-called legend a warning in front of all the teachers and students in the school.
Let him know who has the final say in Jiangda now.
Student, Songjia walked up to Lin Fan and pointed at the Rolls-Royce parked on the red carpet in a businesslike tone. According to school regulations, only vehicles belonging to school leaders and special guests may park here. Your car has seriously disrupted the order of the ceremony. Please move it away immediately. He said this with such righteousness.
It is full of the arrogance of a new official who has just taken office.
The students around were all stunned when they saw this scene.
Fuck. Is this new chairman Song crazy? How dare he talk to Master Lin like that? Awesome. Awesome.
This is simply the new king challenging the old gods. However, the principal Li Jianguo, who was standing by, was shocked when he heard the ignorant remarks of his useless student union president, which was a model of seeking death. His old face, which had been smiling like a chrysanthemum, lost all color in an instant. Become as pale as paper.
It's over.
He knew that he was finished. I finally managed to hold onto this divine thigh that is thicker than the Pacific Ocean cable. I'm afraid that it will be broken on the spot by this fool under my command who doesn't know how to live or die.
However,
facing Songjia's provocation, Lin Fan's face still had that calm expression. He didn't even glance at the new student king who was still there and feeling good about himself. He just slowly raised his eyelids. He turned his gaze towards the university president, who was already frightened to the point of being trembling with fear all over.
Li Jianguo. Principal Li.
He uttered 3 words lightly.
Boom.
Li Jianguo only felt that his brain was struck by a 9-day divine thunder. He no longer cared about the dignity of the principal or the respect of the teacher. He rushed forward in 1 step. Then, under the shocked gazes of tens of thousands of teachers and students in the audience, as if they had seen a ghost.
Bang!
A loud, crisp slap. He slapped Songjia, the new student union president who was still in a daze, hard on the face.
Who the hell are you?
Li Jianguo pointed at Songjia's nose and let out a thunderous roar. That voice became extremely sharp and distorted because of extreme fear.
Even Mr. Lin, the most distinguished and greatest honorary trustee of Jiangcheng University, dared to stop him?
Who gave you the courage?
I'm telling you. Songjia. From now on,
you are fired.
Not only that, he's your student council president. Also, your student status. Give it all to me, pack up and get out.
After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the poor guy who had already been completely stunned by his slap and these earth-shattering words. He suddenly turned around. He bowed respectfully to Lin Fan at a 90-degree angle. The voice was filled with endless panic and pleading.
Lin. Director Lin. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining me properly. It's my fault for being blind.
Please be magnanimous and don't argue with an old fool like me.
The entire entrance to the auditorium was dead silent.
Everyone was completely stunned by this magical scene that could be called a god-level reversal. They stared blankly at the young god who looked calm and composed, as if he had just casually swatted a fly to death. He looked again at the former student union president who had already collapsed on the ground, his face ashen and completely dumbfounded.
There is only one thought left in my mind. Legend. It will always be a legend. God. Always, God. No, provocation.
Lin Fan ignored the two clowns who were already frightened. He was just, under the gaze of thousands of people in the audience who were filled with endless awe and fanaticism,
slowly walked into the solemn and sacred auditorium.
He sat in the most central honorary school director seat that had been reserved for him long ago. He looked at the principal who was delivering a passionate graduation speech on the podium. I looked again at the young faces in the audience, each one filled with infinite longing for the future. There was a subtle hint of emotion and reminiscence in his eyes.
Once upon a time. He is the same as them. Ordinary yet confused. But now.
He had already stood above the clouds, a place they were not even qualified to look up to.
Well.
He sighed softly. My heart is filled with a kind of loneliness called invincible.
And just at this moment,
his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar text message.
Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Chinya. The task you asked me to do has already been completed.
Regarding the plan to annex Jiangcheng Market, it has been fully launched. Also, there have been some new discoveries regarding the movements of the Li Group in Beijing. They also seem to be very interested in the fat piece of meat in Jiangcheng.
Look, when are you free? Let's talk face to face.
Chapter 78 Fanshan Group is established, Jiangcheng is about to change. Wang Hao and his son were living on the streets.
This was once considered explosive news in Jiangcheng.
In front of Lin Fan, there is a series of even more exciting and legendary deeds that can be called a fight between gods.
It has already become insignificant. Even on the campus forum of Jiangcheng University, it failed to cause any waves. After all.
Then, donate 100 million yuan casually, buy the Tangchen Epin in full, drive a Ferrari and Bugatti, and hug the stunning school beauties on both sides. These can be called miraculous and amazing deeds.
Just one of those outdated rich second-generation guys went bankrupt. Besides, what does it matter?
The students of Jiangcheng University have long been spoiled by their elusive forest god. Their horizons are no longer limited to this kind of low-level face-slapping articles. They are looking forward to something bigger, more exciting, and more likely to overturn their worldviews.
Miracle!
And Lin Fan did not disappoint them. 3 days later. A piece of breaking news that is enough to shake up the entire Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan region's business community.
Spread like wildfire.
That new upstart in Jiangcheng, who had just emerged in the Jiangcheng business world and was filled with endless mystery and legends.
Fanshan Investment. It was announced without any warning.
They will unite with the Su Group and Wang Real Estate, which they just controlled. In addition, there are more than a dozen small and medium-sized listed companies that were also secretly acquired by them. Together, we will build a brand new business giant.
Fanshan Group. Once this news came out, the entire Jiangcheng business community was completely devastated.
Everyone was frantically trying to figure out who this Fanshan Group that had suddenly appeared was.
What on earth do they want to do? Do they intend to challenge the already entrenched business landscape of Jiangcheng on their own?
This is simply crazy.
However,
just when everyone was taking a wait-and-see and sarcastic attitude towards the so-called Fanshan Group,
Fanshan Group then dropped an even more devastating bomb. Fanshan Group announced it will cost 50 billion.
In the core area of Jiangcheng CBD, that is, on the former site of Wang's real estate headquarters building.
Build a brand new super commercial complex integrating commerce, finance, entertainment, and technology. Fanshan Center. Moreover, the design height of this Fanshan Center will surpass all the skyscrapers in the world, reaching an unprecedented terrifying height. 1,000 meters. Boom! This grand blueprint, which can be described as insane, is announced. The entire Jiangcheng and even the entire China. Everyone is completely boiling. 1,000-meter skyscraper? What kind of concept is this? This is no longer the case, they are building a building. This is simply building a bridge to the sky. Tower of Babel. For a moment, all the doubts and ridicules about Fanshan Group disappeared. Instead, there is an endless shock and awe from the depths of the soul. They know. From today on, from this moment on, the sky in Jiangcheng is about to change. And that Mr. Lin, who is still elusive until now, and his Fanshan Group, which is full of endless mystery and legend. Also, he will be in an invincible posture that dominates the world. Completely step onto the turbulent historical stage of Jiangcheng. Become the only one on the stage. King. And, as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan himself, however, seemed as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he was sitting in his new office on the top floor of Plaza 66 with a comfortable look on his face, while enjoying the meticulous and attentive imperial service of his beautiful and newly appointed CEO Qinya, including serving tea, massaging shoulders and legs. At the same time, I listened to the other party's work report, which was full of endless enthusiasm. Director Lin, Qinya, dressed in an alluring black OL dress and holding a thick document, stood coquettishly behind Lin Fan, gently massaging his shoulders with her soft, jade-like hands as she reported softly, "The news of our Fanshan Group being established immediately caused a stir in the entire Jiangnan business community. Now, every day, there are hundreds of investment institutions and partners who want to get in touch with us. Our company's front desk phone is almost blown away. And your grand blueprint for the Mortal Center has even alarmed CCTV. They want to send a special reporting team to conduct an exclusive interview with you." Speaking of this, Qinya's already breathtakingly beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride from the bottom of her heart. She never dreamed of it. "In my lifetime, I can personally participate in and create such a great miracle that is enough to change the entire city. And the creator of all this. That's right, the person in front of her is obviously 10 years younger than her. But whether it was his means and courage, or his godlike, powerful, and imperial aura, it was enough to make her not even qualified to look up to him, a young god." "Yeah, not bad." Lin Fan nodded lazily without showing any surprise on his face. It seemed as if all this was just a matter of course for him. "Please push all those random interviews for me," he said lightly. "I don't have the time." "Yes." Qinya nodded, then seemed to remember something. She looked at Lin Fan's perfect profile, which seemed a little unreal in the sunlight, and asked softly, Then, what about the Li family in Beijing?" "The Li family?" Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. The smile was so cold. "Just a clown. First, let them jump around for a few more days. Wait for me, I'll make arrangements for Jiangcheng. Then, go to the capital to meet them in person. I'd like to see." The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a cold arc, as if he was looking down at all living beings like a god. This so-called wealthy family in Beijing. "Is it enough?" I crushed it with one finger. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the beautiful lady behind him who was completely shocked by his lawless and overbearing remarks and was speechless. He slowly opened his eyes, which were as black as ink, looking out the window at the countless people who had already been trampled under his feet. There was a brilliant smile on his face, as if he was looking down on the world like an emperor. He knows. From today on. From this moment on. He, Lin Fan and his Fanshan Group. This will officially mark the beginning of the grand campaign to conquer the world. "All right," Lin Fan said, as if suddenly remembering something. He turned around to look at Qinya, who was still in a state of fascination, and asked calmly, "Have you found any results on those professional managers I asked you to help me find?" Chapter 79, Beautiful CEO Qinya, Decisive and Resolute. Professional manager? When Qinya heard Lin Fan's calm and casual question, which seemed to have already planned everything, her beautiful face, which had already been moved by the man's endless trust and doting, instantly turned red again. An indescribable feeling of sweetness and happiness, like the warmest tide, instantly swept over her whole body. She knows. The person in front of me seems to be indifferent to everything and is a hands-off boss. In fact, I know it better than anyone else.
He had already planned a grand blueprint for their newly started business empire.
And she, Chinya. What we need to do is to become the sharpest and most trustworthy one in his hand.
Sword. For him, cut through the thorns. Expand the territory for him.
She nodded heavily.
For the first time, a fiery light called ambition burst out from those beautiful eyes. A kind of crazy ambition that is enough to make the whole world tremble. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Her voice is no longer charming and gentle. Instead, it is filled with an unprecedented, extremely firm, and extremely confident powerful force.
You, tell me what to do. I've already done it.
Oh? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows.
So fast?
Of course. Shinya's lips curled up into a charming arc filled with endless confidence and pride.
Don't you even look at who I am?
As she spoke, she respectfully handed the thick document in her hand to Lin Fan.
These are the top professional managers and technical experts I found for you overnight from Wall Street and Silicon Valley.
Their information and resumes are all here.
As long as you nod.
I promise that within 3 days, I will have them all fly to Jiangcheng.
Reporting to you.
Lin Fan smiled upon hearing this. He took the luxurious list of talents with great interest. Li Sisi, female, 32 years old, double doctorate from Harvard Business School, former Goldman Sachs Group, youngest Chinese vice president, proficient in capital operations and corporate mergers and acquisitions, known as the most profitable woman on Wall Street. Lawyer Wang, male, 45 years old, one of the top commercial lawyers in China.
He has handled commercial lawsuits worth tens of billions of yuan and never lost a single one.
He is known as the undefeated legend in the legal world. Sun Wukong, nickname, male, 25 years old, identity unknown, background mysterious. He's said to be one of the world's top 3 hackers, having single-handedly hacked into the Pentagon's core database. Lin Fan's expression became somewhat strange as he looked at this god list whose members were all more awesome and perverted than the last. He turned around and glanced at the gorgeous lady next to him who looked like she was asking for praise.
I couldn't help but curse with a smile. You fucking. Are you planning to wipe out their entire lair? Shinya couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard that.
She playfully stuck out her cute little tongue, a rare and innocent look of a little girl, which made Lin Fan's heart flutter again. Of course. She said proudly, raising her smooth jade-like chin, my boss is a man who wants to conquer the world. If I don't have a few capable men under my command who can keep the place under control, I'd be a godlike thug.
If this gets out, won't people laugh at us? Ha ha ha.
Lin Fan could no longer suppress his laughter, which was filled with endless pride and joy. He grabbed this stunning beauty who could fight for him in the business world and make him unable to stop in bed, and tightly embraced her in his arms.
Then, there was a coquettish cry filled with endless shyness and happiness. Laughing loudly, he said, Good. As expected, she's the woman I like. Just, do as you say. Money is not a problem. People must be given to me, and everything must be done within 3 days.
I'm here at the first all-staff meeting of the Fanshin Group.
But I'm counting on you gods to come and support me. 3 days later.
The headquarters building of Fanshin Group is formerly Wang South Real Estate, in the multifunctional conference room on the top floor, which can be described as magnificent and magnificent.
The atmosphere is solemn and dignified.
The first real general staff meeting of Fanshin Group will be held here.
The meeting room was already full.
Sitting in the front row were a group of former executives of the Su Group, led by Su Zhenbong. They all sat upright, their faces filled with anxiety and uneasiness.
And behind them,
they are the big 3 of Dormitory 404 who were just promoted by Lin Fan.
Technical Director, Chen Mo. Public Relations Director, Li Jun. And, Logistics. Oh no, it's the Chief Experience Officer Fat Guy Zhang Wei. They also looked nervous and excited. After all, this was their first time attending such a high-level, formal meeting as group executives. And, at the back of everyone,
it was the dozen or so core technical backbones of Apocalypse Technology who had just been rescued from the brink of bankruptcy by Chinya. They looked at this dreamlike and luxurious office environment, and the expressions on their faces were as if they were dreaming.
Full of unreality. And in the center of the conference room,
that huge conference table that can accommodate hundreds of people. Then, several of the most core positions are left empty. That is reserved for the real protagonists of today's conference. Knock, knock, knock. Just when everyone was fidgeting and talking about it because of nervousness and anticipation. Suddenly, someone knocked on the heavy wooden door of the conference room from outside. Next second, under the gaze of everyone in the audience, filled with endless curiosity and expectation, a beautiful lady wearing a well-tailored black OL suit, tall, elegant, and cool, exuding a powerful queen aura that keeps strangers away. Slowly, he walked in from outside. That's right, Chinya. The moment she appeared in everyone's sight, the entire meeting room, which was originally a bit noisy, suddenly became silent. Everyone was completely stunned by her stunning beauty that could be described as earth-shattering and her powerful aura that was enough to make any man feel ashamed. I fuck. Fatty Zhang was the first to lose control and let out a dreamy exclamation. Who the hell is this person? He's too damn hot, isn't he? Li Jun and Chen Mo beside him were also stunned and their mouths were dry. Chinya ignored the astonished and shocked gazes around her. She just slowly walked to the CEO position, which was second only to the chairman's position. Then, he placed the thick document in his hand on the table with a bang. Those beautiful, yet sharp eyes filled with endless oppression slowly swept across the faces of everyone present. Finally, he spoke in a cold tone without a trace of emotion. My name is Chinya. From today on, I am from the Fanshan Group. CEO. Now. Meeting. This was a swift and decisive start without any delay. In an instant, all the so-called business elites present were completely stunned. They were all silent as a mouse, not even daring to breathe. And Chinya was too lazy to waste any more words with them. She simply turned on the projector behind her. Start using the simplest, most effective, and most shocking way. She explained to everyone what she and Lin Fan had planned for the Fanshan Group in just a few days. It was enough to make the entire world tremble. Grand Blueprint. Acquisition. Mergers and acquisitions. Financing. On the market. One by one, filled with endless ambitions and crazy business plans, slowly came out of her mouth. Everyone present who heard this was terrified and their scalps went numb. They finally realized it. They are not joining an ordinary business company. It was a ship that was about to set sail to conquer the world. Galaxy battleship. And just when everyone was still immersed in Chinya's crazy blueprint that could be called a miracle and couldn't extricate themselves, the door of the conference room was slowly pushed open again. A beautiful lady who was also wearing a black professional suit, but her temperament was even colder and more full of endless oppression. Leading two middle-aged men, one of them looked more shrewd than the other. He, a young hacker who looks to be in his early 20s, but his eyes are full of rebelliousness that is totally inconsistent with his age. Slowly, he walked in. When Chinya saw the person coming, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She slowly stood up. He introduced calmly to the group of country bumpkins who had been completely confused by today's series of magical operations. Let me introduce myself to you all. This is our Fanshan Group's newly appointed Chief Financial Officer, Li Sisi, President Li. This is our group's Chief Legal Officer, Lawyer Wang. This is our group's Chief Technical Security Officer, Sun Myukon, Mr. Sunday. As for me, the corners of Chinya's mouth curled up in a playful arc. From now on, you can call me Boss Chin. Or. She turned around and glanced at the young god who had appeared silently on the chairman's seat at some point in time, with a faint smile on his face. Those beautiful eyes were instantly filled with endless tenderness and admiration. Madam Boss. How about it? She looked at the group of country bumpkins who were completely frightened by this luxurious team that could be called a godlike lineup. Indifferently, he asked. Now, does anyone else have any objections to my abilities? Chapter 80. The entire Jiangcheng business community is wondering who Mr. Lin is. Lady Boss? When Chinya's words, full of endless tender admiration but also with a hint of domineering declaration of sovereignty, echoed in the deathly silent conference room, the whole world seemed to freeze. Everyone was stunned, their mouths wide open, staring at the young god who was looking at Chinya with a doting look as if he were a god, a devil, or an alien. And that gorgeous lady who just called herself the boss lady. My brain is blank. Immediately. An indescribable, extremely complex, and extremely fanatical emotion instantly swept through the bodies of all the male creatures present like the most turbulent tide. Envious. Envy. Hatred. They wished they could replace him right now.
They never dreamed of it. This girl who just landed here from the sky is worthy of being called the peerless queen in terms of her looks, figure, and the powerful aura that is enough to make any man feel ashamed of himself. She is the fairy sister. It turns out. Surprisingly, it was also their elusive boss Lin. Woman? This. Damn, are you going to let me live? Possessing trillions of wealth. Take charge of the business empire. There are so many beautiful women around me. And each of them is a stunning beauty that is enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate? This is simply what every man dreams of, the ultimate dream. When the big three of Dormitory 404 saw this erotic scene that could be described as a fight between gods. I have already been stunned and my mouth is dry. Oh fuck. Fatty Zhang Wei was the first to utter a cry filled with endless envy, jealousy, and hatred. Brother Fan, this is too fucking terrible. Isn't he a monster? Aren't those stunning sisters from the Su family enough for him to harm? Now, he's hooked up with another queen who's this awesome? This is simply a friend of women, a girl killer, and a wife killer. Shut up. Li Jun, who was beside him, slapped him on the back of the head in annoyance. Is that fucking called hooking up? He looked at the young god whom he had long regarded as his lifelong idol with a fanatical face, and his voice was full of endless admiration. That's called charisma. Do you understand? A God's conference that could be recorded in the business history of Jiangcheng ended in the extreme shock and fanatical worship of everyone. And Fanchen Group is a business giant that has just emerged. Also, under the swift and decisive action of Qinya, the beautiful CEO who can be called the iron-blooded queen. At a terrifying speed that can be described as a rocket. The internal integration and transfer of power were completed quickly. Moreover, it began to move towards the entire Jiangcheng and even the business community of the entire Jiangnan region. Revealing it was enough to make any so-called business giant tremble with fear. Ferocious fangs. At the same time, Jiangcheng, an extremely secretive and luxurious private club. A secret meeting that could determine the future business landscape of Jiangcheng is quietly taking place. The conference room was filled with smoke. More than a dozen top bosses in Jiangcheng's business community, who could make the entire ground shake with just a stomp of their feet, gathered together. Their faces were all filled with unprecedented solemnity and fear. And, at the main seat at the conference table, an old man in his 70s, with gray hair but eyes as sharp as an eagle, dressed in a tang suit, was slowly turning the two purple gold walnuts in his hands, which had been polished to a shiny patina. He is the real local tyrant behind the scenes in Jiangcheng's business community. He is also the most wealthy family in Jiangcheng, the old man of the Lin family. Lin Xiaotian. Note, this Lin family is not the protagonist Lin Fan's family. Tell us all. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and full of the aura of a superior, with an air of authority that came from without anger. Regarding this, the Fanchen Group suddenly appeared. What do you all think? As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle was the first to speak. He is Lu Dong, the leader of Jiangcheng's internet industry. Mr. Lin, he said solemnly, this Fanchen Group isn't a good company. Their style of doing things is too overbearing. They completely don't follow the rules of our circle. Whether it's annexing Wang's real estate or controlling the Su Group, their methods are simply crude and unreasonable. It's just use money to hit it. That's right. A real estate tycoon next to him, with a face full of flesh, echoed, I heard that their so-called director Lin even threatened to spend 50 billion to build a 1,000-meter high building in the CBD, the world's tallest building? If this isn't fucking crazy, then what is? I think this Lin guy is just some idiot who came out of nowhere. An upstart. You don't understand what business is. What are the rules? We absolutely cannot let him continue to mess around like this in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, the interests of all of us will be seriously threatened. For a moment, the whole conference room was filled with excitement. All the big guys are full of hostility and vigilance towards this barbarian who suddenly broke into their territory and did not play by the rules. However, just when everyone was indignantly denouncing the heinous crimes of the Fanchen Group, Lin Xiaotian, the old man of the Lin family, who had been silent all this time, suddenly and slowly raised his eyelids. His eagle-like eyes swept across the faces of every so-called business tycoon present. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. A bunch of idiots. His voice was not loud.
It was like a basin of ice water at minus 30 degrees Celsius, which instantly extinguished the arrogance of everyone present.
The entire conference room fell silent in an instant. Everyone looked at this Jiangcheng local tyrant who never showed his emotions in amazement. I don't know why he suddenly got angry. You guys really think so?
Lin Xiaotian spoke slowly, his voice as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice.
So, the so-called Mr. Lin, is he just a hot-headed upstart? Do you really think that with money alone, you can make Wang Tianlong, a well-established old fox in Jiangcheng, lose everything and become disgraced in just a few days? Do you really think that with money alone, you can make Wang Jiangwo of China Construction Bank, directorly of the Tax Bureau, and those official bigwigs who usually even have to give me a little face, serve him like a slave and obey his orders? Boom!
Lin Xiaotian's series of questions filled with endless murderous intent were like thunder from the sky, striking the top of the heads of everyone present. Each of them had a pale face and cold body.
My brain is blank. Yes. How come they didn't think of it? It can make Wang Tianlong disappear from the world overnight.
It can make official leaders of Wang Jiangwo's level bow down to him. This is not a fierce dragon crossing the river.
This is clearly a river crossing from a myth. A real dragon. Then Mr. Lin. Lu Don's voice was trembling. What do you mean?
Check. Lin Xiaotian slowly uttered a word from his mouth.
For the first time, those cloudy old eyes burst out with an unprecedented solemnity and madness. At any cost. Give it to me, check it out. This is Mr. Lin. He, in the end.
Yes, who is this person? The Mr. Lin he mentioned was regarded as a disaster by the entire Jiangcheng business community and was frantically sought after. At this moment, he was lying in the chairman's office on the top floor of his Fanshan group with a comfortable look on his face. Enjoy the attentive service of his beautiful team that is comparable to a godly lineup. Mr. Lin, the beautiful CEO Qinya said softly, massaging Lin Fan's temples with her soft, jade-like hands. Those rumors about you out there are blowing the roof off the sky.
Are you really not curious at all? Chapter 81 Visiting the Antique Street, I heard you can find bargains here? Curious?
When Qinya heard Lin Fan's question, which was calm and yet full of endless confidence and playfulness,
she was completely dumbfounded.
She stared blankly at the young god in front of her, who seemed to have the whole world in his hands. Her heart, which had been beating wildly for him for a long time, was beating even faster at this moment, almost jumping out of her throat.
Curious?
Of course she is curious.
She was almost dying of curiosity.
She wants to know even in her dreams. The man before us had, in just less than a month, leapt from an ordinary college student to a business tycoon that was enough to make the entire Jiangcheng business community tremble with fear.
What kind of existence is he? What kind of shocking secret is hidden behind him? Want to know?
Lin Fan looked at her cute face, which was full of curiosity, anticipation, and yet she didn't dare to ask, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. He slowly stretched out his hand. He grabbed the stunning beauty in front of him, who had already fallen head over heels for him, and domineeringly embraced her in his arms. Then, he slowly lowered his head. He kissed her hard on those already tender and tempting red lips. Then he whispered in her ear in an ambiguous tone full of magnetism and fatal temptation.
Wait until one day, when I feel better.
Just, tell you. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the infatuated queen in his arms who had already been aroused by him to the point of being weak and confused. He slowly loosened his hand. Then, he lazily stood up from the top-notch boss chair worth millions. He stretched out his body.
Okay. He said lightly. I'll leave all the company's affairs to you. I'm going out, just strolling around.
Huh? Qinya was stunned for a moment, looking puzzled.
Director Lin, where are you going? Go, one is said to have done.
A mysterious arc appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth.
It's a very interesting place. Half an hour later.
An antique street in Xiqing District, Jiangcheng.
This is the most famous trading center for antiques, calligraphy and paintings in the entire Jiangnan region.
The entire street is several kilometers long and is lined with antique buildings on both sides.
There are many shops and people coming and going.
The air was filled with a unique scent mixed with old wood and a faint scent of ink. It is filled with a sense of historical sedimentation that is incompatible with the hustle and bustle of the modern city outside. Lin Fan walked leisurely alone on this ancient street paved with bluestone slabs. Looking at the dazzling array of so-called antiques on both sides, it is difficult to tell whether they are real or fake. His eyes were full of curiosity and amusement. The reason why he suddenly had the urge to come to this place today. Simply because, I'm bored. The company's affairs were handled by Chinya and her group of godly thugs, so he didn't need to worry about them. The women around me all have their own things to do. The Su Qingshuo sisters are preparing for their graduation performance. Chinya was so busy that she wished she could split herself into 8 people. He, as the boss, has become the one with the least time. I had nothing to do and didn't want to stay alone in that empty mansion. So he thought of this mysterious place that he had only heard of in novels and on TV before. Antique Street. One that is said to be full of opportunities and traps. It's a magical place where legends of overnight wealth and overnight bankruptcy are played out every day. He actually wanted to take a look. Is this place really like the legend says? Can you pick up a bargain? Hey! Little brother. Little brother. Come and see. Come and see. Just when Lin Fan was looking around, a street vendor wearing a gray gown and a goatee, who looked like an immortal, suddenly waved to him enthusiastically. Little brother, I see that you have amazing bones and a full forehead, which is a good match for the treasures on my stall. Come on, take a look. Take a look. What I have here are all heirlooms I just brought from an old house in the countryside. Every piece is authentic. Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. He walked over with interest. He squatted down on the ground covered with a piece of rag whose original color could no longer be seen. There are all kinds of strange and weird things on the stalls. There are bronze objects that look rusty. There are earthenware pots that look rustic. There are also several ancient thread-bound books that have long been yellowed and curled at the edges. And a pile of ancient copper coins that look like they were swept out from some corner. Lin Fan casually picked up a small, black, palm-sized incense burner. That incense burner looks ordinary and even a bit ugly. There were still some pieces of yellow mud that had long since dried up on it. Boss, Lin Fan asked casually, weighing the small incense burner in his hand, how much is this? Oh. Little brother. You really have a good eye. When the goatee-bearded boss saw that there was business coming to his door, his eyes lit up instantly. He slapped his thigh, looked mysterious, came closer, and said in a low voice. To be honest, little brother. This thing in your hand is not an ordinary thing. This is a treasure I dug out from the ancestral tomb of a great eunuch from the previous dynasty. Seriously, it's a Schwanda furnace. Look at this patina, this shape, this inscription on the bottom. He spoke in such exaggerated terms that he almost said that this thing was the chamber pot used by the Jade Emperor. Lin Fan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. Although he doesn't know much about antiques. But, I also know. The real Schwanda furnace is a national treasure. Any one of them would cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How could it possibly appear on a street stall like a worthless piece of trash? This old man is trying to fool people. All right, boss. Lin Fan interrupted his long speech unhappily. Just tell me how much it's worth. Hey. The goateed boss smiled awkwardly. He also knew that what he said was a bit too outrageous. He stretched out 5 skinny fingers. For the sake of our destiny, little brother. Take this amount. 50,000? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows. What 50,000? The goateed boss rolled his eyes at him. It's 5,000. 5,000? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the old man was quite honest. He looked down again at the ugly black incense burner in his hand. For no reason, my heart was moved. Anyway, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Just think of it as spending $5,000 to buy one, for fun. What if, by some chance, I really found a treasure? Okay. Lin Fan nodded. He casually took out his mobile phone from his pocket and prepared to scan the code to pay. And at the moment he made this decision. At the same time, an extremely pleasant system prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding. Host detected, first time entering the antiques field. A wealthy person should not only know how to spend money, but also know how to make money. In order to help the host become a top-level wealthy person with all-round development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. System will issue a newbie benefit. Special rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained. The divine eye that can identify treasures. Skill description: this skill grants the host the uncanny ability to see through all illusions and reach the true essence of things. Any antique, its age, material, value, and even all the historical information hidden behind it will be revealed by you. From now on, finding bargains will become a daily routine for you. Boom! As the system prompt sound falls, Lin Fan only felt his eyes suddenly become hot. An indescribable, extremely cool, and mysterious airflow suddenly burst out from the bottom of his eyes. Then, like a rushing river, it rushed into his limbs and bones madly. When he opened his eyes again, the whole world before his eyes became completely different from before. He lowered his head and looked at the ordinary, black incense burner in his hand. Next second, line after line of azure, translucent data streams filled with a sense of futuristic technology instantly emerged from the inside of the incense burner. Item: Ming Dynasty Bronze Dragon Ear Furnace. Era: Ming Dynasty, Xuande period. Materials: wind-milled copper, a tribute from Siam, combined with over 30 precious metals including gold, silver, tin, and gemstones. Technology: lost wax method, hand casting. Historical information: one of the imperial incense burners, designed and manufactured by Ming Xuanzong Zhu Zhanji, was once stored in the warm room of the Qianqing Palace before being lost to the public during the war in the late Ming Dynasty. Market valuation: 80,120 million renminbi. What the hell? When Lin Fan saw the last line of terrifying numbers that were long enough to blind his titanium dog eyes, he was completely dumbfounded. He swallowed hard. A pair of eyes as black as ink have long been filled with endless shock and fanaticism. 100 million? This fucking little incense burner looks even uglier than the broken bowl in his kitchen that has been used for more than 10 years. It turned out to be a national treasure, the Xuande furnace, worth hundreds of millions? Really? Lin Fan looked at the poor boss in front of him, who was still there with a smug look on his face, thinking that he would soon make a huge sum of 5,000 yuan. A trace of sympathy and playful, bright smile. He slowly stood up. Then he pointed to the pile of so-called treasures on the ground, which had already been exposed under his freshly baked divine eyes. In a calm tone filled with endless pride and dominance, he asked, "Boss, your mess is garbage." "Oh no, it's baby. I'll take care of it all. What's your price?" Chapter 82: God-level treasure appraisal skills, tell the authenticity at a glance. All inclusive? When the street vendor in a gray gown and goatee heard Lin Fan's words, which were calm and yet full of endless heroism and dominance, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Mingming, who was so young, a little too young. But no matter from which perspective, those eyes are as deep as the starry sky. Or that powerful aura that was enough to make even a young man like him, a veteran who had been hanging around in the antique street for decades, feel palpitations. My brain is blank. All included? Did he hear it right? Although most of the items on my stall are worthless fakes that I bought from the countryside for a few dollars or tens of dollars. But all in all, there are at least more than 100 items. This guy actually wanted it all without even asking the price? How the hell is this a newbie who comes here to pick up bargains? This is clearly a case of a fool with a lot of money coming to offer warmth. A super fat sheep. Ahem. The boss with a goatee suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, cleared his throat and forced a bright smile on his face, which he thought was very mysterious. He slowly stretched out a skinny finger. For the sake of our fate, little brother. This number. How about it? He thought that his exorbitant offer of 1 million would at least make this young man in front of him hesitate. But he never dreamed of it. Lin Fan's expression remained calm when he heard his offer. He was even too lazy to lift his eyelids. He just uttered 2 words lightly. Cheap. The boss with a goatee was completely speechless after hearing this. He stared blankly at Lin Fan, his face full of calmness. I feel like my worldview has been completely crushed at this moment. Cheap? 1 million for fucking money, cheap? This damn thing, where on earth did this immortal come from? Then little brother. His voice was trembling. You mean? I mean. Lin Fan slowly stood up from the ground. He looked down at this old liar who had already been completely intimidated by him. The corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. Everything on your stall added together. In my eyes, it's worth this amount. As he spoke, he slowly stretched out 5 fingers.
500,000?
The boss with a goatee was stunned.
No.
Lin Fan shook his head. He looked at the other person's cloudy old eyes, which were full of doubt and confusion.
He said word by word. Yes, 50,000. What?
When the boss with goatee heard this insulting offer,
in an instant, it exploded.
He jumped up from the ground with a whoosh. Pointing at Lin Fan's nose, he roared angrily.
50,000? Boy! Are you treating a beggar like that? I'm telling you. Anything on my stall, if you take it out.
They were all bought wholesale from Jing Dejun last week.
They're high-quality imitations, right?
Lin Fan interrupted him without waiting for him to finish his words.
Then, in front of everyone,
he casually picked up a fancy-looking blue and white porcelain vase from the stall. Under the divine eyes that had just been freshly produced, all the information about the porcelain bottle instantly appeared before his eyes. Item: modern, imitation Qing Dynasty Qianlong period, famille rose and gilt amphora. Year: 2024, last Wednesday afternoon at 3:27 p.m. Material: kaolin, chemical glaze. Technology: machine thrown applique, electric kiln firing. Market price: 250 renminbi including shipping. Lin Fan looked at this identification information, which was shockingly detailed.
A bright smile appeared on his face.
He took the cold porcelain bottle in his hand and weighed it. Then, he looked at the boss with a goatee, who was completely confused by his earth-shattering words.
Lightly, said,
"This so-called Qianlong official kiln. The glaze on the bottom of the bottle is too bright, not glaring, but the kind of ancient official kilns, with a gentle and smooth jade-like luster. The patterns on the bottle are made using a modern applique technique. The lines are dull and rigid, lacking the dynamic feel of hand-painted patterns.
Most importantly, the corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a playful arc.
Your technique when making it look old was too rough.
The unearthed patina on the bottom of this bottle was applied using 502 blue mixed with yellow mud and rust powder, right? The taste is too strong." Boom!
Lin Fan's professional comments are at a textbook level. It was like thunder from the sky striking down heavily on the top of the head of everyone present.
The entire antique street, which was originally a bit noisy, became silent in an instant.
All the people who were visiting the street stalls and setting up stalls stopped what they were doing. They were all stunned, with their mouths wide open, staring at the young man who was talking so eloquently with eyes that looked as if he were a god, a ghost, or an alien.
My brain is blank. What the hell? This, where the hell did this come from? Oh my god. This, eyesight. This, knowledge reserve.
He is even more awesome than the president of their Jiangcheng Antiques Association. As for the person involved, the goat-bearded boss, after hearing what Lin Fan said, was like whipping a corpse and ruthlessly exposing it. He was so frightened that his soul was out of his body and his face looked as pale as death. He stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes as if he were looking at a ghost, his whole body trembling uncontrollably.
How could he know? How could he know so clearly? He even revealed his own unique recipe for aging? This fucking person, is he still human?
This person clearly has opened his third eye, a god.
And this.
Lin Fan ignored the old liar who had already been frightened silly by him.
He casually picked up a piece of Hutian jade pendant that looked antique. Item: modern Han Dynasty imitation BB with dragon and phoenix pattern. Year: last month. Material: Russian jade mountain material.
Technology: machine engraving, strong acid corrosion, fire baking.
Market value: 150 renminbi. This is the so-called Han Ba Dao ancient jade.
Lin Fan shook his head with a look of disdain. The jade quality, loose color and dryness are typical Russian materials, not Hetian seed materials. The carving is even more appalling. It's computer engraved, and the lines are deep and straight. It has none of the charm of ancient hand carving.
As for the color on it,
Lin Fan brought the jade pendant to his nose and smelled it.
A strong smell of sulfuric acid.
Boss, next time, remember to soak it in water for 2 more days when you make it look old.
Get rid of the smell. Plop. The boss with goatee can't hold on any longer. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the spot. He hugged Lin Fan's calf and begged with tears and snot. Master, please spare my life. I didn't recognize a great man. I won't dare to do that again. This pile of junk. No. It's treasures. All of it, I give it to you. I won't take a cent. I only ask that you, master, be merciful and leave me a way out. He is really scared now. He was afraid that if he dared to say another word to this unfathomable young immortal in front of him, the other party will directly call the urban management to shut him down on the spot for selling counterfeit goods. Lin Fan looked at the person under his feet. He was thinking, poor guy, he cheated me out of 5,000 yuan and became as humble as a dog the next second. Somewhat helplessly, he shook his head. He was too lazy to bother with such a small character. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party. Okay, he said lightly. Money and goods are both settled. From now on, do business more honestly. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the old liar who had already been completely moved by his magical operation of repaying evil with kindness and burst into tears. He just squatted down slowly. Then, under the gaze of everyone in the audience, filled with endless awe and admiration. Just like picking up trash, he picked up the Ming Xuanda furnace worth hundreds of millions. Like several other pieces, it is a valuable authentic piece that has slipped through the net. He gave it to me and put it into his pocket slowly. Then he slowly stood up. Dust off his hands. Turn around and leave gracefully. All that was left behind was a handsome bag full of endless mystery and legend. And that place was shocked. And that old liar who was still kneeling on the ground and unable to get up for a long time. Master, master, take care. He muttered to himself. Your great kindness. I will be your slave in my next life. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, it seemed like I remembered something. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Fuck. I seem to have forgotten to ask the master's name. Chapter 83. A broken bowl worth 10,000 yuan was sold for 500 million yuan. I forgot to ask, what is the master's name? When this thought filled with endless regret and remorse emerged in the mind of the goateed boss, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the mysterious figure that had long disappeared at the end of the crowd. He looked at the pile of real rags on the ground that had been ruthlessly abandoned by that god. And the huge sum of 50,000 yuan that had just come out in his mobile phone. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. I feel lucky, grateful, and scared. But more of it is the pain of missing out on 100 million. He knows. From today on. From this moment on. They are afraid that Jiangcheng Antique Street will completely change because of the appearance of this mysterious young immortal. And, as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan himself seemed like nothing had happened. At this moment, he was looking very contented as he casually stuffed those gadgets worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars that he had just picked up from the street stall into his ordinary backpack. Then carry on, like the most curious tourist. Wandering in these ancient streets full of historical sedimentation and intrigue. Only. With the treasure appraising divine eyes, a killer weapon that can be called a bug. The way he looks at this street is completely different now. Before, in his eyes, this is just an ordinary commercial street selling fake goods. And now, this is simply a huge treasure that has not yet been fully developed. Those stalls look ordinary. Those so-called antiques look inconspicuous. Under his divine eyes that are capable of seeing through all illusions. Nothing can escape. Item, modern, Warring States era imitation bronze Ju cup copper plated ironware estimated value, 35 renminbi. Item, late Qing dynasty, Song dynasty style Longquan Celadon bowl folk kiln estimated value, 800 renminbi. Item, Tang dynasty Kaiyuan Tongbao authentic, common estimated value, 10 renminbi. Item, 2024 new model, high replica Rolex green submariner estimated price, 2,500 renminbi. Lin Fan looked around hurriedly. But in my heart, I was amazed. I have to say, this antique street is really complicated. 9 out of 10 things are fake. There is another thing that is really worthless. It seems that it is not easy to find a bargain here. But for others, this may be as difficult as climbing to the sky. But for Lin Fan, it's as easy as digging up 2 heads of cabbage in your own backyard. Just then, his footsteps suddenly stopped in front of a large antique shop that looked well decorated and antique. The name of the store is Jubiozai. The name is quite domineering. Lin Fan looked up. Then, a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because his omnipotent divine eyes told him clearly. This looks like the awesome Jubio's eye. There's an incredible, big guy hiding there. He no longer hesitated. Just walk in directly. Welcome, sir. What would you like to see? A beautiful waitress wearing an exquisite cheongsaman with a curvy figure greeted Lin Fan with a big smile as soon as she saw him come in. I have to say, this is the difference between the goods in regular stores and those sold at street stalls outside. Even the quality of the waiters is several levels higher. Lin Fan ignored her. His eyes simply glanced at the bottles and jars placed on the Wan Wallywood antique display cabinet, which looked very valuable. Item, Qing Dynasty, Kangxi period, blue and white general jar high replica. Estimated price, 5,000 renminbi. Item, modern Tang Dynasty style tricolored horse authentic estimated value, 200,000 renminbi. Item, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain plum vase with the image of Xiaohe chasing Han Xian under the moon fake at first glance estimated price, 500 renminbi. Lin Fan looked at it and shook his head. This store is a little better than the street stalls outside. However, most of them are still fakes. Even if there are a few genuine items, they are all of low value and common goods. It's simply not worthy of the attention of Mr. Lin, a man with a net worth of trillions. Gentlemen? The beautiful waitress saw Lin Fan looking at her and shaking his head, and the smile on her face gradually cooled. There was a barely perceptible flash of contempt in his eyes. In her opinion, the young man in front of me, wearing all the cheap goods, must be another poor student who came here just to look and not buy anything, just to take advantage of the air conditioning. Sir, if you don't want to buy it, please don't. Are you here to collect things? Lin Fan interrupted her directly and calmly before she could finish her words. Collecting things? The beautiful waitress was stunned. Yeah. Lin Fan nodded. I have a little gadget in my hand that I want to sell. As he spoke, he slowly took out something wrapped in layers of newspaper from his ordinary backpack. Then, in front of everyone, he opened it layer by layer. Revealing the inside, it looked ordinary, even a little tattered. Small blue and white bowl. Item, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain large bowl with peony pattern authentic. Era, Yuan Dynasty, Zhijing period. Material, kaolin, imported sumo-liking cobalt material. Technology, hand-thrown, wood-fired kiln. Historical information, produced from the Jingdezhen official kiln during the Yuan Dynasty, this was once the rice bowl of a Mongolian prince. Later, during the war, it was lost to the common people. Market valuation, 450,600 million renminbi. When Lin Fan saw clearly the last line of terrifying numbers that were long enough to give him another myocardial infarction, he was completely dumbfounded. 500 million? This fucking thing looks even more broken than the enamel bowl in his house that he has used for 20 years. What a broken little bowl. It turned out to be a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain worth 500 million? And he remembers it very clearly. This bowl was the one he had just picked up from the stall of the boss with the goatee. At that time, he thought it was dirty and ugly and almost threw it away. Fine. Fortunately, I didn't throw it away. Lin Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, but his face still had that calm and composed expression. He casually placed the priceless broken bowl on the expensive counter made of top-grade golden nanmu wood. There was a crisp click sound. Then, he said lightly to the beautiful waitress who was already stunned and pale with astonishment by his wasteful and divine operation. How about it? This bowl. Does your store accept it? The beautiful waitress looked at the antique in front of her, which looked even more broken than the broken bowl used to feed chickens at her grandmother's house. She looked again and saw the young lunatic in front of her who was standing here seriously, acting out treasure appraisal with her. The expression on his face was extremely strange. She suppressed her inner smile and said in a professional tone, "Excuse me, sir. Our store generally doesn't accept this kind of modern crafts." Oh? Really? Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. He knows. There's no point in talking to this blind idiot. He just raised his head slowly. Opposite, on the second floor of the shop, there was an old figure hidden behind the bead curtain, silently observing all this. A loud voice said, "Mr. Zhao. Do you think so too?" Swish. As soon as these words were spoken. Second floor, behind the bead curtain.
The old figure, who had been calm as a well, suddenly trembled. In an instant, an incredible, brilliant light burst out from a pair of old eyes that were already cloudy. How did he know I was here? And he told me my last name right away? Tap, tap, tap. A steady sound of footsteps came slowly down from the second floor. An elderly man in his 70s, dressed in a navy blue tang suit, with gray hair but in good spirits, exuding a refined and scholarly air, slowly walked down the stairs. He is the boss behind this Jubiozai. Also, he is a leading figure in the entire Jiangcheng antique world. Zhao Qian, Mr. Zhao. Little, young friend, you have good eyesight. Zhao Qian walked up to Lin Fan and looked him up and down with his sharp eyes that had seen countless hardships. He was obviously too young. But no matter where it comes from, the unfathomable aura, or that mysterious look that seemed to be able to see through everything, was enough to make even this young man, a veteran who had been playing with eagles all his life, feel palpitations. The voice was filled with endless solemnity and temptation. I wonder what your name is, young friend? Chapter 84. The antique master knelt down and insisted on taking me as his master. What's your name? When Zhao Qian's question, filled with endless solemnity and temptation, echoed in the deathly silent Jubiozai, the whole world seemed to freeze. The beautiful waitress who had just looked down on Lin Fan and was about to kick him out as a lunatic was shocked when she saw that her boss, who was so elusive that even the city's big leaders came and had to make an appointment in advance, actually came downstairs in person and was so polite to a young man wearing cheap clothes. She was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Lin Fan's calm face and the devilish, mysterious smile on his face. My brain is blank. She finally realized it. Today, it seems that I really didn't recognize the great man and offended a real god whom I absolutely cannot afford to offend. And, when Lin Fan heard Zhao Qian's question, which was full of Jianghu flavor, the smile on his face grew even wider. He knows. This old fox has been in the Jiangcheng antique world for decades. Took the bait. My last name is Lin, he said lightly. Lin? Zhao Qian frowned slightly, and a gleam of thought flashed in his turbid old eyes. He quickly searched in his mind for all the top masters and collectors with the surname Lin in the entire Chinese antique circle. However, after searching for a long time, I still couldn't match the young man in front of me, who was a little too young. Could it be? It's in the capital. Which one? The talented boy from a hidden family who came out to gain experience. Little friend Lin. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The expression on his face became more respectful. He bowed slightly to Lin Fan and made a pleased gesture. Please come to the private room upstairs for a chat. Good. Lin Fan nodded. Then, under the gaze of the beautiful waitress, who had already been frightened to the point of looking pale as death and trembling all over, she was filled with endless fear and regret. Following Zhao Qian, I slowly walked up to the antique second floor made of top-grade Wangwali wood. Second floor, private room. The fragrance of tea fills the air. Lin Fan and Zhao Qian sat opposite each other. Little friend Lin, Zhao Qian said as he personally brewed a cup for Lin Fan. He stared intently at Lin Fan's face with his sharp, weathered eyes, which had been cherished for many years. He asked directly, I wonder what brings you here today? What brings you here to my shop? Nothing. Lin Fan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said lightly. Just wandering around when I'm bored. By the way, I want to give away this little gadget I just found. As he spoke, he gently placed the seemingly ordinary blue and white broken bowl on the expensive coffee table made of top-grade rosewood. Zhao Qian smiled when he heard this. The smile is so meaningful. He knows. The main event is here. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Then he took out a pair of white gloves and a high-power magnifying glass from his arms. The posture was filled with a sense of sacred ritual, as if one was about to inspect a rare treasure. Then please, Mr. Lin, let me take a look? Please. After getting Lin Fan's permission, Zhao Qiankai carefully held an antique that looked even more broken than his grandson's bowl in his palm. Then he raised his magnifying glass and observed it carefully. At first glance, it's fetal soil. Second, look at the glaze color. The third thing to look at is the painting skills. Fourth, look at the bottom pattern. Time passes by minute by minute. The entire private room was dead silent. All that was left was Zhao Qian's increasingly heavy breathing, and his chest heaving violently due to extreme excitement. At first, he was just a little surprised. But, the more I look at it,
The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. The more you look, the more frightened he is. This body soil. Loose and yellowish. It's a typical characteristic of Macon soil from the Yuan dynasty. This glaze. White with a hint of green, and where the glaze accumulates, it appears aqua green like duck egg white. It's a typical characteristic of Yuan dynasty Shufu glaze. This artistry. The brushstrokes are vigorous and powerful, all in one go. The patterns of the peony branches are filled with a ruggedness and unrestrainedness unique to the grassland peoples. Also, the most crucial thing is the blue and white hair color. In the rich and colorful areas, there are obvious black-brown tin spots. This is a unique feature that only the top-grade sumo-liking cobalt material imported from Persia during the Yuan dynasty can possess. Boom! After Zhao Qian finished reading everything, he just felt that his brain was severely bombarded by an exploding atomic bomb. A blank. The magnifying glass in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, but he was completely unaware of it. He widened his already cloudy old eyes. He looked at the ordinary-looking broken bowl in his hand as if he were looking at a ghost, a god, or a national treasure. Those old hands, already covered with wrinkles due to extreme excitement, were trembling uncontrollably. Yuan. Yuan blue and white porcelain. He struggled to utter these three words, which were enough to drive the entire antique circle in the world crazy and suffocate. Still, a masterpiece from the official kiln during the Zhejiang era. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He seems like he's crazy. Holding that value, a broken bowl worth 500 million. Crying and laughing. Like a child who got the most beloved toy in the world. I've been collecting antiques all my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a perfect Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl. This is simply a national treasure. Lin Fan looked at him in a state of madness that could be described as losing control. A bright smile appeared on his face. He knows. This one, old fox. Completely hooked. Mr. Zhao, he said calmly, interrupting the other man's self-absorption, can you make an offer now? Price? Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this. Immediately. He seemed to remember something. Suddenly, raise your head. At this moment, those sharp eyes, which had been somewhat dazed due to excitement, suddenly burst out with an incredibly bright light. He stared at Lin Fan intently. The voice is trembling. Lin, little friend Lin. This treasure. Where did you get it from? Oh, Lin Fan said indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter, it's at the stall of the goatee-bearded boss downstairs. It cost 10,000 yuan. I bought it. Puff. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Zhao Qian's mouth. He stared at Lin Fan with his eyes wide open, his mind going blank as if he was looking at a ghost. 10,000 yuan? Bought it? This. How the hell is this, picking up a bargain? This is clearly a bank robbery. No. It's 10,000 times more exaggerated than robbing a bank. He has been collecting antiques all his life. I think I have the best vision in this circle. But, compared with this young god in front of him, who was not even a fraction of his age but was able to pick up a huge bargain worth 500 million yuan while chatting and laughing, he felt like an elementary school student who hadn't even started yet. Ridiculous and ignorant. Plop. Under Lin Fan's gaze, which was filled with shock and astonishment. This person is highly respected and admired in the entire Jiangcheng antique world, a leading figure. Zhao Qian, Mr. Zhao. Unexpectedly, without hesitation, he faced the young man in front of him who was only 19 years old. Get down on your knees. Then he kowtowed heavily. The voice was filled with endless awe and enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. No. Master Lin. Please accept me as your disciple. Lin Fan looked at his feet and saw this cheap apprentice who was older than his grandfather. And the beautiful waitress who was completely frightened by his shocking behavior. There was a helpless expression on his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He slowly stood up. Then he asked calmly. How about it? Now. Do you still think that my bowl is a modern artifact? Chapter 85, The Li Family in Beijing? Is that so great? Modern crafts? When Zhao Qian heard Lin Fan's question,
which was light-hearted but full of endless sarcasm and amusement. His old face, which had already turned red due to extreme shame and shock, suddenly became even redder.
It's almost bleeding. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into right then and there. Never again, never come out. Shameful. It's so fucking embarrassing. Who is he, Xiao Chen?
The leader of Jiangcheng Antiques World. After playing with eagles all his life, he ended up having his eyes pecked by an eagle.
No.
He was taught a lesson in public by a seemingly harmless little sparrow. And it is the most profound and painful lesson.
Master, please don't torture my old bones anymore.
Zhao Qian knelt on the ground, his face weeping, his voice filled with endless regret and pleading.
I didn't recognize Mount Tai. I was blind. I was a fool. Your treasure, let alone 500 million. Even if it's worth 1 billion. 2 billion.
It's still a national treasure. A priceless treasure.
Now, he looked at Lin Fan more affectionately than he looked at his own living ancestor.
What is this, a fierce dragon crossing the river? This is clearly a living god playing around in the human world. Lin Fan looked at the man at his feet, who was older than his grandfather, and called him his cheap apprentice.
Somewhat helplessly, he shook his head. He was too lazy to argue with this old fox who had already been scared out of his wits by him. He slowly stretched out his hand, helped the other person up from the ground. All right, Mr. Zhao, he said lightly. Don't mention the matter of accepting a disciple anymore. I don't have the time.
But he suddenly changed the subject and a playful glint flashed in his ink-black eyes. I'm in need of an agent to help me deal with these gadgets.
I wonder if Mr. Zhao is interested. Agent?
Zhao Qian was stunned when he heard this.
Immediately, an indescribable feeling of ecstasy erupted from the bottom of his heart like the most violent volcano. He knows. Your chance has come. Although, I can't be the disciple of this god. But, I can become his agent.
Help him deal with these, as they could easily cost hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars worth of national treasures. That is also a great blessing that he could never achieve in 8 lifetimes.
Yes. Yes. Of course I am willing, old man. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking and he nodded rapidly. Master Lin. Master Lin. Don't worry. From now on, you are my, Zhao Qian's only master. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. You ask me to beat a dog, but I won't chase a chicken. Very good.
Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction.
This is exactly the effect he wants.
Although he has the divine eyes for appraising treasures, he can find bargains endlessly. However, to turn these treasures into real money, he still needs a white glove like Zhao Qian, who is well known in the circle, has connections and channels to help him. And Zhao Qian is undoubtedly the perfect candidate.
Since you are willing,
Lin Fan said lightly,
then I'll leave this matter to you.
He pointed to the large Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl on the table, which was worth 500 million yuan. And the one in his backpack, the Ming Xuanda furnace, which is also worth hundreds of millions. And those other small leaks with values ranging from millions to tens of millions.
Tomorrow night. Jiangcheng, is there a Sotheby's spring auction? Get all these things up here for me. I have only one request.
The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a cold arc.
The highest bidder wins. The next day, evening.
Jiangcheng International Convention and Exhibition Center.
The lights are bright and the people are bustling. The most prominent top tycoons and collectors in the entire Jiangnan region and even in all of China gathered together, just to participate in this annual Sotheby's Top Art Spring auction. Lin Fan was sitting leisurely alone in the VIP box in the center of the front row, while tasting the top quality Lafite from 1982.
On the other hand, I looked at the so-called upper-class people downstairs who were dressed in suits and looked well-mannered. His eyes were full of amusement. The reason why he came today. Purely, just to watch the fun. By the way, I can also see with my own eyes what kind of sky-high prices the treasures I picked up can fetch.
Dang. 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 After a while, a clear bell rang. The auction officially begins.
One by one, these rare treasures that are rarely seen in ordinary days were slowly brought up by beautiful models wearing sexy cheongsams. Ming Dynasty calligraphy and paintings, Qing Dynasty official kills, and Warring States bronzes, Each and every one of them attracted waves of crazy bidding from the so-called rich people downstairs. The scene was even more intense than the aunties fighting over cabbages in the vegetable market. Lin Fan yawned as he watched. In his opinion, his appetite had already been spoiled by the system. These so-called treasures are simply a pile of worthless garbage. Until the last few lots of the grand finale are here. Next, the item to be auctioned is the second to last piece of this auction, the highlight. The auctioneer's passionate and inciting voice resounded throughout the entire venue. Ming Dynasty, Xuanda period, bronze incense burner with dragon ears. Starting price: 80 million. Boom! This starting price, which can be called sky high, was announced. The entire venue was instantly boiling. Fuck! Xuanda furnace? Or, an authentic one? 80 million starting bid? This is too crazy. Buy it. You must buy it. This is a Xuanda furnace. It will definitely be enough to protect your home. For a while, bidding sounds came one after another. 90 million. 100 million. 120 million. The price has skyrocketed. In the end, it was successfully bought by a mysterious buyer sitting in the front row at a sky-high price of 150 million. Lin Fan was shocked when he saw that the broken incense burner he bought from a street stall for 5,000 yuan turned into more than 100 million yuan in cash in the blink of an eye. There was no trace of emotion on his face. It seemed as if all this was just a matter of course for him. And the real fun is yet to come. Everyone, please be quiet. The auctioneer took a deep breath, and his face, which was already red with excitement, turned even more morbidly red. He announced loudly in a tone of almost pilgrimage-like fervor. The next item to be auctioned is the final and most important piece of this auction, a king-level collection. It is Yuan Dynasty, Zhijing period, blue and white, large bowl with peony pattern. Boom! When the three words Yuan blue and white porcelain that were enough to make the whole world crazy and suffocate came out of the auctioneer's mouth, the entire venue completely exploded. Everyone is crazy. They stood up from their seats one by one. They stretched their necks and stared at the mysterious tray covered with red cloth like a group of hungry chicks. His eyes were filled with endless greed and fanaticism. Yuan Qinghua. That is the legendary Yuan blue and white porcelain. The number of extant species is even rarer than that of giant pandas. Any one of them is a national treasure. Priceless treasure. And today, they were lucky enough to witness one with their own eyes? Starting price. Auctioneer, stop talking nonsense. He immediately pulled open the mysterious red cloth. Revealing the unrivaled weapon inside is enough to make any so-called collector have a heart attack on the spot. Then he roared out in a terrifying tone that was so earth-shattering that it could shake the entire Jiangcheng. 300 million. However, just when everyone was still immersed in the miracle-like, beautiful shape and the astronomical terrifying starting price, unable to extricate themselves, a young voice filled with endless arrogance and pride suddenly rang out from a VIP box on the second floor. 300 million? He. Sotheby's is becoming less and less prestigious now. You even dare to use this kind of fake rubbish as the finale? Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue, which was originally noisy and lively, suddenly became silent. Everyone looked in astonishment, following the direction of the sound. I saw it in a top-notch box on the second floor with a sign that said Beijing. A young man in a white Armani suit, who was handsome but had eyes full of innate arrogance and contempt, was standing there with a look of disdain on his face. Nestled next to him was a young internet celebrity model wearing a sexy evening dress. Oh fuck, isn't that Li Wenba, the eldest son of the Li family in Beijing? Why would he come to a small place like Jiangcheng? What did he just say? He said this Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain is fake? For a moment, the whole venue was buzzing with discussion. And when Lin Fan heard that familiar yet unfamiliar surname, in an instant, a cold light flashed in his eyes, which were originally calm. Beijing, Li family? Oh. It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Mr. Li, don't talk nonsense. The auctioneer's expression instantly turned extremely grim. This piece of our collection has been unanimously authenticated by our top team of experts at Sotheby's. It is absolutely authentic. Authentic? Li Wenba laughed, his smile so disdainful.
Just relying on a bunch of Jiangqing's unsophisticated experts? Are you qualified to identify yuan blue and white porcelain?
As he spoke, he slowly raised the number plate in his hand. In a frivolous tone filled with endless ridicule and insults, he said lightly,
Okay. No, it's 300 million. This one is fake. Go out. He slowly extended a finger. $100. Buy it back for my son Wang Kai to make a living. How about it? Will you give me this favor or not? Chapter 86. Big star Xiao Wanqing is forced into a desperate situation. $100? Feeding the dog?
When Li Wenba's words, full of endless arrogance and extreme insults, echoed in the deathly silent auction hall.
The whole world seemed to be frozen.
All the people were stunned, their mouths open wide, staring at the young man in white clothes in the second floor box with a frivolous smile on his face, as if he were a madman or a god, or a lunatic.
My brain is blank. $100? Buy yuan blue and white porcelain? This is no longer just a mess.
This is simply rubbing the faces of the entire Jiangnan region's collecting circles and Sotheby's auction house on the ground repeatedly.
Li. Young Master Li. On the auction table.
The auctioneer who was so passionate just now looked ashen and was shaking uncontrollably all over. He had a sad face and his voice was filled with endless fear and pleading.
Please stop joking.
This treasure was acquired by us with great difficulty from a mysterious, top collector.
If you continue like this, how will our auction house survive in the industry in the future? Mix? Li Wenba smiled when he heard this.
The smile was so disdainful.
You guys can't even tell the real from the fake. What a rubbish auction house. You still have the nerve, bastard?
As he spoke, he slowly turned his gaze towards the mysterious young man who had remained silent from beginning to end, just sitting quietly in the VIP box on the first floor sipping red wine. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc filled with endless provocation and amusement.
I said that, didn't I?
This guy spent 10,000 yuan to pick up this from a street vendor.
It's a national treasure. Master Lin? Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue exploded in an instant.
Everyone's eyes were focused on the mysterious young man sitting in the center of the front row. His eyes were filled with endless shock and horror.
10,000 yuan? Street stall goods? What the hell is going on?
When Lin Fan heard Li Wenba's words, which were full of endless provocation and temptation, in his originally calm eyes, a hint of cold murderous intent flashed across his face in an instant.
He knows.
This, the so-called young master of Beijing.
Yes, it was directed at him. It seems.
I was thinking about the series of incidents I caused in Jiangqing a few days ago. It has already attracted the attention of some self-righteous bigwigs.
Oh.
Lin Fan slowly put down the wineglass in his hand. Then, everyone in the audience looked on with eyes filled with endless shock and curiosity. Slowly, he stood up. He ignored the clown on the second floor who was still looking at him with a smug look on his face. He just slowly raised his hand. He said calmly to the auctioneer who was already frightened out of his wits on the auction table.
500 million. This bowl. I took it myself.
After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the entire venue behind him, which had already been completely stunned by his domineering operation that could be called a godlike move.
Turn around and leave gracefully. All that was left was a handsome back full of endless mystery and dominance.
And that Ijio, standing in the box on the second floor, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Beijing, young Master Li.
After leaving that place full of boredom, noise and gossip,
Lin Fan did not, and immediately returned to Thompson first class.
He was just one person, driving the Bugatti Veyron leisurely and aimlessly in the bustling night scene of Jiangqing with its bright lights. My mind began to quickly think about the next plan. The Li family in Beijing.
This sudden uninvited guest made him feel a little surprised. However, it did not disrupt his original plan.
In his opinion,
these so-called rich families only do small things behind the scenes that cannot be made public. There is no essential difference between this and the Wang family that he crushed to death before. They are all just a bunch of self-righteous people.
Just a clay chicken and a clay dog.
He is more interested now.
Yes, the other one is full of infinite possibilities and huge money prospects. Brand new map. Entertainment industry.
In this era where traffic is king and entertainment is everything, there is nothing that can accumulate wealth and influence faster than controlling public opinion and the public's aesthetic taste. However, what Lin Fan wanted to do was to build a huge business empire that could conquer the world.
So entertainment is a crucial area. Absolutely, no room for error.
Looks like it's time to put Fanchun Entertainment on the agenda. Lin Fan muttered to himself, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. And just when this thought arose in his mind, buzz!
The cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated.
He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar text message asking for help.
Lin. Director Lin, save me. The content of the text message is very simple.
However, the sender's name made Lin Fan raise his eyebrows slightly.
Xia Wanqing? He had an impression of this name.
Yes, she is a second-tier actress who has just emerged in China recently. With the help of a low-budget web drama and that innocent first love face that is enough to make any man's heart beat fast, she quickly became popular all over the internet. Known as the new generation's national goddess.
Only. How come she has her own phone?
Also, why would he ask for help from himself? Lin Fan thought about it and decided to call back.
The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Hello? Is this Director Lin?
From the other end of the line came a young girl's voice filled with endless fear and trembling.
That's right, Xia Wanqing. It's me. Lin Fan said calmly, what's going on? Director Lin. Save me. Please, save me.
Xia Wanqing's voice was filled with tears, filled with endless despair and helplessness. I was tricked by our company's boss into going to the #1 box at Dynasty KTV. He even brought over the most notorious person in the industry, Director Zhang. They want to force me to drink with them, and. She didn't finish her words.
But the meaning is already very clear. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold in an instant.
Again, this dirty, unspoken rule drama. What's the name of your agency? He asked calmly.
Call Tianyu Media.
New. Lin Fan uttered 3 words calmly. Then, he just hung up the phone. He slowly raised his head. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in those ink-black eyes. Very good. I was worried that I couldn't find a suitable stepping stone to knock on the door to the Chinese entertainment industry.
Now, someone has come to your door. Tianyu Media, right? Remember.
He stepped on the accelerator. Buzz.
The Bugatti Veyron was like a bolt of black lightning, disappearing into the night in an instant. At the same time, Dynasty KTV, in the #1 box. The atmosphere is so oppressive that it is almost suffocating.
A beautiful girl wearing a sexy evening dress, with a hot body and a face so pure that it could drive any man crazy and suffocate, was shivering and curled up in the corner of the sofa. A delicate little face was filled with endless fear and despair.
That's right, Xia Wanqing. And opposite her,
2 middle-aged men with fat brains and lewd smiles on their faces were slowly approaching her step by step.
One of them is Mr. Wang, the boss of her agency.
The other is the famous director Zhang Yimou, who is notorious in the circle for his love of hidden rules for new actresses.
Note, this Zhang Yimou is not the same Zhang Yimou.
Wanqing, Mr. Wang said with a hypocritical smile, stop struggling. Today, as long as you serve Director Zhang to your heart's content. The leading lady in his new movie, which cost hundreds of millions of dollars, is yours.
I don't want it.
Xia Wanqing shook her head desperately, her voice filled with tears.
Boss Wang. Please, let me go. I really don't want to. In no mood?
Director Zhang, who had a face full of flesh, sneered when he heard this. He tore off the hypocritical mask on his face in one go,
revealing his ugly face filled with endless greed and lust. Xia Wanqing. I'm telling you. Today, you have to accompany me whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I will not only let you, but you will also lose the role of the heroine.
I'm also going to make you bear a whopping 1 billion yuan in liquidated damages.
I will make sure that you will never be able to turn over in this life. How about it?
He looked at the beautiful girl with a ferocious face, who was already frightened and pale.
Now, still want to resist? Chapter 87, 1 billion in liquidated damages?
I paid for her.
Resist?
When Xia Wanqing heard Director Zhang's words full of endless arrogance and naked threats, her psychological defense, which had long been fragile due to fear, completely collapsed at this moment.
1 billion? Sky-high penalty for breach of contract? She knows. I am finished. Completely, it's over. She regrets it. She really regretted it.
She shouldn't have any unrealistic fantasies about this dirty entertainment industry full of unspoken rules. She shouldn't have believed Mr. Wang, that beast in human form, that old bastard.
But now, is there any use in regretting?
A crystal teardrop filled with endless despair and regret slowly slid down her beautiful face, which was already covered with tears. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes that had long lost all their luster. Prepare to face the hellish fate that is about to come. When Director Zhang and President Wang saw the stunning beauty who had already given up resistance completely, there was an extremely cruel and proud smile of a winner on their faces.
They are like two hungry wolves eyeing their prey.
Step by step, slowly approaching the lamb that had been waiting to be slaughtered.
However,
just when their dirty hands were about to touch the girl's delicate white skin,
bang!
An extremely terrifying roar that was enough to burst everyone's eardrums suddenly came from the box, outside the heavy door made of pure steel.
Next second,
under the shocked gazes of everyone as if they had seen a ghost, that top-level security door that is said to be impenetrable even by bullets.
It's like it's made of paper. With a loud bang, someone kicked him in from outside.
It smashed heavily on the top-grade crystal chandelier worth millions.
Bang! A loud, deafening bang.
The entire magnificent and luxurious box was instantly plunged into deathly darkness.
And silence. Who the hell dares to cause trouble in the dynasty?
After a brief moment of silence, Mr. Wang's roar, filled with boundless anger and terror, instantly resounded throughout the dark room. But there was no answer in response to him.
Instead, it was a ghostly black lightning. Whoosh! Bang! Crack! Ah!
All I heard was a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking and an extremely shrill scream.
Well, Mr. Wang, who was so arrogant just now, didn't even have time to react.
The whole person felt like being hit hard by a heavy truck traveling at high speed.
With a loud boom, he flew backwards. It hit the cold wall hard.
Then, like a puddle of mud, it slowly slid to the ground, blood gushed out of its mouth and nose, and it completely lost consciousness on the spot.
This is a sudden scene.
It was like a bolt of lightning, striking hard on the top of the head of everyone present. Director Zhang, who had a lewd smile on his face just now, was now so frightened that he was scared out of his wits. He stared with wide eyes as if he were looking at a ghost, at the terrifying figure that looked like a demon from hell that slowly walked out from the darkness at the door.
My brain is blank.
And Xia Wanqing, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa and was already in complete despair, heard that familiar yet unfamiliar scream. Subconsciously, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes that had already been completely submerged in tears.
Then,
she saw a sacred scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. I saw it under the dim light coming from the corridor. A young man wearing ordinary casual clothes, with a figure as straight as a pine tree, but with a devilish cold smile on his face.
Zhang slowly walked towards her, step by step. Behind him, there was a bodyguard in black who was like an iron tower and exuded a cold and murderous aura.
That divine gesture descending from the sky.
The dazzling light like that of a savior.
It instantly illuminated her already dark and desperate world.
Lin. Director Lin?
Her voice trembled as she looked at the young god who seemed to be bathed in brilliant light. She never dreamed of it. The text message for help that I sent casually in despair.
Surprisingly, it really brought the arrival of the gods.
It's okay. Lin Fan walked up to her slowly and squatted down. He reached out and gently wiped away the cold tears on the girl's cheeks with his warm fingertips. The voice was not loud but full of a powerful magic that was enough to make any woman feel at ease.
I am coming. Boom.
Xia Wanqing's psychological defenses, which had already been on the verge of collapse due to fear and despair, collapsed when she heard the man's domineering declaration full of endless tenderness and pampering. At this moment, it completely collapsed. She cried out wow and threw herself into the man's broad and warm arms. He burst into tears like a child who had suffered a great injustice. After a period of endless spring and beautiful gentle comfort,
Xia Wanqing finally calmed down gradually.
With a blushing face, she broke free from the man's arms, which made her feel extremely safe. At this moment, those beautiful eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, rekindled a faint flame called hope. Lin Fan seemed to have done something insignificant. He slowly stood up. Then he cast his gaze, as cold as a knife, at the poor creature who had already collapsed on the ground with fear and was shaking all over. "Director Zhang. You just said," he asked calmly. "How much is the penalty for breach of contract?" I. Director Zhang was so frightened by Lin Fan's death-like gaze that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. 1 billion, huh? Lin Fan answered for him. He looked at Director Zhang's fat face, which was already completely filled with fear. The corners of his mouth curled up in a devilish, cold arc. "Very good. I like this number," he said directly, and in front of everyone, he took out the black gold dragon card that represented supreme wealth and status. He casually threw it in front of Director Zhang, who already looked as pale as death. "California, there are hundreds of billions." His voice was not loud, but it was like an invisible hammer hitting the hearts of everyone present. Password, 6/8. Right now, immediately. Go, call that so-called Tianyu media of yours. Tell him. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Xiao Wanqing's, that 1 billion yuan in liquidated damages. I paid for her. Let him bring the contract and the POS machine. Personally, come over here and see me. I'd like to see. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into an icy arc filled with endless arrogance and ridicule. His little POS machine. Is it enough? Brush. In addition. He turned around and glanced at the beautiful girl who was completely shocked speechless by his domineering behavior that could be described as the arrival of a wealthy man. He ruffled her hair lovingly. Then, word by word, he asked. How about it? Wanqing. My way of being a hero saving the damsel in distress. Are you satisfied? Chapter 88 Dare to touch my woman? I bought your company. Are you satisfied? When Xiao Wanqing heard Lin Fan's question, which was full of endless arrogance and extreme pampering, she was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the young god in front of her who had just saved everything for her with an invincible posture that could be described as the arrival of a god. He looked at the black gold dragon card on the ground again. Even under the dim light, it still exuded a mysterious and noble aura. My brain is blank. Immediately. An indescribable, extremely strong, and hot emotion instantly swept over her whole body like the most turbulent tide. Satisfy? More than just satisfied? This is simply the most beautiful and most unimaginable dream that Xiao Wanqing has ever had in her life, of being a hero saving a beauty. She never dreamed of it. I'd actually met someone in my lifetime who was willing to spend billions of dollars for her. Prince Charming. No. Yes, God. I. Xiao Wanqing's eyes were completely moist. She looked at the young god in front of her who seemed to be bathed in brilliant light. Her lips trembled and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She just wanted to use everything she had to repay the man who gave her a second life. Director Zhang, who was slumped on the ground, heard Lin Fan's domineering declaration that could be described as inhumane. He was so scared that he was scared out of his wits and peed his pants. He stared with wide eyes as if he was looking at a ghost, at the black gold dragon card on the ground, which seemed to contain terrifying energy that was enough to destroy the world. My brain is blank. Hundreds of billions? I paid $1 billion in liquidated damages for her? This. Where the hell did this come from? Oh my god. He has been in the entertainment industry for half his life. What kind of wealthy sponsors has he not seen? But someone like Lin Fan, once he opens his mouth, he asks for hundreds of billions. Just casually, he threw out $1 billion to help a little celebrity he just met out of trouble. Horrible monster. He is still seeing it for the first time. He knew that he was finished. Completely, it's over. Today, he was afraid that he might really kick a piece of epic and terrifying iron plate that was enough to crush him and the so-called Tianyu media behind him into powder. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang like a death warrant. With trembling hands, he picked it up and took a look. The number jumping on the screen was the one he least wanted to and dared not to answer. Chairman of Tianyu Media, Mr. Liu. Zhang. Director Zhang. I'm downstairs at Dynasty KTV.
That little bitch surnamed Xia didn't run away, did she?
From the other end of the phone came Mr. Lu's obscene laughter, which was filled with endless greed and lust. But the response he got was not Director Shang's answer. It was a cold voice of a young man filled with endless murderous intent.
You are the boss of Tianyu Media? Mr. Lu?
When Mr. Lu on the other end of the phone heard this extremely unfamiliar young voice, he was suddenly stunned.
Who are you? Where's Director Zhang?
Him. Lin Fan glanced indifferently at the poor fellow lying on the ground, who had already lost control of his bowels and bladder due to fear. The corners of his mouth curled up in a devilish, cold arc. I think he's drinking tea with the king of hell.
What? Alright, stop talking nonsense.
Lin Fan interrupted him impatiently.
Don't you want $1 billion in liquidated damages? I'm waiting for you in box number 1 right now. Bring your contract and POS machine. Here, 10 minutes. Get up here.
After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then, he leisurely pulled over a comfortable leather sofa and sat down.
Quietly, waiting.
Director Zhang, who was slumped on the ground, and Mr. Wang, who was just knocked unconscious by Chen Feng, listened to Lin Fan's devilish death call. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Surprisingly, his eyes rolled back again and he was frightened to death.
10 minutes later. Bang! A loud bang.
The broken door of the number 1 box, which was already shaky and on the verge of collapse, was once again violently kicked open from the outside. A middle-aged fat man who was also fat and looked several times more wretched than Mr. Wang just now, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. He rushed in from outside with great momentum. It is the chairman of Tianyu Media,
Lu Dahai. As soon as he entered the room, he didn't even glance at the two his own people lying unconscious on the ground.
His attention was instantly drawn to the man who was sitting on the sofa sipping red wine with a comfortable look on his face. The young man was holding a beautiful girl in his arms, who was enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate. He was completely attracted to her. In his eyes, a trace of undisguised jealousy and greed flashed across his face in an instant.
Boy! He pointed at Lin Fan's nose and let out a thunderous roar. You're the one who hurt me? You dare to yell at me on the phone? Are you fucking tired of living?
However, facing this threat from him, it can be said to be extremely arrogant. Lin Fan's face still had that calm and confident expression.
He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids.
He just slowly put down the wineglass in his hand. Then, he asked calmly.
Contract and POS machine. Did you bring it?
What? Lu Dahai was stunned by Lin Fan's question, which was completely out of the ordinary.
I'm saying, Lin Fan's tone remained calm and composed. Do you still want the 1 billion yuan in liquidated damages?
Ha ha ha. When Lu Dahai heard Lin Fan's naive question, he instantly burst into an extremely exaggerated and crazy laughter.
He looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool, his eyes filled with endless contempt and ridicule. Boy! Are you fucking scared, silly? Also, 1 billion? I'll tell you. Today, not only that, you can't take a single cent.
You and that little bitch in your arms must die right here.
Noisy.
Lin Fan interrupted him impatiently before he could finish his words.
He slowly raised his eyelids.
In that pair of eyes, as black as ink, suddenly burst out with a terrifying murderous intent that was enough to make the whole world tremble with fear. He looked at the poor guy who was still shouting without knowing whether he would live or die.
Slowly uttered a few words. Originally. I also want to play with you. Pity.
He shook his head and a cold smile filled with endless disappointment appeared on his face.
You are so stupid.
You're so stupid that I don't even have the interest to say another word to you.
That's it. He no longer hesitates.
Right in front of everyone, he took out the black gold dragon card again, which represented supreme wealth and status.
He casually threw it at Lu Dahai's feet. There are 100 billion in this.
His voice was not loud, but it was like an invisible death knell that struck the hearts of everyone present.
Now,
I changed my mind.
Not only that, I have to pay the 1 billion yuan in liquidated damages for her. I still want.
The corners of Lin Fan's mouth curled up into a cold arc, like a god, judging the fate of all living beings.
Even you and your crappy company. Buy them all together. How about it? He looked at the so-called entertainment industry boss, who was completely frightened by his domineering operation that could be called a god's move. He asked word by word, "Now, do you still dare to touch my woman?" Chapter 89, The Big Star's Reward. Come to my room tonight. Touch my woman?
When Lin Fan's cold question, filled with endless arrogance and extreme possessiveness, echoed in the deathly silent box, the whole world seemed to freeze.
The so-called entertainment industry tycoon, Lu Dahai, who was so arrogant and domineering just now, is completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the black gold dragon card lying on the ground, which, even in the dim light, still emitted terrifying energy that was enough to destroy the world. He looked at the young devil in front of him again, as if he didn't even consider the 100 billion as money. My brain is blank. Immediately. Plop. A muffled sound.
His fat body, which had long been completely hollowed out by alcohol and sex, could no longer support it. Her legs suddenly went weak, and in front of everyone, she didn't hesitate to confront that calm young man.
Get down on your knees.
Then, just like the two useless guys under him who were already unconscious, kowtow desperately. The bang 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 sound seemed so clear and loud in the silent box.
Master. Master. I was wrong.
His voice was filled with tears and endless fear and regret.
I didn't recognize the real man. I'm not a human. I'm a beast. I shouldn't have set my sights on your woman. I deserve to die. Please be magnanimous and just let me go. He is regretting it so much now. He never dreamed of it. Today, I just want to take advantage of a little celebrity with no background.
He actually kicked a piece of epic and terrifying iron plate that was enough to crush him and Tianyu Media, the company he had worked so hard for half his life, into powder.
100 billion. Cash?
This.
How the hell is this a fierce dragon crossing the river?
This is clearly a giant sky-devouring beast that crawled out of mythology.
Not to mention him, a small entertainment company owner. That is, add up the entire Chinese entertainment industry.
I'm afraid it's not even enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. And when Lin Fan saw this funny scene in front of him, there was no trace of emotion on his face. He didn't even bother to waste another word with this idiot who had already been scared to death by him. He just slowly raised his hand. Chen Feng gave a faint order to the soldier bodyguard behind him, who had an expressionless face like a sculpture from beginning to end.
Chen Feng. Give him two choices. First, take the 1 billion yuan acquisition fee and get out. Second. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold.
Throw him down from here.
Yes. Chen Feng nodded. He picked up Lu Dahai, who had already lost control of his bowels and bladder due to fear, like a chicken.
Then, he dragged him towards the door of the box that had already been broken into pieces.
I choose one. I choose one. Lu Dahai let out an extremely shrill, pig-slaughtering howl filled with endless fear and despair. He knows. I have no choice.
After a friendly negotiation filled with endless blood and violence, a corporate merger and acquisition case that can be said to be the most efficient and incredible in the history of the Chinese entertainment industry came to a hasty end in the number 1 box of the Dynasty KTV, which was full of ambiguous atmosphere.
Lin Fan only took less than half an hour. And a mere 1 billion yuan at a bargain price. He successfully took Tianyu Media, a well-known company in the industry, into his pocket.
And he, in the future, will be on the vast business empire.
It also successfully illuminated a new territory called entertainment. After the power transfer that could be described as a farce ended, in the messy box, only Lin Fan and the beautiful girl were left.
She had curled up in his arms like a frightened little rabbit from beginning to end, not even daring to breathe.
Xia Wanqing. All right.
Lin Fan looked at the girl in his arms. He was completely shocked by his series of magical operations. The poor little girl was numb. I couldn't help it, so I smiled and gently scratched her delicate nose with my finger. The garbage has been cleaned up.
Now, it's safe.
Xia Wanqing slowly poked her cute little head out from the man's arms, which made her feel extremely safe. At this moment, there was no trace of fear and despair in her beautiful big eyes, which had been dull and lifeless.
There is only endless admiration and obsession.
She stared blankly at the young god in front of her, who seemed to be bathed in brilliant light. The girl's heart, which had been beating wildly for him for a long time, was beating even harder at this moment, almost jumping out of her throat.
She knows. I am finished. Completely, it's over.
She had completely fallen into the gentle trap of money and tyranny woven by this mysterious man who came from the sky like a god and saved her everything.
Can't help myself. Also, I don't want to extricate myself. Lin. Director Lin.
Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a hint of hoarseness and tenderness after crying, which made her endearing.
I.
She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, her pretty face just blushed and she buried her hot little head deeply in the man's strong chest.
Like the most docile and clingy kitten.
Lin Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing at her cute expression of being shy, anxious, and wanting to say something.
He knows.
This is the new generation national goddess who had just been rescued from hell by me.
It's already his, in his pocket. Can't run away. Let's go. He slowly stood up.
He grabbed the stunning beauty in his arms, who had already become limp and weak as mud, and lifted her up by the waist. Then, the other party let out a short exclamation filled with endless shyness and happiness. He laughed loudly and walked towards the Bugatti Veyron that had been waiting outside the box for a long time.
Back to our new home. Thompson 1, a top-floor luxury residence.
When Xiao Wanqing was carried by Lin Fan into the sky villa that was as luxurious as a palace,
she was dumbfounded again.
She stared blankly at the dreamlike scene before her, which was enough to drive any so-called international superstar crazy and suffocate.
My brain is blank.
She never dreamed of it. I'm so happy that I can live in this magical place that only exists in movies and legends in my lifetime.
Go, take a bath.
Lin Fan gently placed her on the soft, Italian custom-made bed. Said softly, "Wash away all the unhappy things that happened today."
Xiao Wanqing blushed and nodded obediently.
Then, like an obedient kitten, she walked into the huge bathroom, which was several times more luxurious than her living room.
Half an hour later. When Xiao Wanqing walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a loose bathrobe with a blushing face,
Lin Fan was lying on the sofa with a comfortable look on his face, drinking red wine.
Lin. Director Lin.
She walked up to Lin Fan with her head lowered, like a child who had done something wrong, her voice as soft as a mosquito.
I.
Xiao Wanqing bit her lips. Suddenly, an extremely moving look of firmness and determination appeared on her beautiful face, which was pure enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate. She suddenly raised her head. In those beautiful big eyes, there is a fiery light called repaying gratitude.
Director Lin.
She looked at Lin Fan and said word by word, "You saved my life. I, Xiao Wanqing, have no way to repay you." She took a deep breath. "It's as if I have used up all my strength."
Then, in front of Lin Fan,
slowly untied the only restraint on his body. In an instant, the large bathrobe became like the wings of a butterfly that had lost its support. From her perfect shoulders, as smooth and tender as white jade, slowly, it slid down. She revealed a beautiful body that was enough to drive any man's blood boiling and completely crazy.
From now on,
she looked at the young god who was completely stunned by her bold move that could be described as shocking. 2 touching blushes appeared on her pretty face. The voice was filled with an unprecedented firmness and piety. "Everything belongs to me, Xiao Wanqing. It's all yours."
That's it.
She no longer hesitates. Directly towards the young emperor who had already been so thirsty, and so bloody.
Slowly, kneel down.
Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated all of this. He slowly put down the wineglass in his hand. A devilish, evil smile appeared on his face. He slowly stretched out his hand. He gently lifted the smooth, jade-like, delicate chin of the peerless beauty in front of him who was already willing to give everything to her. Then, in a tone full of magnetism and fatal temptation, he softly asked, "How about it? My big star. Are you ready for your first hidden rule?"
Chapter 90 Fanshan Entertainment is established, the king of the entertainment industry. Unspoken rules?
When Xiao Wanqing heard Lin Fan's words, which were full of endless domineering and extremely provocative questions, her psychological defenses, which had already become fragile due to extreme shyness and happiness, completely collapsed at this moment. An indescribable, extremely strong, and hot electric current instantly rushed from her tailbone to the top of her head. Her beautiful body, which had already become a little weak due to excitement, completely collapsed at this moment. She fell softly into the man's broad and warm arms. A beautiful, pure face that is enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate is already covered with a touching blush.
And a happy smile called willing.
From her delicate and tempting red lips, she gently spit out a mosquito-like whisper, yet filled with endless shyness and
tacit, monosyllabic. A beautiful night.
The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the room filled with ambiguity and the scent of youthful hormones, Lin Fan woke up refreshed from the big, soft bed that was enough to drive any man crazy and indulge in it. And, in his arms, that person, who had just transformed from an innocent girl who knew nothing about the world into a charming and stunning new national goddess. Just like the most docile and clingy kitten, she curled up in his arms and slept soundly. That already breathtakingly beautiful face became even more charming and attractive after a night of nourishment. There was a sweet, satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan looked at her cute sleeping face, which was full of endless temptation. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into an extremely smug smirk. He slowly lowered his head. He gently kissed that smooth, jade-like forehead. Then, he carefully lifted the quilt and got out of bed.
He knows. From today on. From this moment on.
He, Lin Fan, and his business empire.
He will officially possess a photo that will make the entire Chinese entertainment industry tremble with fear. Trump card. 10 o'clock in the morning.
Former Tianyu Media, now Fanshan Entertainment Headquarters Building, Chairman's Office.
The atmosphere is so oppressive that it almost makes people suffocate.
All shareholders and executives of Tianyu Media sat upright, looking worried as if they had lost their parents.
Their faces were filled with unprecedented fear and anxiety. Because, just this morning,
a piece of bombshell news that was enough to shake the entire company spread like wildfire. Their chairman Lu Dahai, who just borrowed 1 billion yuan from somewhere, is ready to make great plans.
Unexpectedly, without any warning, he took away the 100% of the company's shares in his hands. At a humiliating price that is almost free. All transferred to an unknown, mysterious young man? Once this news came out, the entire Tianyu media was completely blown up.
Everyone was frantically speculating about what was going on behind the scenes. Their chairman is even more stingy than a miser.
How could they possibly make such an unbelievable loss-making deal? Could it be? Was he kidnapped?
And, just when everyone was sitting there restlessly and talking about it because of nervousness and speculation.
Bang! A loud bang.
The heavy wooden door of the conference room was suddenly and roughly kicked open by someone from outside. A young figure full of boundless arrogance and domineering attitude, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black.
Just like an emperor inspecting his territory.
He rushed in from outside with great force.
That's right, Lin Fan.
Behind him, there followed the soldier King Chin Feng, who was like an iron tower, emitting a cold and murderous aura. And that beautiful queen, Xinya, who is wearing a black OL suit and has a temperament as cold as a queen.
You, who are you? How dare you intrude upon the board of directors of Tianyu Media?
A bald vice president who didn't know how to live or die immediately stood up and pointed at Lin Fan's nose and shouted at him when he saw Lin Fan's arrogant attitude.
However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Bang! A loud and crisp slap.
Lin Fan was too lazy to even do it himself. Beside him, the beautiful CEO Xinya has already taken a step forward. Without hesitation, he handed over the thick equity transfer agreement in his hand. He slapped the bald vice president hard on his greasy face.
Open your dog eyes and see clearly.
Xinya's voice was so cold, without a trace of emotion.
From now on,
this is Mr. Lin Fan Lin.
That's right, the only new owner of your Tianyu Media.
Yes, your only. The corners of Xinya's mouth curled up into a queen's smile filled with endless pride and admiration.
King. Boom.
These words were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking fiercely on the top of the head of everyone present. The entire conference room suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at the young god in astonishment, who still looked calm and composed, as if he had just done something insignificant. He looked at the equity transfer agreement in Xinya's hand again, written in black and white with Lu Dahai's personal seal.
My brain is blank. New owner? What the hell is going on? Did that old bastard Lu Dahai really sell the company? And it was sold to a young man who looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair yet? No. Impossible. This must be fake.
The bald vice president who was stunned by Xinya's slap was the first to react.
he let out a hysterical roar. You must have used some illegal means to force Director Liu. I want to call the police. Yes. I want to call the police. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out his cell phone. However, his hand hasn't even touched the dial button yet. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Fan had already raised his foot impatiently. With one kick, he and the expensive conference table made of top-grade mahogany were kicked out. Boom! A loud, deafening bang. The entire, magnificent conference room became a mess in an instant. And that bald vice president who didn't know what was happening in his own life vomited blood and fainted on the spot. This bloody and violent scene. In an instant, all the chickens and dogs who still had illusions on the scene were completely stunned. They all had pale faces and cold bodies as they looked at the young demon who slowly withdrew his foot, even with a hint of impatience on his face. I didn't even dare to breathe. Lin Fan ignored those rubbish that had already been frightened by him. He just slowly walked to the main seat that should have belonged to the chairman. Then, in front of everyone, he just sat down with one plop. That posture made it seem as if he was the only master here. He slowly raised his eyelids. Those ink-black eyes swept across the faces of every executive present, whose faces had already turned ashen. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc, like a god declaring the fate of all living beings. He said word by word. From today on, Tianyu Media has officially changed its name to Fanshen Entertainment. I, Lin Fan. That's you, the only king. I said, words. That's the only rule. Now. Lin Fan looked at the group of chickens and dogs who were completely frightened by his domineering declaration that could be described as lawless. Indifferently, he asked. There are others. Any comments? Chapter 91, the first movie, aiming for tens of billions. Any comments? When Lin Fan's question, which was calm and composed, yet full of endless arrogance and death threats, echoed in the deathly silent conference room, the whole world seemed to be frozen. All the so-called shareholders and executives of Tianyu Media present here were all dumbfounded. Each of them looked pale and cold as they stared at the young demon god who was sitting on the main seat with a faint smile on his face. He looked again at the former bald vice president who was already lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. My brain is blank. Opinion? Do we dare to have any opinions? Do we have any opinions? Didn't you see the miserable fate of that unlucky fellow who just said one extra word and was kicked so hard by this killer that he didn't even recognize his mother? This. What the hell is this, a bullshit board meeting? This is clearly the king of hell calling your name. No objection. No objection. We absolutely have no objection. I don't know who it was, but he was the first to react. With a thump, he slid down from the chair and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Lin Fan in a voice filled with endless fear and pleading. Lin. Director Lin. You are our only king. Your words are like an imperial decree. With the first one, there will be a second one. Right. Director Lin is wise. Director Lin is awe-inspiring. The name Fanshen Entertainment sounds 100 times more prestigious than that tacky and lowbrow Tianyu Media. That's right. Director Lin. From now on, you will be our guiding light in the entertainment industry. You are the direction we are heading. For a moment, the whole conference room was filled with flattery sounds. That scene was even more flattering than the eunuchs serving the emperor in ancient times. Lin Fan looked at the funny scene in front of him. His eyes were filled with undisguised disgust and disdain. He was too lazy to waste any more words with this group of fence-sitters who had already been frightened by him. He just slowly raised his hand. He gave a light instruction to the Queen Qinya, who was standing next to him and had also seen the brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Boss Qin. It's Mr. Lin. Qinya immediately understood. She took a step forward and slammed the thick layoff list that she had prepared long ago onto the conference table. From now on. Her voice was so cold without any emotion. The one whose name is called. Okay, go to the finance department and collect 3 months' salary, then get out. A purge that could be called the bloodiest and most efficient in the history of Chinese entertainment industry came to an end under the swift and decisive action of Qinya, the beautiful president who was known as the Iron Queen. Less than half an hour. Almost 9 out of 10 senior executives of the original Tianyu Media were purged.
All the trash who had any connection with Lu Dahai and director Zhang were kicked out without mercy.
And the entire Fanshan Entertainment has been completely renewed. Also, under the absolute authorization of Lin Fan, the hands-off boss.
It has completely become a one-man show for Qinya. After a power transfer that can be described as a change of dynasty. In the empty chairman's office, only Lin Fan, Qinya, and the beautiful girl who had been snuggling in Lin Fan's arms like a frightened little rabbit from beginning to end, not even daring to breathe.
Xia Wanqing. Lin. Director Lin.
Xia Wanqing slowly poked her cute little head out from the man's arms, which made her feel extremely safe. Her beautiful big eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, were now filled with endless admiration and obsession. She stared blankly at the young god in front of her who seemed to be omnipotent. The girl's heart, which had been beating wildly for him for a long time, was now beating so fast that it was about to jump out of her throat. She never dreamed of it. I can actually witness the birth of a brand new entertainment empire with my own eyes in my lifetime. And the founder of this empire. That's the Prince Charming who just saved her from hell. What's wrong? Lin Fan looked at her cute expression that was full of excitement, admiration, and a hint of timidity, and couldn't help but smile as he gently scratched her delicate nose with his finger. Are you scared? Xia Wanqing nodded obediently, and then shook her head desperately. No. I just think Mr. Lin is so handsome. When she finished speaking, her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Her beautiful face, which was pure enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate, suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple, burning hot. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan could no longer suppress his loud laughter filled with endless pride and joy. He immediately hugged the peerless beauty in his arms, who had already devoted herself to him, tightly. Then, under the gaze of the queen, Qinya, who had the same beautiful eyes and a dazzling brilliance. Slowly, lower your head. He kissed her red lips hard, which were already so beautiful and tempting. Then, he laughed and said, Rest assured. From today on, I'm here. No one in this filthy entertainment industry dares to bully you anymore. I will not only make you the most popular and dazzling star in all of China. I also want to give up the name of our Fanshan Entertainment. Resound throughout the world. That's it. He no longer hesitates. He directly took out a thin USB flash drive that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. Just throw it on the large office desk. What's this? Qinya and Xia Wanqing both looked over with curiosity. We are the pioneering work of Fanshan Entertainment. Lin Fan's lips curled up into a brilliant smile filled with endless confidence and mystery. Yes, we have conquered the entire Chinese and even the world's film market. The first one, the King Bomb. Big Bomb? Qinya was stunned for a moment. She picked up the seemingly ordinary USB flash drive, her eyes filled with confusion. What's in it? 1. A script. Lin Fan said lightly. Script? Qinya and Xia Wanqing looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They really couldn't understand it. How could a small script be called a king bomb by their boss who was so arrogant and looks down on others? Director Lin, Qinya hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but remind him, the domestic film market is very competitive right now. Especially this year, the Lunar New Year box office is even more like a battle of the gods. Not only that, there are Hollywood superhero blockbusters, such as Avengers 10. And there's also the latest masterpiece from Zhang Yimou, the country's top commercial film director, The Great Wall 2. Each of these films has an investment of over 2 billion yuan. They are truly blockbuster productions. We are a newly established company, and we want to go head-to-head with them. I'm afraid he'll die miserably. Although, she was full of endless confidence in Lin Fan. But in the professional film field, she still maintains the most basic rationality and awe. However, after listening to her analysis, which was full of worry and professional, there was no trace of emotion on his face. He just shook his head slowly. Then, in a tone filled with endless contempt and disdain, he said, Avengers 10? The Great Wall 2? Oh. It's just 2 movies of rubbish that are meant to make a lot of money. Compared to my work? That's it. He slowly stood up. He looked down at the 2 peerless beauties who were completely stunned by his arrogant remarks that could be described as lawless. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold arc that looked down upon the world like a god. He said word by word.
My movie. Investment, no limit. As for the box office. He slowly raised a finger. And a slap. 100 million. I said so. Jesus, nothing can stop me. How about it? He looked at the two beauties who were completely frightened by his crazy target, which could be called heartless. Indifferently, he asked. Now. Do you still think they are gods? Chapter 92. Who said this script is garbage? It will be a masterpiece. 10 billion? Box office?
When Xinya and Xiao Wanqing heard Lin Fan's calm yet crazy declaration, they were shocked. They were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the young devil in front of them, as if he didn't take the so-called movie box office record seriously at all.
My brain is blank. 100 billion. That's not $100, nor $1 million. Yes, a full 10 billion at the movie box office. You must know. Now, the highest grossing movie in the entire history of Chinese cinema is only over 5 billion. And that was a ceiling that was barely reached after the efforts of the entire nation. Countless efforts and resources were expended. And now, this grassroots team in front of us was just established less than a day ago. Unexpectedly, right from the start, he challenged, 10 billion? This is no longer just bragging. This is simply challenging the basic laws of physics and metaphysics. Lin. Director Lin. Still, the beautiful CEO Xinya was the first to recover from the extreme shock. She swallowed hard and looked at Lin Fan's handsome face, which was full of calmness and ease. Her voice was trembling. You are not kidding us, right? Joke? Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. He slowly stood up from the large boss chair. Then, step by step, he walked up to the two peerless beauties who had already been completely frightened by him. He stretched out his hand. With his left hand, he gently lifted the queen's delicate chin, which was as smooth as jade. The right hand gently caressed the lovely cheek of the pure goddess, which had already turned slightly pale due to nervousness. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc, as if looking down upon all living beings like a god. He asked word by word. What do you think? Am I the type of person who likes to joke around? When Xinya and Xiao Wanqing looked into the man's domineering eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky and seemed to be able to see through everything, their hearts all skipped a beat. They could no longer utter a single word. Yes. The man in front of me, from the first day I met him. Everything he said seemed like an absurd and whimsical joke. In the end, didn't it all become reality in a more bizarre and shocking way? Could it be? This time, too. But. Xiao Wanqing still couldn't believe it. After all, she is a professional who has been working in the entertainment industry for several years. She knows better than anyone. What does a 10 billion box office mean? That is no longer a problem that can be solved simply with money. That requires the right time, place and people. We need something that can make the entire era crazy and resonate with us. God-level script. And a script like that simply exists by chance. I know what you are worried about. Lin Fan's smile grew wider as he looked at their adorable expressions of excitement, worry, and disbelief. He let go of her hand and slowly walked back to his desk. Then he pointed to the ordinary-looking black USB flash drive on the table. Lightly, said, "Go ahead. Plug it into the computer. After reading this, you will understand everything." Half an hour later. There was deathly silence in the chairman's office. All that was left were two increasingly heavy and rapid breathing sounds. Xinya and Xiao Wanqing were like two sculptures under a spell, frozen in front of the computer screen, motionless. Their two pairs of equally beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water and as bright as stars, were both wide open at this moment. It is filled with endless, unbelievable, and shocking. And a strange emotion called absurdity. They finished watching. After reading the god-level script that their boss, the god, called King Bomb. Then, they were silent. Because they discovered this so-called god-level script. It's a little different from what I imagined. No, there are no earth-shattering, cool special effects. No, it's not a thrilling, grand scene. We can't even afford to hire a decent A-list celebrity. The entire script, from beginning to end, tells a story that happened in the 1980s, which was extremely ordinary and realistic. The story of little people.
A middle-aged man with a terminal illness fights to survive and save a group of poor fellow patients who are also tortured by the disease. Thus, the story of taking the risk to go to India and smuggle cheap, fake medicine. What the hell is this, a God-level script? This kind of art film is depressing, poor, rustic and without any commercial elements.
Don't mention it, it's 10 billion. Even if it can reach a box office of 100 million, we would be very lucky. How is it?
Lin Fan looked at their constipated expressions, as if they had eaten shit, and asked leisurely.
Isn't it shocking? Are you really touched? Are you already impatient to film it?
Xinya and Xiao Wanqing heard the man's question, which was full of endless confidence and expectation. They looked at each other. They both saw a trace of endless bitterness and embarrassment in each other's eyes.
Lin. Director Lin.
It was the beautiful CEO Xinya who gritted her teeth and spoke first. She carefully considered her words, fearing that she might accidentally dampen the creative enthusiasm of her legendary boss. Your script has a very good idea. It's very realistic, but also very humanistic.
But isn't it a little too artistic?
It seems a little different from those mainstream commercial blockbusters on the market now.
Yes. Sister. Oh no. Director Lin.
Xiao Wanqing, who was standing by, quickly followed suit, echoing, and the image of this male protagonist is too decadent and too ordinary, isn't it? He doesn't have the aura of a protagonist at all.
I'm afraid the audience might not like it. You won't like it?
Lin Fan smiled when he heard that.
The smile is so meaningful. He slowly stood up.
Looking down at the two poor country bumpkins in front of me who are still stuck in the thinking of ordinary people. The corners of his mouth curled up into a confident smile, like a god, looking down on everyone.
Who tell you? The audience only likes to watch those flying and escaping superheroes? Who tell you again? The audience only likes to watch those glamorous and popular stars? I'm telling you.
His voice was not loud, but it was like an invisible hammer, hitting the hearts of the two peerless beauties hard.
A true masterpiece. I never need those fancy packaging. It only needs one thing to resonate with everyone. What a great story. And this story.
Lin Fan pointed at the large gold-plated characters on the computer screen, words that were enough to be recorded in the history of Chinese cinema.
I am not the medicine god.
In that instant, a crazy light burst out from those ink-black eyes, enough to make the whole world tremble. It will be a film that will change the entire Chinese film landscape.
Great work. And, you guys?
Lin Fan looked at the two peerless beauties who were completely shocked and speechless by his domineering declaration that could be called a prophecy from God.
He asked word by word.
It will be, the great miracle.
With my own eyes, as a witness. How about it? Now. Do you still think it's garbage? Chapter 93, China's #1 director was impressed by my script. Is it garbage?
When Xinya and Xiao Wanqing heard Lin Fan's question, which was calm and yet full of endless confidence and domineering,
they were completely dumbfounded.
They stared blankly at the young god in front of them, who seemed to be bathed in brilliant light and held the truth in his hands.
My brain is blank. Yes. Who says that the audience only likes to watch those false fairy tales? Who says reality can't become great art? Although they still couldn't fully understand the man in front of them, where did his crazy confidence come from? But I don't know why.
When they looked into the man's mysterious eyes that were as deep as the starry sky and seemed to be able to see through the entire future, their hearts, which had already been beating wildly for him, suddenly felt an inexplicable, strong, and resolute
trust.
Perhaps.
Can he really create miracles?
Perhaps this is a rubbish script that is destined to fail in everyone's eyes. In his hands, it could truly become a film that could change the times.
A masterpiece? We. Xinya and Xiao Wanqing looked at each other.
They both saw an unprecedented determination and enthusiasm in each other's equally beautiful and breathtaking eyes.
They decided to take a gamble.
Bet everything you have on this unfathomable and mysterious man in front of you.
Director Lin.
Xinya was the first to express her attitude. In her beautiful eyes, there is a fiery light called ambition.
You're right. It's me, I'm too narrow-minded. I'm going to contact the best production team in the country right now. The best actors. And the best director. I promise. Even if we throw all of our company's 1 billion yuan in working capital into it. Yes, absolutely. I absolutely must present this great work of yours perfectly. Yes, yes. Director Lin. Xiao Wanqing beside her also quickly followed suit, expressing her loyalty. I can do it too. I can act in this movie for free. Even if it's just a supporting role, I'm willing to do it. Looking at the two fanatical believers in front of him, it was as if he had brainwashed them on the spot. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. He slowly stretched out his hand. He domineeringly embraced these two peerless beauties who had already devoted themselves to him and took them into his arms. Then, there were two coquettish sounds filled with endless shyness and happiness. Laughing loudly, he said, All right. Look at what you have accomplished. Isn't it just making a movie? So much so that you sacrificed yourself so bravely? I did. Investment, no limit. As for the actors and the director. Lin Fan's lips curled up in a playful arc. You don't need to worry about it. I already have someone I like. Who? Xinya and Xiao Wanqing were both stunned. Who? Lin Fan didn't answer. He just slowly took out his cell phone. Then, in front of them, he dialed a mysterious number that he brought from another world. A private club in Beijing. A little old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit, wearing a Chinese tang suit and emitting a strong artistic aura, was lying on the armchair with a comfortable look on his face. Close your eyes and relax. He is the top figure in the entire Chinese and even the world film industry, who can make the ground shake with just a stomp of his foot. China's #1 director. He is also the only one who has won an Oscar, a national treasure, a grandmaster. Master Zhang. Note, this is Zhang Guosher, not Zhang Yimou. At this moment, he had just finished the post-production of his epic blockbuster, The Great Wall 3, which was said to have cost 3 billion yuan. Right, get ready, and give yourself a long vacation. However, just then, the private cell phone in his pocket, which no one knew about except a few national leaders, suddenly rang at an inopportune time. He frowned somewhat unhappily. I took out my cell phone and took a look. It was an extremely unfamiliar Jiang Cheng number. I wanted to just hang up. But after thinking about it, I pressed the answer button for some unknown reason. Hello, who is this? His voice was a little hoarse and a little impatient. Director Zhang, right? On the other end of the line came a voice that sounded a little too young but filled with a kind of indescribable and powerful self-confidence. It's me, Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Master Zhang was stunned for a moment, searching for the name rapidly in his mind. However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't match this name with any important person he knew. I don't know you. He just wanted to hang up the phone. I know you don't know me. The young man on the other end of the phone smiled, his tone still as calm and relaxed as ever. But I have a script that you will definitely be interested in. I want to talk to you. Script? Zhang Guosher smiled disdainfully and arrogantly. Boy, do you know who I am? Do you know that every day, the people who want to talk to me about scripts can line up from my doorstep all the way to Chang'an Avenue? Who the hell are you? Are you qualified to discuss the script with me? To live. However, just when he was about to hang up the phone without mercy, the young man on the other end of the phone suddenly uttered two words slowly and calmly. Boom. The moment Master Zhang heard these two words, his brain completely exploded. His sharp eyes, which were originally half closed, suddenly opened wide at this moment. An indescribable and extremely strong shock and disbelief swept over his whole body in an instant like the most turbulent tide. To live? How could he know? This was the film he shot 20 years ago, which was still banned due to its overly sensitive subject matter. A masterpiece. It is also his biggest regret in this life. Apart from a few people closest to him, no one knew about this. Who is he? You, who are you? His voice was trembling. I did. A young man chuckled softly and playfully from the other end of the line. I'm just an unknown person who wants to talk to you about the script. But
He suddenly changed the subject, and in his ink-black eyes, a ray of mysterious light flashed, as if it was a god that could see through everything. Perhaps, this script of mine can make up for the regret you had back then.
Even.
Okay, I'll let you get another one that you've dreamed of all your life.
Little Golden Man.
After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the National Treasure level director on the other end of the phone, who had been completely shocked speechless by his earth-shattering words. I directly sent the electronic file containing the script of Dying to Survive.
Then he said calmly, I'll give you half an hour. Call me back after you've finished reading it. Half an hour later.
When Master Zhang finished reading the God-level script from beginning to end with trembling hands, his eyes filled with tears and his whole body trembling.
He can't restrain himself anymore. He is like a madman.
He suddenly jumped up from the armchair. Then, with a trembling voice that was almost fanatical, excited, and almost like a pilgrimage, he dialed back the Jiangqing number that he had just saved. Phone call, answered immediately.
How about it?
The young man on the other end of the phone asked calmly.
Director Zhang. My script. Does it still meet your standards?
However, he received no answer, any response. Instead, a sound filled with endless awe and fanatical worship. Plop sound. And a trembling sound that is enough to shake the whole of China.
Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. No. Master Lin.
Please, please. This script, please. Let me take the photo.
Chapter 94, Banned by the Cinema?
The Li family starts to take drastic measures.
Let me take the photo?
When Lin Fan heard the humble pleading words of China's #1 director, Zhang Guoshi, on the phone, which were filled with endless awe and fanatical worship,
he was completely dumbfounded.
He held his phone in his hand, staring blankly at the two peerless beauties beside him who were also completely stunned by this magical scene that could be called a god-level reversal.
My brain is blank. No.
Is this
script really that awesome?
Surprisingly, there is a National Treasure level grandmaster like Zhang Guoshi, who can make the ground shake in the whole of China with just a stomp of his feet.
Without hesitation, they knelt down on the spot?
You still have to rush to take pictures?
Ahem.
Lin Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and cleared his throat, but his face remained calm and composed. It seemed as if all this was just a matter of course for him. Director Zhang, he said calmly, please stand up and talk first.
No, no, no. Master Lin.
Master Zhang's trembling voice, filled with endless excitement and determination, came from the other end of the line. If you don't agree to me today, I will kneel down forever. After hearing this, Lin Fan was completely speechless.
He finally figured it out. This National Treasure level director is so arrogant in front of outsiders, like a peacock. In my bones, I am a drama fanatic.
Once he encounters a god-level script that can drive him crazy and addicted.
Don't say it, he knelt down.
Even if he was asked to pledge himself to her on the spot, I'm afraid he would not hesitate at all.
All right, all right.
Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. I promised you, isn't that enough?
Really?
There was an instant burst of ecstatic exclamations from the other end of the phone, comparable to winning a 500 million lottery ticket. Of course it's true. Lin Fan said calmly, but I have one condition.
You tell me. You tell me. Don't mention just one. Even 100. 1,000. I'll agree to them all. This movie.
Lin Fan's lips curled up in a playful arc.
The heroine must be mine.
As he spoke, he slowly turned his gaze to the girl who had been like a frightened little rabbit, snuggling in his arms obediently. The new national goddess has already been completely stunned by this series of magical operations.
Xia Wanqing.
After a friendly negotiation filled with endless PY transactions,
a fairy collaboration that could be recorded in the history of Chinese cinema was hastily finalized.
And the crew of Dying to Survive, the first work of Fanchen Entertainment, is also under the vigorous and decisive leadership of Qinya, the beautiful president who can be called the iron-blooded queen. At a terrifying speed that can be described as a rocket. Quickly, it was built. Director, China's #1 director, Master Zhang. Actor, China's top and most powerful actor Huan Lei. Heroine, Fanchen Entertainment's new star, Xia Wanqing. Supporting role. They are all the same, veteran actors. Production team. What's more, they are an Oscar-winning team poached directly from Hollywood. This is the ultimate in luxury,
a lineup of gods once announced. The entire Chinese entertainment industry was completely devastated.
Everyone was frantically trying to figure out who this suddenly emerging Fanchon Entertainment was, and who the elusive Mr. Lin behind it was.
How could he possess such extraordinary means and terrifying power?
Not only that, it can also allow Master Zhang, who had long been announced to be closing the mountain, to return to the arena.
What's more, could even Huang Lei, a notoriously difficult and talented actor, be willing to reduce his salary to come and help? For a time, there were many different opinions. And Fanchon Entertainment is a new company that was just established less than a week ago. Also, in an overwhelming and invincible posture. Instantly, he became a figure that all the capital in the entire Chinese entertainment industry dared not underestimate. The new king of entertainment industry. However, just when everyone thought that this miracle work that had the right time, place, and people was about to reach the top of the Chinese film history without any suspense, a huge crisis that no one expected suddenly arrived. This afternoon. Fanchon Entertainment, Chairman's office. Bang! A loud bang.
The beautiful CEO Qinya, contrary to her usual behavior, kicked open the heavy wooden door of Lin Fan's office. Her pretty face, which was already breathtakingly beautiful, was now filled with unprecedented coldness and anger.
Director Lin.
Her voice was trembling.
Something happened. What's wrong?
Lin Fan frowned slightly as he looked at her unprecedented loss of composure.
Our movie.
Qinya gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. It was banned by all the theaters in the country.
What? Lin Fan's eyes turned cold in an instant. Banned by theaters? This is the most deadly and shameless dimensionality reduction attack on a movie.
No matter how well a movie is made or how strong the cast is, no theater will schedule a screening for it.
That can only be self-admiration.
In the end, he became a joke with nothing left.
Who did it?
Lin Fan's voice was as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice.
Who else could it be?
Xinya's pretty face was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Except for the group of insidious villains from the Li family in Beijing who only dare to make small moves behind the scenes.
The Li family?
Lin Fan smiled when he heard that. The smile was so cold. It seems, the lesson we taught them at the auction last time wasn't enough. He slowly stood up from the large boss chair. He looked down from his high position at the countless people outside the window who had already been trampled under his feet. A cold light flashed in those ink-black eyes, as if from a god, looking down at the ants. I originally wanted to let them jump around for a few more days.
Since they are so eager to seek death.
Then don't blame me for being cruel.
Lin. Mr. Lin.
Qinya looked at the man's cold face filled with endless murderous intent, and her heart trembled for no reason. Although she was full of endless confidence in Lin Fan. But this time, their opponent is the Li family in Beijing. That top wealthy family that has deep roots and extensive influence in the whole of China. Especially in the entertainment industry, this private territory that they have been operating for decades. Their energy is simply terrifying. More than 80% of the cinema chains across the country are more or less related to them. Just one word from them is enough to make any so-called super blockbuster fail in the womb. This is not a problem that can be solved with money. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack by capital and power. How should they respond? Rest assured. Lin Fan seemed to see through her thoughts. He turned around slowly. A brilliant smile appeared on his face, full of endless arrogance and confidence. He looked at the peerless beauty in front of him who was worried about him. He asked word by word. Boss Qin. Do you believe in miracles? Qinya was stunned. Lin Fan seemed to have anticipated all this. He slowly raised his hand. He pointed outside the window at the vast blue sky. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc, as if he was looking down on the world like a god.
He doesn't give me a way to go. Then, I will find my own way. The avenue to heaven. Isn't it just a cinema? Lin Fan smiled.
The smile was so disdainful.
He does. Can I build one myself? How about it?
He looked at the absolutely beautiful lady who had already been completely stunned by his crazy and lawless remarks.
Indifferently, he asked. Now, do you still think they are qualified to be my opponents? Chapter 95. You won't let me go? I'll build my own cinema.
Build one yourself? When Qinya heard Lin Fan's calm yet crazy words that could be described as heartbreaking,
she was completely stunned.
She stared blankly at the young devil in front of her, as if he didn't take the movie theater market, which had been monopolized by the Li family in Beijing for decades, seriously at all.
My brain is blank. Build a cinema chain? Does he know what he is talking about? That's not like buying a cabbage at the vegetable market. Well, it's a cinema.
It is a huge business barrier that requires astronomical amounts of money and decades of building up connections.
There are more than 1 billion people across the country.
There are only about a dozen or so cinema chains that are truly capable and worthy of a reputation.
And he actually asked to build one himself? This is no longer a fucking joke. This is simply a fool's dream. We are challenging the most basic operating rules of the entire business society. Lin. Director Lin. Qinya swallowed hard. She felt her throat was a little dry. You are not kidding me, right? Build a cinema chain, then how much money will it cost?
Even if we have money, venues, equipment, connections, these things can't be solved in a short period of time.
By the time we build the cinema chain, I'm afraid the opportunity will be gone.
However, she was full of almost blind admiration and trust for Lin Fan.
But this time,
she really felt that her boss, this godlike boss of hers, was a little too whimsical.
However,
after listening to her analysis, which was full of professionalism and rationality, Lin Fan, there was no trace of emotion on his face. He just shook his head slowly. Then, in a tone filled with endless contempt and disdain, he said,
Money? Sight? Connections? Oh. Boss Qin. It seems you still don't understand.
The true meaning of this company's existence.
That's it.
He no longer paid attention to the gorgeous lady behind him who had been completely confused by his remarks full of metaphysics. He slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the prosperous city below him, which had already been completely controlled by him. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc, as if he was looking down on everyone, like a god. Then, in front of Qinya, he slowly took out the black gold dragon card that represented supreme wealth and status, and the encrypted satellite phone with the highest authority equipped for him by Wang Jiangwo, the president of China Construction Bank. He dialed the number he had only called once.
Hello, President Wang.
His voice was not loud, but it was like an invisible death knell, slamming heavily on the tragic fate that had long been doomed for the Li family in the capital.
It's me.
Help me transfer 100 billion yuan of funds.
Yes, right now. I'm going to buy some small things. At the same time, Li family in Beijing, headquarters building.
A study room decorated in an antique style and filled with the atmosphere of power. Li Wenba, the young master from Beijing who had just suffered a setback at the Jiangqing auction, was complaining with an unhappy look on his face to a middle-aged man who looked 10 times more arrogant and domineering than him.
Dad,
you didn't see how arrogant that guy surnamed Lin was. He not only slapped me in the face in front of everyone.
How dare you openly challenge our Li family's absolute authority in the entertainment industry? What's that crappy movie of his going to make 10 billion at the box office? It's simply like, you don't know whether to live or die. But don't worry. An extremely cruel smile of victory appeared on Li Wenba's face. I've already mobilized all of our family's connections in the theater industry.
His so-called masterpiece has been completely banned.
I promise. His movie isn't even worthy of being released. I'd like to see it then. How can he still be so arrogant in front of me? And, sitting opposite him,
the middle-aged man who had been silent and just sipping tea quietly. After listening to his son's childish and stupid credit-seeking words, there was not a trace of admiration on his face, which was already dignified without anger. Instead, he slowly frowned. He is the current head of the Li family in Beijing. He is also the top figure in the entire Chinese business world, who can make the ground shake with just one stomp of his foot.
Li Jianye. Wenba.
He slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and stared at his good-for-nothing son with his eagle-like, sharp eyes. His voice was hoarse and full of an indescribable solemnity.
You underestimate that guy named Lin. What? Li Wenba was stunned. Dad. What do you mean by this? Do you think I'd lose to a country bumpkin who just showed up out of nowhere?
He is not a country bumpkin.
Li Jianye shook his head. He slowly stood up. Walked to the huge, floor-to-ceiling window. Looking out the window, there was the prosperous imperial capital that had been controlled by their Li family for nearly 100 years. For the first time, a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes, which he himself had not even noticed. Yes, Wang Tianlong can be wiped out overnight. It can make even a financial giant like Wang Jiangwo, who is so arrogant, bow down to him. If you can, just throw out hundreds of millions to shake up the entire Jiangqing business world. You think? He turned around and looked at his stupid son, who was completely stunned by his words. He asked word by word. People like that. Will it be a simple country bumpkin? Boom! Li Wenba's brain completely exploded when he heard his father's question, which was like an enlightenment. He stared with wide eyes as if he was looking at a ghost, looking at his invincible father who always remained calm even when faced with a catastrophe. My brain is blank. Yes. Why didn't he think of it? Then, Dad. His voice was trembling. What do you mean? I mean. Li Jianye's eyes suddenly turned cold. We might have actually offended someone we absolutely cannot afford to offend. Monster! Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the encrypted private cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang like a death warrant. He picked it up and took a look. The number that was jumping on the screen was the one he least wanted to and dared not answer. Wanda Group, Lao Wang. Hey, Lao Wang. He suppressed his uneasiness and pressed the answer button. Li Jianye. Immediately, Lao Wang's thunderous roar filled with endless fear and trembling came from the other end of the phone. Are you fucking tired of living? Which deity did you offend? What? Li Jianye's brows suddenly frowned. Just now. A mysterious overseas consortium. Suddenly, a hostile takeover attempt was launched against all listed cinema companies in China. They spared no expense. No price. They even offered a 300% premium. They were determined to forcibly acquire all of our shares. Then, the money pouring in is even more terrifying than a tsunami. Now the entire Chinese cinema market is about to be wiped out by him. And that, the name of the mysterious consortium. Lao Wang's voice was trembling. Just fucking scream. Fan. Shun. Investment. Boom. When Li Jianye heard these four terrifying words like a death knell, he just felt dizzy. I almost fainted on the spot. He stared with wide eyes as if he was looking at a ghost, at the turbulent business world outside the window. My brain is blank. Fanshen Investment? The one with the surname Lin? He actually. Not only did he not give in. Instead, they used this most brutal and unreasonable method, which could be described as overturning the chessboard. Launched a counterattack? Build your own cinema chain? No. This is no longer just a cinema chain under construction. This is fucking building a film market that can monopolize the entire Chinese film market. The Empire of Terror. Dad. What's wrong with you? Li Wenba looked at his father, whose face was ashen and his whole body was trembling with fear. Asked cautiously. However, Li Jianye seemed to have not heard his words at all. He just stared out the window blankly. He muttered to himself, a desperate word filled with endless regret and fear. Madman. He is a man who doesn't play by the rules. Madman. And, the madman he mentioned had already turned the entire Chinese cinema market upside down. At this moment, he was lying in the chairman's office on the top floor of his Fanshen group with a comfortable look on his face. He was enjoying the attentive service of his beautiful CEO, who had long admired him to the core. How about it? He looked at the peerless beauty who had been completely shocked and numbed by his series of magical operations. Indifferently, he asked. Now. Do you still think we need a venue and connections? Chapter 96, 10,000 times critical hit reappears, terrifying trillions of funds. Connections? When Qinya heard Lin Fan's words, which were calm and casual, yet full of endless confidence and domineering questions, she was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the young god in front of her, who seemed to not take the business barriers that had long been completely solidified by the so-called capital and rules seriously at all. My brain is blank. Yes. How could she forget? The thing this man in front of me lacks the least is money. And, in this world, Is there anything more powerful than money and connections? When you have enough money to make the whole world tremble. The so-called rules, the so-called barriers, the so-called connections. In front of you, they will become vulnerable. They will all become a complete joke. I understand. Xinya, take a deep breath. For the first time, a fiery light burst out from her beautiful eyes, enough to drive the whole world crazy and tremble. She knows. From today on. From this moment on. She will follow this godlike man in front of her. Go and create a film that can subvert the entire Chinese and even the world's film landscape. Brand new era. Director Lin. She looked at Lin Fan with eyes as deep as the starry sky and said word by word. Don't worry. Within 3 days. I want to make the words Fanchen cinema famous. Resounding throughout the entire China. And the facts have proved it. In the face of absolute money power. The so-called business barriers are really no different from those made of paper. The next 3 days. The entire Chinese business community has been thrown into an unprecedented, huge wave because of Fanchen Investment, a mysterious giant that has just emerged. Under Lin Fan's crazy financial offensive that can be described as desperate and regardless of cost and price. Under the joint friendly consultation with a series of official forces including CCB, tax authorities, China Banking Regulatory Commission, etc. The top 10 listed cinema companies in China. In just 3 days, they all surrendered. They've one by one rushed to give up the core shares in their hands, which they regarded as their lifeline. At a humiliating price that is almost half sold and half given away. All of them were transferred to the mysterious Mr. Lin who never showed up from beginning to end. And Lin Fan only spent less than 500 billion, a trivial price. It has successfully controlled more than 90% of the cinema resources in China. And immediately integrated them all into his own, which had just been established for less than a day. Under the umbrella of Fanchen Cinema Line. Once this news came out, the entire Chinese business community has completely lost its voice. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Fan's miraculous and thunderous methods. They finally realized. All their previous speculations and assumptions about this mysterious Mr. Lin were wrong. And it's so wrong, outrageous. What is this, a fierce dragon crossing the river? This is clearly something that has crawled out of a myth, capable of subverting the entire world's business landscape. A world-destroying monster. And, far away in the capital. That was Li Wenba, the young master from Beijing who was so arrogant just now and threatened to prevent Lin Fan from even appearing in the movies. And his father Li Jianye, the old fox who thinks he is in control of everything. When I heard this devastating news, the father and son were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the business world outside the window, which had already become turbulent and had completely changed. My brain is blank. Immediately. Puff. 2 mouthfuls of bright red blood suddenly spurted out of their mouths. They were both so angry at Lin Fan's totally unconventional and godlike operation that they vomited blood on the spot. They are finished. They knew that this time they were completely finished. Not only did they fail to stop Lin Fan's rise. Instead, he personally created a force for him that was enough to completely crush them and their entirely family into dust. Empire of Terror. And as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan, on the other hand, seemed like nothing had happened. At this moment, he was lying in his chairman's office on the top floor of Fanchen Group with a comfortable look on his face. Enjoyed the attentive service of his beautiful team, which can be called a godly lineup. And just at that moment, he completed the complete monopoly of the entire Chinese cinema market. At the same time, an extremely exciting and epic system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Host detected, successful, completed the hidden achievement of turning over the chessboard. The host's business territory and social influence have expanded epically. The road to becoming a super rich man reaches a new peak. To reward the host, that supreme courage that is enough to subvert the world order. The system will issue an epic ultimate reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You obtained the unique, God-level item during the novice protection period. 10000X critical hit card. In this consumption. Success, triggered. Boom! When Lin Fan heard this final verdict that sounded like the sound of nature, he was completely dumbfounded. He only felt that his brain was severely bombarded by a super singularity detonated in the center of the universe. A blank. Immediately.
An indescribable feeling of ecstasy and terror instantly swept through his body like the most violent cosmic storm.
10,000. 10,000 times critical strike? Triggered? At this time, he just spent 500 billion? Triggered? This is fucking. How much? 500 billion. Multiply by 10,000 times? This fucking.
Lin Fan felt that what his math and physical education teachers taught him was no longer enough for his brain.
He didn't even dare to calculate. So, what kind of terrifying astronomical figure is this?
And just when he was still in an extreme shock that was almost petrified and unable to extricate himself. Buzz. The encrypted satellite phone in his pocket, which was specially customized for him by China Construction Bank and had the highest authority, suddenly vibrated like a death warrant.
With trembling hands, he picked it up and took a look.
On the screen, the number that was jumping was the one he was most familiar with and most close to.
CCB, Wang Jiangwo.
He swallowed hard.
Slowly, he pressed the answer button. Hello?
His voice was trembling.
However,
there was no sound from the other end of the phone. There was only a burst of sound, extremely heavy and terrifying, like the sound of a bellows.
Gasping sound.
And a trembling dream talk filled with endless fear and disbelief, as if seeing a ghost.
Lin, Master Lin. Our bank's server. Exploded. Chapter 97 Overnight, Fanshan cinemas spread across the country. The server crashed?
When Lin Fan heard the trembling mumbling of CCB President Wang Jiangwo on the phone, which was filled with endless fear and disbelief,
he was completely dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the countless people outside the window, holding his cell phone and looking at the people he had already trampled under his feet.
My brain is blank. No. This is too fucking exaggerated, right? I haven't done anything yet. It's simply because the system has credited you with a tiny amount of rebate.
Just directly destroyed the server of China Construction Bank, one of the 4 major banks in China?
What if this gets out? This might be even more sensational than his takeover of the entire Chinese cinema market, right? Ahem.
Lin Fan suppressed the shock in his heart, cleared his throat, but his face still had that calm and composed expression. It seemed as if all this was just expected for him.
President Wang, he said calmly, why are you panicking?
Isn't it just the server?
Did it crash? It's no big deal. Change the world, the best. I'll pay for it.
There was a brief moment of deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, there was an ecstatic cry, as if someone had won a 500 million lottery.
Really? Master Lin.
Wang Jiangwo's voice was trembling with endless gratitude and excitement. Then, I, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of employees of our construction bank, would like to thank Master Lin for this great gift.
He never dreamed of it. Not only did I not get fired by my superiors today because of the major accident of the server crash. Instead, he turned it into a blessing in disguise and got the world's top server for free? This is fucking terrible. It's like smoke is coming out of the ancestral grave. Okay.
Lin Fan was too lazy to talk to him anymore.
As for the money, you can handle it. I only have one request.
Tomorrow morning, before the sun comes up, I want to see my money, safe and sound, lying in my account.
Not even a cent less. That's what I said. You understand? I understand. I understand. I absolutely understand. Wang Jiangwo nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Master Lin. Tonight, even if I don't sleep, I promise to get this done for you.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan breathed a long sigh of relief.
A bright smile from the heart appeared on his face. He knows. From today on. From this moment on.
He, Lin Fan, was the one who had truly embarked on the path to the top of the world.
The road to becoming a super rich man.
And, at the same time, Lin Fan's money power is so insane that he is pushing it madly. An epic, big infrastructure that is enough to change the entire Chinese film landscape is also under the vigorous and decisive leadership of Qinya, the beautiful president who can be called the iron-blooded queen.
On the vast land of 9.6 million square kilometers of China, the prelude has quietly begun. Overnight.
All over the country, first, second and third tier cities, All the most prosperous and central commercial areas. All of them are cinemas that are strongly controlled by Fanchun Investment. Everything seemed to be under a spell. A new look for the old. Those cinemas that originally had various signs hanging on them, such as Wanda Cinema, Genie Cinema, China Film International, and so on. All were completely demolished overnight. Instead, there is a brand new, unified signboard full of endless dominance and mystery. Fanchun Cinema. Then, those 4 large gold-plated characters written in a flamboyant style. Shining in the morning sun. It was as if announcing to the whole world the birth of a brand new entertainment emperor. This is a terrifying execution that can be called a miracle. In an instant, the entire Chinese business community, which was still immersed in the huge shock of Fanchun Investment unifying the Chinese cinema chain, was overwhelmed. Once again, I was completely stunned. Everyone was frightened out of their wits and kept silent by Lin Fan's lawless and crazy move. Overnight. Let the Fanchun Cinema sign spread all over the country? How the hell is this business? This is clearly using money to reshuffle the entire Chinese business landscape. Madman. This guy named Lin is definitely a complete lunatic. A terrifying demon king who does not play by the rules at all and absolutely cannot be understood by normal people. And far away in the capital, the young master from Beijing, Li Wenba, who had been so angry at Lin Fan that he vomited blood on the spot. When I heard this ultimate bad news that could be described as destroying the world, the last trace of blood on his face, which had already turned ashen, completely faded away. He's finished. He knew that this time he was completely finished. Not only did he lose, moreover, they lost miserably. Nothing. Not only did he fail to stop Lin Fan's rise. Instead, she personally offered him all the dignity in face of herself and her entire family. He stepped on the corpses of the Li family and ascended to the supreme entertainment circle. Throne. Puff. With one mouthful, bright red blood spurted out of his mouth more than ever before. Once again, Lin Fan made him so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fell straight back. Completely unconscious. And, as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan, himself, looked like nothing had happened. At this moment, he was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in his chairman's office on the top floor of Fanchun Group with a comfortable look on his face. Looking down from a high vantage point, he saw the prosperous city beneath his feet, which had already been completely controlled by him. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc that looked down upon the world like a god. Behind him, the beautiful CEO Qin Yazheng, with an enthusiastic look on her face, reported to him the brilliant victory that was enough to drive any so-called business tycoon crazy and suffocate. Director Lin. We succeeded. From today, the entire Chinese cinema market, we, the Fanchun Group, will dominate the world. The Beijing Li family has been operating a business barrier in the entertainment industry for decades. By us, in just 3 days. Completely destroy. Good. Lin Fan nodded lightly. There was no trace of surprise on his face. It seemed as if all this was just a matter of course for him. He slowly turned around, looking at the absolutely beautiful lady who has already worshipped him completely. Indifferently, he asked, "Dying to survive. Okay, is it showing?" Chapter 98. Li Wenbo was confused. Is this guy a devil? Okay, is it released yet? When Qinya heard Lin Fan's question, which was calm and yet full of endless confidence and domineering, she was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the young god in front of her who seemed to have created a huge cinema empire for them in just 3 days, enough to monopolize the entire Chinese film market. My brain is blank. Immediately, an indescribable, incomparable, fanatical, and admiring emotion instantly swept over her body like the most turbulent tide. Released? More than that, it can be released? Therefore, their Fanchun cinema now has a terrifying market share that can be described as Duguchobai. Don't mention it, it's just a masterpiece directed by Master Zhang himself and starring actor Huang Lei. That's right, Lin Fan suddenly had the idea of hanging a piece of pork in the cinema. Audiences across the country have to hold their noses, buy tickets, and go in to watch. This is the power of monopoly. This is the terror of the rulemakers. Yes, yes. Of course. Xinya's voice was trembling, and her beautiful eyes were flashing with a fiery light called fanaticism. Director Lin. Don't worry.
I'll go contact the publicity department right now. I promise. Within 3 days.
I want a giant poster for our film Dying to Survive. Hanging all over the country, up and down, on the doorsteps of every Fanchon cinema.
I want everyone to know. We are the pioneering work of Fanchon Entertainment. The general is coming.
And, just as the Fanchon group was gearing up and getting excited for the upcoming Battle of the Gods,
far away, in the capital city thousands of miles away,
the Li family's private hospital is decorated as luxuriously as an ancient imperial palace.
The atmosphere, however, was gloomy and dismal.
That was Li Wenba, the young master from Beijing who had just been angered by Lin Fan to the point of vomiting blood and passing out on the spot. He was lying on the hospital bed with a dejected look on his face. That face, which was already somewhat feminine, was now even more pale, without a trace of blood, as white as a piece of paper.
Eyes, lifeless. It's as if all the energy has been sucked away. He is finished.
He knew that this time, he was truly and completely finished. Not only did he lose a business war that seemed to be a sure win. What's more, he lost all the dignity and face that he and his entire Li family had built up in the Chinese entertainment industry over decades.
He could already foresee it. From today on, he, Li Wenba, will completely become the biggest laughingstock in the entire upper-class society of Beijing. What a poor wretch who didn't know how to live or die and went to provoke a prehistoric monster. Wenba. Just then, a voice that was also filled with endless fatigue and hoarseness suddenly rang from the door of the ward.
I saw that person, the top figure in the entire Chinese business world, who could make the ground shake with just a stomp of his foot, Li Jianye.
Zhang walked in with a dejected look on his face. He seemed to have aged dozens of years overnight. The already gray hair now turned even whiter.
Those eyes that were originally as sharp as an eagle now became cloudy, full of endless regret and despair.
Dad.
Li Wenba looked at his father, who looked old and seemed to have lost all his energy.
My heart is filled with endless self-blame and pain. He knows. All this is because of him.
If he hadn't been so reckless as to provoke that terrifying devil-like man,
how could their Li family have fallen into such a miserable state? Dad, I was wrong, I was really wrong.
He burst into tears like a helpless child.
It's all my fault, it's all my fault.
Okay. Li Jianye, however, seemed to have given up on his life long ago.
He slowly shook his head. A miserable smile appeared on her face, uglier than crying. I don't blame you. To blame. It's all because we underestimated that guy named Lin.
We think too highly of ourselves.
He slowly walked to the window.
Looking out the window, the night scene of the imperial capital is still as bustling as before. His eyes were filled with endless sadness, like a hero in his twilight years.
I have worked hard in the business world all my life. What, you've never seen such a storm? But a monster like him.
He shook his head, his voice hoarse.
It's the first time I've seen it.
No rules, no common sense, no law, no taboos.
He is not a human being at all. He is a man who crawled out of hell. Devil. Then Dad. Li Wenba's voice was trembling. What should we do now? Should we go and make peace with him? Ask for peace?
Li Jianye laughed at himself when he heard this.
You think? Will he give us a chance to make peace? Li Wenba was silent. Yes. With that man's crazy and vindictive personality. How could they possibly let them go? Then we can only wait to die?
His voice was filled with endless despair.
Waiting to die? Li Jianye's eyes suddenly narrowed.
In that pair of old eyes that were already cloudy, a terrifying light suddenly burst out, like an extremely crazy and cruel dying struggle.
No. We haven't lost yet. He, though, controls the theater. But a movie wants success. The most important thing is the content. Yes, word of mouth. I just don't believe it.
He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words.
The name of his movie just sounds like a bad movie, a rubbish movie. The only one who can beat us is this one.
They've hired Hollywood stars and invested $3 billion in this epic production.
The Great Wall too. As long as our movie can crush his at the box office,
then we still have a chance to turn the tables.
Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the encrypted private cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang frantically like a death warrant. He picked it up and took a look.
The number that was jumping on the screen was the number of him, the commercial spy planted inside Fanshan Entertainment.
He suddenly felt happy in his heart. Quickly, I pressed the answer button. Hey! How's it going? Is it possible that the guy surnamed Lin has been frightened and is planning to withdraw his film? However,
what he got in response was not any good news. Instead, it was a trembling dream mumbling filled with endless fear and disbelief.
Dong. Chairman, no. Something bad has happened.
That guy surnamed Lin, he not only didn't withdraw from the show. He also brought back the only national treasure level director in China who has ever won an Oscar.
Zhan. National. Master. Here, please come out.
And we've invited that notoriously difficult, talented actor, Huan Lei.
Let him be the leading actor. Boom.
When Li Jianye heard these two names, which were enough to drive the entire Chinese entertainment industry crazy and suffocate,
he just felt dizzy. I almost fainted again on the spot.
He opened his eyes wide, looking at the hopeless world outside the window that had already turned pitch black, as if he was looking at a ghost.
My brain is blank. Zhang Guisher? Huan Lei? He? How could he? How on earth did he do it? This isn't a movie anymore. This is simply cheating. Dad. What's wrong with you? Li Wenbo looked at his father, whose face was ashen and his whole body was trembling with fear. Asked cautiously. As for Li Jianye, it seemed as if he didn't hear what he said at all. He just stared out the window blankly.
He muttered desperate words filled with endless regret and fear.
Devil. He is a devil. This guy, is he a human or a ghost?
Chapter 99. The movie was released, and the box office exceeded 1 billion on the first day.
Devil?
When Li Jianye uttered these desperate words filled with endless regret and fear,
beside him,
Li Wenbo, the young master of Beijing who had just woken up from a coma, heard the cowardly remarks of his father, who had always used the sky as a blanket to cover himself, which could be described as boosting others' ambitions and destroying his own prestige.
He was completely dumbfounded.
He stared with wide eyes as if he was looking at a ghost, at his father's dejected back that seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant.
My brain is blank. No way? Even my father.
Were you all scared to death by that guy surnamed Lin?
No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dad. He let out a hysterical roar. What nonsense are you talking about? We haven't lost yet. How could we possibly lose to a country bumpkin? We still have the Great Wall too. We still have Hollywood superstars. We still have 3 billion in investment. We are the only kings of this year's Lunar New Year box office.
That one, the name sounds poor and rustic, it's a rubbish art film. You're not even worthy of carrying our shoes.
However,
faced with this, he was in a state of mad self-hypnosis, like a death struggle.
Li Jianye, however, seemed as if he didn't hear it at all.
He just, slowly, turned around. He looked at his foolish son, who had been blinded by jealousy and anger, with eyes full of pity and sorrow. Slowly, he shook his head. Then, he uttered a final verdict that was enough to make him completely despair.
Wenbo. You are too naive. You don't even know. What kind of person are we provoking? Exist. Half a month later, China's annual competition, the most brutal Lunar New Year battle, has officially begun. The Great Wall 2, an epic fantasy blockbuster produced by the Beijing Li family's Huaying Group,
and the superhero blockbusters produced by Hollywood Marvel Studios, and more than a dozen commercial blockbusters headed by Avengers 10.
Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, movies rushed into all the major cinemas crazily. For a time, the entire Chinese film market was filled with smoke. The war is raging. Everyone is guessing wildly. Who will win the box office championship during the Lunar New Year holiday this year? Yes, there is The Great Wall 2 with Hollywood superstars and top special effects. Or is it Avengers 10 which has a global fan base? However, just when everyone was arguing endlessly about these two blockbuster movies that were like a battle between gods, a domestic realistic film that looks mediocre, even a bit rustic, but in a way that no one expected, a dark horse
Silently, he also joined this bloody battlefield that could be called a fight between gods.
It is. I am not the medicine god.
The moment when this groundbreaking work produced by Fanchon Entertainment was officially scheduled to be released during the Lunar New Year holiday,
the entire Chinese entertainment industry and countless netizens were all dumbfounded. Immediately,
the internet erupted in unconcealed laughter
and overwhelming and ruthless ridicule. Holy shit? Am I seeing things right? Dying to Survive? What the hell is that? What a bullshit name. It sounds like a terrible movie. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Fanchon Entertainment? That's the mysterious upstart that claimed a while ago to dominate Chinese cinemas, right? They made something like this? And he dared to schedule a Lunar New Year release? To go head to head with The Great Wall 2 and Avengers 10? This is fucking, is it Fish Liang who gave him the courage? Crazy. The boss of Fanchon Entertainment is absolutely crazy. He probably doesn't even know how he died.
I'll bet a bag of spicy noodles.
This crappy movie won't make more than 10 million at the box office. 10 million? You think too highly of it. I bet it's 5 million. No more. For a moment.
Dying to Survive and the mysterious Fanchon Entertainment behind it, and the even more mysterious Mr. Lin. They have completely become the biggest laughingstock of the entire Chinese entertainment industry and countless netizens. However, faced with this overwhelming questioning and ridicule, Fanchon Entertainment did not make any response. They didn't even hold a proper movie press conference. Just the day before the movie was released, quietly, in all the Fanchon cinemas across the country, an extremely small internal preview was held. However, those who attended this preview were all unknown small film critics and self-media bloggers. At the beginning, all people are just like those spectators on the internet. Whether it is the title or the poster, this film has a strong smell of a bad movie, a 3-no product. Full of disdain and contempt. They were even prepared to write articles to complain about this biggest joke of the year after they returned. But then, the movie officially begins. When the greasy, wretched but kind-hearted middle-aged man Shan Yong, played by the movie Emperor Huan Lei, appeared on the big screen.
When that classic line, which is enough to make any ordinary person living in this era who is overwhelmed by reality and can't breathe, resounds throughout the entire cinema. After selling medicine for so many years, I've discovered that there is only one disease in this world: poverty. The entire theater fell silent. And when the movie entered its second half, when the terminally ill old lady grabbed the policeman's hand and begged, "Leader, please stop checking for fake drugs, okay? I've been taking this drug for 3 years, and it's cost me my house and my family. Now I finally have cheap medicine, and you insist on calling it fake. Don't we, the patients, know if this drug is fake or not? I don't want to die, I want to live, okay?" The entire theater was filled with suppressed sobs. And, when the movie reached the last scene, when Shan Yong, who had been sentenced, was on the way to prison, looking at the 10-mile-long street, both sides were filled with people who spontaneously saw him off. Countless leukemia patients who had been saved by him slowly took off their masks and showed him the most sincere and grateful smiles. Boom! The entire theater was completely in tears. Everyone can no longer restrain themselves. They cried like children. Crying so heart-wrenchingly. Crying so hard, my heart is broken. They know. I was wrong. So wrong. What kind of a shitty movie is this? This is clearly a film that is worthy of being recorded in the history of Chinese cinema. Great, a masterpiece. That night, the entire Chinese internet exploded completely. Countless titles, shocking and crazy movie reviews. Just like mushrooms after rain, they popped up like crazy. An epic masterpiece. The rise of Chinese cinema. Dying to Survive, you'll regret it forever if you don't watch it. I cried. I really cried. I'm a 5 feet 8 inches tall man from northeast China, and I cried like a 300-pound child in the cinema. Consecrate the gods. Consecrate the gods. Must consecrate the gods. I would like to call it the Chinese version of Schindler's List. I'm sorry. I apologize for my previous ignorance and stupidity. Fanchon Entertainment is awesome. Mr. Lin, awesome. Crackling voice. For a moment.
The public opinion on the entire internet changed 180 degrees in an instant, a shocking reversal. Dying to Survive has been nailed to the bad movie pillar of shame by everyone. In just a few hours, he returned as a king, invincible. It instantly topped all major platforms and ranked first on the hot search list.
The reputation has completely exploded. And, the next day,
when the movie is officially released nationwide, exclusively in all Fanshan cinemas.
What's more, a terrifying scene happened.
In front of all the Fanshan cinemas across the country, there were terrifying long queues stretching for several kilometers. That is a spectacular scene comparable to the Spring Festival travel rush. It directly makes the deserted The Great Wall 2 and Avengers 10 next door look extremely desolate.
And when the movie ended on the first day of its release, a terrifying number that is enough to drive the entire history of world cinema crazy and suffocate. Born. Dying to Survive, first day box office. 113 million. Boom.
This terrifying number, which can be described as destroying the world, will be announced. The whole world was speechless. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Fan and his Fanshan Entertainment's crazy and miraculous operations.
They finally realized that young god. What he said was all true. That, the 10 billion box office myth.
Perhaps.
It is really no longer an unattainable dream. And, far away in the capital,
the Li family father and son who had placed all their hopes on the Great Wall 2. When they saw this terrifying number that was enough to completely crush their last bit of dignity and fantasy,
the father and son looked at each other.
They both saw a trace of endless despair in each other's eyes, which had already turned ashen.
Dad. Li Wenba swallowed hard, his voice trembling. It seems. Really, I've provoked someone I shouldn't have provoked.
Chapter 100 Breaking the Historical Record, the God of Chinese Film Industry.
An existence that should not be provoked?
When Li Jianye heard the ignorant remarks of his useless son who had already been frightened, which could be described as hindsight, his old face, which had long been ashen due to extreme despair and regret, suddenly revealed a miserable smile that was uglier than crying.
You only know it now? Too late. Everything is too late.
He slowly closed his cloudy old eyes that had long lost all their luster. He muttered to himself words of despair that were filled with endless sadness and a sense of fate.
Heaven, my Li family is going to be destroyed. It's not a crime of war. And the facts have proved it. His premonition was right. In the next half-month, the entire Chinese film market has completely become a personal show for the movie Dying to Survive. The box office on the second day was 1.5 billion. The box office on the third day was 1.8 billion. Day 4. The box office has been skyrocketing. The reputation has exploded.
The Douban score has soared from 9.3 points at the beginning to a terrifying 9.7 points, which can be said to be unprecedented and unmatched. It has become the highest-rated feature film in Chinese film history.
No doubt about it. Countless film critics and self-media are going crazy.
They used all the fancy words they had learned in their life to madly praise this masterpiece that could be called great. Within 10 years, no one can surpass the pinnacle of domestic films. A great movie that can change the country's laws. I would like to call it the Chinese version of The Crucible. And it is in sharp contrast. These are the two so-called super blockbusters that everyone has high hopes for.
The Great Wall 2 and Avengers 10.
They are in Dying to Survive, which has a terrifying reputation that can be described as earth-destroying and is crushing the box office. They are just like two poor, shivering creatures.
The box office has been plummeting.
Word of mouth has plummeted.
He was scolded by countless angry viewers. What kind of epic masterpiece is this? It's simply an epic scam. $3 billion invested and this is the real deal? Li Jianye. Give me your money back. He's a Hollywood superstar.
Even the Arenzuan performers in our village are better than him.
Marvel. You've run out of ideas. Get out of China. For a moment, the entire internet is filled with grief.
The Li family in Beijing and Marvel Studios in Hollywood have completely become the laughingstock of the entire China and even the world.
Not only did they lose everything, they almost even had their pants.
They have also lost all the credibility and face they have built up in the Chinese film market after decades of operation. And just when the outside world was in turmoil.
Fanshan Entertainment, in the chairman's office. The atmosphere was peaceful, harmonious, and joyful.
Lin Fan still had a comfortable look on his face as he lay in his comfortable boss chair. Enjoy his attentive service from his godlike lineup of beautiful girls. And, in front of him, that national treasure level director, Master Zhang, who just returned from Beijing after receiving the Huabiao Award for Best Director and Best Picture, which are enough to be recorded in the history of Chinese cinema. And the talented actor Huang Lei, who also just won the first Best Actor title in his life. With excitement and enthusiasm on his face, he was reporting to him the brilliant victory that was enough to drive any so-called filmmaker crazy and suffocate.
Lin. Director Lin.
Master Zhang was so excited that his whole body was shaking. His old face, which was already rosy, was flushed with a sickly red.
Broken. Broken. We are broken. What's broken?
Lin Fan yawned lazily.
Box office record. Master Zhang roared hysterically. The total box office record in Chinese film history. Just now.
The total box office of our Dying to Survive. Officially, a breakthrough. He slowly raised 5 fingers that were already trembling slightly due to extreme excitement.
And a thumbs up representing supreme glory. 5 and 600 million. It completely broke the 5-year historical record held by Wolf Warrior 2. Us.
He looked at the young god who still had a calm expression, as if all this was just natural.
The voice was filled with endless awe and fanaticism. We've reached the summit. Oh. However,
Lin Fan, when he heard this historic news that was enough to make the whole of China crazy and excited.
The expression on his face remained calm. He just nodded lightly. As if, in his opinion, this is just a trivial, even a little unsatisfactory, thing. Only 5.6 billion?
He spoke slowly, his voice filled with an indescribable, faint disappointment.
Li, my target. Still, it's still a long way off.
When Master Zhang and Huang Lei heard the man's shameless remarks that could be described as Versailles, they looked at each other. They both saw a hint of deep inner compassion in each other's eyes, which were filled with endless shock and wry smiles.
I bow down to you. Yes. How could they forget? This young man in front of me is a god. He, the goal he set at the beginning. But 100 billion. That is his real sea of stars. And the facts have proved it once again. God, prophecy. Yes, it cannot be violated. In the next month. Dying to Survive is a great movie that has long been regarded as a masterpiece by countless audiences. Continue in an unstoppable and invincible posture. Harvesting box office like crazy. 6 billion. 7 billion. 8 billion. 9 billion. Final. At the last moment of the movie release. An ultimate number that is enough to make the entire world film history tremble and remember. Born. Dying to Survive, total box office. 100 and 300 million. Boom.
This terrifying number, which can be described as earth-shattering, will be announced soon. The whole world was speechless. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Fan and his Fanshan Entertainment, which was a miracle and crazy operation. They finally realized. That young god. He's not bragging. He wasn't kidding. He was just stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. He is God. One who could control the entire Chinese film industry and have the power of life and death. The only one, God. And when Lin Fan himself saw this final box office result, finally, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. He slowly stood up. Looking down from a high vantage point, he looked out the window at the countless people who had already been completely trampled under his feet. The corners of his mouth curled up into a brilliant smile, like an emperor, looking down on the world. He knows. From today on. From this moment on. He, and his worldly entertainment. This will officially kick off the grand prelude to conquering the entire world entertainment industry. Boss Qin. He spoke slowly. Yes, Mr. Lin. Notify them. Tonight, all employees of Fanshan Group. Celebrate. In addition, He turned around and glanced at the gorgeous lady who had already adored him to the point of total devotion. And that pure goddess who also had a glittering look in her beautiful eyes. Indifferently, he asked, "How about it? Now, do you still think 10 billion is a lot?" Chapter 101 Xiao Wanqing, from an 18-tier star to a national goddess. Do you still think that 10 billion is a lot? When Xinya and Xiao Wanqing heard Lin Fan's light question, which was light and yet full of Versailles atmosphere, they were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the young god in front of them, who seemed to have not taken the 10 billion box office myth that was enough to make the entire world film history crazy and suffocate seriously. My brain is blank. Many. Is it a lot? In front of you, the living god of wealth who can mobilize trillions of funds at will. Just 10 billion. Like. It seems that it's not really that much. No, not much. However, the beautiful CEO Qinya was the first to recover from the extreme shock. She looked at Lin Fan's handsome face, which was full of calmness and ease, and revealed a bitter smile that was uglier than crying. She felt that all her knowledge about money had been built up through her hard work at Harvard and Wall Street. In front of this young demon who does not play by the rules at all, it was completely and utterly crushed. And, beside her, just now, with the help of a movie, she jumped from an unknown 18th tier unknown to become the 10 billion box office queen who could compete with the top first-line actresses in the country. When hearing the shameless remarks made by his sugar daddy, which can be described as inhumane. What's more, her beautiful eyes have already been shining with excitement, and her little heart is beating wildly. She looked at the young god who seemed to be bathed in brilliant light. The girl's heart, which had already completely fallen for him, was now completely filled with a fanatical emotion called worship. Handsome. So fucking handsome. This is the only god in her, Xiao Wanqing's heart. And the facts have proved it. Follow, God. It is really possible, you can reach the top in one step. In the next month. With the popularity of Dying to Survive, this phenomenal masterpiece continues to grow. As the only female lead in this movie, Xiao Wanqing, this poor little unknown person, was about to be completely swallowed up by the dirty entertainment industry. It also moves at a terrifying speed that can be described as a rocket. It quickly became popular all over the country. Her face, pure and innocent, is enough to make any man's heart beat fast. And what she showed in that movie was enough to make any so-called powerful veteran actor ashamed of her explosive acting skills. He was captured in an instant, all over China, up to the 99-year-old grandfather. Even the little kid who just learned to walk. All, the hearts of male creatures. For a moment, the three words Xiao Wanqing completely replaced all the so-called traffic flowers and otaku goddesses. She became the only one in the hearts of all men in China. White Moonlight. National goddess. And her number of fans on major social platforms is skyrocketing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. 10 million. 50 million. 100 million. In just 1 month. It successfully broke through the 200 million mark. She has become the most popular and top female star in the entire Chinese entertainment industry with the largest number of fans. No doubt about it. Countless top-level luxury product endorsements. Countless top fashion magazine covers. Countless S+ level film and television scripts. Like snowflakes, they flew madly towards her and Fanchon Entertainment behind her. That is an exaggerated scene like the moon surrounded by stars. Directly, all the female celebrities in the entire Chinese entertainment industry who are still struggling are so envious that their eyes are almost red. They can't figure it out even in their dreams. What on earth did this Xiao Wanqing have, such bad luck? How could they have accomplished, in just 1 month, a class leap that they would never be able to achieve in their entire lives? From a bullied, 18th tier little bitch. With one leap, he became someone so powerful that they couldn't even look up to him. Golden Phoenix? This is simply unscientific. And, as the behind-the-scenes driving force of all this, Lin Fan, himself, looked like nothing had happened. At this moment, he was lying in the private cinema of his top-floor mansion in Thompson 1 with a comfortable look on his face, while enjoying the meticulous grape-feeding service of the pair of stunning sisters who had already completely fallen for him. While watching the new national goddess on the big screen who was accepting an exclusive interview with CCTV. A bright smile of great satisfaction and pride appeared on his face. All I saw was the CCTV camera, which symbolizes national authority.
Xiao Wanqing was wearing a top-notch white evening dress custom made for her by Chanel.
That beautiful face, which is pure enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate, is even more beautiful after being put on delicate light makeup, like a fairy in a painting, beyond compare. She no longer has any trace of the cowardice and helplessness that she once showed when she was bullied by Capital. What I do have is just a strong self-confidence and calm aura that comes from the bones. That is a huge change that can be described as rebirth. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. As expected, she is the woman I like. That is, she has the potential to be a queen. Miss Xia, the host in front of the camera, Lao Bai, a household name in China, looked at the seemingly unreal young girl with a kind smile and asked, "With just one movie, you completed this epic transformation from an unknown newcomer to the 10 billion box office queen in just 1 month. It can be said that you have created a miracle in the film industry that has never been seen before and will never be repeated. Well, please. Behind this dreamlike success, who do you want to thank the most?" Once this question is raised, it instantly attracted the attention of hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the TV. Everyone stretched their necks and pricked up their ears, waiting for the answer from this new national goddess. And, when Xiao Wanqing heard this question, an extremely touching, sweet smile of shyness and happiness instantly appeared on her pretty face, which was already breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at the camera, and in her beautiful big eyes, there was a fanatical light called faith flashing. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud but clearly transmitted through the radio waves and reached the ears of everyone in China. The person I want to thank the most. He is my benefactor. It's mine, Bull. Moreover, my. When she said this, her pretty face turned red for no reason. But his eyes became more determined and pious. God. It was him who came down from the sky like a god and saved me when I was most desperate and helpless. He gave me a second life. It was also him who gave me the opportunity to stand on this highly anticipated stage and realize my dream. So, she looked at the camera and said word by word, I, Xiao Wanqing, in this life, and in the next life and the next life, I will live for him alone. Boom! This is a groundbreaking and affectionate confession. In an instant, the entire China was completely detonated. Everyone is crazy. They were all stunned with their mouths wide open, staring at the infatuated goddess on TV who had long been blinded by love with eyes that looked like she was looking at a god, a ghost, or an alien. My brain is blank. God? Live for him alone? Who the hell is this immortal boss? How could they actually make the only national goddess in their hearts love them so humbly and madly? For a moment. Hashtag the mysterious man behind Xiao Wanqing hashtag. This is a topic full of endless gossip and mystery. In an instant, it moved at a terrifying speed that could be called the speed of light. It has rushed to the top of the trending search list on major social platforms. And as the instigator of all this, Lin Fan himself seemed like nothing had happened. He was looking at the cute girl on TV who was shyly expressing her love to him madly in front of the whole world. There was a helpless expression on his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He slowly picked up the phone. I sent a WeChat message to that little goblin who had already been eaten alive by him. Performance, not bad. Tonight, come to my room. Yes, reward. Then he turned around and glanced at the two stunning sisters beside him who had already been jealous of Xiao Wanqing's blatant behavior of stealing men, and their mouths were almost pouting to the sky. Indifferently, he asked, How about it? Now. Do you still think she's a little white rabbit?